Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, Monday morning. Look at you. Hello, Monday morning.
You know what's great about these transition days? When you look over and there's OD with the piano hat on.
That's my guy.
That's my guy, too.
As consistent as a Jimmy G interception, baby.
Oh, I had to go and pay my respects.
601, I'm taking shots at Jimmy G.
I paid my condolences to OD, and I said, listen, because Dave's a big Raider fan, and I go, listen, Dave, I asked him, I said, the ball's on the 8-yard line.
Yeah.
You need that touchdown. You need the 2.
Yeah.
And I got their head coach going, no, send out the field goal. I don't understand it. Because you're still going to have to get the ball back and go do the same thing again.
It was Matrix level thinking.
I don't know.
I saw a guy write it out on Twitter. He goes, player, coach, we need a touchdown. Coach, yeah, we're going to kick a field goal. Player, we still need a touchdown. Coach, we're still going to kick the field goal. I don't know. Jimmy's throwing picks. McDaniel's making crazy decisions. The Steelers beat the Raiders last night. Capping off a stress-free weekend. No Niners to worry about. Although, I don't really worry about the Niners ever, really. I'm kind of excited for the 49ers and kind of missed them a little bit on Sunday, Paulie, but it did free up your Sunday.
Well, maybe we can
relaxation of a free Sunday.
I know what you're saying, but I'm not buying all into that. I'm going to reshape that and rephrase it a little. Yeah, it was stress-free in a football sense. However, if you look at the other side of that coin in a baseball sense, if you're rooting for your San Francisco Giants, if you're paying attention to your Giants, times are tough out there. I would say it was not stress-free if you're trying to follow the last – Murph, can I call it a death rattle of your San Francisco Giants? A death rattle.
I remember years ago, we used to play Run DMC's Hard Times.
And we used to like the flu.
Is it time to play it for the Giants?
100%. Stand by. Let me see if I can.
Was it on your board or was it somebody queued up behind the glass?
I got that. Let me see if I can pull it out of the vault.
If you can find that.
Yeah, stand by.
We were playing that for
Hard Times. Just like the flu.
Watch out, homeboy. They'll come get you or some such. As Paulie looks for that, make sure that's not a Taylor Swift recording. Oh, seen walking out of Arrowhead Stadium with Travis Kelce, who shot his shot. Hey, kids, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Kelce went Wayne Gretzky and got Taylor Swift, the world's biggest pop star, at Arrowhead Stadium. I hope she didn't have to deal with that Jackson Mahomes. I'll tell you that.
This is a great tradition in sports where you have like some super high profile, superstar level athletes that start dating like super high profile women. For example, the first time this came into my radar, and this is a guy I've talked to Murph about, one of the old school New York Rangers in the 80s, was a real pretty boy, looked like a French model. Shout out Ron Duguay. He did. He looked like a lead singer in a rock band. He was incredibly handsome, no helmet, had the flowing hair.
And he's a hockey star, by the way.
Yeah, dude. Oh, believe me.
Add that to the list.
Don't sleep on hockey players.
Yeah.
Anyway, he started dating Cheryl Teagues at the peak of her powers on that.
That's high level.
High level. And then what happened?
That's, by the way, in New York.
His teammate, Ron Greshner, goes, I think I might try the same thing. Next thing you know, he's dating Carol Alt. So all these supermodels started coming to Ranger games, and it was a very similar kind of thing. Cheryl Teagues is here. Cheryl Teagues is here. So maybe not at the T-Swift level, but you feel me pretty big.
I'm totally with
pretty
you.
Big.
And we can continue the tradition. I mean, you and I lived through the Madonna era, whether it was Dennis Rodman or Jose Canseco.
Don't forget about Mark Messier.
And Messier. And by the way, we don't have to stop there. This weekend I was talking to somebody about, and the name Brian Shaw came up. Brian Shaw, a nice basketball player at a Bishop O'Dowd, UC Santa Barbara, played for the Lakers. The guy said to me, yeah, and Madonna. That's what he said. Brian Shaw was with Madonna.
She likes jocks.
Yeah, she does.
What are you going to do?
And probably, we got to go all the way back to the marriage at San Francisco City Hall. We got the Yankee Clipper with Marilyn Monroe.
Come on, man. Actually, that's the one that started the granddaddy of them all. The granddaddy of them all. It really is. It don't get much bigger than that.
Is that number one?
Miss Marilyn Monroe and the Yankee blanket Clipper. And this is pre-TMZ. Can you imagine?
That's number one.
Yeah, that started the whole thing. That's like the man landing on the moon. That's Neil Armstrong, It
really is.
Yeah.
Kelsey Taylor Swift looks like looks like Dawson's Creek.
Yeah, it's like Blue's Clues. It's nothing compared to those guys.
That went down yesterday.
But anyway, so you said something about the Giants and something about hard times. I don't know, because it has been. If you watch those games in the Dodger Stadium, only one thing comes to mind.
Hard times spreading just like the flu. Watch out. Oh, boy, don't let it catch you. Hard times.
There it is. You found
It's
it.
back.
Oh, my
It's
God.
back.
That's perfect.
And it's appropriate.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, well, listen, I mean, it was just do you realize they went on a 10-game road trip and they actually had a half a chance? They went 2-8.
Well, they were
on
over
the 10-game road
500, I think, when it started, right? Weren't they 2 games
Yeah,
over?
yeah. Well, they were 4 games over.
4 games over.
4 games over.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's, I mean,
It's just been awful.
Listen, we'll obviously dive into
How about
it.
the road record over the past, whatever it's been, 35 or whatever? I mean, it's
Well,
just.
did you hear Kerry Crowley drop a Teddy Roosevelt on you today?
I don't
Did you
think I
catch that?
did, actually. What
Yeah, I was making me laugh.
Why did he say Teddy Roosevelt?
Because dating back to 1902, they've never had a road. There's never been a road stretch. Which I don't know if that means that in 1902 they actually went 6-26 on the road, or if that's when the record stopped.
1902.
Exactly, 6-28 on the
I
road.
brought my lantern to the game.
in their last 34. And Kerry Crowley was right. Everything he said this morning. Where's the accountability? Who's going to come out here?
I like what Kerry said about that.
Dude, the beat writers are doing deep dives, Jacques Cousteau level deep dives. Get out the Calypso and head to the bottom of the ocean. They're doing deep dives on this whole organization, where it's headed, who's talking,
Well,
who's
these are
coming,
good
who's
questions.
going.
Where is it headed? I
Where is
don't
it
know. I honestly don't know what the direction is.
Where it's
There's
headed?
not a lot of communication. There hasn't been a lot of there's been no voice emerging from that building to
Shall we
speak.
say Greg Johnson? Shall we say is timid? Is that the word?
I don't know. I mean, someone needs to surface,
Not
whether
exactly.
it's Larry or
Is it-
Farhan or somebody.
It ain't exactly George Steinbrenner flipping over tables.
No,
yelling
which
at,
I wish there was. At
yelling
least
at
I know-
Dave Winfield.
The
right?
good thing about that is you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Giant fans
So-
don't even know what is the direction. I don't know.
Yeah, if you missed it last night, Giants actually took the Dodgers into extra innings, lost 3-2.
Sure.
And here's one of the other. If you want, in the string of continuing insults, they're 77-79. Do you know who just caught them in the standings?
I do.
The frickin' San
do.
Diego,
Yeah.
the bloated SE San Diego Padres.
And I had fun telling you that they weren't going to do it all year long, and I felt totally confident and 100% certain in that take that there's no way the Padres are going to surface and do anything. The fact that they've now caught the Giants is I think it's pretty low. And I know they have all that talent on their roster and the payroll and all that stuff, but still, considering where both teams were not that long ago, this is not good.
But they're both 5 games out with only this much to play. Paulie, do you know about the tragic number? Do you know about the tragic number?
Well, the tragic number, I believe, is 2.
Okay,
Is
but
it?
yeah. I was just going to say, it's one of those underutilized phrases in sports. The tragic
We got
number.
magic numbers, we got
Yes,
tragic
I
numbers.
like the tragic number.
Yeah.
So you get a magic number in baseball.
Can I get a Bee Gees tragedy,
Okay.
Triple E?
So
Tragedy.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to figure out. There's a nice little. So the number of games yet to be played. So that's 6. Add 1. That's 7. Then subtract the number of games in the loss column. That's 5.
I like they were doing math.
So the tragic number
Oh,
is
here
2.
it is. Oh, so fast. Thank you. I got my trias for tragedy. I meant it as a rejoin, but I'll take it now. That's fine. The chorus is appropriate. Let this rock.
Yeah.
Well, Murph gives us the numbers. Go ahead, Murph.
So 6 games left, add 1, then subtract the number in the loss column. That's 5. So that's 7 minus 5, Paulie? 2. Tragic number is 2.
Damn it.
The math is not on our side.
Tragedy!
Well, when
It
they
is.
kick into this chorus, we'll turn it up and we'll.
By the way, this was re-recorded by either an Aussie or Brit female pop chanteuse in like the 00s or the 90s, and it got like sort of a club.
Yeah.
Got like traction in the clubs.
It's-
and I was saying, hey, listen, I'm old enough to remember when this original was dropped by the Bee Gees.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was re-recorded, Paulie.
So did the Foo Fighter guys did it too, and I think they called themselves the DGs, as in the Dave Grohl's, the DGs.
Here it is. Turn it up, buddy.
Giant
There we go.
fans, jump in on this chorus with me. Let's do this. Come on. 3, 4. Yeah. Huh. That's tragedy. Here we go, Murph. It's hard to know when no one did love you.
I want to say it's
That's the final lyric of the chorus. You're going nowhere. Tragedy. You're going
who
nowhere.
knew the Bee Gees were Giants fans there. So, all right. NFL
Tragedy.
Sunday was interesting. You had the Tay-Tay and Kelsey situation. You got the Arizona Cardinals beating the Dallas Cowboys.
Big news.
And Paulie and I are here to fire a flare into the sky early on a Monday morning for all y'all.
Tell them, Murph.
The Arizona Cardinals
Tell them.
have a weird history with the San Francisco
That's
49ers.
the fact, Jack. Yes.
And I'm just, don't go into this
No,
one feeling too
don't
comfortable,
do it.
guys.
Look what they just did to Micah Parsons. He was invisible.
Ready for this? Here's an odd stat. Kyle Shanahan, in his last 6 games against the Cardinals, 3-3.
I'm telling you, man, they give the Niners
3-3.
problems. They've been doing this for years.
So 2021, that was a good year, right? Didn't the Niners went to the NFC Championship
they came
that
into
year?
the Vi and won that year.
Niners lost twice to the Cardinals.
There you
that
go.
year.
See?
Lost twice to the Cardinals last year. So I mean, in 2021, they lost 31-17 at Levi's, and they lost 17-10 down in Arizona. So just saying, guys, this one that we were calling basically they're gonna go 4-0. We've seen it. Okay, we've seen it. You kids have seen it in 2021. Paulie Mack and I saw it way back in '88 when the Niners blew a 23-0 lead down in Arizona and lost 24-23. Bill Walsh almost literally
he bottomed out after that game.
He almost took a bottle of pills that game.
Dude. And then the week after that, they had an awful loss to the Raiders, too. It was like a 1-2 punch. They went down to the Coliseum and lost down there. In any case, I remember
I'm
that.
talking like in the mighty 90s. This is back when they were called the Phoenix Cardinals, by the way.
Yeah.
The 92 Niners, who were great, they lost to the Cardinals, bro. I mean, there's some weirdness out there.
Yeah, Cardinals.
There's some weirdness.
Yeah.
So we're just putting you guys on alert. All right, that they come in here. I think what they do is they bore everybody to death. Because most people are like, the Cardinals, who cares? I'm bored, you're bored, we're all bored.
Yeah.
The Cardinals are like, we'll just take this win. So, anyway, guys, fun weekend. Listen, we're here. It's Monday. We got Niners Cardinals on Sunday.
Let's go.
You got the Bee Gees singing Tragedy.
We do.
You got Run DMC singing Hard Times.
We do.
Marcus the Waterboy Boucher will be in with Papa today, who was on my TV again last night.
Who,
Papa.
G-Pops?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
That post game on NBC with Feldy.
I'll do the post game, John.
Yeah. So he was doing his thing.
Yeah.
They'll be 10-2, which means we have Triple E. He's in the rectangle.
Yeah, look at him. He's all suited up today with the proper.
He wore sleeves today.
He's got sleeves.
Listen, that got a little out of control Friday. We don't need the authority stepping in on Triple E.
No, I did. He got reprimanded.
Listen,
That's
we'll
right.
break his balls to the point where they try to break his balls, then we
And
defend
then we
our
protect
guy.
him.
Yeah,
Then we protect
defend
him.
our
Back
guy.
off. Yeah, that's our guy.
I had to go out there and tell the
We
guy.
did.
Hey.
Murph said,
Went
you
out
should
and I
feel
said-
real good about that. Murph stood up for you, man. Yeah, he said, back down,
I
Holer.
said, listen, when we break balls, that's between us.
Yeah.
You don't get a vote in this.
Kid wants to show his crab tattoos. So let him go ahead and do that.
There
Yeah.
was content, too. There was
Yeah,
a
a lot of
seahorse
content.
involved.
The
Yeah.
audience got involved.
Poor young OG, he was kind of wide-eyed, like, oh, man, did I just step in a
Yeah,
pile
he got
of
caught
it?
in the crossfire. He didn't know what was
did
going
get
on.
caught in the
Yeah.
crossfire, dude. He was trying to please
Yeah,
Eric
he's like,
and
Murph, I got
us.
Mac, I got this other kid. What do I do? Yeah.
All right. Thankfully, their key cards still worked this morning.
For now.
So, all
Yeah,
right,
for now.
all right. We'll get the guest list on the other side. It's Murph and Mac on a Monday morning. 49ers, Cardinals this Sunday. Get ready on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The math is not on our side.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Hey, some news. The Niners on Friday announced multi-year extensions for head coach Kyle Shanahan and general manager John Lynch. You want to read up on the dynamic duo's future in the Bay? That story is trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Here's 0-1. Taylor, line drive into right center field, and that will end the game. It's going to bounce all the way to the wall. Rosario scores, and the Dodgers walk off the Giants in the Giants' final road game of this 2023 season. And in a lot of ways, it ends the way that so many have gone down the stretch. The Giants have just collapsed as a team on the road. And their final road game of the year ends in agony. Taylor with the walk-off hit against Doval, 3-2. The final score, the Dodgers win it, and they end up taking 3 out of 4 from the Giants. Giants finished the season on the road 6-28 in their last 34 road games. Man,
I'm very concerned.
There it is. Dante Whitner's concern about the Niner D transferred over to your San Francisco Giants, who lost to the Dodgers last night. Hard times are spreading just like the flu. Watch out, homeboy. They'll get you, Gabe Kapler, and Farhan Zaidi. Giants go 2-8 on a 10-game roadie.
Right.
Stuff we'll talk about not just today, but in the coming days and definitely in the coming weeks.
Someone's going to have to say something
Yes.
over there. I mean, you go 6-28 on the road. I mean, someone needs to say something.
So let me just throw this out to you right now. I'm reading, I'm just going to say this, and I should probably do some more research on this before I say this kind of stuff.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
Very good.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give
and that
Murph-
is, I was going to say that I see Buster Posey playing a pretty big role in making these decisions going forward.
I hope you're right, because I don't think Buster Posey can look out there and be pleased with what he's seeing. He can't be happy about a team that goes 6-28 on the road. And while you ponder that, consider this, that this segment is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Saving rates are up. This makes it a great time to open a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free certificates.
I want to praise you, by the way, for your attention to detail. It's fantastic. I will tell you, so I'm reading Baggerly's deep dive on the Giants, and he's talking about some within the Giants front office think that it's time for an organization shifting trade. And I was thinking, I don't think that's Greg Johnson telling Larry Bags that. I don't think that's Larry Bear. My spidey sense tells me that Buster and Bags have a relationship, and Buster is on the board now. He has one of those seats, the board of directors, which is only like 5 or 6 people, the ones who really make the decisions. So my spidey sense tells me that it's Buster. And he moved back, Paulie.
I do.
He moved back. So
hey, get a bigger role. Get involved.
Grab the wheel, buddy.
Yeah.
Grab the wheel.
Hey, I'm all for some change. I think they have to shake things up and make some changes. And Murph, you know as well as I do, when it's time to change, you've got to rearrange
Well, there you go.
who you are and what you're going to be. And that's kind of what the Giants need to do right now. They do. They have to shake it up, and they have to try to bring in some big names. They have to try to, I think, rekindle the interest with the fan base, too, because it's at a low point right now.
This will probably be today's big hit, but the argument he was making was you have to make, so it's what Brian Sabian did when he took over the 96 Giants. He said, listen, we can't go in this direction.
He came in guns blazing.
Yeah,
he said, hey, listen.
He traded Matt Williams.
Yep.
And it was he had to come on KNBR and say, I'm not an idiot. One of the great moments in KNBR history. And
then they were in the playoffs the next year. Like what he did worked.
And then they were in contention for the next 7 years in a row.
Yep.
That's when he also coined the great phrase "lunatic fringe."
I remember. Yeah.
He said, I'm not going to sit here and listen to the lunatic fringe.
Yeah.
Which is one of the great. We need a GM.
He was
out
a
here.
very strong personality. Brian Sabian didn't care what people were saying or what the media. He didn't care. He had a vision, and he was gonna see that through, and he was going to execute that.
How about that freedom, by the way? To not give a blank.
Well, yeah,
right?
That's kind of what we're all aspiring to.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be awesome to walk around every day just not giving a single blank?
That's rare. It's hard to achieve that.
Is there anybody in this building who walks around with that
in
kind
this
of
building?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's got that kind of juice. Not around here. Yeah, maybe
We're
the old
talking
days.
Sabian's kind of a one-off. I think Ralph had that. No, he was concerned about
he
what
was
everybody
big,
saying,
but not like he had his own problems.
T-Sal?
No, they got T-Cell.
Yeah.
He had to throw that suit on.
There's only one Brian Sabian.
Yeah. And that's why he never made eye contact with anybody. He would just look right out the window. Scared the hell out of me.
Anyway,
Brian Sabian. Very intimidating guy.
Life goal is you just walk around like Sabian. Trade Matt Williams and tell people blank you.
Yeah, you say what you want to say. I got trades to make. Yeah.
Anyway, he suggested trading somebody like Kyle Harrison. Because who
did?
Baggerly did in his piece.
Okay, yeah.
The concept was that the Giants need every mainstays in their lineup that the kids are going to come see every day and know who they are.
Well, wouldn't Kyle Harrison be one of those guys?
Well, he's at every fifth day.
Yeah.
We're talking about an everyday player. He suggested Matt McClain of the Reds, who's like, one of these kind of budding all-star young prospects who can play every day. So he said, who wouldn't do Kyle Harrison for Matt McClain? It's like, well, I'm sure some people wouldn't. For example, you guys don't know who Matt McClain is. He's a kid out of UCLA.
I don't have a problem with that whole idea as a philosophy, but when I look at this team, they need pitchers. Like they need a rotation.
No, the concept is they have a lot of it.
They have a lot of starters in the rotation. A lot of young pitchers,
Tristan Beck, Keaton Wynn, Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, other Mason Black, Carson Wisenhunt. That they have, 5, 6 legit kids coming up, and some who have already arrived. I mean, Beck pitched yesterday. Wynn has already pitched. Beck, Wynn, and Harrison have already proved it. Webb. So they're saying if you have a lot of young pitching, why don't you trade some of that? You gotta, Paulie, as they say, to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs.
Well, that's
buddy.
true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, that's just one of the thoughts going around. We did want to also talk about yesterday's NFL Sunday. Paulie, I'll throw you some scores.
Yeah.
And to react, first of all, shout out to you and the forecast, buddy. Way to
we
go.
had a bounce back day. We did all right.
Paulie Mack scored with his Seahawks.
Yep.
They covered the 6 against Carolina.
Yep.
And dude, in one of the more dreadful, unwatchable games, you covered with New England -2.5. How about that Zach Wilson thing with the Jets?
They're going to have to make a change there. He ain't the guy. I mean, it's really crazy, too, because everybody who watched Hard Knocks, I think, felt really good about that. It just shows you the power of that show, how they can, influence your thinking. You're like, wow, Zach Wilson's ready to take the next step. No, he's not. I've seen him 3 weeks now. He does not look good. He couldn't do anything out there. Look at his line. It's awful. So I don't know who's behind him, but that's a team that they can't go on like that.
By the way, for forecast heads, that gets you back to 3-3. And me, every week, I go 1-1.
Yeah. You'll have your days. It'll come.
Well, I mean, so basically, you're 3-3. I'm 3-3. I think the new slogan on, hey, come listen to the Friday football forecast. We won't hurt you. That's it. We won't hurt you. We won't win, but we won't hurt you.
Yeah, but I was staring down the barrel of a 1-5 if it didn't go my way.
But if
it didn't go my way, it could have been really bad.
No. But you've crawled out of holes like that before.
I bounced back. I'll come back.
So Paulie and I are both 3-3. I won with by the way, how about Coach Prime? I hit on that one.
Well, you called it. I stayed up late, by the way, watching that USC game. That was an interesting ball game. The Sun Devils hung around, man.
Yeah, weird one because
USC
USC
watching that game.
No, I was not.
They had chances to
Do you want to know what I was doing Saturday night, buddy?
Yeah.
So I'll tell you a story. So I had a very community-minded weekend, Paulie. Friday night, I got recruited to do the PA. Ready for this, Paulie?
Oh yeah.
Ready for this? No, I got 2 things for you. I did the PA at a girls' volleyball game, Paulie. You know me. They say, what about Murph? Oh, the guy who does the PA at the girls' volleyball games? I know that guy. Yeah. Dude, there I am on the mic going, roof, side out. Dude, I was having some fun.
Where do you
let it rip?
Where do you get hired for something like that?
Well, it turns out I know one of the dads. It was a big match. He goes, it would really add a lot of energy if you came down. It would be so exciting for the kids. And I was like, it's a Friday night. Paulie gave me some gummies.
You know what I mean? I want to do my Russo. Take half a gummy. Take one at 3.
No joke.
Yeah.
When Russo was laying that out, I was like,
that's a good recipe.
Oh, that sounds so good. And
I take 1/2 a gummy. Wait 3 hours. I take another half.
The whole thing was, I thought it was at 7:30. I was like, dude, that's a 7:30 tip.
On a Friday.
He goes,
that's
it's
a key.
At 6:30. I'll tell you a funny story. He goes, it's at 6:30. I said, okay.
How long does that go? I don't know how long volleyball.
There you go,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I said 6:30. I said, maybe it lasts an hour.
Yeah.
I can come
I'm home at
with-
8. Yeah, I'm
and
drinking.
I can still maybe.
Uh-oh, something tells me it's not going to go that way.
Here's a pretty funny story.
Yeah.
So, Tam versus Redwood, the big rivalry. And by the way, shout out Good Clean Front on a Friday night. The gym was packed, and the student section was doing their little taunting chants at each other. I was like, look at this Good Clean Fun.
Yeah.
In the era of Snapchat and
Twitch.
whatever.
Yeah, shout out Twitch. Yeah.
So they were just doing the, we can't hear you and scoreboard and all that nonsense, So I'm certain that it's a best of 3, and each team wins a set. So I said, ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the climactic 3rd set. Winner wins the match.
Uh-oh.
This kid runs over, taps me on the shoulder. He goes, it's best of 5. I said,
Oh.
I go, best of 5? What is this, Wimbledon? Where am I? Freaking, what is this, the French Open? Am I at Roland Garros, dude? We don't need to play 5 of these. I got to get home.
Yeah,
I got bourbon.
Well, see,
I got
that's how
Polly's tin.
You got tins.
Get into the bourbon,
Yeah.
Polly. It was just a knife to the gut. Dude.
Yeah.
A knife
That's
to
a big
the
blow.
gut, dude.
That's a blow.
And if you notice, the energy in my calls dipped considerably. at that point. I was
spike made by
I was like,
Duncan. Yeah,
point
whatever.
by the
Yeah.
home team. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? So anyway, that kind of killed me. But the story that came out of it was the star player on Redwood is this young lady named Jade Hendrickson.
Shout out
her
Jade.
out.
Yeah.
And it turns out her old man is NFL football agent Doug Hendrickson. He's a Bay Area guy, and I've known him through the years because I used to
Who's
cover
he
the
represent?
Niners.
Anybody we know?
Marshawn Lynch.
Wow.
Among others.
Shout out
Among
Beast
others.
Mode, yeah.
And he came over to say hi because he's a savvy guy. He knows the media game.
Nice.
He's like, hey, Murph, Doug Hendrickson. I'm like, hey, Doug, how are you, man? I'm like, your daughter looks great.
Yeah.
Da-da-da. She's going to go play at Cal Poly, blah, blah, blah. So we're driving home, and I was telling Declan all about it. And he goes, man, football agent. He goes, what's that like? He goes, what is it like to be a football agent? I said, you know what, kid?
Go watch.
I said, you just booked yourself a family movie night.
Yeah, go watch.
So when you asked if
what's
I
the
was
name of the
watching
movie?
SC Arizona State,
Cameron Crowe.
we watched Jerry Maguire.
That's it,
as a
Maguire.
family.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you know what?
Yeah.
It held up.
Yeah.
It held up. It held up. It's Rod Tidwell, Cuba Gooding Jr. had the kids flat out laughing.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
had them. They were flat out laughing. That scene, that iconic scene, the Show Me the Money scene, making Cruz yell, "I love black people!"
Yeah.
And he's doing the dance and everything with the sweats.
I like when he walks out of it. I haven't seen nothing in freaking, 20 years, but I remember the one scene I liked was when he was either getting fired or quitting his job. He's like, who's coming with me? He's got that box and
he
the
took
girl.
the goldfish, buddy.
Yeah, he's got his thing. But I remember he's in his car flipping out. He's got the Who going. He's got Magic Bus going. I want it. Driving around. I'm like, yeah, he's having a breakdown. I've been there.
Yeah, that's right. And the only one to leave with him was the adorable Renee Zellweger.
Well, and then they got a thing now. See, yeah.
Oh, and then here comes...
Isn't your sister being a pain in the ass about
Bonnie
it too?
Hunt, she was very funny, though.
I've seen it.
Funny.
Get her out of the way. She's like...
She actually introduced herself as, I'm her disapproving sister. That's
Yeah,
what
she was
says.
always like, I recall her being a problem.
She's fun, but I want to say Gooding holds up. I got to say, it might have been peak.
Cruz is solid.
It might have been peak Cruz.
You
really might have been.
You have fun. If you're Paulie Mack, you have fun taking shots at Cruz, but he is good.
I also think it was peak Zellweger. And Cameron Crowe makes an easily digestible movie.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
But
yeah.
Paulie, we had a 6th grader. Do you remember Kelly Preston's opening appearance in the movie? She's wearing no clothes.
No.
She's wearing no clothes.
I don't remember this.
They are in the act.
Okay.
They're in the act, and she screamed. Her opening line is never stop.
I understand.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I had to run over, first cover Rory's eyes, and started singing, "When the Giants come to town, it's bye-bye, baby." Declan was laughing. I was like, "When the Giants ships are down," Rory's like covering his eyes.
Yeah.
That thing went on for a while.
Yeah.
It was like a 20 to 25 second nude. They were getting after it, Paul.
Can I be the bad guy to burst Murph's bubble?
Yeah.
Tripoli, you want me to do that?
Yeah.
All right, well, guess what? I hate to say it. So Murph ran over, he covered Rory's eyes, he's saying bye-bye, baby. And then when the movie was over, Rory went to his room and watched it on YouTube. He saw the scene. I want to see what Dad didn't want me to see.
Anyway, that's all by digression. You asked it. I watch SC Arizona State.
Yeah.
I was watching Show Me the Money.
Yeah, that's cool, man. And by the way, Cuba Gooding Jr.
He won an Oscar for it.
He won a freaking Oscar.
He won an Oscar.
He's off the map now. I mean, he has been banned to Antarctica, man.
He's no, Paulie, shall we say he no longer has the Quan.
Oh.
Paulie. If you know your Jerry Maguire, he no longer has the Quan.
But at that time, he was big. He was really big.
Yeah, it's a really funny scene. And his wife.
Yeah,
and
good
everything.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cute. Anyway, and Crow will make one. Crow had that little stretch. So that's the second Crow movie we've shown the kids now. Almost Famous and this.
So, there was
And then
another...
Singles, and then that's pretty much it because he tries Vanilla Sky with Cruise, and then it goes the wrong direction.
I didn't like Sky.
That's when
Nobody
Crow
likes
lost
Sky.
the plot.
Yeah.
So each guy has like a little window in time.
So in Jerry Maguire, there was this his competing agent guy.
Jay Moore.
Okay, good. That's the guy, Jay Moore.
Bob Sugar.
Bro, he just popped up on that Laker series, the Winning Time series.
Yeah.
He's twice that. I couldn't believe how big the guy. He's
big now?
Gigantic.
Is he big?
Bro, he barely looks like him. He must have slapped on.
He had a stretch where he was in the public eye.
He was?
Remember, he used to do Jim Rome a lot.
He was,
He used to
yep.
pinch hit for Rome.
And he was on SNL. He was kind of big there.
He
And-
was SNL, yeah.
And he, but dude, when I saw him on Winning Time, I'm like, is that blanking Jay Moore waddling in here? Because he's got to be, anyway.
It's tough, Paulie.
He's gained a lot
It's
of
tough
weight.
to keep the pounds off.
Oh,
It
my
is.
God.
All right. Thank you for that digression. SC Arizona State.
Yeah,
You
good
watched
game.
It. I was going
forks
McGuire.
up, dude. I was going forks up. I tried.
And Zellweger and Cruz, you root for him. It's cute. And you know what's funny? I'll show you what's different. I hated that little kid in the 90s.
Yeah.
And then now when you watch it when you have kids,
Well, you're a
he's
parent.
like mildly cute.
Oh, look at the
now.
kid. Yeah,
he's mildly cute.
You know what I mean?
Cruz comes in with the shades. You know what I mean? He's hammered. He's
Yeah,
talking
why
to
is he
kids.
hammered? Because he just got fired.
Yeah. Well, because he lost the Cush, the number one high school prospect out of Texas.
Oh, right.
Leaves him for Jay Moore.
And that
him in the
guy's
back.
somebody too, right? Isn't that
it
quarterback is some actor
the dad
too?
is Bo Bridges.
Yeah.
The dad is
wow,
Bo
now I feel like
Bridges.
I want to go watch this again. It's been so long.
And Crow will slide in some sneaky soundtrack.
T.O. in that movie?
No, he's not. But it's Troy Aikman,
Yeah.
Katarina Witt,
Yeah.
Lee Steinberg, obviously. But dude, and I know there was a moment, and it was a tender moment when Zellweger and Cruz were having their Cary Grant, Audrey Hepburn moment, and here came Bruce. She'll let
Oh,
you
that's probably why I haven't watched it.
I said to get us, and then Polly hates
Still can't
this
believe
song.
he wrote that song.
And
It's
you know
the
what?
biggest.
I
She'll
stand.
let you in. It's like, oh, dude, you're killing me. Want to see me run to the
We're
men's
going to
room?
need a Secret Garden rejoin just to get Polly going.
I don't want
We're
that.
going to need a Secret Garden.
It's so bad.
Triple E, put some sad Giants highlights to
And the
Bruce
stupid
Springsteen's
lick,
Secret
too.
Garden.
The licks explaining. It's like,
I
oh.
stand with it because it's a romantic
horrible.
moment in
Horrible.
the flick.
Oh.
And I'm a romantic.
Yeah,
at
not
heart.
me.
Let's get the guest
I wanna
list
burn
going
that down.
on a Monday, 9/25/23. You think does Bruce play that one live?
I mean, maybe once a
He
tour.
has?
Yeah, once
Oh,
in
he
a
plays
while.
it?
Yeah, once in a while. Not, hopefully not when I'm in the building.
Do you think do Crow and Bruce have a relationship?
Great question. I would imagine.
he's wrote it for
Yeah,
him.
I would imagine they hang, yeah.
All right, coming up, it is our Monday morning tradition, hum babies and bum babies, heavy on the NFL. We'll see how OG Original Greg did on his packages. 7:35, Mike Kruko. Listen, it's time to do
Come
the
to
deep dive.
Jesus,
It's time to do the deep.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out Tyler Fitzgerald. The kid looks good in the uni. He hit his first big league
That's
home run,
something.
right?
That's
At 8
something.
o'clock, the big hit will probably go either the Giants or NFL. We'll figure it out by then.
Okay.
Cooler content at 8:20. Are we going to include the Irish fans at the South Africa match
I want
singing
to hear 'em.
Zombie?
Look at Greg. He knows.
That was
He's seen
unbelievable.
it.
I got the hairs on my neck had hairs on their neck.
Is it
standing up.
Jackie's Army caliber?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, it is being compared to with Italia 90, which was when Jackie's Army.
We're all part
This
of
is an
Jackie's
insane
Army.
happening. The Irish remain the greatest people on earth.
Triple E, were you on the show when we did the Jackie's Army
No, he was not.
shows?
He
No.
was
Okay.
not. That was the pandemic.
Very passionate.
8:50, we do get Tim Ryan. We get our Tim Ryan. That'll be a nice, relaxed.
Yeah, I
T-Rock.
forgot about Tim Ryan. Okay.
He's got his contract extension. The Niners are 3-0.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, you look around the league, Paulie, on a Sunday. Do you see anybody better than the Niners?
Right now, I mean, I thought that might have been Dallas, but not after yesterday. I'm not so sure.
I mean, the Eagles go tonight.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Philly tonight.
And at 9:35, MJ Acosta-Ruiz, who's an outstanding reporter for the NFL Network, will talk NFL. Hums and bums coming your way in about 15 minutes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Wow, how about that?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll see what Miller does here on this one again with the fake with the RPO. Again, Anderson all over him. That ball is live. That ball is live. Scooped up by Anderson. He could go all the way. Touchdown.
Yes. Look at the student body. Homecoming game representing high fives, hugs.
Tail Hawks. David Anderson, have yourself a day.
Yeah.
That's very funny. Yes, the other thing I forgot to tell you, I moonlighted as Greg Papa on Saturday for the Tam San Rafael football game. Holly, I said, what the hell? We're going to let it rip. We're going to let it rip. I did not know the boys were coming back with that. I did not know.
That's awesome. Took me a second to figure out what that was.
And my color guy, Pete Searson, a great guy, but he doesn't know. Don't step on my touchdown call, buddy. Don't tell me. We had some fun. And shout out the young man, Paulie. We had a kid on the team. He had 5 sacks.
Wow.
A blocked punt.
What?
And a sack strip fumble score.
Who is this?
Yes. Look at the student body.
A lot of traffic.
See, Pete's coming in there. He
came
know.
in. He was coming in. Well, you got to give. See, if you watched Winning Time on HBO, you would know how to silence your partner in a moment like that. So Chick Hearn, it's pretty funny. They were doing this Chick Hearn scene where he was working with Pat Riley before Riley went down and started coaching. He was up there in the booth.
Yeah.
And Chick Hearn would go like this. All you streamers are going to get to enjoy this. When Chick Hearn wanted Pat Riley to stop talking, this is what he would do. He would give him what he called the fist. So he'd be in the middle of a Kareem bringing the ball up the court, sees Magic Johnson. Pat Riley would be like, well, that's a 3-2. He'd go like this. That means stop talking. So next time, you got to give him the fist.
Yes.
Yeah, right there.
Look at the student body.
You got a fist. Yeah.
By the way, I invented my call on the spot. I was pleased with it. It's touchdown Tamalpais, touchdown red-tailed Hawks.
I heard that.
There you go.
Yeah.
And by the way, they had 7 touchdowns. So as the game went on, we had 6 more of those. But that was fun. When the play was happening, I said in my brain, I'm like, I should probably get excited. It's like a big play. I was like, in my brain, I was like, sell it out, man. Just go for it. You know what I mean? Because it's a big play for a kid. A 40-yard strip sack, fumble, touchdown.
Huge.
On homecoming Saturday.
Nice.
And the fans were in the end zone reaching out to him and all that. So anyway.
And then what does everybody, I'm not even kidding when I ask this, but I would assume like everybody goes to the Deuce after that? Like everybody goes down to 2 a.m.?
Sadly, no.
No. What's the big spot? Where's the destination then?
Didn't. Everybody just disperses.
On homecoming?
Yeah.
Oh, that's shocking.
Yeah.
Wow. We do well. Okay.
Were you talking about the kids going to the
No,
Deuce?
just like all the people,
No.
the homecoming, nothing.
Sadness.
Okay. Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah, sadness.
I know,
just
right?
some sadness.
Where's the small town charm?
Yeah, like
You know what
everybody.
I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna go.
So anyway, I wish I could tell you they did.
No, just asking. I didn't know.
I had to give you the truth.
You know, it's funny.
I probably should have made it up. It's a better story if we went to the
Shout
Deuce.
out to Dave Fleming too, because speaking of your play-by-play endeavors, I was watching. I guess it was Saturday night, Saturday. I was watching the Washington game. And there was Dave. Dave Fleming's up there. And by the way, Dave is great calling football now. Yeah. Like, he's gotten so good at all the stuff he does. And then the very next day, bam, there he is. He's back to Dodger Stadium. I mean, this guy, every weekend, like, where's Flem? He'll pop up anywhere, doing any game, and then be right back to do Giants. Anyway, just compliments to Flem.
I would agree. He's
I was
fantastic.
admiring his work.
And let's be honest, man. Excuse me, guys. I was laughing too hard at that call. The Giants broadcasters are in a tough situation. You know, they're employed by the teams. They can't just bury them. And
yeah, it's really not their job.
I think
that's
Flem
not their.
Does as good a job as being honest as any of them. Like, he's pretty honest.
John Miller will sometimes too.
Miller will.
He'll say like, "That's just bad baseball."
Yeah, he will.
He'll say stuff like that
on the big picture stuff there. So anyway, that was fun. Hey, by the way, Dante Whitner joins Papa and the Waterboy today at 12:30. Dante Whitner joins Papa and the Waterboy. Okay, couple things from an NFL weekend. What's going on with the Miami Dolphins? What is going on?
And is Sean Payton going to hire like a mafia hitman to go take out members of the Dolphin organization?
Or how about his own?
He ain't happy.
His own organization too. 70 points. And if the question is, have you ever seen that in the NFL? The answer is no.
No one's ever seen that.
Unless you remember the 1966 Washington Redskins Chicago Bears game.
I can't help you with that one.
Or pardon me, New York Giants.
Yeah.
72 points in that game. I was not alive. Not alive.
None of us were.
None of us in our lifetime have seen that happen, man. Incredible. And so right now, by the way, I heard people on the way in, the national guys, Oh, Tua Tagovailoa has won the NFL MVP. I was like, whoa, easy now, easy. We're handing out MVPs at week 3? I don't think so. But is he winning Is he winning Player of the Month? Absolutely. There's no question. I mean, that's the story of the month. Paulie, do you already start thinking 49ers, Dolphins?
Little early,
Super Bowl?
little early for that. I would start, but if you held a gun to my head, I would probably say the Kansas City Chiefs. It's not that tough to say that after. Watching them play yesterday, they were basically doing like whatever they wanted to do out there. Like on offense, the Bears had absolutely no ability to even slow them down. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, the Dolphins looked incredible yesterday, but the Chiefs are more of a concern to me.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised by that.
With
Chiefs have a
Mahomes
loss
running
on their
around.
ledger, you know?
Yeah, but Mahomes
I'm going to right now say the Dolphins, to me, won the month.
Yeah.
They were playing the terrible. Your Chiefs are playing the unbelievably bad Chicago Bears.
I don't know how Bears fans deal with it, dude.
They went into this season
They-
actually hopeful.
I don't know what they
Justin
were
Fields
thinking.
was supposed to be the guy, and that was going to happen. Now they're talking. Now they've already had their D coordinator quit. There was some sort of theft at the
That's a
team
proud
headquarters.
football city too, man. They love their Bears.
Oh, actually, I had a 12U baseball scrimmage yesterday. Shout out to College of Marin. And I was talking to Dad Josh from Chicago. He said, "Oh, dude." He said, we want heads on pikes. We got Chicago dad living in the Bay.
I can imagine.
They want heads on pikes.
I mean, it's been going on way too long.
Yeah, it has. But in terms of the Dolphins, buddy, and what McDaniel's doing right now, you ready for this, buddy? I mean, yes, 70 does skew it, but they have scored 130 points in 3 games. Okay, 130 points in 3 games. By contrast, the 49ers scored 90. Okay, so 90 versus, there's no other teams close. No other teams close. The Packers have scored 80. Dude, how about the Packers? They're 2-1. The Cowboys have scored 86. Okay, the Cowboys have scored 86. The Chiefs only scored 78 in 3 games, and they're 2-1. So right now, and the Colts have scored 74. How about the Colts getting that win over the Ravens yesterday?
Yeah, real big one.
And the Bills yesterday dropped a 37-3 bomb on the Commanders.
They finally look like the Bills again for the first time this year.
Yeah, so, I mean, you're starting to get a little separation, but just right now on September 25, just put it down because February 12, I believe, is the Super Bowl. I think that's it.
It's getting pretty late.
February 12 in Vegas. Just thinking maybe it might be Marino and Montana back together again.
Well, you'd have to bring the 2 of those guys out for the coin flip or something.
Yeah. Hey, can you imagine McDaniel versus Shanahan?
Oh, man.
And, so you get some dry McDaniel during Super Bowl week. But, of course, we're getting way ahead of ourselves. You better worry about the Arizona Cardinals.
That's what I'm saying.
Better the Arizona Cardinals
Dallas,
first.
yeah.
All right, guys. So and by the way, shout out to the Jerry Maguire Army that came in. You guys all had great thoughts, including shout-outs to the late, great Glenn Fry as the Cardinals owner.
Dude.
That was fantastic.
Glenn Fry.
The male nanny, who was the judgmental,
I don't remember
low-key
that guy.
who
I
gives
don't
Cruz
remember.
the Coltrane and Miles Davis to play in the seduction scene.
Nice.
Who later showed up in High Fidelity. And somebody said,
Oh, yes, dude. That guy, yes.
Don't forget the nude Rod Tidwell. And Cruz said, are you going to go to a towel at some point? He goes, no, man, I air dry.
Are you going to go to a towel?
And of course,
you gonna towel
yes,
up?
the human head weighs 8 pounds, as 415 says for sure. And 916 says, Jerry O'Connell is the actor who plays Cush.
You guys are on fire.
And a lot of people checking in on Jay Moore saying, Paulie, since you're such a Jay Moore winning time head, you should know that he married Jeannie Buss.
Correct. I heard that recently. And by the way, the final Jay Moore note I'll give you, Murph, is he went to high school about 20 minutes away from my high school.
Was he a Jersey guy?
In New Jersey, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. And 510 finally says, hey, guys, look on the bright side. At least we'll have Gabe's off-season non-baseball Instagram updates from
I don't know if I'm looking forward to that right now.
All right. What you are looking forward to is the hum babies.
Yeah.
And the bum
Lots
babies.
of them, too.
Monday morning tradition. Your work week starts, your weekend ends. Hum babies, bum babies. Next on the Sports Leader.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. It's funny you mentioned Amici's. Jimmy G was talking San Francisco pizza. We'll have to get into a little bit of that. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. There you go. Hey, everybody. Good morning. It's the Murph and Mac Show on a September 25 Monday. No Niner football yesterday. We all enjoyed a wonderful weekend. By the way, beautiful weather. It was supposed to rain. I don't see.
That's what I heard too. I took issue with that. I said I don't see a damn cloud in the sky. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I mean,
but they're talking rain. Yeah,
they're talking, but I haven't seen it.
I got no evidence of rain.
It's not only always sunny in Philadelphia. It's always sunny at the Murph and Mac Show here.
And shout out Bobby Weir. Looks like rain.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
our regular board op / voice, Marcus Boucher, is going to go 10-2 today.
Murph, tell me the truth. Do you miss Marcus Boucher? I do too. Yeah, nothing against you, Tripoli, but I miss Marcus.
I miss the whole family.
I miss the whole dynamic, yeah.
It's kind of like, I mean, how'd you feel?
We miss you when you're not here.
When there were substitute teachers, wasn't your day a little off?
We like that. We used to have a good time with subs, yeah.
Didn't you make one retire?
Well, that was our Spanish teacher, Mrs. Alterman. I feel bad now.
And you do honestly feel bad.
As an adult, yeah, because we put her
a few times I think Polly's ever
shown some contrition, yeah. No, she didn't deserve that. We were out of control. We were totally out of control. And I feel bad now.
We got young Greg Silver, OG, the original Greg, in. We'll see how he did on Hums and Bums. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Here's the deal. Every week we rotate. This is the week for Polly Mac to tell you who the winners are in this world. Because in this world, as Tom Cruise said in his climactic scene, we live in a cynical cynical world, as he said right before she said, you had me at hello.
Oh,
and
see,
everybody was
you know what I
crying.
mean?
Babies, Paulie.
Yeah.
There are winners.
Okay.
There are winners.
Yes, man.
And the winners include your list of 3. What do we got, buddy?
You guys are making me laugh. All right, well, we got some good ones today, actually. We'll start you with, how about this, Murph? A truly historic, record-breaking hum baby in those Miami Dolphins, dropping a nuclear bomb on the Denver Broncos to the tune of, if you guys were out of town, maybe you're up at Tahoe, you're hiking up in the Redwood. I don't know what you were doing, but if you just got back, you didn't see any games, Miami scored 70 points. 70 points. Mike McDaniel's Dolphins dropped a 70 burger, dude. A 70 burger on Sean Payton's Denver Broncos. I don't know if I've ever seen Sean Payton look so unhappy as I did in the postgame. We'll get to that in a minute. But anyway, your final score, Murph, did they cover the spread? They won by 50. You know what I'm saying?
The Dolphins minus 48.
By the way, what was the spread? Does anybody know? I'd be fascinated to know what that spread was. In any case, they won 70-20. That's the most points in NFL.
I can tell you. Yes, go ahead.
I am curious. But that's the most points scored in the NFL since 1966. Also, just 2 points shy of tying the all-time NFL regular season record. That was 72 points from the then Washington Redskins. Oh, and by the way, Triple E coming in with the Miami -6.
Yeah.
So I would say,
opened at 6.5.
I guess
the money went Denver's way. How about that?
Boy, Denver's a mess. Anyway, 50 points. That'll cover the 6-point spread, I'd say. So where were we? Oh, the 72 points. That was the old record for the record for the Washington Redskins at the time. They beat the New York Giants. That game was played in 1966. Hell yeah. Shout out Rubber Soul from the Beatles, also in 66. Murph, get your kicks on Route 66. I'll go all day. Anyway, they are the 4th team in NFL history to score at least 70 points in a regular season or playoff game. Tua Tagovailoa threw 4 touchdowns. Raheem Mostert having a nice year.
Raheem?
Yeah,
Mostert.
Yeah, he had a real nice game last week, too. In any case, he gets 3 touchdowns, caught another one. Rookie Devon A-Chain ran for 203 on 18 carries, rushing for touchdowns, caught 2 more touchdowns. Baby, oh baby. So the Leaping Dolphins on the helmet was awfully happy yesterday.
Play action fake to her, back to throw, looking over the middle, wide open. Tyreek Hill to 20, the 10, the 5, touchdown, Miami. Back to throw Tua, flips it out to Mosher, 20, 15, then 10, 5, touchdown, his 4th of the day.
Raheem Mostert using the blocks, running down the sideline, cuts back inside. He's got himself another touchdown. What a great start to this season for Raheem Mostert. Wow.
Barrios in motion, the pitch to A-Chain. Off the left side, 40, 50, he's gone. 30, nobody's going to catch the A-Chain. Touchdown, Miami.
Jimmy, you can't make this up. They make this extra point. They're going to 70 points on the day.
In an NFL game. You don't see that every
8 minutes left.
I'm so proud of everyone. I want you guys to enjoy it, but keep it in perspective. It is a 3rd win. We care about our standard, and our standard only.
Hey, y'all, boy. We got to keep building this, man. Hey, fans on 3, 1, 2, 3. Fans. Woo!
Well, some sound there from the winning locker room. Did you happen to catch, Murph, any of the Sean Payton press afterwards? He
I did. We'll get to that in just a sec here. That was Mike McDaniels.
Yeah.
And by the way, Mike McDaniel. Who? So it's Josh McDaniels, Mike McDaniel. Mike.
Who? There's a couple of them out there.
The point is that watch the feeding frenzy on fantasy football waiver wires for Devon A-Chain. By the way, rookie out of nowhere, 18 carries, 203 yards. To your point about Peyton, though, I think we actually have that.
I'd like to. Yeah, we should play it.
This is a guy, he's a proud man, Sean Payton.
I know. This guy's a Super Bowl champ.
And here he is dealing with the reporter saying, hey, man, do you realize you gave up 70? Here.
I know that you said it's embarrassing, but this is kind of an historic game.
I'm more.
3rd time the team has scored 70 points over 7.
What's the question?
I mean,
What's the question?
How do you feel about it being
I just finished telling you.
Historically embarrassing.
Next question.
You know what I'm saying? Bro, I feel for my man Sean Payton. That's it. You know what? Murph and I had a really enjoyable conversation with him up at Edgewood a few years ago. And ever since then, I'm like, you know what? I roll with Sean Payton. He's a good guy.
Next question.
And I remember the bounty against the Niners. You don't have to remind me of all that. I know. But I'm saying we enjoyed the guy. And, boy, he'll exact his revenge at some point. Mark my words, Sean Payton will never forget this.
There's also lineman Garrett Bowles, who, by the way, it just dawned on me. I think it's my buddy's cousin. My buddy, Mysterious EB, I think this is his cousin. That's kind of funny. I've actually known my buddy One of my dear pals, his cousin plays for the Broncos. I think this is the guy, Garrett Bowles. Did you see that? Yeah, would you see the sadness of him in the locker room, Paulie?
No, I have not seen that.
He's sitting in his locker. Take a listen here.
Right now, what are the emotions like going through your head personally?
It's tired of losing, man. I've been here for 7 years, and all I've done is lost, and it's frustrating.
Well, unless you're going to get a lot of unhappy Broncos in there, and the whole Russell Wilson at Denver thing really not working out so far. Anyway, more hum babies
Broncos
to get to.
country?
Yeah,
Let's rock.
It's been a tough ride for Curls out there. We'll see how the rest of the year goes. A lot of football left. Murph, on to other hum babies. Listen, I never thought I'd say this, but the day has finally come. I'm saying it. I'm going to go ahead and say it. The Arizona Cardinals. They're hum babies. You guys believe I just said that?
No, I
don't think that's ever been uttered. The entire run that Murph and I have had on the air, I don't think I've ever said this. So you guys are out there going, Paulie Mack, Cardinals say what?
Remember the Larry Fitzgerald team that made the Super Bowl?
I do.
Yeah, there you go. They should have won that game, too.
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah. But anyway, this team widely considered to be one of the worst, if not the worst, in the NFL by a pretty good margin. They show up Sunday and beat the Dallas Cowboys. It's a true story. We saw it happen. Arizona 28, Dallas Cowboys 16. It happened in the desert. There's something weird about that desert. They got the UFOs out there. A lot of weird stuff happening. Journeyman quarterback Joshua Dobbs rolls out here, gets his first NFL win as a starter on that great Dallas defense. And meanwhile, Arizona scored on their first 5 possessions against that great Dallas defense. Crazy stuff going on in the desert. A defense missing star cornerback Trayvon Diggs, by the way, unfortunately tore his ACL. He's out for the year. He hurt himself in practice last week. So the Cardinals, by the way, Murph, they never trailed in this game. Dallas totally imploded. They had 107 yards in penalties. And this Cardinal team led the Giants by 21 last week. Don't forget that. So they can put points on the board. Now, that was a bad loss for them. But talk about a bounce-back game. Murph, are the Cardinals coming to Levi's as a dangerous squad? Let's review the evidence.
See if Prater's still got it in him from 62. A line drive. Oh, he hit it! Line drive shot from 62 yards.
Dobbs looking to pass. Receiver there, and it is caught for an Arizona touchdown. Boy, Dobbs just got enough on it to get it to Brown, who was able to extend the hand, secure the catch, and going at Stephon Gilmore again. Prescott with time, firing end zone, picked off in the end zone. Kaiser White. And White slamming the door on any thoughts of a Cowboy comeback. First interception thrown this season by Prescott, and it's a big one.
To be where we were the past couple weeks, right, in the fourth quarter with leads and not being able to pull it out, it's been tough to go back, watch the film, knowing we've been that close. So I think this is a great moment for us, knowing how to finish, right, how each offense, defense, special teams complement one another. Defense got a tremendous interception to keep it a 2-possession game. We were able to finish the game running the ball on offense. So it was just a great team win. It means a lot. As I said, we got some more work to do, but this one's definitely special.
Boy, the greatest Dobbs since Lou, I guess. You got Joshua Dobbs out here.
Lou Dobbs.
Yeah, shout out Lou Dobbs getting it done, double B. In any case, Murph, there it is.
Dude, that guy's in your face this Sunday.
Yeah, he's coming at you. I actually thought he looked pretty good. Did you see any of that game? They showed the second half. They went over to it yesterday.
That was at a 12U scrimmage.
Oh, that's right.
Scrimmage. This guy came out of Tennessee, drafted by the Steelers in the 4th round of the 2017 draft. Has never won as a starter. This guy's been with the Steelers, Jags, Steelers again, Browns, Lions, Titans, Browns, now Cardinals.
Well, you got
8 different stops.
That is going to be a very, very confident team coming into Levi's. Murph mentioned the history as Kyle Shanahan has had with the Cardinals. He's 3-3 all time against the Cardinals. Here they come now off a huge win. They're going to be flying around the field. Just heads up. This
guy Dobbs majored in aerospace engineering.
So wow,
in college.
See. He's one of those guys like Brian May from Queen.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's like a rocket scientist and a guitar player, rocket scientist and a quarterback. These guys are out there, Murph. Hey, I got time for one more hum baby. I kind of got to do this. I feel like it's my duty as a Paulie Mack on the Murph and Mack Show to bring you this kind of information. Murph, how do you feel about this headline? It's been a wacky day so far on the Hums and Bums. All these hums are a little unusual. Dolphins scoring 70. The Arizona Cardinals are hum babies. Now I'm coming in with this. Ready for this? How about this? Travis and Taylor rock Arrowhead. That's my hum baby. How do you guys feel about that?
You talking about Tay-Tay?
Yeah, Murph. Taylor Swift has become, she's part of the Hum Baby list today. I never thought I'd say it, but it's now a reality. Let's walk through it. So it looks like the Kansas City Chiefs tight end, superstar, funny guy, saw him on SNL, made me laugh a whole bunch of times, Travis Kelce. He said, you know what, I'm going to roll the dice out here, and I'm going to ask if I can date Taylor Swift. Sounds like Taylor Swift has accepted that invitation. I think your boy, he might be hitting some pay dirt here when it comes to Taylor Swift. The world's biggest pop star shows up in the Kelce family suite. She's got the colors on. The nails are painted red. She's wearing red sleeves.
She had like a Chiefs windbreaker tied around her waist.
It's like a whole Chiefs theme she's doing there.
The red lipstick.
And by the way, here's my first question. Murph, and I'm not even kidding about this, how long does it take before she writes a track about Travis Kelce, or does it have to happen after they break up?
A texter came in early and said she's doing this strictly for the bars.
A lot of people are saying
her first track will be "I Sat with Your Mom." I sat with your mom. That was a texter who wrote that.
Actually, have you heard her new single? Look What You Made Me Do to Your Mom. That's a new one. Anyway, Murph, there she was. She had all the gear on. She was in the suite with the Kelce family. Crazy stuff. And meanwhile, they're all enjoying it, watching it. Apparently, she dropped an F-bomb. The camera's caught.
Did.
Yeah, she did. Catching an F-bomb.
She went Tom Brady.
As the Chiefs just beat down the Chicago Bears. Final score 41-10. T-Swizzle was laughing. She was cheering. She's high-fiving Kelce's mom, Donna. She's shouting, let's
It's clear as day. She said, I mean,
let's blank
you don't got to be a PhD in lip reading.
Now, do all the Swifties today start sending out F-bombs on Twitter to follow their hero? Anyway, Kelce caught that touchdown pass from Mahomes. She went nuts. The duo later walked by the cameras. That's a big moment right there.
That was the big moment. Did you check out that look he was sporting?
Well, listen, he can do what he wants at this point. Whatever he wants to do. Murph, they're headed off into that Kansas City night.
They got into a convertible and drove away.
Do you think they went to that neighborhood that that kid was going to? We shared the cab with after Game 7 of the World Series. What were they called? The Gaslight. What was the name of that neighborhood? Gaslight. No,
warehouse.
Something
like the warehouse.
Yeah, there was this one little area.
Did they go back to Kelsey's mansion?
I don't know. Where do you go? That's what I'm saying. Where do you go in Kansas City? What do you do?
What's the convo like?
Go get some barbecue?
Yeah,
I don't know.
They get back to the house.
It's not famous for nightlife.
Does he have NFL Network highlights on?
I want to show you. He'd be like, "This baby, come back. I want to show you my big screen." I don't know. I don't know what happens. But anyway, Travis Kelce is on the Hum Baby list with Taylor Swift. I'm saying it, Murph. It's that kind of Monday. Miami Dolphins scoring 70. Arizona Cardinal football beating the Dallas Cowboys.
We got sound, buddy.
My bad. I jumped the gun. Excuse me. Let's do it. Let's walk through it. My bad. Yeah.
It's life, baby. It's life. I threw it out there. I threw the ball in her court. And, I told her, maybe I've seen you rock the stage in Arrowhead. You might have to come see me rock a stage in Arrowhead and see which one's a little more lit. So we'll see what happens in the near future.
I mean, I think the secret's out. Who's she here to see?
She is there. Whatever that means, she will see what we hope is a fantastic contest.
11th play of the drive. Mahomes lofting end zone. There it is. A touchdown to Kelce.
Do you realize how much pressure there was on you today from the Swifties to get Travis Kelce a touchdown with Taylor in the house today?
Yeah, I heard she was in the house.
Did you feel it? Did you feel the pressure, Patrick?
I felt a little bit of pressure. And so I knew I had to get it to Trav. And, of course, it's on a route that Travis, he does his own thing and just makes up a route and I throw it to him. So I think he wanted to get in the end zone just as much as all the Swifties wanted him to.
Look at these young lads, the 30 and under crowd out there repping the Taylor Swift generation. Our two youngsters on the show, they're getting down with "You Belong with Me."
We've got some other intel.
She wears whatever short skirts. I'm into T-shirts, and it's about the contrast between the regular gal who's going to get the football player versus the snobby, preppy, popular girl.
I understand.
Yeah, so,
these are the things I consider at night. Murph, I got to shout out 760. He goes, you guys are talking about the Power and Light District in Kansas City. I get
that's it, buddy.
That happened in the neighborhood. So thank you for that. And I guess thank you, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
What do you make of this, buddy? We for the 710 crowd,
it's a big moment.
We talked about this as carrying on a great tradition of the great athlete and the famous either actress / pop star. And we obviously Madonna.
Well, we said, though,
Jose Canseco, Madonna, and Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, but you got to pay your respects, and you got to go all the way back to the beginning.
Yo, what's up, OG, triple OG, OG, triple.
And of course, we're talking about Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe. That's ground zero. That's when that's like discovering.
You call that the moon landing of celebrity.
It's like discovering fire for the first time.
We had Terry Bradshaw and JoJo Starbuck. Remember that one for a while?
We'll take it. We'll accept that one too.
Joe Montana and Jennifer in the Gillette commercial. commercial, was it, or whatever? The shaving cream commercial?
There's a lot, man. I mean, Derek Jeter with all the starlets he was with, of course.
Minka Kelly comes to mind.
Famously, very famously.
But this one, I got to say.
This is about as big as it gets now.
Taylor Swift has achieved sort of Michael Jackson level of stardom,
Well,
right?
I would say this. It reminds me of like when Madonna got into that, and she was dating Rodman, and she was dating Anthony Mason, she was dating Mark Messier.
Well, I was talking to a guy this weekend who was, somehow Brian Shaw came up. He goes, yeah, remember he was with Madonna. I was like, she was with Brian Shaw? I mean, man, she
enjoyed athletes. Yeah, she enjoyed her athletes.
Far and wide there.
But this is a different kind of thing now because Taylor Swift has that kind of pure.
Does Kelsey have the sizzle to carry a Tay-Tay? Like to be... Is he cool enough? Does he have enough swag?
I think he does.
What I say, does he have that, as she sings in the song, style? You've got that James Dean whatever thing going. Does he have that going on? You know what I mean?
I think he does. I think he does. He's got it.
They never go out of style, Travis and Tay-Tay.
But again, I maintain, how is he going to maintain that high profile? That's like a full-time job. Dating somebody like Taylor Swift.
They both know this is a short-term deal, right?
Remember like in Entourage when Vinny would be sitting in his agent's office, Ari Gold, and they basically script out every move the kid makes.
Do you think both camps arranged this? Kelsey camp and the Swift camp?
It's a legitimate question.
Like
it
the
really
agents
is.
got involved?
Like PR firms are involved.
And then they made sure to walk past the cameras.
You know what we can do? We can send Taylor to the game, and then we'll send him out to the cameras afterwards. That'll be like...
OG, as you continue to learn your craft, I would have included the Taylor Swift, hey... to the cameras on the sound package. Do you have that? Because the only sound as they're walking past the camera, she drops a hey.
Right.
And that hey means a lot.
And then it's off to go see the big screen.
There it is.
Yeah, but anyway, listen, I got to tell you, it's all part of a very unusual Hum Baby compilation today.
70 points and Taylor Swift?
All part
of the Arizona Cardinals?
All on the same list.
And aerospace engineering quarterbacks?
You need to bring us back to reality with some bums.
Yeah, I'm going to come in with some salt.
Crazy.
I'm going to come in with some salt and some cynicism. We live in a cynical world. Bum Babies coming your way next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
How you doing, baby?
Hey.
How you doing?
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, everybody, Paulie Mack saying good morning, and thank you for listening to Murph and Mac. Hope you guys had great weekends. Want to bring in my good friend Steve Moskowitz. Kick off this Monday morning with a little tax talk. Steve, hope you had a great weekend. As we're waking up on this Monday morning, what are we going to get into today? What are we talking about, Steve?
Can I use some harsh language on the radio?
Sure, I encourage it, yes.
IRS audits.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they happen. So does the state do audits, too.
Okay.
But if it does, it's like being pulled over by a cop. It doesn't mean that something bad's going to happen.
Right.
And our job is to defend you, regardless of whether you think you are the most innocent person on the planet, or if upon reflection you've done some things you wish you hadn't. We're defense attorneys. We're here for you. You have all kinds of rights. It's not the IRS auditor's job to tell you about that. It's like a boxing match. He's there to win. We're there to win. We're there to exercise all of your rights, and you have so many of them. We'll explain that to you when you call us, and we want you to have the best result, regardless of what you may have done, within the bounds of the law.
I love it. Take it right to Steve Moskowitz. If the IRS reaches out, taps you on the shoulder for any reason, go right to Steve. Let him handle this. It's way beyond our pay grade. That's why you need to call 1-888-TAX-DEAL or visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know the deal. Hum babies and bum babies. Man, Paulie Mack already racked up the hum babies. He gave it to the 70-point Mike McDaniel Dolphins. To the Arizona Cardinals. What?
I know.
They're coming to Levi's like, we just beat the Cowboys.
Wow.
Watch out, guys. That'll be a theme this week. And then, of course, he gives it to Travis and Tay-Tay.
I kind of felt
T.
like
Swizzle and T. Kelsey.
Can I make an admission?
As hum babies for rockin' Arrowhead.
Yes. I have a confession to make. The only reason I put Taylor Swift and Kelsey on that hum baby list today is because I was fearful for my safety. How would the Swifties react if I didn't?
True.
I do have like kind of a phobia about her fan base. I hear like they're very aggro. They'll come to your house and
they will
light stuff on fire.
They will.
Yeah,
and they would have. By the way, thanks to the text line, always filling us out on other great celebrities. Madonna, Andre Agassi. Although I thought Agassi was with Barbara Streisand.
Well, Madonna went all around.
There is a couple of anti-Taylor Swift texts, but I got to tell you, you're going to lose this one because Tay-Tay she's running the world right now. Jessica Simpson, Tony Romo.
Good one.
Rodman, Carmen Electra.
Great one. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you pointed out, how did we forget maybe the biggest since DiMaggio, Marilyn Monroe, Tommy and Giselle.
Yeah, that's worldwide. That's
Tommy
right there.
Giselle.
Yeah, that's worldwide.
So there you go, guys. There you go. Thank you guys for those inspirations. All right, bum babies, man. Listen, I mean, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I mean, it's a wrap, right? It's a wrap. But you got to put them on the bum baby list. I mean, because they are truly bumming everybody out.
For real, yeah.
We love our baseball team. We want to fill Oracle Park at 3rd and King with black and orange towels in October and
good cheer.
And excitement. And instead,
and passion.
Yet another road loss stamps a bum baby road trip for the Giants. That's a wrap, kids. A 10-inning, 3-2 loss to the Dodgers in L.A. on Sunday Night Baseball closes out a 2-8 road trip that drops your Giants to 77 wins and 79 losses. That's coincidentally the same record as the bloated SC San Diego Padres, who, by the way, are in town tonight. The winner of this game pulls ahead in the standings. There's something called a tragic number. It's the opposite of the magic number, so it's a combination of wins and losses in which you'll be eliminated.
Yeah.
The tragic number is 2, meaning if the Cubs win 1 and the Giants lose 1, it's over, baby.
And I got to say, if I could do some ill-advised humor, Murph, it's an appropriate number for this team.
And 2? Oh, I got you.
You got it, magic number 2,
By the way, I'm so sorry to have wakened you from your slumber, but it's over.
Yes.
While the beat writers are circling at the door, you're getting some deep dives from Andy Baggerly and Susan Slusser. Slusser's talking about the psychology of the team being damaged by the platoon culture. You got Baggerly talking about Kapler, even though he's liked individually by the players, not having the clubhouse as a whole. Is the manager's job safe? These are the questions that are being asked. Meanwhile, here's the sound of silence from Dodger Stadium.
Okay.
3 men on, 2 men out. Here's the pitch. Struck it out swinging. Sharp slider, perfectly placed. Came in at the knees and broke down and out of the strike zone. The Giants leave them loaded. They've stranded 9 runners in the game now. He throws. Bailey hits a ball that hits Miller, ricochets to short. Taylor has it, steps on the bag for 1, throws to first, got him double play. And the Giants get nothing. A ball took a big ricochet, and Chris Taylor jumped up behind second, snared it, ran to the bag, and then with Bailey running, had time to throw to first. Freddie Freeman pulled it out of the dirt and saved the double play. So the Giants do not score. Taylor, line drive into right center field, and that will end the game. It's going to bounce all the way to the wall. Rosario scores, and the Dodgers walk off the Giants in the Giants' final road game of this 2023 season. And in a lot of ways, it ends the way that so many have gone down the stretch. The Giants have just collapsed as a team on the road. And their final road game of the year ends in agony.
There's no question that this last part of the season and for a little while, it's been a little bit disappointing to see the results that we've had on the field. So acknowledging that, also acknowledging that there's still time. Obviously the math is not in our favor, but there's a chance that we make a really good run here at the end. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, that was on Sunday pregame with John Miller. I mean, no, Gabe. Come on. Don't take me to the trough and tell me it's raining, if you know what I mean.
The math is not on our side.
No, that's a 2-8 roadie. They're 6-28. Listen, this is stuff we're going to get into in the deep dives going forward, but the idea that Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi are back to run this team again next year is something we need to discuss.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I have a question for you. Do you think that their lack of activity at the training deadline kind of defeated the spirit of this team? I'm just asking.
I think it played a role.
I do too.
Yeah, I do. I think it played a role. Let's move on to Bum Baby number 2. I hate to do this. I hate to turn on our guy.
What guy?
Oh, my God. Making ladies dance, wearing Niners pants.
Hummalabibala.
Franchise. Where,
talking Italian? We are talking Italian.
Where you at?
I know. Yeah.
He throw that ball.
Hey, where you at, franchise?
Feels great, baby.
Yeah, the charm.
Right, guys.
How about if I say, Paulie, feels great? Bum, baby.
Oh, that's
Jimmy Garoppolo.
You got to do Jimmy like that.
Sunday night on national TV. Not 1, not 2, 3 interceptions in a bad loss at home to the lowly Steelers, 23-18. Now, Brock Purdy put up 30 on the Steelers. Late in the game, Jimmy G had 7 on the Steelers, and then there was a meaningless touchdown late. He also had a bad moment, one of those moments where a lot of Jimmy G critics used to talk about him hanging out receivers over to dry. He hung out Devontae to get whacked over the middle with a misfire pass. It's a tough deal.
Nah.
The Raiders are 1-2. Steeler fans invaded Vegas. The Raiders had to go to the silent count in their home stadium.
By the way, I'm not saying Jimmy shouldn't be a bum, but anybody take a look at that O-line in front of him? Ouch.
Jim Garoppolo looking lost and making the bum baby list.
Pocket collapses around him and he throws an interception. Levi Wallace cut in front of it and comes up with the turnover. Pass here. Garoppolo's got time. Only 2 receivers downfield. Throws it up for grabs and it's intercepted. Patrick Peterson comes up with the pick. What will Garoppolo do? Deep down the field and put it up for grabs. Adams gets the yards. It is intercepted. Wallace gets the 2 feet down. He's got another pick. And the Steelers going to come away with the victory.
I mean, I thought we, you have 2 choices there. You try to make it a 5-point game where you have an opportunity to win it with a touchdown if you get the ball back, or you try to, go for it there. And then if you happen to convert, then you got to make the 2-point conversion, all the rest of it. So, just as are the decisions you got to make. I thought we did a decent job of putting ourselves in 3rd down there the next series with the defense to try to have a play to get off the field, and we didn't handle that play very well.
That was Josh McDaniels talking about the ridiculous decision to kick a field goal down 8.
They actually had a chance to tie that game right then. They were on the 8-yard line. No, bring out the field goal. It just didn't make any sense to me.
It's all bad, and McDaniels is bad, and the Raiders are bad. They're 1-2, and Jimmy G looks terrible. He looks lost.
Poor Jimmy.
He does.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Waterboy, I know you're listening, Marcus. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, sorry.
There it is. Those are low. Your levels are low on those there, buddy. So anyway, point being, it's a bum baby situation.
It is.
Marcus actually checking in right now on the text line.
Oh, good. What's he saying?
Saying Jimmy G and Josh McDaniels, 2 peas in a bum pod.
Hey, Marcus, don't get too bummed out. You only have 14 more games.
By the way, in addition to everything else, Jimmy G lost a little favor here in the Bay Area.
Okay.
Melissa Stark was reporting about the move to Vegas and how Jimmy G brings his brothers with him everywhere. And that Melissa Stark's report included the Garoppolo brothers making a comment about San Francisco pizza and Vegas pizza. Here it is. Yeah.
The team is very blue collar and hardworking, just like their family. And the best part of being in Vegas is the pizza. It's so much better than it was in San Francisco. They are Italian.
Whoa.
You know what?
Whoa.
See, I'm going to take issue with that.
Whoa.
First of all, I ate pizza when I was in Vegas.
Whoa.
I went to Vegas to go see the Stones in 21. That was 2021. Okay, so I was walking around that. Yeah, there you go. Me and Greg. Good gig, by the way. Really good gig. Midnight Rambler. Great one. I ate pizza before the gig with my buddy Winks, and it was nothing to write home about. Let me tell you that right now. So my one and only pizza encounter in Las Vegas was less than satisfactory. Obviously, the Garoppolo brothers have never been to Giorgio's. For Murph's sake, you got to shout out Amici's.
Do I want to say that this entire segment is sponsored by Amici's? Come on, man.
You should.
Hey, Jimmy G, let's go to Amici's together like gentlemen. Let's go.
Yep.
And, of course, Greg Papa would tell you your boy Tony.
I'm not even kidding when I say, like, I am actually slightly upset that he said that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not
Well, he's
an
a
act.
bum baby.
Like, not an act.
It's so much better than it was in San Francisco. They are Italian.
Since when did Vegas become a hub of great pizza?
By the way, 831 with a great line. So when Patrick Peterson, the Steelers, said he had the tells on Purdy, he actually had been looking at the different film. He was looking at Jimmy G's film. When he said he had the tells. Yeah. See, 408 says, I love Jimmy G, but I'm happy those interceptions are for the Raiders.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so also, by the way, people checking in on more famous sports couples. Don't forget Justin Verlander, Kate Upton.
Great
Justin
one.
Verlander,
Yeah,
Kate.
really good
but
one.
But again, nobody's as big as Taylor Swift. That's what we're going with. She's numero uno in the book. Like she's like 100x bigger than Kate Upton. You know
This
what I mean?
this one is for Murph, especially if I can remember her name. The Ray Knight and the woman.
Nancy
Lopez. Thank
That's
you.
incredible.
Nancy Lopez,
by the way.
dude.
And finally, bum baby number 3. I hate to do it because we all enjoy him, but Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes, Deion Sanders.
It's over, Johnny.
Ouch. One word, ouch. A 42-6 beatdown in Eugene ended the early season fairy tale for Deion Sanders. By the way, it was 35-0 at half. It was over, baby. T.O. even flew in to see him. Phil Knight greeted him, and everything was great, but Shedeur Sanders was sacked 7 times. He was through for just 159 yards. They missed their two-way star, Travis Hunter. You heard it on the forecast.
You did.
You heard
did
it on
say
the forecast.
It. Yeah.
By the way, it continues. They got USC next.
That's a tough one.
They got USC next. And also, Dan Lanning, the Oregon couch, kind of taking shots at him pregame. They go for clicks. We go for wins. We speak with our helmet, man. So anyway, here it is, the bum baby package. Lanning, Oregon touchdowns, and Coach Prime after the game.
The Cinderella story is over, man. Right? They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins. There's a difference. Right? There's a difference. Right? This game ain't going to be played in Hollywood. It's going to be played on the grass.
Whittington into the end zone for a Ducks touchdown. Knicks quarterback run and then a throw, and then getting into the end zone is Casey Kelly. Shedeur backing up again, taken down again. Knicks strong arms it, and with these, Troy Franklin. He's going to run it. Knicks inside the 5 and inside the end zone.
Felt like a lot of people were watching this game to see what would happen with Colorado, forgetting just how good of a team Oregon is. Dan Lanning delivered that message to his team all week, pregame, kept his foot on the gas. That is an impressive win.
Honestly and candidly, you better get me right now. This is the worst we're going to be. Now, I got messengers. God bless him, though, man. He's a great coach. He did a great job. God bless him. He can take their shots. They won. I don't shoot. I don't do that. They won.
There it is. He was mostly pretty good. He goes, no excuses. We got our butts
What
whooped,
can
and
he
we'll take
say?
it.
Yeah, what's he going to
But
say?
he is saying, hey, then you got to say, hey, this is the worst we'll ever be, and we'll come back. So there it is. They got SC again on Saturday.
Well, Arizona State gave USC a pretty tough night, so maybe. You'll see.
There's your bum babies, Paulie. We're going to go, obviously, the Giants finishing up a 2-8 road trip. Jimmy G's 3 picks at home against the Steelers and the pizza shots fired.
I didn't like that.
And then Coach Prime taking a beat down. And Triple E trying to, as he called it, tail my picks, meaning he hears my pick and goes the other way. Excuse me. Were you on the show last year when I was like plus 10? What does tail mean then? It means you're following me? Oh, then you said you took
retract
Colorado.
that whole riff then.
But my pick was Oregon, buddy. You dummy.
What we got?
I took Oregon and laid the points.
Wait, so what's
that? Kid got the pick wrong, you dummy.
See, you can't tell him if you don't get the right pick.
The one I got wrong was Oregon State. That was the one I got wrong.
Did you just invent that term?
1-1, yeah.
Tailing? Is that something you just invented? No. Okay.
I went with Colorado. I went with Oregon. I laid the points. I said the O-lines and the D-lines couldn't measure up, and sure enough, he got sacked 7 times.
Actually, I should ask Triple E, do you know what tailing is? Because maybe not. You didn't do it right.
David Beckham and Spice Girl. There's another one for you. David Beckham and Spice Girl, all right? Brooke Shields and Andre Agassi. Steffi Graf and Andre, all these. But listen, again, Taylor Swift's Michael Jackson, right? I mean, it's as big as that. So, all right, Mike Krukow and The Big Hit and Tim Ryan all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
You know what I got to do? I got to hook my producer Triple E up with Prize Picks. Get him over there so he can stop tailing Murph and start putting his own bets down. You can't follow the other guys. Listen very carefully to this ad, and then you might be on the road to great success with Prize Picks. That's where you go to test your football skills. You can win up to 25 times your money. In fact, this football season over at Prize Picks, all you do is select 2 or more players. You predict on their projection with a wide variety of statistics, and you place your entry. That's it. That's all you got to do. Could be yardage, could be completions, could be any number of statistical categories. That's all it is. It's very easy. And if you have the skills, you could turn $10 into $250 pretty easily with just a few taps. We're talking about easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options. All of these are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So when you're ready to test your skills, join the Prize Picks community of over 7 million football fans. They're already over there signed up and rocking and rolling. Right now, Prize Picks is going to match your first deposit up to $100. Visit prizepicks.com/leader. prizepicks.com/leader, as in KNBR 680, the sports leader. Again, leader's your code word, and again, the first deposit match will be $100. It's Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
I was talking about Provident Credit Union and your money, because we have an incredible money-saving tip, a money-savvy tip that's about to boost your wallet game. Ready for an investment that's all about your terms? Look no further than the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union, the ultimate way to grow your savings your way. With the Pick a Term certificate, you're in charge. Whether you're thinking 3, 6, 9, or 12 months, you're getting an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me right, 4.75%. So whether you're chasing short-term goals or dreaming big for the long haul, this certificate hands you the financial reins. But don't wait too long. This amazing offer won't stick around forever. Snag it before it's gone. Just head to providentcu.org for all the details and to apply today. That raise effective September 14, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providentcu.org for more details.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high, he hits it deep, it's out of here. Adios, pelota, gone!
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Visit NorCalHondaDealers.com on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, football talk. Dante Whitner joins Papa and the Waterboy today at 12:30. Baseball talk right now with Mike Krukow as the Giants finish up a 2-8 road trip. The tragic number is down to 2. They host the San Diego Padres tonight. A lot to talk about. So, Mike, it has not gone well. We do these 3 times a week, and every time I say good morning, how are you? I'm always wondering, really, how are we as Giants fans? So, Mike, good morning.
Hey, Kruk.
How are you?
Yeah, good. On to the last homestand, and the Padres tonight, who are absolutely in heat, which should be an interesting series. It'd be nice to slow them down and win a series, close out, and play good ball the rest of the way, and see where it all falls. But interesting weekend down in L.A. There was an article today that was written by Andrew Baggerly, and it talked about the desirability of potential free agents that might not want to come to San Francisco, and I had to laugh at that, which it was the whole article and whatnot. And I had a fan send me a text message over the weekend saying, I don't even know how you fix this. And I had to think about that, and I said, well, you have good pitching. Good pitching. When you have good pitching, you got a big part of the recipe to solve this. And the other is an obvious. Fix your defense. The defense this year, right now, you think about what we've watched, you have 6 guys with leg injuries, from Lamont Wade Jr. to Yastrzemski to Conforto to Crawford to Slater. Who am I forgetting? I forget. Anyway, there's 6 guys, and we look at they're being told, don't go 100% out of the box, don't run home. Wilmer Flores, they're being told, don't run hard out of the box because you don't want to aggravate a further leg injury. Well, we're aware of what it means on the base pass, but think about what it means to the defense. It's cutting your defensive range, and how does it look when you compare the defense that the Giants are throwing out there with their range or lack of, when you compare it to what we see in Arizona, which arguably is the best defense, is certainly in the outfield. They cover everything. They've got 3 center fielders out there. They cover everything. How many plays did they make in that series in Arizona that you just shook your head going, my goodness, I mean, they're unbelievable. Well, because of the leg problems on this club, you haven't been able to see that. It showed up on the base pass. It showed up on the defense. So you got to get those guys healthy. The guys who are coming back next year, you got to get them healthy, and then you complement your defense. But the defense is the number one. That's the number one goal right now. Everybody talks about the hitting, but the defense. You fix the defense, you've got the pitching. Now you're in every game. Now you're in every game, and you have a similar type season. You win 6 or 7 more games than you do this year, and then you're in the playoffs. And because you have pitching and defense, then you can do some damage in the postseason. Because that's basically what they did in 2010, 12, and 14. They did it with pitching and defense. So I don't think they're that far off, and I certainly don't think that in reading Andrew Baggerly's article and the inference that he had that potential free agents might not want to come here because of the way that pitchers are being used as bulk inning eaters and not starters. I don't think that holds weight. I really don't.
Well, obviously, the winter will tell us a lot what's going on there. There's a lot of big picture questions to probably tackle in the coming weeks, but a little bit from the weekend, just smaller picture before we get to those big old ones. Sean Manaea, Friday night, 7 shutout innings, and this is a guy pitching, for his career. He does have an opt-out, and, real talk, that's the kind of, do you think that's the kind of performance, like, around the industry? They're like, he will opt out and try to get a multi-year deal because he's finishing so strong.
Well, I hope he doesn't leave. I really like the guy. I mean, I like the guy as a person. I like the guy as an athlete. I love what he brings to the table. And, they just seek for a greater consistency with him next year if he decides to stay. He didn't get off to a great start, and he struggled with his command, and, it was a little inconsistent. But when he's right, as we saw in those 7 innings against the Dodgers, I mean, he makes it look easy. I think he only had 85 or 89 pitches or something in 7 innings. So he gets a lot of quick outs. He gets your defense off the field, and he gets it done with just a fastball, just that lazy arm, deceptive, high, little late movement fastball that guys can't barrel. So I hope he's back, and hopefully next year, he can be with the Giants, be in the rotation, and have a more consistent year because it's in there.
Yeah, I think just the realistic money, dollars and cents. He opts out because he only has 1 year left on his deal here. He could maybe try to go get a multi-year deal somewhere else. So that is something to think about, and we'll see. Other things that happened Friday night, Tyler Fitzgerald hit his first big league homer. So what do you think, Mike? I mean, it's very small sample size, but I'm already thinking about February in Scottsdale and thinking about, what have you seen from this guy? What can the Giants realistically say going into next spring they have in Tyler Fitzgerald?
Well, I mean, it is a small sample size, but I look forward to his at-bats all weekend. I mean, I was looking, when's this guy coming back up? I thought his at-bats were great. And I like the fact that, he's playing center field, and he'll tell you that's his third best position. He played 23 games in center field in his minor league career, and they were all at the AAA level. Prior to that, it was always shortstop, second base. So they were getting him ready for the pivot. Now, all of a sudden, he gets to AAA, and they're thinking, well, we may need this guy in the outfield. Boom. He goes out there, and I thought he looked pretty good. His routes didn't have much arc in them. I thought that they were pretty direct. I think he has a higher ceiling as to where he is now at center field. Just put him out there. I think he's going to get better at the position. He doesn't have a great arm, but, I think with hanging around, he's going to pick up a lot of tips how to get rid of the ball quicker. I thought his arm was pretty accurate, but in the box, he looked comfortable. He looked to me like if he took a pitch early in the count for a strike, got down 0-1, he wasn't at a disadvantage. He was taking it to measure, and then he made adjustments to what he saw in that first pitch. No, I like what I saw. I like what Luciano did. I mean, over the weekend, he had a lot of threat to right field. I love that. So I thought the best thing that I saw this weekend were the at-bats coming from the rookies, and Fitzgerald's certainly one of those guys. He has to be in the mix going into next year.
Yeah, and I want to circle back on Luciano. That was my next guy. I mean, the exit velocity doesn't lie. We used to just watch it with our eyes and say, man, that guy hits the ball hard. Now you have radars telling us how hard you're hitting it, and he's hitting it hard. That's Mike, this has been the guy. That's been the guy in the system for years. Marco Luciano. I mean, and so, with Brandon Crawford obviously coming to the end here, and maybe he plays in the final day of the season, but, he hasn't said anything, but it's quite likely. I mean, have you seen enough to just put in ink starting shortstop next year, Marco Luciano?
No, I don't know enough defensively. I want to see more defensively. But he gets me really excited with the bat, and it's the right side of the field. When you get your high exit velocities, they're normally to the pull side of the field. That's where you get both cheeks into a swing and you pull it and you hit it, whatever. But when you're driving the ball the other way and you're putting backspin on a line drive over the head of a right fielder who's a Gold Glover, Jason Hayward, that opens eyes. And those ground balls that are getting through the infield, that's one thing that Kite told me. When I never really thought about it. But he said, the guys who really have the elite strength in their bat head, when they put the ball on the ground, you don't get much range. You don't have time. And that's what we saw with the ground balls off the bat of Luciano. They were exploding through the infield. He minimized range of infielders because of how hard he hit the ball. And they were like 108, 110. I mean, that's a loud ground ball. So, I mean, what I'm looking for this guy, and he's raw. Believe me, he's raw. So's Matos, for that matter. But I want to see more of him. And I don't know. I mean, look, Brandon Crawford has ruined us for a while. Let's face it. But we watched with that guy with a glove for 13 years.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
So the next guy is going to have some really difficult shoes to fill. And I want to see more of Luciano at short. I don't know if that's going to be the position that he winds up at. I mean, right now, he's not telling me he can't play it. Let's put it that way. But I want to see him do more before I sign off.
Man, I'm so excited about the kid. I put him in ink. I just put him in down. I put Schmidt at third, Luciano at short, Estrada at second. I just put them all in there. Matos in center, Bailey at catcher. Anyway.
Yeah, but that's the whole point.
Yeah.
I mean, what's this year been about? Look, they fell short of their aim and their goal to get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But they've developed. Okay, the last couple of years, we've come up with some unbelievable people who we think are going to be pieces to a playoff run. Well, the previous 6-7 years, you haven't been able to say that. So that's where the excitement comes from this year. We're talking about these guys in September. We're looking forward to them next spring. And yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I like what I've seen with all these young players.
It is a quandary for Giants fans who have been so upset with the openers and the platoons and the openers and the platoons that there is a part of the regime that has developed the youngsters. And it is the most prospect-laden they've been in a while. So there's two sides to this story we'll have to discuss probably during the big hit, Paulie. Hey, a couple more things to talk about. One, I just got to tip my cap. Clayton Kershaw. He's probably the least hateable Dodger of all time.
He really is.
He's now out there with nothing, Mike. You know what it's like to be at the end.
Still battling.
I think he was throwing 88.
Yeah, he's still battling.
And he beat the Giants.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, when we first saw him, he was Robbo, a 19, 20-year-old kid who came in. He's a classic high three-quarter release, two-pitch pitcher, a 95-plus mile-an-hour fastball that he could pitch at the top of the strike zone, and then this big monster curveball that was just fell off the table. He was a two-pitch guy, right?
Yeah.
And then he had a little deception with that little cave-in where he collapses his backside, and then he climbs the mountain with his release, and then you don't see it very early in the delivery, and then here he comes from a high three-quarter position, and he was good with just two pitches. And then he learns a change-up and a two-seam fastball. And, he's pitched for 16 years. So, I mean, he's eroded. He's still 35. I mean, that's relatively young. You would think, if he wanted to, he could pitch out of the bullpen another 6-7 years. But then all of a sudden, Mother Time takes and, she starts to erode. The fastball starts to, diminish. And he comes up with a magic pitch. He comes up with a slider. But it's not really a slider. It's more of a cutter, but he doesn't show you a spin on it. And it's a disappearing pitch, and it's magic. And that's what he throws now. He throws it half the time. And every time, he'll try and get you out with other pitches, but as soon as somebody gets on or his back gets against the wall, here comes the cutter. Here it comes. Boom, 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 one after another. And he can spot it in and out, and he's made it another magic pitch, which has extended his Hall of Fame career and makes us all shake our head. I mean, he's tormented the Giants forever. He's got 26 lifetime wins. I think it's 26-15.
Wow.
And his ERA, just barely over 2. I mean, but who comes up with a magic pitch like that late in their season? So you got to tip your cap. He's a Hall of Famer. What else can you say?
No, I mean, it really is. It's absolutely incredible. And it's inspiration for some. And you talk about going to the bull. I mean, you talk about legends like John Smoltz and Dennis Eckersley, but those guys were still throwing hard, right?
Yeah, Smoltz was. I mean, I think Smoltz, he was pretty, he was kind of fun to watch because he was such a dominant power arm for so long, and then he had a little arm problem. Then he comes up and he's like a high sidearm delivery. It was like and then he winds up in the bullpen. And it's just like he just kind of would wander into a new definition of what he's always been, and it kind of held his interest for a while. Then, he'd go on to the next thing. He had really an intriguing career. Eckersley never changed his delivery. He was always a high sidearm, which is a very difficult release point to be consistent with your command. And his command was like as good as anybody's I've ever seen. The best I've ever seen from that high sidearm delivery. And he went from the rotation into the bullpen, and he was just remarkable. And but I mean, he had a cast iron set too. I mean, that doesn't hurt.
It's good to have a cast iron set. I like that. Yeah, very good. I hate to end on a negative note, but the one news.
Don't.
We'll do something.
Note, I may have to say.
I like that, Mike. I like that.
It's just. I hear you, Mike. It's just news. It's not a negative take from me. It's just a news report that the Giants lost one of their big coaches. And I think it's interesting, Mike. A lot of people don't know Brian Bannister. I mean, I think the stat heads know, the seam heads know that he is their senior pitching advisor, and he's the guy who's credited, I think, with Kevin Gausman, Carlos Rodon, Alex Cobb, and he's sneaking away to the Chicago White Sox. It's a tough one. I don't know if you had a thought on that and if you knew him at all, because he kind of worked from behind the scenes.
Well, he wants to go back to his roots, and his roots really were there as a kid. His old man was with the White Sox, and so he has a lot of family and friends in the Midwest, and he wants to go back to it, and good for him. I mean, you get to a point where you're so good that you can pick where you want to go. I mean, you've had a great career. The one thing about Bannister was that he was a teacher, and he was a shaper. He would take guys, he'd see what their arm slot was, he'd see what their release was, he'd see what their natural break on pitches were, and then he could tighten them up, then he could fix them, then he could suggest other grips that would accentuate because of his release. That's what he did. But what happens with teachers is, they go to a place and they teach. And they leave that knowledge with other capable people who now, because they've been around him, have enhanced their ability to teach and communicate. And when he walks out the door, I mean, there's still guys that he's left that have benefited because of their time around him, and then they can take that knowledge and they can pass it on in the way that he did. I mean, that's what teachers do, and that's what great coaches do. That's what great managers do. I mean, in any sport, you take a look at the tree. Take a look at football. I mean, who were from all the great coaches that came to the Bay Area? I mean, you follow their tree as to how they pass it on and how their guys became the other great coaches. It's the same thing with managers and how guys have benefited of being around, Dusty Baker and Felipe Alou and Bruce Bochy. I mean, it's what you do. You pass your knowledge on, your style on. So with Bannister walking out the door, yeah, it's a tough loss, but they'll overcome it.
He's the son of Floyd Bannister, the old all-star for the White Sox. So there you go. But anyway, just wanted to mention to get the news out there. Mike, a little grudge match then with the Padres, right? Because, I mean, they're both 77 and 79, and you got Logan Webb v. Blake Snell tonight. You talk about,
it's a nice matchup, yeah.
I mean, Mike Snell has a chance to win the Cy Young while leading the league in walks. Webb's a guy who's shown us this year that he's good enough to maybe win one day.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is. And, I love the fact that both these guys, every time they go out there, they can throw a no-hitter. What we saw from Snell when the Giants saw him early in the season, he's always been an intriguing type of a pitcher because he's always, kind of fought to find that release to where he is on top and he's out front with the way he snaps his whip and cracks his arm action through the ball. Most of the time we saw him early on as a Padre, he had push in his delivery and he was all over the place. And he was a guy that would hit the high pitch total in the fourth or fifth inning and basically exhaust your defense. And then he got a complete command of his release point this year. And you saw the reason why he won his Cy Young in Tampa. I mean, he's as filthy as anybody in the game. Just absolutely, how do you hit this guy filthy? And he's been able to be consistent with it. He's maintained that release point this year, which I really do believe. He is the number one guy, at least from the left side. He's going to get a pretty good argument from that kid Spencer. What's his Strider?
Strider. Yeah.
Yeah, Strider. Yeah, he's got a pretty hell of a good argument for his claim to the Cy Young, as does Logan Webb. He's got a great argument. He's got more quality starts than anybody.
Man.
So I think it's going to be a classic matchup. And you know what? It's old-time baseball. I mean, we don't see classic matchups with two starters as much as we used to anymore because of the opener now. But I'm looking forward to this game. When you get two aces going at each other, they're always my favorite game.
And a little juice between the two. I mean, these are two rivals, right? I mean, two NL West teams. Neither one had the season they wanted. There's a little juice, isn't there? Like, hey, man, at least you're going to be worse than me, right?
Well, there's always juice, especially when you're going up a team that's hot. That you're a pro. You're a professional baseball player. It's just the deal. Every time you go out there, I mean, you're gonna bring your A game. And I look forward to the series. I really do. Look, there aren't that many things to look forward to this season. Let's face it. It's been a disappointment. But the rookies, these little matchups between a young ace with Logan Webb wanting to get what this other guy has had, a Cy Young, to me, that's an intriguing story. So we have some storylines that take us through the rest of the season, and certainly tonight is one of them.
It is. Snell versus Webb tonight, and obviously we're going to do some deep dives as the offseason goes on, and especially when we hear from Giants brass what they have to say. But in the meantime, you got Logan Webb and Blake Snell tonight. Mike, thanks for coming on and giving us the chat, and enjoy this last week of baseball. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
Had a bit.
There he is, Kruko. Listen, he gives you 20 minutes. I mean, it ain't easy with that squad.
No, it's not. It's been frustrating. And Murph, I got to ask you because I'm thinking about the end of the road here. It's on us now. Are you going out there for that final game?
Wow. That is Rory's 12th birthday.
Okay.
And I have offered it to him as a possible option. We're looking for things to do on his birthday.
He's going, no, let's go watch some Wild Kratts. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what goes on, but they're saying
Kratts is no more.
No, Kratts
is no more.
But I'm saying, like, so
you got something for us? You got like a
no, but you're like Mr. Last Day of the season. You always come back with the stories and the
low
intel.
October light.
The shadows are coming.
Yeah. The shadows.
You know what I mean?
The Sunday.
Although, if I could paraphrase from a great moment of Boston Celtic history, Murph, you can go out there on the final game of the season with the shadows and the sun going down and everything. But Timmy Lincecum ain't walking through that door. Bruce Bochy ain't walking through that door.
You know who is walking through the door today is Bob Melvin. Guys, let's roll that. Actually, why don't we use this as a little big hit tease? We talked about it as a staff. We had a high-level meeting.
We're rolling Bob Melvin.
A high-level meeting. We had Zooms. We had people. We said, what is the big hit today? Is it the Dolphins scoring 70? Is it the Cardinals beating the Cowboys?
And you know me, I hate those pre-show meetings. They go on forever.
Is it the NFL, which rules the world so much so that Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star in the world, she wants a piece of the NFL. She's coming into Arrowhead Stadium. And instead, we're going with the demise of the Giants. And this calls for you guys.
That's actually a pretty funny way of looking at it.
808 KNBR is the phone number. 808 KNBR is the phone number.
Come on in, man. Let's do this.
There's the relentless optimism of a Mike Kruko. I mean, relentless. Mike's here right now. Mike's in the clubhouse right now clapping it up. Going, let's go. We got him right where we want him.
Mike is like the guy on Monty Python when they cut his arms and legs off, and he's still hopping up and down going like, no, I'm good. Let's go.
Tis only a flesh wound.
Exactly. That's nothing.
Tis only a flesh wound.
I got no legs. I'm good.
But yeah, there's a lot of people out there that are upset. But one of the many threads is if you make a change at manager, the guy in the brown and yellow tonight would be the guy.
Well, you got Hum Baby Ties now.
Hum Baby Ties.
You know what I'm saying?
Bay Area ties.
Yes.
Right? So anyway, that's one of the many threads. Manager change. Head of baseball ops change. Is that too big of a step backwards? Are you going backwards because you built something? Do you go and say, hey, the prospects are worth believing in? There is something positive here. Or do you say, look at the drudgery of the platoons, the drudgery of the openers. It didn't work.
It's an intriguing idea. Can I ask a practical question, though, at this time?
Yes.
The Bob Melvin thing, it is interesting. How's his Instagram game?
It's a very good question.
I'm going to need that to be...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that what you imagine, Paulie? You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM
really?
6, the sports leader of Cumulus Media Station. The big hit is where do you go? Where do you go? 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Giants come home with a 2-8 road trip. 6-28 in their last 34 road games, y'all. That ain't no joke. Next on the Sports Leader.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Mike Kruko with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan provided injury updates after the 49ers win over the Giants. Our own Jake Hutchinson gives you the scoop with that article trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
1, 2, 3, hit. Hold it now. This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Been a little bit disappointing to see the results that we've had on the field.
John Brebbia to J.D. Martinez, and there's a high drive into deep center toward right center. Back goes Fitzgerald all the way back to the wall. It's gone. Here's the pitch now to Betts. There's a drive in the left center field into the alleyway. Deep, way back there. It hits the base of the wall next to the 375 marker. In to score is Peralta. Here comes Barnes. Here comes the throw. not in time. A 2-run double for Mookie Betts, and it is 7-0 Dodgers. 3 men on, 2 men out. Here's the pitch. Struck it out swinging. Sharp slider, perfectly placed. Came in at the knees and broke down and out of the strike zone. The Giants leave them loaded.
Taylor, line drive into right center field, and that will end the game. It's going to bounce all the way to the wall. Rosario scores, and the Dodgers walk off the Giants in the Giants' final road game of this 2023 season. And in a lot of ways, it ends the way that so many have gone down the stretch. The Giants have just collapsed as a team on the road.
There it is, the sweet sounds of Giants baseball losing 3 or 4 at Dodger Stadium, finishing up a 2-8 road trip. Do you understand, Paulie Mac, that all they had to do was basically go 500 on that roadie, 500, and you're only 2 out with 6 to play? You're very much in it. Or if you look at a bigger picture, 6-28 on the road in their last 34. If you just go 11 and 23. You're tied for the last wild card. I mean, that's how bad the collapse has been. And that's because finishing 6th in the league gets you there now. Because right now, the 82-win Arizona Diamondbacks and the 82-win Chicago Cubs are holding that 2nd and 3rd wild card spot. So you don't even have to do that much. 85 wins, 86 wins, and they couldn't get there, Paulie. 2 games under 500.
No, here we are. This
the
is
Padres
it.
caught them 77-79.
Yeah.
And I'd say this is going to be the first of many over the winter deep dives into the Giants. Dude, Bags and Sluss doing Jacques Cousteau deep dives on the Giants, man. If you read,
it kind of feels like a pretty important moment, like in the history.
Yeah.
It does feel like a big moment.
Yeah.
This team needs to figure out what they want to be and what direction they're going to go. Because with all due respect, so all of y'all, everybody involved here, honestly, on all sides, what did we hear last year during the offseason? One of the biggest messages they wanted to impart and kind of hammer home to their fan base is, hey, we're going to tighten up our defense. That should be good for about 5-6 more wins. That'll be good enough to get us into the playoffs. Well, it didn't happen. In fact, they played worse defensively this year, leading baseball in errors. So I don't want that as like this year's offseason message. Oh, we're going to get better defense. You guys already told me that, and it didn't happen. It got worse. And going back to what you used to say, for a couple of seasons, Murph would open the mic and go, I'm waiting for Farhan's splashy move.
Yes.
Where's the splashy move? Where's my big name guy? It hasn't happened. He has not brought in one marquee name, one superstar talent. That's what I personally want to see. Don't tell me the defense is going to be better. Go show me, make some moves. They're going to shake things up, get this fan base excited again. Because right now they are at risk of like really, this fan base is like detached. They got to find a way to kind of bring people back to the yard and get that excited feeling back because it ain't there.
Probably detachable fan base. You know where I'm going with the early 80s
I can't believe that was even a song.
Detachable P.
Anyway, it's actually a track, yeah.
So listen, okay, there's so many different ways to go with this, and we see the calls. 808 KNBR is the phone number.
All y'all.
But one of the things in the Jacques Cousteau deep dive that Baggerly did on Friday, where he attacks all the angles, one of the biggest things he came away for us, he says there's a growing sense inside the organization that the Giants need to make a major trade, which they have not done unless you count 2 prospects for Chris Bryant in 2019.
I don't.
2021,
That yielded nothing.
Okay, but it was at least, give Farhan credit.
It was an attempt. It was an
I'm just
attempt.
curious if you know the distinction.
It was exciting.
Maybe I don't.
But we're talking about, and to make a trade, you got to give up something now. In 1996, Brian Sabian gave up Matty Williams. That was a big blanking deal,
People
y'all.
flipped out. I
Yes,
remember that.
But that means taking somebody like Kyle Harrison. Somebody like that, okay, that you got to make a move. Baggerly floated Kyle Harrison from Matt McClain, the Cincinnati Reds infielder, who's a 24-year-old kid who would play every single day, Paulie, and he's hitting 290, and he's a potential all-star. But this is the kind of thing we're talking about. I didn't say that specific trade, but we're talking about when Farhan came, to your point, what you exactly said. I did say, okay, I'm looking for something creative here, like a Brian Sabian move, because clearly in 2019 they were not in a good place. They need Brandon Belt could have been traded. I hate to even say it, but Brandon Crawford, you probably wouldn't move Posey.
Yeah, like 3 years ago, 4
Bumgarner at
years
the trade deadline in 2019 had value. He's held on to his assets the entire time. Even this past trade deadline, Jock Peterson, Wilmer Flores had value. And it was like, what are you doing? You can get pieces. And he's proven that he's smart enough to go get pieces like Tristan Beck, who he took from Atlanta. He's found little guys in trades. Lamont Wade. He found like the Sam Dyson trade? Was that, I believe? But
that
anyway,
sounds right.
The point is that we looked for big moves, and what he told us on his very first day was, we said, Henry Schulman said, is there a philosophy you work by? And he said, I don't really work by one line, but if there is anything, it's that there's no move too small.
But that's all we've seen is small.
It's all been small. Get out the freaking tweezers.
Yeah.
All right. I get at the microscope and the Petri dish to look at the moves.
Dude, these moves
Shout out Matt Beatty on opening day.
Their moves are so small, I have to use a telescope. I want some big moves. Yeah.
There's been nothing bold, nothing creative.
No.
But Baggerly is saying in his piece that the growing sense in the front office that there has to be something bold and creative. I would say that's at minimum, right? Now, also, Greg Johnson, dude, hey, bro. I mean, you're the guy. You get the keys to the kingdom. We're going to need to hear from you more. We're going to need to hear from you more.
We do need to hear a voice. Like, that used to be Larry, and I feel like that's desperate. And Kerry Crowley talked about it this morning, filling in for Marcus, that there needs to be a voice coming from that building, from that organization, representing the team and saying, here's what we're doing, here's the direction, here's our philosophy. And right now, it's been awfully quiet over there.
Well, Farhan comes on KNBR, every other week? And then he chuckles, and nobody really says anything.
No.
So Greg Johnson, you're going to have to talk. Hey, guys, Buster, I got to tell you, Buster Posey moved back. He's on the board of directors. He has a seat in that, 5-person boardroom, whatever, the ones who make the big, big decisions.
Well, Buster Posey can't look out at this season and feel good about what he just saw.
I wonder what roles he's going to have. Oh, by the way, I just saw you're wearing your Joe Ryan Deadhead shirt.
I do.
That's a good-looking shirt there.
Yeah, thank you. I do. I like that one.
Twins just won the AL Central, too.
Well, see.
So anyway, the point is that we're looking for a leader, looking for a mentor. Now, Gabe Kapler. Where does that happen? Gabe Kapler.
That's a great question.
Right? And so if Farhan fires Gabe Kapler and stays as head of baseball ops, you're like, wait a minute, you're the guy who gave him that platoon roster.
How do you feel about me saying this? I am less upset with Gabe than I am with Farhan. I feel like, when Gabe Kapler looks around his dugout and he's looking to put a lineup together, he's working with the guys that Farhan gave him. It ain't like, you know what I mean? So I feel like, Gabe can only work with what he has.
Two other aspects on the Jacques Cousteau deep dive. Is Jacques Cousteau too dated of a reference?
No, I like Jacques. It's the only.
You guys know who else does deep dives? Greg Louganis?
I'm not sure I was going to say. Is there another deep diver we can reference? I don't know any.
By the way,
Dreyfus went down there in Jaws. He got in the Shark Tank. He went down. I don't know.
I took the tour of Lake Tahoe on a boat once, of those steamboats, and the guy said that Cousteau went to the bottom of Lake Tahoe.
What's down there?
And he said, "What I saw, I'll never say."
Well, a lot of mafia guys.
I think they said there used to be a lot of Native American burials down there. They buried them in the ice cold water of the lake to preserve them.
He saw.
There might have been hundreds of thousands of dead bodies.
Oh, that's creepy.
There. Who knows, dude? Tripoli's nodding.
He's nodding. How do you know? He's nodding. He's like,
He's like, the water's really pure. It doesn't dissolve. We might have seen preserved 1,000-year-old dead bodies.
This is making me uncomfortable.
Anyway, two other aspects of the deep dive. One was that there's the growing sense in the organization that they need to make a bold move in the offseason, and they have a lot of young pitching. Is it Carson Wisenhunt? Is it Tristan Beck? Is it Keaton Winn? Is it Kyle Harrison? That you got to do something like that. You got to make an omelet. The other part is, and this is what Baggerly wrote today, and Kruko was not happy with it, is did the way the Giants use their pitchers and hitters make it hard to sign free agents? Who wants to come to Farhan's rotating wheel of lineups?
I actually think that's a legitimate question.
Well, Kruko was upset.
I understand.
Mike gets upset.
I do. I get both sides. But, listen, if you're Shohei Ohtani, why in God's name would
they're
he
not going to platoon Ohtani.
No, but why would he, just to the bigger picture, though, why would a guy like that want to come here?
Well, yeah, he wants to win, and the Giants have no indication they're going to win anytime soon. But we're talking about guys who, guys who can come along and be pieces, not necessarily Ohtani guys. They're like, wait a minute, I want to go play 130 games, 140 games. I don't want to play 80. So that is another thing. And the other one Susan wrote about was quoting scouts around the industry saying the way Farhan and Gabe use players damages their psychology, their confidence, that they show up every day not knowing if they're going to play.
I have to think carries some water. There has to be something to that. You can't feel good about going to any job, where you don't know what task you're going to be asked to perform that day when you show up. I mean, that's not a good way to...
At least Triple E, when he shows up every day, he knows he's going to get his balls broken. You know what I mean? That's a completely consistent thing.
When you come to work every day, what do you know? You know you're going to go over there and you're going to eat that egg. You're going to shell it. You're going to salt it. You're going to whack that thing down. It. Yeah, but if you came to not knowing, am I getting an egg? Am I getting French toast? Maybe what am I getting, a Pop-Tart? I don't know what's going to happen. Someone's going to give it to me. These guys do want to know what they're doing. I think that actually has a lot of merit.
I don't think there's any question to that, too. Squat to the phones. 808-KNBR is the phone number. Mark in Clovis.
Hi, Mark.
What's up, Clovis, California? Kate Scott's hometown.
Say what's up to Kate Scott.
What's up, Mark? How are you, man?
How you guys doing today?
We're doing good, Mark.
I've been wanting to vent about the hitting situation all year long because, it's like Fleming said last night. They have bases loaded, and they can't get him in on the third time. All year long, they've been in that situation. And when I look at the overall season, and the teams that are beating the Giants are the teams that are hitting the ball in the opposite direction. So in some ways, it's got to be the batting coaches and the batting philosophies. Because I've heard Yastrzemski say when he comes back from his injuries, well, I'm just trying to put the ball in play. And then when you see him 2 days later, he's trying to pull it to the fences. So I think it's their batting philosophy. When Donnie Ecker left, I mean, that really hurt him.
There it is, Mark. You're right, Donnie. Among the many things, and thanks for the call. Appreciate it down in Clovis. The Donnie Ecker departure has been looked at for a while. And guys, this is not good news that Brian Bannister's leaving. Alex, let me give you the quote from Alex Cobb.
Give it to me.
He was Alex Cobb said he said this is a huge loss, and he said he's the guy who here it is right here, Paulie. I got it for you right now. This is the Maria Guardado piece at MLB.com. He said, Brian, this is Alex Cobb. He goes, Bannister is the think tank behind it all. He says, I think a lot of the success you've seen, all the reclamation projects that have happened, myself included, he has seen diamonds in the rough and understood how to incorporate what he saw in the dude. It's a huge loss. Kyle Harrison, quote, it's a tough one. He's a smart dude. He knows his stuff. Definitely a tough guy to lose. So this is like, guys are leaving. You know what I mean? Guys are leaving. So
what do you give me for Bannister and George Martin with the Beatles? He's like the guy behind the scenes nobody knows about who's making the whole thing fly.
Matt in Middletown. What's up, Middletown, California? What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
Good, brothers. I just got to say, if we're going to ride with the wins, we got to roll with the losses. We got to see the process through. I mean, we won in 10, didn't make the playoffs in 11. 1 in 12, didn't make the playoffs in 13. 1 in 14. We've been here before. All we got to do is just dig ourselves out of this grave and rise to the top, because the cream always rises to the top, brothers.
Okay, you know what, dude? I like the optimism. I do. I like that guy. I do. I like Matt.
Matt, thanks for the call, man. Matt's been calling for years. I got to say, that was an amazing call in terms of delivery, yet Matt offered no solution. He just said, just got to dig out of the grave, bro.
Made it in 10, didn't make it in 11. Like, all right.
Tim is in Ventura, down the coast.
Yeah.
I like listeners from Ventura, California. What's up, Tim? How are you, man?
Beautiful Ventura. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got the Marine Lair today? Yeah?
Oh, yeah. It's nice and breezy down here.
Oh, sounds good.
What's up, Tim?
Yeah. So my thing is, I think you should keep Kapler. You know, keep Kapler, let Farhan go, and bring in somebody like Theo Epstein. Theo Epstein is a proven winner.
Well, Tim, I got a couple things before I got to jump in right now. Epstein has no interest in returning back to a team, so that ain't going to happen. Also, too, I got to tell you, I think the only reason Kapler is here is Farhan. So if you get rid of Farhan, you got to get rid of Kapler, because they're like, to me, it's a package. You're not keeping Kapler without Farhan.
Yeah, I still think they should bring in Theo Epstein. Thanks.
Okay, Tim. Hey, appreciate the call, man. I didn't mean to crush his buzz, but Theo ain't coming.
Going back to our other guy who's like, you got to trust the process, man, and I want more of his good vibes. Do you trust Farhan's process? Like, do you feel like this is going somewhere? I don't either.
The only
thing I feel like we've seen back-to-back seasons that are pretty damn identical in terms of like.
Well, the biggest sin, Paul, is that they're dull and
they're extremely dull.
No, that's the biggest sin.
But I don't feel like they're
one thing, and I'm having problems with this, is that I want to bury Farhan. I want to bury Kapler, but I will admit that the young kids intrigue me. And that's something like Tyler Fitzgerald, Marco Luciano, Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, Keaton Wynn,
all of them,
Luis
Bailey,
Matos,
all these guys.
Patty Bailey.
Yeah.
I'll even throw a Casey Schmidt in there, even though he's the least popular guy in town.
That's what Mike keeps telling us. That's what crew keeps saying.
So that's my only problem, is that like Farhan and Gabe can be like, look, we got these kids coming, and that's what I want. So it's, so do I give them one more prove-it year? Do I give them one more prove-it year? Again. The one more prove-it year is going to kill the attendance.
Oh,
people ain't coming out next year unless they go
didn't
win.
Come out this year.
But if the young kids go perform, then they would light a fire.
Or they give you the same thing that they've been giving you, which is a competitive first half and then just oblivion in the second half.
I forgot to mention in the Bags piece, he said, listen, if what they need to do is make some sort of change and it's not going to be Farhan, and you do make Cap the fall guy,
go
Ron Wotus.
Well, that would actually calm the waters. I think that would make the fan base a little happier.
And Bags points out in the piece that it would actually be helpful to have somebody who's not just doing what Farhan says, and like Farhan presents his case to Wotus. Wotus presents his case to Farhan about what they should do with the lineup that day.
See, I get the feeling, though, Farhan is not the kind of guy who wants to be told by the skipper how things are going to work. I get the feeling Farhan tells the skipper, here's my vision, here's my lineup, go. Like, I don't know, is he going to listen? You know what I mean? Like, is he going to let Wotus, like, impose his own vision on that?
Yeah.
Do you think he would?
Well, you would hope. I mean, he had that 1 year with Bochy, but, he didn't want, obviously he didn't want Bochy.
Yeah.
Listen, guys.
That's what I say about Boch. What does he really know about baseball?
By the way, I want to, like, sometimes the texters, like, they get to me, and I'm like, you know what, dude? You kind of
Why? What'd they do? No, they're good.
A guy came in about 2 weeks ago taunting us because the Rangers were spinning out.
Will you take a look at them recently?
The Rangers were spinning
they're
out.
back.
Well, that's
yeah.
That's
Guess
my
what?
point. Hey, texter who tried to take shots at Bochy.
Yeah, that's not
the
why
guy
would
said,
you?
hey, your beloved Bochy is flaming out in Texas.
Yeah, right.
I got the...
you seen the scheduled standings?
I got the standings right now, buddy.
What do they say?
I'm saying in first place in the American League West, Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers. 2.5 clear of Houston.
I looked at that before the show today. I go, look at this. He got 2.5 game
3
lead.
up in the loss column.
Over the
But
Astros.
this guy came at us. He goes, you have all the answers, man. He goes, meanwhile, your beloved Bochy's flaming out.
Yeah,
I say he's an idiot.
Yeah, Triple E. Well done. Well timed.
Kip in the outer sunset. We like a call from the outer sunset.
Way out in the outer sunset. I'm not talking about fog.
Tripoli lives in the outer sunset.
Shout out to Zoo, all of it.
Kip, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
I got a text online a couple days ago about talking about the young players, and I think the problem with the team right now is that they're just not actually making that full commitment. They got to break the team down, and playing a Mitch Haniger at this point for a 500 or sub 500 team isn't moving the needle.
Yeah.
This could have been the time where Farhan actually made a real commitment to the young players, and that's not something that they seem willing to do.
You bring up a really good point there. Sounds like you're on the Great Highway, by the way. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. You know what the point is? Kip brings up a very good point. The Giants are terrified of saying rebuild. They will never say it to us when they don't. I think the fans would accept.
Tell me the truth.
I think Larry has been terrified.
Yeah, it's okay. We can handle the truth. We prefer it actually than these mixed kind of subliminal messages.
There it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
Just give it to me.
There
I can take them a big boy.
Then these mixed subliminal messages.
Yeah, no, see, because you're not outfoxing anybody.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not like you're fooling
Just say, hey
us.
guys, listen. Yeah. We had to go through a tough transition. The future is Marco Luciano.
The process has begun. We got new guys.
But they never want to say it.
Give me something. Give me something.
Say it. Mike in Livermore is checking in. Mike in Livermore. Good morning, Mike. How are you, man?
Not so great. How about you?
Hey, Mike.
Niners are 3-0, baby.
You made me laugh. That was funny.
Yeah. Nah, man. The Giants are killing me. The problem is, it looks like a sinking ship, right? You got two of the best coaches jumped ship, right? They left.
Yeah.
They're looking like this is not going anywhere, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's a bad sign, right?
Yeah.
The two wizards are leaving, right?
Yes, correct.
So I mean, that's what happens at companies, right? When they see things are going bad, they go somewhere else.
Yes.
And that's what it looks like, right? So it's a bad
agreed.
look.
Mm-hmm.
So how about this? Bring back Wotus and bring back Ned Colletti or something like that.
Well,
everybody would love that move, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Ned is, I don't know, Ned. I mean, listen. Mike, that's for like you and me, the old guys. But they probably got to find somebody a little younger, a little more dynamic to look, who knows how to navigate the next generation of stats. But Mike, I hear you, man. To your point, and thanks for the call, Mike. His point is when Donnie Ecker and Brian Bannister leave, those guys were signature flagpole guys. Now here's somebody pushing back, 510. Why do you give an S what the attendance is?
Well, I think it matters a great deal what the attendance is. I think it's very important.
Well, it is. It's about
for a variety of reasons. Go ahead.
What do you got?
Well, first of all, it shows you where the interest in your fan base is if you want them connected. 2, you want to talk about revenue and having money and having like payroll to bring guys in. Mm-hmm. I think it's everything. Attendance is everything.
Yeah, so he says Farhan took over an S show and had to put together a tight young group that played together in the farms. Doesn't that sound familiar? He's talking about the 06, 07, 08 Giants.
It's interesting.
That's what I said. The one thing he can hang his hat on is, hey, we got the kids. But to the point of Kip in the Outer Sunset is, they won't commit to the kids. They keep going Conforto, Haniger, Minaya, Stripling, and all that. Yeah. We'd rather see Beck, Wynn, Harrison, Matos, Luciano, Bailey, that whole crew go play. We'll take the lumps. Take the lumps. Like you said, we're smart enough to handle it.
Do you have any
smart? We can handle it.
Totally. Do you have any feeling about what this, like where this is all going? Like as far as we're talking about changes, will they happen? Will any moves?
This gets down to what is Greg Johnson and what is Buster Posey's influence now in the boardroom? Buster moved back. I don't think Buster moved back yet. Yeah, his family missed friends and all that, and Lafayette was where their kids were going to school and all that. That's great. But also, I think Greg Johnson might have said, brother, can you spare a plane ride? You know what I mean? Can you come back out? So I'm looking forward to Buster's increased involvement in making key decisions. I mean, let's see how this week plays out. If they completely, who knows? Every day could be a new adventure. Every day could be a new adventure. But the idea that a bold move in the front office is needed to make a trade, the idea that Farhan and Gabe are at the minimum at the maximum on a one more year prove it. And those guys want multi-year extensions? I ain't giving them.
No.
I ain't giving them multi-year extensions. I ain't giving them. Simple as that. And can you commit to the kids and say, this is what we're doing? But the fact of the matter is, Bannister left, Ecker left. It's not a good sign. Not a good sign, buddy. Okay. Well, there you go. There's your big hit.
Boy, that was, it's a very emotional time. At the end of the season. Yeah.
Well, I asked my resident, emotional 15-year-old son, I said, I actually had sympathy for him the other day. I said, you're dealing with your old man all grumpy about this. I said, you're 15. You don't know any better. He doesn't know Dusty Baker and Barry Bonds. He doesn't know Tim Lincecum and Bruce Bochy. This is the only thing he knows, and he loves the team. He's like, why are you so negative? This is the team. We got to ride with them and all that. And I said, and then he finally said to me that day, he goes, well, okay, I'm finally admitted it hasn't worked this year. And I said, so who would you like the Giants to be? He said, the Braves. I said, well, that's the gold standard, right? I mean, they've done everything right. They traded for Olsen. They developed Acuna, Spencer Strider. I said, give me another option. He said, the Orioles. I said, okay.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a guy calling in on the Orioles right now. I was going to sign off, but I wanted to bring this up.
97 win Baltimore Orioles.
Well,
How about that?
went to the kids.
97 wins.
They went to the kids, and it's working. So here's Dave in Antioch.
Okay.
Checking in on the very Orioles here. Dave, good morning.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to, chime in. Good to hear that the Suns following the Orioles. Because, 2 years ago, they lost 50 games. They won 50 games, and, nobody even, knows who's on the roster. They don't have any superstars. So, all these Giants fans saying, oh, we need a superstar. You've got the pieces in place, and, Ecker going, he went to follow Bochy. So it's not like he's jumping ship. He's going to, a man that, he's grooming him to be the next coach. With Bannister, you said it itself. He's following his old man's way of life. So Giants have a great organization. The fans nationwide are still their heartstrings are still tied to them. I texted a while ago. I said there's that Braveheart. Let me bleed a while, but I'll.
I like that, Dave. Okay. I feel you, David. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. He's saying if the Orioles went through it and stuck with their young kids, that's the only thing that's keeping me hopeful is February 2024. But I want them to commit. I want Luciano in short. I want Casey Schmidt to get a chance. I want Matos. I want Bailey. I want Wisenhunt. I want Beck. I want Wynn. I want Harrison. That's what I want.
I want a double cheeseburger. I want fries. You'll get nothing unlike it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, there's your big hit, guys.
Thank you, Murph.
Don't worry. It'll be mostly football from here on
I know.
out.
We didn't mean to get so negative, but it's been a tough year. We're frustrated.
Giants.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
Enthusiastic fire emojis.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan provided injury updates after the 49ers win over the Giants. Our own Jake Hutchinson gives you the scoop with that article trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content. By the way, somebody sent in a haunting text saying, 831, he says, the Phillies got good after Gabe left. Just saying.
See how the silence came over the room right there?
Just saying.
We just got quiet.
Wow. Nice, Tripoli. Very good.
How much interest would there be for a Gabe Kapler should his time in San Francisco?
Zero. There's zero. He's the only place he could get a job was here. That was
a quick zero. You came up with that zero fast.
Yeah, zero. He'll get a job in baseball like in a development place. He'll be working the front office somewhere.
Be positive, bro.
Yeah.
All right, well, it looks like the boys did a little snooping around on me. I was Mr. Community over the weekend, Paulie, doing the PA for the high school girls, the TAM Redwood girls volleyball game Friday night. And I was making stuff up there, too, by the way. I was just, Paulie,
what do you mean make? What does that mean?
How do you PA a girls volleyball game?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I don't know.
No.
So I was going like, the roof is for TAM. I was just having fun. So anyway, I got to do play-by-play on football. And quite frankly, I didn't really know how I was supposed to do that. So I was just
Have you ever done it before?
I've never done play-by-play for an entire game.
No, me neither. Nothing.
Me and my partner, he was a great guy, Pete. I loved him, but he and I didn't talk about talking over each other. So when I'm making my touchdown call, he's talking. I'm like, bro, you got to make the call, then you come in, all right? You know what I mean? But does Tim Ryan do that to Papa?
No, that's why you got to give him that Chick Hearn fist. That means stop talking. That's what he used to do to Pat Riley.
But anyway, the boys said that they were... So OG, Original Greg, and Triple E, they're here today because Marcus is doing Papa and Lund today. He's
I miss
10
Marcus.
to 2.
Yeah.
And so the boys did a little snooping around. They're trying to like find the funny stuff from my play-by-play stint. So I did the volleyball game Friday. I did the football game Saturday.
Okay.
TAM, San Rafael, TAM TV. It's on YouTube. So the boys were noodling around trying to just find stuff that they thought would be funny and just find me making a goof of myself here.
Yeah.
I guess, so I don't know what they found. This is them. So they found me when I was digressing.
Triple E's laughing.
Because my kid was playing in a water polo championship tournament game, and I missed it for this thing. I didn't know they were going to be playing, so I made a double booking like an idiot.
Yeah.
Check with Candace. Yeah. So anyway, I guess here's me talking about multitasking, getting texts from Candace for the water polo tournament. Monta Vista 10, TAM 9 in overtime.
Yeah.
As I'm calling the football game. I will confess to you, my son is playing on the TAM varsity water polo team, and they're in the climactic championship game at the Vintage. There's a fumble, by the way, and San Rafael might have that. That was a handoff to Octavian Green. Once again, these little... And that's a San Rafael recovery.
Okay.
That's twice now. The little razzle-dazzle jet sweep has resulted in a fumble. Yeah, you guys.
You're saying about...
I was confused. I am confessing that I am being a dad, too, right now.
Right.
And so the TAM water polo team is up in a big tournament up in Napa, and they're in the championship game against Monta Vista of Danville, a big power, and it's an epic game, and my wife is texting me, and it's overtime 9-9.
Oh, my.
So I was following this. Meanwhile, Joe Miller throws into traffic, and that ball. So I just wanted to apologize. A slight bit of unprofessionalism on my part, but I have to be a dad.
Be a dad. I'll try to scoop up some of your responsibilities here today.
At the buzzer, Monta Vista just scored at overtime to beat them 10-9.
It's over.
Game. We just lost.
I like the matter-of-fact style.
That's a tough one.
Sorry.
Pete.
But boy, dude, let me applaud that. First of all, there was so much in there to unpack, as they say. I like. If you guys. So anyway, I got my kid. He's doing it. By the way, that's a fumble out there. I like how that was just
Joe
like
Miller
a
throws into traffic. Yes.
Yeah. I think Sam Rafael's got that one. All right, we're going the other way. That's a fumble.
So anyway, I bet if you guys spend some time in there, you find a lot of gold.
Would you be willing to do it again?
I said a lot of goofy stuff.
Would you do it again?
Yeah, it was super fun.
Yeah.
Super fun.
What would you, if you could handpick one sport, like a high school sport, going play-by-play, what would you pick?
Baseball would be the least manic. In football, it's kind of manic.
Yeah.
You got stuff going on.
You got to know what's going on out there.
Hoops, you got to be a PhD to do hoops. You know, because you got to go, this is DJ Fiddles and Faddles.
Nice.
You know what I mean? So anyway. There's a fumble, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm all about. Hit me with that one more time, Triple E.
There's a fumble, by the way.
Yeah, just by the way.
There's a fumble, by the way. Everybody's talking Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, including Bill Belichick.
Okay.
I guess on his morning show on WEEI, the Greg Hill Show.
When you reach when Bill Belichick's commenting,
Bill Belichick.
You're big time.
Here's Belichick checking in on Kelce and Tay-Tay.
Swiftie to Swiftie, Taylor Swift was in attendance to watch Travis Kelce's game with his mom in the box. Seems like they may be the new it couple. Where do you fall on that? Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
You know what? You want to know what? That ain't half bad. For Belichick, that's not bad. He could have gone any number of ways with that.
That's like a Don Rickles riff for Belichick. You know what I mean?
You're not kidding. I mean, you guys 1 and 2. The fact he told the joke at all is pretty stunning.
All right. Stephen A. checked in on Travis and T. Swizzle. T. Kelce.
Oh, did he? Oh, good.
T. Swift. This is Stephen A. Smith.
I want it all. Give me all of it.
On Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift here. Yeah, I thought he's in order here, buddy. I understand you look like you're looking for a treasure chest here.
Yeah.
You look in the rectangle. You got to see Triple E looking. Don't we arrange these things in order?
Watch Triple
E.
E.
I've handed the sheet here.
See what he did?
My God. It's like I did the first one. I did the second one. I did the third one. There you go. Here's the third one.
I've heard that Travis Kelce, my brother from another mother, I love that brother. He's one of the coolest people I know. He's possibly dating Taylor Swift. Yeah. Taylor Swift, you could do a lot worse, but so could he. Because I haven't gotten over that Taylor Swift concert. I mean, she was off the chain. Now, getting that out the way, Travis Kelce with Taylor Swift, that's not bad. That's not bad now. I mean, I watched Taylor Swift perform, and Taylor Swift got a little something with her. Pretty, long, nice legs, looks good. That's not bad. I sincerely doubt that Travis Kelce will find anyone more successful than her. I mean, she made over $5 billion in this concert tour. Travis Kelce's a Super Bowl champion. Champions like champions.
Yeah.
My brother. More power to you.
I understand.
No, that's how I feel. Good for him, man. Why not? Why not? Wouldn't you? If you could, everybody would.
Did he say $5 billion?
That might be an exaggeration.
Yeah. I just Googled it right now.
I don't know if any tour can make $5 billion.
Some is saying over maybe $1 billion.
Yeah, that's more reasonable. $5 billion?
That's not bad.
$1 billion? Wow.
Well, she sold out stadiums every move she made.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Unlike the shame, like you told me, the shame of Ed Sheeran trying to lower his ticket prices.
This was like a really, really rich cooler. We barely touched it. We got tons of cooler to get to.
Well, we spent a lot of time on the Giants and Gabe and Farhan and,
That's disappointing.
The future, yeah.
Can we get back to it?
I know. We got Belichick riffing. I got Taylor Swift. There's all kinds of stuff in the cooler.
We got to get back to it at 9:15.
Okay, we're going back.
Bonus cooler because it was a really eventful weekend.
Cooler.
Yeah.
Cooler. Yeah.
Okay. Tim Ryan.
Yeah.
He does his 850 hit with us. That'll be a good one. Look ahead to Arizona this weekend. And, of course, wrap up the Power Hour. Congrats to everybody on getting through the Mike Krukow, the big hit, and a little cooler with a little multitasking, play-by-play, and some Taylor Swift reviews. We'll get back to that at 9:15. But Tim Ryan at 8:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. And they're in the climactic championship game at the Vintage. There's a fumble, by the way.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's life, baby. It's life. I threw it out there. I threw the ball in her court. And, I told her, maybe I've seen you rock the stage in Arrowhead. You might have to come see me rock the stage in Arrowhead and see which one's a little more lit. So we'll see what happens in the near future.
She is there. Whatever that means, she will see what we hope is a fantastic contest.
I think the secret's out. Who's she here to see?
11th play of the drive. Mahomes lofting end zone. There it is. A touchdown to Kelsey.
There it is. We didn't get the little Taylor Swift hey as she walks by the cameras.
Hey, Murph, let me ask you a question. So Taylor Swift, high-profile pop star that she is, she's had other famous boyfriends. I know just because he's one of my guys, too. But I know John Mayer was with her.
Yeah.
Hey,
Beyond that, though, what's her...
Drop that in right in the middle. You're like my color guy at the TAM game.
What's her resume with these star types like Travis Kelce, John Mayer? Like who else is she?
The front guy from the 1975, Paulie?
Oh, I read the controvery about that guy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was not good. Yeah.
No. Anybody else, or is this like?
Okay, so Taylor Lautner. You guys know him?
I don't. Who's that?
Taylor Lautner is like her dude. He was from Twilight.
Twilight guy. Okay.
So Taylor Lautner, John Mayer,
ladies like vampires.com.
Joe Jonas. Joe Jonas. I got a list.
Yeah.
Some guy named Lucas Till who was in a video.
A list.
Taylor Lautner from Twilight. John Mayer, as we know.
Yeah.
Harry Blankenstyles.
Styles, too. Boy, look at Styles now.
Gyllenhaal was on the list.
So I'm glad I asked. This is very informative.
I see. Harry Styles, I got that too.
Damn, she's catching up to Madonna here. She's not.
Calvin Harris.
Okay.
Calvin Harris, isn't he a DJ? Calvin Harris, a big DJ guy?
Triple E just said Tim McGraw in my headphones, too.
Tim McGraw. What are you talking about, Tim McGraw?
He did. He said Tim McGraw.
Not with Tim McGraw. Tim McGraw's married to Faith Hill. What are you talking about,
I don't know. I'm Tim McGraw.
Come on, brother.
Yeah.
She wasn't with Tim McGraw. Because it's really bad info. Joe Alwyn, Maddie Healy from the 1975, and then Kelsey.
Well, so she's not unfamiliar with this terrain of dating a superstar. This is all old hat to her.
Did you have that many girlfriends, Paulie, man?
Well, let me get my list. Hold on one second.
Hey,
How you doing?
Yeah. So they made sure to walk by the cameras to do their thing there, man. So, hey, Dante Whitner's going to join Papa and the Waterboy today at 12:30. Interesting, our big hit produces, there is a faction that says stay with Farhan and Gabe. And they're saying, one of the guys brought up a point that, hey, they stuck with Sabian for 14 years before he got a World Series. Now, that said, they, in 1997, became a compelling team.
They really did.
That had superstar presence with
an
Barry
all-star
Bonds, Jeff Kent, Ellis Burks,
yes, and
etc.
Sean Estes was an all-star pitcher. They had stars on that team.
So it was 97, 98, 99, 00, 01, 02, 03. They were boffo box office, man. They were drawing over 2.1 million every year. So the analogy is not apples to apples.
No, it's not.
Sabian made them bold and interesting right away, and we're asking Farhan to do that. We're asking them to get bold and interesting right away.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
510 says Taylor's going to rip out Kelsey's heart and then win a Grammy for a song about it.
What's a distinct possibility? Yeah.
707 says I knew this regime, the Giants regime, was on a spiral when they went after Judge, which was a reach, and then went into Correa and didn't do due diligence on his health. It told me they were grab bagging the entire offseason, Paulie. 559 wonders, is Tommy Lee or Gene Simmons been on the Taylor Swift list? Paulie?
I seriously doubt that.
And 623 says you guys haven't commented on Usher playing a Super Bowl. Usher, and somebody pointed out, Usher gets the Super Bowl, but the same weekend Taylor Swift swoops in and steals the headline.
Yeah, I don't know what to even say about the Usher thing. I'm going to let you handle that.
He's cool. I like him. I don't know
what are his biggest tracks. Give me what do I got here?
Oh, man, we going with Lil Jon and all them. He's just a smooth R&B guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll tell you a story. When Candace was doing music reviews for the San Jose Mercury News, Usher was up and coming, but he was getting pretty big, and he was coming to play the Shark Tank, and so she had to do an interview with him, and his people said, call the San Jose Fairmont, but you asked for his room under the name Donny Hathaway.
Nice.
Dude, Usher checked in under Donny Hathaway, one of the great, see, people talk Vandross and all the obvious R&B legends. See, Hathaway is like the R&B legend's R&B legend. You know what I mean? Like Ken Griffey is your favorite player's favorite player. Like Donny Hathaway is the one that doesn't get nearly as much run, but he's So that shows you Usher's level of cool.
I'm looking at it right now. Okay, I got some Usher. I mean, again, like I feel like the Super Bowl halftime show have they kind of like maxed out? You know what I mean? Like I don't know
Had some
where
big ones, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like I don't know. Like again, it's like a death sentence no matter what you do.
Yeah, but we got what's his face running through the mirrors.
Yeah, I thought
the weekend.
right?
Yeah. Remember the widely praised Snoop, Dre, Eminem.
That's one. That's a good one.
That was widely praised. Some people liked Rihanna.
Did you like The Weeknd looking in the mirror at halftime? Did you like that?
It made for a fun gif.
I don't know
Twitter.
I don't even know what I'm watching here. I don't know what this is.
So anyway, there you go.
I say bring back the marching band. Let me see the Michigan State marching band. That's all I need.
Okay, there you go. Anyway, just a quick check of the text line. I want to get the clock right and clear the decks for Tim Ryan. Who, of course, by the way, that's the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Good man.
But we got to get Timmy Ryan in here.
I want T-Rock.
So we haven't talked to him since the win on Thursday night over the New York Giants.
That's right.
And here come the Arizona Cardinals. They had a 21-point lead on the Giants, and they just beat the Cowboys.
Handily. They beat the Cowboys handily.
We spent all August roasting their coach, Jonathan Gannon, for that pep talk when he was like, you got to have a fire in your gut.
Bro, they had Dak Prescott running around making bad throws out there. They really did.
And we talked about it at 6 a.m., Paula. You and I, we've had enough weird games with the Cardinals through the years.
I'm sick of it. I know. They're 3-3 Shanahan years.
We'll dive into that next. Okay. Tim Ryan next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Time for muscles.
Yeah, it's just your standard, chest and tries, back and buys.
Metal.
Ronnie James Dio. I'll go Dio. The last in a line.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan with Murph and Mac. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, it's that time. On Mondays, we talk to Timmy Ryan. Usually there's a game, but as we all know, Thursday night was the game. 49ers 30, New York Giants 12. Now they get ready for an Arizona Cardinals team that went from oh yeah, whatever, to, hey man, they beat the Dallas Cowboys. So Sunday should be intriguing. The Cowboys on the other side after that on Sunday night. So much to talk about with our guy Tim Ryan on the Uma guest line. What's up, T? How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Chillin' Murphy and Mac Daddy.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
We're feeling
Crushing
good,
it, man. Hey, you had a Sunday off. Did you enjoy?
Yeah, what'd you do?
I did. I just chilled out. Where I live, because I'm never home on the weekends, so I don't have the ticket. So I ended up just watching, bits and pieces of the Arizona-Dallas game. Watched the other game, the Kansas City game, which obviously was a blowout. Went into the facility, watched the tape again, and broke it down, man.
Nice.
So let's
watched a lot of ball yesterday, and the more I looked at it, the better Brock Purdy looked against that defense. It was pretty damn good. The way some of the wrinkles they were throwing at him, and obviously it was a challenge having some answers early, but the way that he managed risks and the way that his guys help him out on a couple of those throws that he just put up, it didn't take him long, and he figured it out. A lot of dirty coverages from Martindale, and the defense did a hell of a job mixing and matching zone pressures, fire zones where they're sending 5 and dropping guys, and then at times sending 6, then at times sending 7, and I think the first 0 blitz they ran in the game was the Ronnie Bell touchdown, which was an unbelievable throw and a great catch by Ronnie getting his feet down. But for Brock to throw that, and that is just a microcosm of why that guy is who he is in terms of anticipating, processing the information, seeing the picture in his mind, and throwing to spots. I mean, they do not have enough guys to block what the Giants are sending. So with a guy just bearing down in his face, he rips it to the corner before Ronnie Bell in his first NFL catch even gets into his break. And I like, people drop dimes. He drops dollars. He put that one right on. I mean, that was a silver dollar, bro. He just lasered it right to the right spot. And Ronnie came up with a big catch. But so many examples of that throughout the game in terms of his poise and what he's able to do. And then guys, when it's a game like that, just start getting into the screen game and getting the ball to those weapons and let Debo and CMC and Kittle and the other guys do the rest. And the O-line played their ass off too, by the way, with all those looks.
Man, such good breakdown of Brock Purdy, who was facing, as you mentioned, all those blitzes. And that's there was that next-gen stat that was the highest blitz rate in the next-gen stat era.
Well, I consider blitzes, Murph, a little different than I think they consider blitzes 5-man pressures.
Yeah.
I think a blitz, they're all pressures. And they sent 5-man pressures throughout that game. Very rarely did they not send 5. So no doubt on the 84%. And they were a lot in their 5-man front. So those guys are naturally going to come anyway on the base downs. But there was at least, I would say, 6, 7, 8 were 0 blitzes, no safety help, and a couple of those ended up being touchdowns. And the thing they were doing behind it is a lot of times, they'll run fire zone and they end up in that cover 3 behind it with 3 deep and 3 underneath. There was so many times where they were mixing and matching, playing man on the perimeter, trap in the middle of the field, just stuff that is hell on quarterback's eyes, and Brock was able to get through it with a big-time game.
Just a huge, huge moment for the young man to face that kind of pressure and this kind of different look. I mean, Timmy, and we're talking to Tim Ryan, of course, do it every Monday at this time. That's only 8 regular season starts.
Yeah, and it's never played the Giants. This team hadn't played the Giants in a while. I'm sure they went back and looked at the Baltimore tape when Wink Martindale was there as their coordinator and has always been creative, always been about chaos, always been about sending extra guys and mixing and matching coverage looks. And, Troy Polamalu stuff, safety up at the line and then bail into the deep middle. And again, to be able to do that, and it was obvious at the beginning part of the game that he was a little bit off in terms of some of those throws. But never was there a point where I was like, oh, that guy was wide open. He missed that one when I went back and watched the tape. Or, man, very rarely is Brock going to be off in terms of what he's seeing. And then if there's nothing there, he's typically going to throw it away, throw it out of bounds, or give his guy a shot. And the guys were able to play defense a couple of times, especially Kittle and then Debo down in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, that was a little early on. He was trying to figure it out. And as they play 60, they don't play 15, and Niners get that 30-12 win. We talk about Purdy so much. I want to shine a light on the other side of the ball and what's developing into this D line, which, has been such a hallmark of this.
It's like a damn monster movie, Murph. Like a damn monster movie.
I want to talk about the 5-man rush, the 5 D linemen.
Yeah.
I don't know. Timmy, help me out. We haven't seen that.
You don't get a lot of that.
We've had wrinkles of it.
Yeah.
We've had wrinkles of it, but and it was played. I want to think Arden Key did a little bit of it under D'Amico, but it was very rare. This is starting to become a nice little sub package for the 49ers, and they can end up sending 6 out of that with Fred Warner coming or Greenlaw. Hell, I even saw him send 7 one time in the game. So the fact is it's going to get everybody but Bosa one-on-one because the Giants were max protecting the holy hell out of that game. And the ball was still coming out in 2 seconds. Think about that. They're sending 3 guys out on routes. 49ers have 5 guys covering 3, sometimes 6 covering 3. Max protection, and the ball's still coming out in under 2 seconds.
Right.
That just tells you the impact of the rushers up front. And Bosa, anytime he gets a one-on-one, forget it. He's going to win, and he's going to win quick. Especially in that game, those tackles were challenged. The play that he made on 3rd and 8 was really the game changer on that second drive when they had him backed up, and that really flipped, kind of, to me, the whole vibe in the flow of the game. But the 5-man rush gets guys one-on-one, and Armstead is a tsunami in the middle. He is playing his best football.
Nice.
And when he gets a one-on-one, he's going to have that guard on roller skates. He's gonna skate him back to the quarterback in 2 seconds. The Hargrave digger, he gets one-on-ones, forget it. Quick as a hiccup, he's on your edge, he's winning. Kinlaw at times got some really good push. He's the 5th man on the 5-man line. Drake Jackson one-on-ones was close a bunch of times. Cleo Furl, I mean, you can say the same problem. And then Fred, say what you will, is becoming a much better blitzer.
Yeah.
With his little swipes and swims and rips. He's got, like, real pass rush moves now that work. So, yeah, I love the wrinkle, especially when the ball's coming out quick and it forces guys to play tight coverage behind it, which they did throughout the game. So, yeah, I would anticipate we're going to continue to see that 5-man line.
It's pretty exciting. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about Eric Armstead, Tim, and talk about why, like, what are you seeing that you think, what would you attribute his progress to? I think we saw a lot of positive stuff from him last year, like probably his best season so far. But is it having?
Well, no, last year was a challenge. 2 years ago, I think, was his best season when he just exploded into the playoffs. The year before, and I mean, these seasons start running together after a while.
Yeah.
He was a 10-sack guy and double-digit sacks, and then last year he was hurt for a good portion of the year.
I was thinking 2 years. Yeah.
But yeah, it was. I think it was his knee, and then his foot, and then he had a bunch of challenges last year.
Yeah.
I would attribute it to a couple things. Number one, being first and foremost being healthy, and a tremendous offseason for him, and getting his body, geared up and ready. And he's always done that, but he stuck around, and he's from there. But he's in unbelievable shape. So he stayed healthy. He's got rare talent. He's a human forklift in terms of that 2-hand shiver where you give your chest to him, it's going to get exposed, period. His arms are too long. He's got too much shock and power in that 2-hand shiver. And then he's got moves that he can work off of it. If you drop your anchor on that bull rush, you can get to your edge and and swim you. I think being more, even in year number 9, these guys continue to learn and understanding when and why the front is running games, and understanding which way is the center going, where's the back lined up, where's the tight end, what's the down and distance, all of that stuff, between the ears in terms of anticipating what they're going to do in terms of protection helps him in terms of what moves he's throwing. And then having the Hargrave digger, Javon Hargrave, next to him, they're going to turn a lot of protections his way because he is an elite interior pass rusher. And when they do that, and then you've got to have 2 on Bosa with a chipper or a running back.
Yeah.
That means 91's one-on-one.
Nice.
And it's a real challenge for these guards to block him one-on-one because of his length and his rare power. So he may have had the biggest impact in that game the other night in terms of what he was doing as a rusher, as a run defender, working those twists and games with the players adjacent to him. I know one thing, the defensive tackles just absolutely dominated that football game. And when you have that type of gut pressure, you have longer down and distances, and the quarterback's still throwing it for, 3-yard hitches, you're cooking with gas up front. And the linebackers love it because they know now they're, we always talk quarterbacks clocks, 1,001, 1,000. Used to be 3. Now it's like a 2-second clock. That ball better be out. And the linebackers feel the same way. They hit their land spots. If they're in zone, their landmarks, and 1 or 2 ticks, man, and their foot's already in the ground tracking and driving to the football underneath them.
It's just a great start. 49ers are 3-0 after beating the New York Giants 30-12. And, of course, Sunday, here come the Arizona Cardinals. So let's talk a little bit about this, Timmy. So if we're doing this conversation, 8 days ago, that lots has happened with the Cardinals. They're 28-7 lead on New York. Probably should have won the darn game. They didn't. And then they beat the Cowboys? It's like, whoa, what's going on here? I mean, this was a team that was very industry-wide written off. And the Niners
I think you write them off. People write them off, all the, prognosticators based on their offseason and what they did and who they got rid of and who's still there. And it's a new coach, and they're going to get the number 1 pick. These guys are grown men competitors, and I 8 days ago I had the same conversation we're going to have right now. The 49ers understand this: play your best or get beat, and that's how it is in this league. Murph, you go back, I think it was the 21 year, and they came in here without a lot of their prime-time starters.
Yep.
And ran roughshod on the 49ers, and that game was a major eye-opener for the football team. So, no, they will not overlook these Cardinals. Dobbs is playing good football. They can run the ball.
Yeah.
They're good enough up front where they play hard. And you could say, a lot of people said that about the Rams, write the Rams off. Look what they're doing. When you get young guys that are all playing for jobs every Sunday and playing their asses off, it's kind of a risk-reward game for them. They're going to look, obviously that effort's going to pay off, and they're going to make some plays, and they're going to get gashed at times as well, and that's what happened in the Giants games. The Cowboys really had not much for them. The way they nullified that Cowboy defense by being able to run the football was something special. So I would say they're going to try to do the same thing against the 49ers in terms of, speed the game up, chew the clock, try to run the football, try to stay in the manageable down and distance for Dobbs to Marquise Brown, Rondell Moore. Zach Ertz is off to a great start. But they won't catch these 49ers slipping in terms of the coaches and the players from a mental standpoint. They got to go out and do their thing. And, again, love the veteran leadership on this team. And, guys, these guys have all been through this. They understand this drill, and they understand what it takes 1 week at a time in the arduous journey that it's going to be. But they know how to handle it all and know how to tunnel vision week in and week out. Period. This is week 4 of the book. The book is hopefully 20-21 chapters long. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, James Conner actually rushing the ball a little bit. Dobbs, kind of a surprising dude getting that win. A very, very, very weird result for them to beat. You look around the league, though. I mean, Houston beat Jacksonville. Arizona beat Dallas. I mean, then there are some things.
Miami scored 70.
Yeah.
Dude, Tim, holy smokes.
What the hell's going on out there?
Timmy, you told us that you gave McDaniel the style advice. Remember that? Wasn't it like the white slacks or the shades or something?
You were dropping that. That's right.
I said, dude, I said, cut that lid.
Yeah.
Make sure it's high and tight.
High and
Trim
tight.
your beard up real good.
Yep.
I said either go with the flow or cut it tight. Whatever you're going to do, I don't care about the hair, but make sure you're well groomed.
You got to commit.
Get that beard. Yeah, get that beard tightened up.
Yep.
Manscape it up. Whatever you do,
and trim it up.
Get some designer shades.
Yeah.
Or
that was
glasses.
it. Yeah.
Like that. And I even go out on a limb and get some white Al Davis pants. Dude,
might as well.
Your fit,
get
your fit together, because if and when you're losing, that's going to save you another. That's going to save you another year with the fan base. And man, he looks good. He looks good at the top of that. At the top of that crew, and their offense is a lot of fun to watch, obviously.
So, Tim, I'm watching the post game, right? And there's Sean Payton and everything, and we like Sean. We've met him before. He's a good guy, and Bay Area ties and everything. Should he have a right to be pissed at Miami, or should he be pissed at himself and his own staff?
Well, there's no mercy rule in this league. Let's go. Come on, man.
That's it.
I'd be pissed at my own staff and my own team and figure out how to get our offense going to score some more points with that offensive mind that he's got.
Hey, in reality, guys, McDaniel took his foot off the gas. They pulled the starters early fourth quarter, so they didn't pour it on at all, and they had a chance to kick the field goal to make the 73, and they didn't. So McDaniel took it easy on him.
Yeah, it was
right. And so the 73, would that have tied the record?
Yeah, that famous championship game from way back when.
It actually would have broken it.
It was a playoff game, and back in like 41 when the Bears beat the Redskins like 73-0. It would have set a regular season record, but it would have tied the all-time record, including the playoffs. So, but he took his foot off the gas. How about that?
Crazy, man. Yeah.
So, hey, speaking of your Bears, man, that's your squad. They drafted you.
Oh, what are we going to do with the Bears?
Oh, man. Justin Fields is supposed to be the guy this year.
Once proud Bears, for real. Yeah.
Well, he was supposed to be the guy, obviously. That team had a lot of changes in the last 2 years, a lot of money to make some additions this year. And part of it, and I've just seen bits and pieces of them, but it's not good, man. You got to be able to throw the ball in this league, and you got to be able to throw it consistently. And when you get behind, you got to be able to move the ball down the field with your arm. His legs are a tremendous asset, and obviously what he can do running the football, and that was all proven and bared out last year. But man, it's hard to win in this league when your quarterback is somewhat one-dimensional, and then the defense has been a bigger disappointment, I think, than people we're going to realize, and then all their challenges with their coordinator this week and all the stories going around there. So yeah, it's been a rough few decades for the Bears, and this year is as rough as it gets, I think.
Yeah, man. And also around the league, Timmy, we look around some of the interesting headlines. Can I throw you what the Raiders did last night? I just want to talk strategy. Josh McDaniels getting crushed down 8. He brings out his field goal unit. It was like, wait, what? Did you see that?
That's,
I saw that. Yep,
yeah,
I saw it.
That was when
I don't know.
It's a tough look when you lose.
What was that?
Well, I think he gave himself an opportunity. I didn't really mind it because they got it to one score. They got it to 8 points, right? And then they got the ball back. But something's just off in that offense. Their protection is clearly not as good as people thought it was going to be. And if you can get pressure on GQ Jimmy, he's going to serve it up. That's just, we all know the history of Garoppolo, and love him as a guy. And I told a lot of Raider fans what's going to happen. Well, what are we getting with Jimmy G? I said, you're getting an absolute movie star, number one. So that's going to be a challenge all year with all that talk. But he's a great human being. He's a great guy. What's going to happen is he's going to make throws that are going to wow you. You're going to be like, oh, my God. It's like the edge of your seat, right? He's in the pocket. He's moving. It's like, oh, no. Whip. He whips something over the middle of the field or puts on a big-time throw, and it's like, whoa, can't believe that he threw that. And then he's going to serve up some interceptions where you're going to be like, oh, man, I can't believe that he threw that. And there was a couple of them where it looked like he was just trying to throw it away. Not the last one, but the second one. And if you're just going to throw it away and you're under pressure and you got two guys covering your wideout, throw it out of bounds where nobody can get it. But he kept it in the field of play on both of those, and both of them were easy interceptions for the defense. So, I anticipated the Raiders would have some challenges on the defensive side of the ball. Max Crosby is a tremendous player. Other than that, they just don't have a lot of guys that can really rush the passer. And then you put that back end and those young linebackers behind him, and it's a challenge. So, it's it's a tough road to hoe in Vegas right now with the Raiders. It'll be interesting how this whole storyline goes for them this season and what they do at the end of it. A lot of ball left.
And do you keep an eye tonight? You got the Eagles playing. That's a supposed like rival that they would face in January. They're at the Bucks, and then of course the Rams, who gave the 49ers all they could handle. They're at the Bengals. So two games tonight that have interest to the Niners.
Yeah, and the Rams, I'm interested in watching them against Cincinnati, and we'll see what happens with Burrow and his calf injuries. What's the latest on him, playing or not playing?
It's a great question. I saw a report that said he might not play.
I think it's game time. Game time, yeah.
Yeah, sounds like he's got a bad calf that can be troublesome. That thing's been a problem since summer. So, look, Stafford is one of the few that can still do it.
Timmy, I'm sorry. Diana Rossini just tweeted that he is working out this morning, and there's optimism that he could play tonight.
All right.
So there you go.
Yeah, till he tries to elude one pressure, and then that calf talks to him.
Seriously,
bites him.
Like, are the Bengals?
I don't know if you've had a pulled calf, bro, but if it ain't right, it ain't right.
And I'm wondering, the Bengals did almost like a move of desperation to play him to avoid a 0-3 start, maybe.
Well, yeah, but then if he gets out and tweaks that thing again, how far set back are you?
Exactly.
So I'll be surprised if he plays. And just listening to that. And then the other game is who's playing the other game?
Eagles at Baker Mayfield.
Tampa's interesting, yeah.
Tampa gets after it, man. Baker is perfect for them. He's an absolute grinder, and for what they want to do and play defense and run the ball, get the play action going. So Philadelphia, to me, they haven't found their stride yet. I watched them last week. They just didn't look the same to me. They lost both of their coordinators, and obviously they've got a lot of big-time talent. They're going to try to pound the holy hell out of the rock and then let Hurts take his shots when he has to. So nobody's really found their stride yet. As good as the 49ers have played, there's so many things to clean up here early in the year, but yeah, I'll be excited to watch Philly for the second week in a row. And then I think what's good about these 49ers is, playing last week against the Giants, got to preview the Arizona Cardinals already from week 2.
Right.
And as did the players watching all that tape of the Giants. So now here comes Arizona, and we'll get to project the week ahead and preview, what the Cowboys are bringing to the table on, in another game as we'll have them the following week on primetime. So, the schedule's laying out nicely in terms of watching film and the preparation.
Loving it, man. Hey, it's a divisional game, and if you needed anything about taking these Cardinals lightly, went out the window when they knocked off the Cowboys yesterday.
Big time.
So
should
be really fun. But man, oh man, these Niners
play your best or get beat, boys.
There you
play
go.
your best or get beat.
Right.
It's always a great conversation, brother. We will hear you
Tim.
Thursday with Papa and Lund, and of course Friday with the afternoon crew, and then can't wait for your broadcast on Sunday. And we'll talk to you next week. Have a great week, Tim.
All right, studs. Appreciate you.
There he is. That's the stud right there.
That's
Tim
my
Ryan.
guy. God only knows what he's off to do right now. Hunt,
Ride a
something
horse.
manly. Yeah, weightlifting, something.
Maybe whittle some wood.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
He's got
chop
that
down a
big mane.
tree.
And by the way, if you haven't seen Timmy rock since last season, he's growing it out, man. He's like he's looking like Robert Plant now with the long flow. Might ponytail that ass up. I think he ponytails it during games sometimes.
Should I grow it out, Paulie?
Yeah, I've been telling you to. I want beard. I want hair.
Don't forget, we're planning on the holiday beard.
I want to see
My barber
Murph
wants the holiday beard.
I want to see Murph come in after the Christmas break because we're getting there. Like it's going to be October soon, then Thanksgiving, then Christmas.
Post Thanksgiving.
No, I want you walking in the studio, dude. 2024, like January, like looking like Rick Rubin, like the beard, like the flowing linens. You know what I mean? Like sitting Indian style on the floor. Like there's no more chairs.
Barefoot, Paulie,
Murph's like,
barefoot.
no, I don't want chairs anymore. I'm just going to sit on the floor.
All right. Hey, listen, MJ Acosta-Ruiz, NFL Network. She's a good talker, and she can talk about the league with us. So many interesting things. But we had such an interesting cooler of content. I want to go back in.
It was a good cooler.
We packed it. We barely scratched the surface.
No, I got T-Swizzle,
Let's
Kelsey.
get into
There's
some
a
of
lot
that
there.
All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader.
Manscape it up.
American Canyon. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan provided injury updates after the 49ers win over the Giants. Our own Jake Hutchinson gives you the scoop with that article trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, there you go. That's one of the stories from over the weekend, and it was brought up by somebody that, do you think Usher's camp is a little miffed that he gets named Super Bowl halftime and then Tay-Tay comes in, just steals all the thunder?
Maybe she did that on purpose. Maybe it was calculated.
She was like, rivalry, a little pop rivalry.
Could be like, I'll take the headlines today. Thank you very much.
Buddy, it's a tough world out there. As I told you, we watched Jerry Maguire on Saturday, and in the climactic scene, he said, "We live in a cynical world."
By the way, shout out the late, great Glenn Fry from the Eagles.
Yeah.
Great songwriter, great singer. I forgot all
Playing
about his
hardball with Rod Tidwell.
Dude, I forgot about his acting.
Dude, faxing in contract offers.
And he's like a real suit,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
He's like
yeah.
an ultimate, yeah.
He's playing hardball with Tidwell.
Yeah. Hey, man, listen, that's not the deals of this. That's not the terms of this deal.
It was tough to see him. I got a little pang, man.
I know. Give me a little tequila sunrise, man.
Anyway, if you just joined in the show, that was part of our long and winding fun road today, was me talking about showing the kids Jerry Maguire and having to cover Rory's eyes during the Kelly Preston, Tommy Cruise opening scene.
I understand.
Yeah, hey now. It's funny because Crow didn't have to have that scene in there. He went for the rated R.
Which one about? Oh,
well, the first time you see Preston, she's as a Jaybird, buddy. As a Jaybird, and she's shouting some crazy stuff.
Well, that's what happens in a moment. Yeah, things are said. Things are said.
Anyway, back to the cooler of content.
Yeah.
And well, obviously, like we said, we play Usher, but Taylor Swift is the news.
Hey,
how you
how's it
doing?
going?
I like that, by the way, that little cut. They walk past the... I wonder how she felt walking
And was
through
that a
like
coordinated strike, too? Because they could have gone out the back door somewhere, yeah.
I wonder how she felt about walking through, like, it's sort of a traffic-y tunnel with, like, equipment trucks and stuff. It's like, that's not T-Swizzle style. Like, she's singing about the James Dean
She's
style.
got NFL, like, road cases all around her and stuff. Yeah,
There's like athletic tape on the ground and stuff, but there's something about her. She wants to get all sweaty and dirty.
It is very interesting, too.
Because she and Kelsey walk by and the cameras catch her and she drops it.
Hey,
how you
how's it
doing?
going?
By the way, you got to ask yourself
the legendary
the next question.
Arrowhead drop there.
Now, if they were like in New York or Chicago, you could say Boston, L.A. It was perfect. You know, you leave SoFi, boom, now you're out on the Strip. You're doing all this cool celebrity. Like, what do you do in Kansas City?
Great.
Like, where do you
I thought
go?
of the same thing.
There ain't no nightlife in Kansas City.
New York, P1 Chuck, he follows his New York Post. He sent me an email. There's an unconfirmed report.
Here we go.
That they bought out a restaurant.
Oh, yeah?
And cleared it out. And then some players came, too. That there was like a little private party at a restaurant.
See, I would have...
So that's what you do. I guess you find a restaurant, you buy it.
See, I try to go right back to the house, though. So if I'm Travis Kelce, I'm like, I'm going to take you home, show you my terrarium. He's got a new one.
You would like him to show the dolls. You would like him to show his little girl dolls.
Oh, my God. This one just... Some of the stuff he said about those dolls...
Do you think? Okay, I was going to make a Pulp Fiction reference because when Travolta brings Uma Thurman home,
I know exactly what you're going, and never censor yourself like that. That's a great idea, and it's probably how things shook down. As long as I can find
got to be a gentleman.
I'm going to
doesn't
share
wanna-
it.
I'm having PG-13.
I'm choking my
Speaking
guts
of
out right
covering
now.
Rory's eyes during the Kelly Preston scene.
How'd that go?
Well, I think I did well. I think he was very confused. He's like, "Why are my eyes shut? Why is Dad singing Bye Bye Baby right now?"
Murph's made a lot of great calls today, probably none better than this. Here's Travis Kelce at the end of the night.
So, you're going to go out there, you're going to say goodnight. I've had a very lovely evening. Walk out the door, get in the car, go home, off, and that's all you're going to do.
Oh, my God. Come on, you got to look yourself in the mirror. That's all you're going to do. That's Travis Kelce. You got to. You like that, Murph? How was your riff? We got Murph on that one. It's a great scene. It's a great
the
scene.
idea that's what Kelsey did.
Yeah.
You know.
So you're going to go out there, you're going to say goodnight. I've had a very lovely evening. Walk out the door, get in the car, go home, off, and that's all you're gonna do.
That's all you're gonna do. He's like hammering it into his own head.
He's talking to himself.
And by the way, when he says the thing that I beeped, he actually gestures. He gestures in the mirror.
Is he looking in the mirror when he says that?
Yeah, he's addressing himself in the mirror. Yeah.
But there's another gif where he's got his coat over his arm and he's looking left and right. He's a little confused.
I don't know.
In the foyer.
Yeah.
That's used on gifs and just anyway. Bill Belichick checked in. What more do you need than the ultimate NFL head coach checking in on the ultimate NFL romance?
Okay.
Here's Belichick on his Greg Hill show on WEEI.
Swiftie to Swiftie, Taylor Swift was in attendance to watch Travis Kelce's game with his mom in the box. Seems like they may be the new it couple. Where do you fall on that? Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
When you got Belichick riffing,
It's like Rodney Dangerfield for Belichick.
You're
isn't
not
it?
kidding, bro. It's a good thing they beat the Jets, or he wouldn't have been riffing at all. By the way, thank you for beating the Jets. I got back up on my feet on the forecast. How'd you do?
I went 1-1 again.
Okay.
We're both 3-3.
Yeah.
As we like to say, the Friday football forecast, it's not going to hurt you.
You win
It's not
some, you
gonna
lose
hurt
some.
you.
Yeah.
Platzi checked in and said gravitational pull.
On the
He did.
forecast, yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Tony Romo and Nance did the Jets-Patriots game, and I guess a Jets fan jumped up and his dentures came out.
No, I don't know about this.
That's a tough deal, Raleigh. I mean, I thought like George Washington had dentures.
Do you think we'll be wearing dentures someday? Do you think we're headed down that road?
Maybe, but here's Tony
Hold
Romo.
on, let me take my teeth out. That whole thing.
Camera caught it, and Romo noticed it.
Okay.
Furious, Tony. I mean, you can see it on the face, the frustration, and look at, you know you're frustrated when your teeth come out. Oh, get a grip.
Oh, listen to
the Nance riff. Nice. Yeah, a little denture grip. I got you, Jimmy Nance.
Get a grip.
Yes. Nance might have trumped him there.
Oh, he's awesome.
Nance might have trumped him there.
Get a grip.
Sauce Gardner, New York Jets, outstanding corner. Mac Jones hit him low during a quarterback sneak.
Oh.
Gardner was upset.
Okay.
I don't even know what to say. Yeah, I do gotta ice up. He's trying to stop me from having kids in the future. He tripping.
He's
Funny, the same thing happened in the USC game I was watching. If you guys were watching the second half, it was either the third quarter or the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams drops back. He's getting ready to take a snap. He's not looking. His snap comes early. Bam, right into Jules.
Oh, boy.
He went down.
Yeah.
He went down like a ton of bricks. And there was, can I get a Jason Kidd? There was confusion because there was a lot of confusion as to why he hit the deck.
Because it was confusion.
Yeah, and then they showed the replay, and the announcers are like, oh, well, you see what happened. You got to kind of sugarcoat it. Well, he clearly wasn't prepared for the snap. Anyway, Caleb going down, then he went right into the fetal.
It's a tough deal.
That's
man.
all it takes.
You know football players don't wear cups. Isn't that amazing?
Exactly,
Amazing.
and that's why Caleb hit the deck.
I want to hit these last three here. Tripoli. Let's jump all the way down to 0923B. Dan Lanning, Oregon head coach, kind of taking shots here.
Okay.
Now, I think Dion has always said, I never take a shot at another man, but they make it personal and all that. Well, Dan Lanning of the Ducks, and I don't know, they had cameras rolling on this guy. This is right before they take the field against Colorado. He's taking shots, I think, at Colorado here. Yeah.
Rooted in substance, not flash. Rooted in substance. Today, we talk with our pads. You talk with your helmet, right? Every moment. The Cinderella story is over, man. Right? They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins. There's a difference, right? There's a difference, right? This game ain't going to be played in Hollywood. It's going to be played on the grass, right? It's going to be played on the grass. Let's go.
Okay.
We're
all
not
right.
playing for clicks. Wow, see now?
Not Hollywood grass.
No, we're playing this game.
Flat out calling the Deion Sanders Colorado Buffaloes just a vapid,
a fabricated,
substance-free hologram of a football team, dude. Hey, listen. Sometimes behind closed doors, you got to say what you got to say. But he had the cameras rolling on him, you know?
Yeah.
So
This game ain't going to be played in Hollywood. It's going to be played on the grass.
What's a good
So
speech?
after the
Fire up
game,
his guys, yeah.
Deion did not fire back.
Right.
He took his beating.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Another thing I liked about him is that, he said,
what can you say?
He said,
Yeah.
no excuse. Some people would say something. Some people like, no, man. You know who would do that? Copes. You whip Copes in something, he'll be like, doesn't matter, you suck.
Yeah,
That's what he'll be
yeah,
like. So it doesn't matter. So, because I thumped him in fantasy football last week. I didn't even bother talking mess to him. Because all he would have done was come back 10x. I think he learned his playbook from the guy who's running for president again, who used to be president. That guy.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, here's the deal. Here's Dion responding to the comments.
Give it to me.
It translates in practice. I don't say stuff just to say it for a click, contrary to what some may say. But, I keep receipts. But I'm serious. I analyze and I understand what we're up against and what we have and what we need. One thing that I can say honestly and candidly, you better get me right now. This is the worst we're going to be. You better get me right now. Now, I got messengers. God bless him, though, man. He's a great coach. He did a great job. God bless him. He take their shots. They won. I don't shoot. I don't do that. They won.
Okay. What do you think?
I think it's...
he did it. It was double-barreled because he said, I'd take it. He won. Take your shots. But he did say, but you better get me now.
You better get me right now.
Well, they got to play USC next week, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they might get him, too.
Well,
USC might get him, too.
Colorado doesn't have the trenches. They don't have the O-line or the D-line.
But I think that it would be a victory. Like, by the time the season is over, if they wind up playing in one of those bowl games, any one of the...
they'll get to one of those. But if he keeps recruiting, though, that's what he's saying. He's saying, guess what? Next year I'll have more Hogs, and the next year after that I'll have more Hogs.
Well, that's a big question about Dion, though. How long will he be committed to Colorado before he goes to the next thing, whatever that is?
And then, Paul, I got to do this because this is for me, baby. Listen.
What are we doing?
I'm fortunate enough to spend a lot of time over in the Republic of Ireland. One of the I don't know what to tell you. It's the greatest. It's got to be my favorite place on earth.
Shout out to you two debuting at the Sphere this weekend. True story. They're going to debut in Vegas next Saturday.
The Irish are unbelievable. They are not just like the person you want to drink with, the person you want to hang with, the person you want to riff with.
How about bar fight?
I don't see bar fights. It gets really sloppy. Some of the really sloppy guys on the back end of 4 a.m. and all that. But anyway, they are Italian 90 World Cup. Jackie's Army. Jack Charlton.
We're all part of Jackie's Army.
People have all acknowledged it's one of the great fan takeovers in the history of sports.
Got me.
What Ireland did in Italy 90.
Yeah.
We're all part. Well, guess what? Now their rugby team has a chance to win the World Cup. Rugby World Cup. Shout out to my rugby people. The Rugby World Cup is going on in France. It's a big blanking deal. And whether you're South Africa or France or Australia or New Zealand or Ireland, little tiny Ireland has a chance to win it all. They're actually ranked number 1 in the world. And they had to play South Africa in a pool game at probably Stade de France on Saturday. Of course, we all watched it. My brother's watching it. My buddy St. Simon's Johnny's watching it. My buddy Malk's watching it. I'm watching it.
What time is this happening?
Well, it was on at noon, but you can watch it on Peacock anytime. Dude, the Irish takeover of Stade de France was global buzz. Global buzz. People said they'd never seen anything like it. They swarmed the entire stadium. They sang the entire game. And so you're down with the Cranberries, the band The Cranberries.
I remember them, yeah, for sure. 90s,
R.I.P. Dolores O'Riordan, sadly.
Yeah.
But so many great songs. They had a song called Zombie. You remember that one?
That was like their big hit.
In your head.
He's nodding
zombie.
too. Triple E knows.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Well, because they're from Limerick, They're from Limerick, which is the province of Munster, and that's where rugby is most popular. The Irish team started playing that a few weeks ago because they're from Limerick, and Limerick's like the rugby capital of Ireland. Anyway, it's quickly become their song, and after they beat South Africa, the Stade de France PA plays it at full volume, and 60,000 Irish fans take over. Tell me how this sounds.
Okay.
Yeah, man. They took over the entire stadium. Yeah. You got to see it. It's incredible. So the guy playing it dropped the needle. He pulled it, and they sang the rest. And it was just... It was incredible. You got to see it. The video does it even more justice because
notice
it just
how,
rings out.
And
our audio's a little tinny on that.
Yeah, a little muddy, but I got you. I got the point. I mean, and also no coincidence that They're singing a Cranberry song, not a U2 song.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Is that a coincidence? Probably not. Tripoli's laughing.
Bro, it's incredible.
Right.
The other thing is they have a song called Fields of Athenry. Let's throw it in there just because I'm feeling the Irish
Fields
right
of
now.
Athenry.
Well, this is the one they sang for decades. They've sang this one. This was also ringing out during the entire game.
Nice.
So it's incredible, man. Just
when's the next?
They play Scotland Friday.
Ooh,
and
that'd
they
be
should
good.
win that one, and then they go on to the quarterfinals.
What's the Scotland-Ireland kind of?
Ireland's better.
Yeah.
So, but it's heading towards a showdown with either France or South Africa again.
Biggest rival of Ireland. Go.
Well, dude,
got to be England. Where do the Scots come in on that? Like, are the Scots?
They can't even. I mean, it's
Nothing.
Ireland, England.
Yeah.
Scotland hates England too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it seems like everybody hates England a little bit.
With good reason.
Yeah.
With good reason.
You know what I mean?
Anyway, turn up Zombie, everybody, in the
Okay, ma'am.
Cranberries. MJ Acosta-Ruiz talking NFL. She's from the NFL Network. Should be a fun talk wrapping up week 3. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You better get me right now.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
A-Chain, the running back, chosen flank to the right. Barrios in motion. The pitch to A-Chain. Off the left side. 40, 50. He's gone. 30. Nobody's going to catch the A-Chain. Touchdown, Miami.
Well, you want to see A-Chain speed at its best. One a day. The rookie out of Texas A&M has had. He just outruns everybody. If you're wondering what a track meet looks like, You got a chance to see them all except Mr. Waddle today on just how fast this team is. He just runs past everybody.
Well, there it is, man. The Miami Dolphins scoring 70, the highlight of the weekend for sure. Dante Whitner going to join Papa and the Waterboy today at 12:30. Also, before we welcome MJ Acosta-Ruiz back, I want to remind you we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. MJ, of course, spent time here in the Bay Area covering the Raiders and the Niners as part of her work at NFL Network, but definitely a specialty from her area down in South Florida, the Miami Dolphins doing their thing. So, MJ, we had you on once before. Good to have you back on the Murph and Max Show. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. How are you?
MJ.
Great to be back, guys. It's been too long, I would say.
Well, let's talk some NFL, man. Let's talk these Dolphins. My gosh. I don't know if anybody's going to stop them, but that's a significant deal. And right now, MJ, I think that I'm already hearing people nationally, and you're at NFL Network, so you can fill us in.
Yeah.
They're handing the MVP to Tua Tagovailoa after week 3.
It's kind of early.
Is that a little early?
Yeah.
It's a little premature, I will say. But I will tell you this. All of the Miami-centric group chats yesterday were people organizing trips to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. So it is sort of that feeling, right? But where I think people are excited to see this, especially I think when you think of the comeback story. I think if nothing else, comeback player of the year right now is definitely something you can start to talk about when it comes to Tua. Many folks didn't even think he would step back on a football field, but I spoke with him last year at the Super Bowl in Arizona when he was still actively recovering from everything that happened to him last year health-wise. And the sense I got from speaking to him directly was, I love this game way too much. I have way too much belief, not only in this team, but in my talent and my ability to lead this team and what Coach McDaniel is doing. And, I mean, he came back, he put in the work over the offseason, and we've seen the proof just now over just 3 weeks. Now, it is a long season, longer now than it ever has been. But if you're just going off of the pace of what the Miami Dolphins have done through 3 weeks, and you're a Dolphins fan like I am, then you're excited and you're happy about what you've seen.
Man, Vegas trips. Okay, we're going to take that clip, MJ, and send it to Pat Mahomes in Kansas City, right?
Yeah, sure. I just gave them more bulletin board like they needed.
Yeah, right.
I will say this.
Yeah.
Dolphins fans move with cautious optimism because there is trauma from past excitement through seasons that have started well. But, yeah, people are excited for sure.
Well, it's so many, it's funny, we all get so excited. Every week is a whole new reaction, right? And right now, the Dolphins certainly have everybody's attention. MJ, and we're talking to MJ Acosta-Ruiz of NFL Network. I'm just seeing this stat here that the 6 fastest speeds by ball carriers all belong to the Dolphins on the next-gen stats. Tyreek Hill, Devon A-Chain, is it? Archain. And then, yeah. And then Raheem Mostert, our buddy. So, I mean... Yeah. MJ, we used to have a guy out here, Al Davis, the late great, who used to say speed kills.
Raheem's got that.
I think Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins said, that's our playbook, huh?
Yeah.
No question. I mean, that's the one thing that's the X factor, right? You can't teach that. You either have the speed or you don't. And Mike had that experience, not just with Raheem, but a lot of the guys that he's brought in, and with the way he starts to run this offense from what he did in San Francisco. And I was there for all of those years, that Super Bowl run that the 49ers had. And it's very reminiscent of that. But I think with a couple of different tweaks, a couple of different aspects, right, that you've seen in South Florida thus far, just from last season, and we saw that spark. This season, it's really starting to come together. But that track speed, there's just no replicating that, and there's no battling that if you don't innately have it within your players and within your system.
It's interesting, MJ. We're talking to MJ Acosta-Ruiz as we're talking Dolphins here. So they scored 70. Obviously, it's the buzz in the NFL. And we're looking at the AFC East was supposed to be the place, right? It was supposed to be Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Well, that's out. That's gone. That's not happening. And then the Buffalo Bills, I think a lot of people gave up on them after, well, not gave up, but figured maybe they're not the same after losing week 1 to the Jets.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the Bills are still lurking out there for the Dolphins, and that's going to be those are going to be the games. Yeah.
No question, and that's who they have next, right? So you can never. I don't understand who gave up on the Bills. I certainly hope nobody did because they're a powerhouse team. Josh Allen can never be discounted. Stephon Diggs is getting in his bag. Gabe Davis, I have him on my fantasy team, is putting up points. That's not a team that you can overlook. Absolutely not. I think the division, you're right. The division as a whole is not as strong as people thought it was. But when you're talking about the 1-2 punch, about the Dolphins and the Bills, those are the two that you need to keep an eye on. And now this is going to be, I think, one of the biggest matchups of the year early on in the season, certainly.
Yeah, MJ's right. 10 a.m. kick on the Pacific, on the West Coast. It's the
It's a big game. Yeah.
And it's funny. Believe it or not, MJ, I did read anti-Josh Allen stuff after that Week 1 loss to the Jets.
Well, he looked lost out there Week 1.
Rolling out stats of all his. They say he can't come through in the clutch, and he throws bad picks. So MJ, some people did give up on the Bills after
just one night. Yeah.
Which is silly. I think that's silly, especially Week 1.
Yeah,
what are we doing here, guys?
Exactly.
It's like every single season, Week 1, it's a bust, or we're going to the Super Bowl. And yes, that narrative sometimes carries on into Week 3, Week 4, but I think if you've seen Josh Allen and the sample of work that he's put out there over the last several seasons, there's no way you can actually discount him. So this is the game that's going to make me nervous. And I mentioned earlier I'm a Miami girl, so I did come up as a Dolphins fan, but my dad is a Bills fan.
Oh, that should be a fun one. Yeah. The game is in Buffalo, so you guys avoid the bad weather. And right now there is an early line. Buffalo's a 2.5-point favorite in that game. So we'll see if what goes on there. Now, that all said, you're saying that the group chat said you're planning your trips to Vegas now in February for the Super Bowl. The question is, will we see you
not
there?
Not my group chat.
not MJ.
The question is, will they see the 49ers there? I'm already looking right now. The Cardinals coming into town after beating Dallas. And already the Niners are, Paulie, I just saw the line, 14-point favorites in this game. This is a Cardinals team that just beat Dallas. So,
Dallas, that's not the Niners. That's not the Niners. And certainly not that Niners defense. I mean, there's no way that the Cardinals pull off an upset like they did against the Cowboys, against the 49ers. I cannot see it. I cannot see it short of some force majeure situation going on and like all hell breaks loose, like knock on wood. There's just no way.
So, I mean, you what do you attribute that Cowboy loss to yesterday? I mean, I'm talking to some Cowboy fan friends there. I wonder if Dak truly has their hearts. You know what I mean? Like he threw a key pick in the end zone yesterday.
I know. That I think was really surprising to me because I think the narrative coming into this, and we heard from Dak, I'm going to protect the ball. I'm going to make sure that ball security is my top priority, and we haven't seen that. We certainly didn't see it yesterday. I don't think anybody expected it. But I think it goes back to what we were talking about just a few minutes ago in discounting teams throughout the NFL. The Cardinals last year were a massive disappointment, but that doesn't mean that all transferred in equal parts to this year. And I think they proved that last night. So I think a little bit more credit needs to be given to the Cardinals, and a little bit more pressure needs to be put on the Cowboys, because what we saw was not at all what should have gone down yesterday. But that was everybody expecting the Cardinals to just absolutely flop and absolutely do nothing out on the field. And they proved that, hey, they got a little more than what people were expecting them to have this year.
Talking to MJ Acosta-Ruiz from the NFL Network here about some fun stories from Week 3. Obviously, the Bills and the Dolphins both win big. They're heading towards a showdown next week. The Cardinals stun the Cowboys and then come to Santa Clara as big underdogs. And then there's the other side of the coin, MJ. Already, the Broncos play the Bears this next week. They're both 0-3, and they both stink to high heaven. And I don't even know, like, the Caleb Williams lottery is underway, right?
Here we go. Yeah.
Literally, I saw that Caleb Williams hashtag more times than I could count all over social media yesterday when it came to the Broncos. I mean, it's just nuts. It's nuts, and it's really hard for me to call which team. If you have to pick a team, right? We always have to do the game picks every single week. Which team you're going for here? When both of them are winless, and both of them are not looking great. Not looking great. I will say though that I did see some sparks from the Denver offense that I wasn't expecting. You know, Jerry Jeudy got out there. They had a couple tugs. So they did a few things despite a 50-point loss. So, I mean, it's just it's a head scratcher.
Well,
like, I didn't think there would be a team that I could not really explain, but the Broncos are that team this year.
Yeah, and I mean, Russ Wilson and Sean Payton already, you can just tell the body language is bad, and Justin Fields and the Bears, So this is the two most dysfunctional franchises going at it this Sunday. And then we can't let you go, MJ. You got to have a take on the story sweeping, not just the nation, the globe Taylor Swift at Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, I mean,
is this a good thing for the NFL?
I mean, is the NFL big enough to contain her? Yeah.
I don't know if it's her or the Swifties that you should be more concerned about, really, because they came to SoFi Stadium. We work right across the way at NFL Network, and you couldn't even get to work. I mean, you had to leave. I had to leave for work so much earlier just to get through the traffic, and we have our own parking garage. Right? It was unreal. I will say this. If it's a budding romance, good for you. Super happy.
Yeah.
Or this is the best marketing campaign I've ever seen.
Which it could be.
It's the best marketing campaign since the Barbie movie. I mean, it is just
nice.
But the thing is, she needs no marketing campaign. She just made $1 billion on her tour.
Are
right?
Super Bowl champs. It's like they don't need any more additional spotlight either. It's crazy.
Is more.
Okay, it's true. That's
more
true.
is more.
Is it? I mean, if so, let's talk turkey here now. I mean, let's pick a side here. Is Kelsey worthy of a Taylor Swift? Is Taylor Swift worthy of a Kelsey?
And is the end result going to be a new takedown song of Travis Kelce when the smoke clears?
That's why I'm saying I was like, I don't know if they're actually dating. I think the relationship I'm more interested on is Kelsey, the mama Kelsey rather, and Taylor Swift, because they look like absolute besties up there. Maybe that's what we're missing here.
Yeah.
And nobody's seeing it, because I can't imagine that Travis wants to subject himself to this. And I don't know that he is at a point in his life where he's ready to really wife up Taylor Swift, because the only other result is a revenge album, which we would all benefit from, of course.
Are we calling Tay-Tay Travis marriage here? We're going wedding?
Wow, that's quick.
No. I'm saying that's not on the board, and the only option is chaos.
Exactly right. Totally.
She's something else, though, man. I mean, she is just moving. To say move the needle doesn't even begin to describe it. It's like, the only comp I can come up with is like Michael Jackson back in the early '80s. Like the Thriller era of Michael Jackson.
It is a lot. The only other, obviously, other than Beyonce being here, and I'm just comparing just SoFi Stadium because I work so close to it. But K-pop, when BTS was
K-pop,
here,
and I guess
chaos.
Beyonce obviously who do you take when it comes to the Beehive versus the Swifties? Who do you think's the more powerful force?
Come on. It's the Beehive.
Okay.
There's no question.
Okay. There it is. You made your statement. Strong statement.
Yeah.
All right, MJ.
I said what I said.
Hey, you're good. You're good. You also said you're going to Vegas for the Dolphins Super Bowl. So
I like it.
I mean, I will be at the Super Bowl one way or another.
Right.
Regardless, if the Dolphins are there.
Well, I'll tell you what. If the Niners go, we'll do this back in February. We'll do it face to face though. We'll have a sit down.
If indeed we do meet at the Super Bowl Radio Row, will Travis and Tay-Tay still be together?
Ooh,
that's a long time from now.
The answer is no. They will not.
From now. No.
All right.
This will be fleeting. This is a pumpkin spice romance.
Nice. Very good. All right. Enjoy the Week 3 wrap. We'll watch you on NFL Network. Thanks MJ.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
There she is, MJ Acosta-Ruiz.
That was good.
Dolphins fan.
Dude, Dolphins Nation, don't sleep on Dolphins. I don't know where they came from or when this whole thing. Don't forget last year, the Dolphins came to Levi Stadium. There was a lot of Dolphin fans in the crowd.
I don't know who they are.
I don't know where this came from.
All right, we'll hand it over to Waterboy and Papa next on The Sports Leader.
I don't know that he is at a point in his life where he's ready to really wife up Taylor Swift.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, 500, my old friend.
Nice vocal.
I've come to meet with you again.
Yes.
Because my season's slowly fading.
Yes, Mark.
Left its seeds while I was sleeping.
And my playoff hopes are gone.
Yeah.
Within the sound of silence.
Nice take by Marcus. That's a good vocal, Murph. You hear how he commits?
It's good to see the kid.
I missed him. I walked right out there. I told him, I go, by the way, Murph's mic is not on.
Yeah. I couldn't hear anything you guys were saying.
There it is.
Nice to see the kid.
Yeah,
Marcus the Waterboy Boucher.
Well, what's up, boys? I'm coming into this face-off. It's the sound of silence in your headphones, apparently.
I can't hear
your microphone's not even turned on.
Thing. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I can.
By the way, you look well rested.
Thank you. I got to sleep in a couple extra hours this morning.
How's that? Is that nice?
That's nice. I'm talking about sleeping in Friday, having the entire weekend to myself, and then sleeping in Monday morning as well, boys.
Not a bad recipe. No wonder you look so good.
It's pretty nice, boys.
You're looking
it's pretty
good.
nice.
Then you're back with us tomorrow?
That's it.
You're done with the movies. He's back with us.
Yeah, you're done with the movies. 3 a.m. wake-up calls.
Hey, OG and Triple E, that was fun. We'll do it again tomorrow, and it's time to hand it over to Papa.
Cheers, boys. Oh, that's it. No face-off.
You don't get anything.
That's it.
You'll get nothing
I wanted to talk about hums and bums.
Look at that.
Here I was. I saw your boy Brian Murphy made Jimmy Garoppolo a bum baby.
Well, listen.
I didn't know we had such Jimmy Garoppolo haters on the Murphy Mac show.
A lively discussion tomorrow.
We'll talk tomorrow.
And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Touchdown! Obviously, the math is not in our favor.
They're fighting for clicks, we're fighting for wins.
And the best part of being in Vegas is the pizza. It's so much better than it was in San Francisco. They are Italian.
Manscape it up.
The final road game of the year ends in agony.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
First and 10 for Miami. Play action fake to her. Back to throw. Looking over the middle. Wide open. Tyreek Hill to 20. The 10. The 5. Touchdown, Miami.
Tyreek Hill wide open. And, man, the rest is pure speed. Had to be a breakdown by the Denver Broncos secondary to leave Tyreek Hill that open. Are you kidding?
4th and goal. They give it to Mostert. Touchdown, Miami. He scores again. Tua flips it out to Mostert. Mostert 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. His 4th of the day. Mosterati.
Rashid Shaheed catches it at the 25, far side, 30, 35, 40, still on his feet, breaks into the middle, midfield. He's got nothing but green, 40, 35, 30. Rashid Shaheed, see you later, bye. Touchdown, Rashid Shaheed. No flags. 3rd and 9. Jimmy Graham is in on the far side. Out of the shotgun is Carr. Here comes pressure. Picked up, but Carr steps up, and he will go down. Rashawn Gary, the linebacker. And Carr is down still.
They swing it left out. He's going to throw it down the sideline. Wide open man has got it. It's Williams down the sideline, and no one will catch him. Touchdown, Mike Williams from Keenan Allen. A little razzle-dazzle from Los Angeles here in Minneapolis.
Prescott with time, firing end zone, picked off in the end zone. Kaiser White, and White slamming the door on any thoughts of a Cowboy comeback. First interception thrown this season by Prescott, and it's a big one.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund once again on a Monday morning, wrapping up week 3 of the NFL season with Greg Papa. No 49er action this weekend because, of course, they won on Thursday night against the New York Football Giants. But tonight we got a Monday night doubleheader. The Eagles and the Rams both squaring off against a couple teams that might be playoff teams against the 49ers. So we'll break down those Monday night games. Also take a quick look at the Giants weekend against the LA Dodgers. But to kick off today's show, I think we got to start off with a nice little recap of week 3 of the NFL season. A week 3 that saw the Miami Dolphins put up 70 points on the Denver Broncos. A week 3 that saw the Arizona Cardinals upset the Dallas Cowboys. And really all types of crazy storylines, from Taylor Swift showing up at Arrowhead Stadium to hang out with Travis Kelce. And to talk all about it this morning is the one and only Greg Papa. Papa, I hope you enjoyed your weekend off of football, but I'm sure you watched plenty of it as well.
No,
What's up, Papa?
I didn't take anything off. As I told you on Friday when I was leaving, I went to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Nice.
Matthew and his staff took care of me. Came home and watched wall-to-wall college football. The Ohio State ending in Notre Dame was incredible. What happened to Prime in Oregon? Not good. USC. John Lund not with us because he's with his son George for Parents Weekend at Arizona State. And for a while there on Saturday night, they were bothering Caleb Williams, but then he came alive and wound up putting up a big number. So John will be back tomorrow. Good to have you, Marcus. And so just I got to start with I did not go to Ricky's. Derek already made plans with the two guys that run this show, Walter and Danny. So I was not invited. That's cool.
Me neither, Papa. Don't worry about it. I wasn't in the Cool Kids Club either.
Right. I actually just spent time on YouTube, and obviously with the 49ers' first 2 road games in Pittsburgh and L.A., I dabbled into the YouTube TV and Sunday Ticket in the Red Zone, and I like it better. I like YouTube TV way better. The technology is better from hopping to game, being able to rewind. It's just a better mechanism. So I just parked it and watched football wall to wall yesterday. And, I mean, the big thing is it was a good Sunday for the 49ers. Going into the games yesterday, for the first time since they realigned, and maybe even going back to the merger, I just looked at it from 2002 when they went to the realignment. A single conference after 2 weeks, Marcus, had 7 teams that were 2-0. 7 in the NFC. And we're locked in on the Cowboys and the Eagles. But the reality was Washington, Atlanta, New Orleans were all 2-0. We got 2 2-0 teams meeting tonight in Florida and Philly and Tampa Bay. I think we're rooting for Baker Mayfield to stay hot. But we'll see about tonight. But of the others, they all lost.
Yeah.
I mean, and New Orleans, I know we'll get into the Raider game in detail. When Derek Carr hurt his shoulder, that game just flipped. Jameis Winston was not able to hold on to that massive lead. Jordan Love was really struggling. But New Orleans came back. You know, if Jake Haener from Monte Vista High School and Fresno State did not test positive for PEDs, and it was a curious offseason for him that happened, I think he may have beaten out Jameis as the backup, but he's not on the roster. They had to go to Winston, and it all flipped. Atlanta lost in Detroit. My Buffalo Bills just took Washington apart. Sam Howell looked so good to start the year, and now not. And then the big game, and I watched every snap of this game, with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And I think it speaks to, I don't know where Dallas is. I think their offense is still trying to figure out, is the injury to Trayvon Diggs that impactful on their defense? But I like what happened yesterday in Glendale for 2 reasons. Dallas loses, and the 49ers, when they come back to work and they're checking in today, they're going to have a really light day today, but they will have a bonus practice today and then off tomorrow, then get after a Wednesday. And Matt Barrows will join us at 10:50 as they get back at it today. They'll have some media, and then we'll find out about the extensions of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, which broke during our show late on Friday. Arizona, when the guys come in today just to get the Arizona game plan, and they'll get it more on installation day on Wednesday, they're getting better and better. I mean, I didn't watch the Washington game back, but I will. But they had that game was a lot like the Giant game, where they were the better team for 3 quarters. They're like a 50-minute team. They just faded in the last 10 minutes. And then obviously the Giant game we watched closely because the 49ers just played them on Thursday night, and they came out. Joshua Dobbs is really impressive. His athleticism, his throwing arm. They jumped the Giants 20-0 and 28-7. So when they got ahead of the Cowboys, and it was that Rondell Moore jet sweep going to the left, and then he cut it back middle, it's like, whoa, don't forget about him. They've lost a lot of great players on both sides of the ball, but wow, is he fast? And they were able to hold on. Jonathan Gannon, former Philadelphia Eagle defensive coordinator, able to really bow up inside the red zone. So overall, it was a great day for the 49ers, and the fact that Washington, Atlanta, New Orleans, and the NFC all lost. In particular, Dallas lost, and I'm sure the faithful was watching your Raiders last night. Any day where the Cowboys and the Raiders both lose, Marcus, people here I think are happy.
Yeah, and Papa, that's why I want to get into those discussions about your big takeaways from yesterday's Cardinals and Cowboys game. And if you're coming away with the opinion that maybe the Cardinals are better than most people thought they were going to be this season, or maybe the Dallas Cowboys are worse than what they showed the first 2 weeks, we can dive into power rankings and all those discussions. But Papa, there's plenty of other games that do stand out on a Sunday, whether you're talking about Derek Carr going down with the injury, the Packers coming back down 17-0. Interesting kind of coaching strategies, one by Dennis Allen to go for the 2-point conversion down 17-9, so that way make it so he only needs an extra point and a touchdown to win the game at the end of the game, and then vice versa, going back to what you just mentioned, the Sunday night decision by Josh McDaniels to kick the field goal down 8
You didn't
points
like that,
at the Raiders' 9-yard line, Papa. No, because it makes no sense to me, and you're someone who's watched a lot more football than I have, so I would love your explanation or maybe the reasoning behind Josh McDaniels last night, down 8 points, 4th and 4, has a chance to pick up a first time, and the Raiders decided to kick a field goal to make it a 5-point game, Papa. Please explain, because I have no reason.
2:22 to play in the game.
Correct.
Well, when you're the play caller, play designer, the guy ahead of the offense, when he makes a decision like this, and invariably it's the other way, where you take chances because you're just so into the call sheet and you get competitive. But I go to, Matt LaFleur in the NFC Championship game against Tom Brady. Remember a couple of years ago with Aaron Rodgers and Eric got all epileptic on 4th down that they kicked the field goal? Mm-hmm. When your play caller is your head coach, and he does not believe he's going to get it. Yeah. He's looking at his call sheet and he says, what do I do here? I don't have a call. If I don't have a call,
that's
we
a
kick
problem.
it.
Yeah.
And Josh Jacobs, they are stuffing Josh Jacobs. And the bottom line is here, Jimmy got hurt again.
Yeah.
You could see it at the end of the half. Illuminor finally got benched. I don't think Tirico and Collinsworth even mentioned it, did they?
No.
Main Illuminors. I mean, T.J. Watt's a great player. And Colt McKivitz will vouch for that. And obviously, Cleveland's O-line.
Yeah.
But when Jimmy, and it was typical Jimmy, when he got hit right before the half, he just fought. You know what it reminded me a lot of? Derek Carr with the ankle injury when, who was it, Trent Cole? Trent Cole of the Indianapolis Colts. Remember we had Cole in our stockings
on
Christmas Eve that year?
The one sack that Donald Penn allowed the entire season, Papa.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. But at the end of it, Derek just fought. He just would not go down. Jimmy, in typical Jimmy fashion, a lot of times he fights, like when he got hurt last year against Miami, his final snap as a Niner, he fought to get into Robbie Gould field goal range. This time, no reason to fight, just go down. And his body got all twisted around. And he went in early with Scott Touche, the Raiders' longtime trainer, and I thought, he's just not the same. And then what happens, the first play of the second half, they light him up. And when Jimmy Garoppolo struggles, and he struggled in the second half, he made some curious choices. The one interception of Patrick Peterson. And he threw off his back leg. He didn't step into the throw.
He had like 6 or 7 seconds to make that decision.
But he could not step into the throw, so they're going to be critical of Jimmy. But I've seen it. Jimmy plays exemplary football when he's healthy, when the body starts to give up. There was a game against Miami a couple of years ago that got ugly. Remember, he was like hydroplaning. He couldn't step into his front leg. It was like, what's he doing? Yeah, it'd eventually take him off the field. And Jimmy Garoppolo, win, lose, or draw, always stands up and talks to the media. He did not last night after the game because they were checking him out for concussion protocol. So I don't know. I mean, O'Connell's not – he looked good in the preseason, but he's a rookie. And then Brian Hoyer. So they don't have a true backup on that roster. So, but doesn't that kind of tell you how good the 49ers are?
Yeah.
To make Pittsburgh look just so awful. Well, look, and they struggled for a bit, but they came alive. That one, when Kenny Pickett finally got the big one over the middle to Austin, the 72-yarder, and then it just seemed to alleviate him. And because the Raiders' defense and Max Crosby in their front were dominating the game. But overall, just watch good scoreboard for the 49ers yesterday in every regard. We'll watch the Rams in Cincinnati tonight. We got doubleheader on Monday Night Football. I love that. It's kind of hard to go back and forth. I'm not sure I love it. I love the theory. Is Joe Burrow going to play tonight? And then we obviously, even though they're both 2-0, Philly and Tampa Bay, we root for Baker and Tampa Bay to win. But when you're watching the league overall, and we'll get to Miami and what they did, their speed is insane on offense. But don't you just feel like, and Kansas City's really good, obviously, but don't you feel like as far as the NFC still, and maybe the overall league at large, the 49ers are just better than everybody else? They're more balanced than everybody else?
Yeah, and Papa, that's the way I'm kind of looking at it, because coming into the season, to me, it was a two-horse race in that NFC. It's the Eagles and it's the 49ers. And to your point, the Eagles are 2-0 right now, but I don't think they're overly impressing anybody. You look at their offense, they're running the ball extremely well, but Jalen Hurts has not come out and thrown the ball as good as we saw last year. That's why it led to A.J. Brown throwing a little bit of hissy fit last week on Thursday Night Football. We'll see how the Eagles perform tonight against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers tonight, because after tonight, there's only going to be 3 undefeated teams remaining in the NFL. One of them, of course, the 49ers, the Dolphins, and the winner of tonight's game between the Buccaneers and the Eagles. So we'll preview that game. And, Papa, I do want to get into the discussion about the Miami Dolphins putting up nearly an NFL record 70 points on the Denver Broncos this past weekend. We'll continue the NFL Week 3 discussion on the other side, get you ready for those Monday Night Football games, and discuss whether or not you're overreacting to the Cowboys' loss, or maybe you're putting some respect on the name of the Arizona Cardinals. We'll dive into that and more on the Pop and Lunch Show. Marcus Boucher in for John Lund today on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan stopped by the Murphy Mac Show earlier this morning to talk about all the NFC action in Week 3 of the NFL season and to get you ready for the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Tua flips it out to Mosher. Mosher 20, 15, then 10, 5, touchdown! His fourth of the day!
Mosterati!
The Mosterati, Raheem Mostert, forever 49er, putting up 4 touchdowns yesterday, and the Dolphins beat down over the Denver Broncos. Damn near a historical day as the Dolphins put up 40 points. But Papa, I guess my question is, has returned to the Papa and Lunch Show this morning, and I should tell you it is Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund. He'll be back tomorrow. But it seemed like the big Week 3 NFL takeaway, of course, since the 49ers played last Thursday, were the 2 games yesterday between the Denver Broncos and one being played between the Chicago Bears and the Kansas City Chiefs. Because as my guy Danny Dunn on the 1s and 2 just laid it out perfectly, you heard a Raheem Mostert highlight, and you also heard some Taylor Swift music, because the big news on the Fox broadcast was that Taylor Swift was at Arrowhead yesterday. So, Papa, I'll put it on your plate. What was your biggest storyline from Week 3 of the NFL season? The Broncos beatdown or T Swift being up in the suites with Travis Kelce's mom?
So who scored more yesterday, Raheem Mostert or Travis Kelce?
See, that's a great question, Pop. And
I'm not sure. Are they actually dating? When they left Arrowhead, they were not holding hands or anything.
I noticed that too, Pop.
I know they're into it for wins as well, but they do like their clicks as well. For Taylor Swift to show up, and she's got I didn't realize how popular she was until she came to Levi's in late July. It was insane. Does she need it? But, there may be some people that don't know Taylor Swift is watching a football game, and I think Andy Reid may be one of them. I don't know. So I don't know if they're just doing it to, get more clicks and more popularity. I mean, how many damn commercials is Travis Kelce?
Yeah, right. Are you going full Dan Lanning on us right now? Head coach from Oregon?
I did a little bit.
They're playing for clicks. We're playing for wins.
Well, both. And we'll see what USC's playing for. Good luck with Caleb Williams. That guy's the real deal. So
yeah, definitely.
Obviously, with the state of the Chicago Bears, it's hard to judge how good Kansas City is. But that was it was so bad that KTVU Fox 2, our Fox affiliate in the Bay Area, switched that game off. They don't normally do that. They went to the Cardinals-Cowboys game, which I like because I could watch it on a bigger screen and didn't have to go with the YouTube TV. But, I mean, we know Kansas City is electric. Miami, and I have some friends on their coaching staff that you may think, and guys that are in their analytics. They a little while there, a few 4th and 1s where they went for it. I thought, are you running up the score on these guys? Lay off. But it was early in the game, and then later on, I think their overwhelming team speed just came into play. I mean, how do you even... I mean, the first play where they run Tyreek Hill on that over route, and he catches it deep into their secondary, and no one lays a finger on him, and he's able to turn the corner. I mean, Raheem Mostert's one of the fast... I'd like to see them all lined up. And Jalen Waddle didn't even play.
No, they're missing a weapon.
Who's the fastest fish? Is it the Mosterati, or who's faster than Tyreek Hill? And they both have incredible functionality. I mean, for Raheem, it was like the NFC title game against Green Bay a couple of years ago where he had 4 tugs, the 3 on the ground, but the one where he caught the ball in the check down, dear Lord. I mean, that was Denver's tackling on that play was so bad. And it was in an area of the field up against the sideline where you just needed to get him out of bounds. And his speed is, changing. And it's great to see him healthy because whenever he's not, we worry about Raheem. But, I mean, who's this running back of Shane?
Yeah.
With Jeff Wilson, how do you even pronounce his name? How do you pronounce his name?
I think it might be Acne or a Shane.
No, it's not Acne.
Maybe not.
He breaks out all over your defense, but I think it may be a Kane or a Shane, whatever it is. Honestly, I never heard of the guy. Where's Jeff Wilson Jr.?
He's on the IR right now, yeah.
He's he'll start the first 4 games. But, I mean, their team speed and the way Mike McDaniel is using their pre-snap motion, and, they've been doing it with Tyreek, and now this, I guess it's called exit motion, where he goes in motion outside of the Z wide receiver away from the X side. And I remember Coach Walsh putting Jerry and Rice in motion where he'd yo-yo him behind the line of scrimmage. He'd start on one side, go back the other way, then come back out in return motion. You couldn't lay a finger on him. He's hidden behind the line. That's what Mike's doing behind his line. But now his line is run. They rolled up 350 yards rushing on 43 carries. As good as they were last year, Boucher, they couldn't run it the way the 49. And he's the run game coordinator. And then they had Tua threw for 309. How Mike White got it and went 2 for 2 and threw the last touchdown. Their running game is much better, and they've opened up their passing game. The 49ers frustrated them last year when they came in because it was strictly the Alabama offense that Tua ran in school for Saban. It was an RPO-based offense, and that's why I didn't love him coming into the draft because it's all RPO. It's a run-pass option where he puts it in the belly of the back, and then he looks at the coverage, and he decides whether to give it to the back, that's the run, or he pulls it out on the option, it's a pass. And what you wanted to do with him last year, when the 49ers, you want to make him give it, but he just wouldn't. He would pull it and throw it because their running game wasn't as strong, and he just wanted to throw it. The 49ers linebackers, Fred Warner and Drake Greenlaw, would drop so deep into the pass option, they took it away. Remember, they were tipping balls, and he got rattled. And before he got concussed again, I thought the 49ers exposed them for being just too much RPO. That's now gone. It's everything. And he's getting the ball out of his hands so fast, and you've got Tyreek on this insane exit motion, and then you got Tyreek. It goes back to when Andy Reid had Tyreek. And Andy, he hires Chris Ault from Nevada, who invented the pistol, and he's got Brad Childress there, the former head coach. And what's his job? He's their spread game coordinator. What's that? I mean, he's like the first. This is years ago when Alex was there, before Mahomes. And they just went all this motion, and it was Tyreek's speed, not just vertically but horizontally. How about the play where he goes in orbit motion behind, and Tua runs that great play action and then shovels it forward?
A no-look.
And it's like a no-look, and it was like, now. But they scored 70 points in the game.
I mean, Papa, we're looking at a team that set the NFL record for most total yards this past weekend, 726 yards. And to your point, it was split pretty evenly, 350 rushing yards, 376 yards passing, 5 touchdowns through the air, 5 touchdowns on the ground, and they were only 3 points away from tying the NFL record, which was, of course, set by the Chicago Bears back in 1940. The Washington football team scored 72 back in 1966.
Game, right?
The Dolphins in 2023 scored 70. They had a chance to almost tie it this weekend.
So what's the record? 73, right?
73 by the Chicago Bears in 1940.
That was a championship game.
So there was some discussion yesterday about Mike McDaniel and his decision to not go for the record. Now, he took a knee at the end of the game at about the 30-yard line, field goal range. What'd you think about that decision?
Yeah, it's fine. It's football karma. Ask Steve Kerr about that. They pulled Klay Thompson after a 60-point game after 3 quarters. Steph Curry, his unanimous MVP season, how many fourth quarters did he sit? That was the year he had 402 threes. How many could he have had?
Yeah.
The football gods will get to you. There were points in there where I'm friendly with the guy who's kind of their analytics guy. They had a 4th and 1 early in the game. It's like, just punt the ball. What are you doing? The one way they could get back into the game is if you stuff them. And they did get stuffed, and Denver did not get back into the game.
Yeah, and Pop, I guess the counter argument to that would be, aren't you already upsetting the football gods by running up the score to 70 points at that point?
But I think they just ran through the defense.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing they were doing with their backups.
That game was on the 2 games we saw here locally on over-the-air TV, and now I guess it doesn't much matter, but I like to leave one screen on each. And then, it was Derek Carr in the Green Bay game and Derek getting hurt in this game, and I kind of stopped watching this game because it got so absurd. And then the Baltimore-Indianapolis game started the rage, and there were, the Charger-Viking game got really good. There were some good finishes in the early window. So I don't know if, I think they just ran right through them. And Denver's tackling. Are you kidding me? And Sean Payton came in a little like Mike Tomlin, where he's a tough guy. I don't think the Broncos at Dove Valley tackled to the ground in camp, but they were tackling. They were in pads a lot. He's trying to make them a tough team. I cannot imagine what he's doing to them right now. He may just cut guys right off the roster today. He is royally pissed.
Yeah,
and then I don't know what you do with Russell. But that's not the issue is giving up 70. So they're the second team in NFL history with at least 300 passing yards and 300 rushing yards in the same game.
That's insane.
Who was the other one? Do you know who the other one was?
Off the top of my head, no, I couldn't give you an answer on that.
We got to look that up.
Yeah, we'll look into
that. But let me
that.
tell you something. That's something the 49ers could do this year.
I'm sure they're good with that
They
offense.
are incredibly balanced. You're going to have a lot of games where they get 200, 200, 250, 250. 300, 300 is excessive because now you're getting into 600. But they went 350, 376. I mean, come on. And their team's speed. Wow.
Oh, there were. I think there were the 5 fastest stat track run speeds or sprint speed throughout the weekend. All belonged to the Miami Dolphins. Whether it was Raheem Mostert, whether it was Tyreek Hill, or whether it was Devon A-Chain is the correct pronunciation.
Is that it? The A-Chain?
Yeah, the A-Chain.
Is it the A-Chain?
You know who reminded me on this past weekend was Darren McFadden. In 2010, when you were calling games for the Raiders.
Raiders with you?
Because that's the first thing I thought
Darren's
of.
Darren's incredible.
Well, you remember when the Raiders, Darren McFadden had 4 touchdowns. They put up 59 points on the Broncos in 2010.
Yeah, I remember opening day.
Yeah, and Darren McFadden was laughing on the sideline.
When McFadden turned the corner, and I remember like in practice, you ran a 28 sweep going to the right side. He kept standing right there. I mean, the wind just whipped by me. It was Bo Jackson, O.J. Simpson kind of speed. But when they went zone blocking scheme, it didn't work out as well. And then Jalen Waddle, the duck. We didn't even get a duck Waddle. He didn't even play.
No.
Who's the fastest fish? The Mosterati, Waddle. It's Tyreek Hill, though, right?
Yeah, I think it's still got to be Tyreek
Maybe
Hill.
I'd take Mike McDaniel, the head coach. You see him run off the field?
That's right. He was sprinting off the field after his interview. That's great. And it's great for him to come kind of full circle with, of course, Mike McDaniel, who used to coach here in San Francisco, but also used to be a ball boy with the Denver Broncos. And I believe the reports were a couple years ago when the Broncos were looking for a head coach, they declined an interview with Mike McDaniel. He got a little bit of revenge yesterday.
Who'd they hire, Fangio?
Yeah, that's a bad problem. And that's why you got the offensive lineman for the Denver Broncos saying, I've been here for the last 7 years, and all they've done is lost.
So what's your worst nightmare as a Raider fan for Allegiant Stadium, February the 11th of 2024 this year, Boucher? The 49ers versus the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl?
And we've seen that before, Papa.
The Miami. You're too young to remember Raiders Dolphins from the 70s.
Yeah, exactly. No, if we're talking about like a power ranking of teams I hate the most, it's got to be the Kansas City Chiefs up there. It's the Denver Broncos, it's the New England Patriots. And I just got to throw this out there, too. On Fox this weekend, I had Patrick Mahomes doing a pregame interview with Derek Jeter. Papa, you know I'm a big Yankee fan. I love Derek Jeter. I don't need Derek Jeter hanging out with Patrick Mahomes before the game on Sunday.
How about Jeter? Well, I won 6 championships my first 8 years.
Yeah, how about that? He's like, I was always in the World Series. I was there, Patrick.
You're both
now it's up to you.
by the time you're 35. Jeez, you already are. Mahomes needs to shave that head, doesn't he?
He needs to do something with that hair. Yeah, I don't know. But, hey, now he's not the most famous or, I don't know, talked about relationship.
Kelsey, that's why clicks.
I think Kelsey might be overtaking him.
Clicks and wins.
If you got Taylor Swift in the building, the Kansas City Chiefs got clicks and wins this weekend.
I think she just showed up.
I don't think so, Pop. I'm with you, and I also don't like the fact that Taylor Swift is from Philadelphia, has mentioned the Eagles in a couple of her songs, and here she was wearing Kansas City
mustard. On Super Bowl Sunday
here she was wearing mustard colors, that ketchup and that mustard yellow and red for the Kansas City Chiefs. She's got to rep her Eagles. She's got to go in there as a Philly fan, repping her Eagles. I liked her sitting next to Mama
Kelsey, and she was actually cleaning up in the suite.
Mm-hmm.
I like her. She was raised right.
Yeah, big time. She got a lot of attention yesterday.
Bracelet on.
One of the top storylines from yesterday, of course, is Taylor Swift, and Greg Papa is repping the Swiftie bracelet on the live stream available on YouTube, KNBR.com, and on Twitch.com as well. Taylor Swift was at Levi's a couple of weeks ago. 49ers will be back at Levi's this weekend against the Arizona Cardinals, and maybe that's a game we should get into on the other side, Papa. The Arizona Cardinals, perhaps pulling off the biggest upset of the week over the Dallas Cowboys. We'll react to that game and get your reaction. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Are you more concerned about the Cardinals now, or are you kind of laughing at the Dallas Cowboys blowing a game in Arizona? We'll talk about that and more coming up next on the Papa and Lund Show. Marquise Boucher in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Prescott with time, firing end zone, picked off in the end zone. Kaiser White, and White slamming the door on any thoughts of a Cowboy comeback. First interception thrown this season by Prescott, and it's a big one.
How about them Cowboys?
How about them Cowboys, and how about the Papa and Lund Show on a Monday morning? Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund. He'll be back tomorrow, but today it's me and Papa breaking down some NFL Week 3 action, and of course, wrapping up the final 2 games of Week 3 tonight with the Eagles heading into Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where someone's O has got to go. The 2-0 Tampa Bay Buccaneers hosting the Philadelphia Eagles, and also a good game tonight between the Rams and the Bengals, with Joe Burrow's kind of status still up in the air. But this morning, before we start turning our attention to the Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals, we do got to talk about what maybe is the biggest upset of the week. That would be the Arizona Cardinals over the Dallas Cowboys. I know DeMeco Ryans went out and got his first win this weekend, going down to Jacksonville and putting up 37 points. And there was also a big upset with the Indianapolis Colts and Gardner Minshew taking down Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. But here in 49er land, I feel like everybody's attention this weekend was on the Dallas Cowboys traveling to the Arizona Cardinals and watching this 28-16 victory for the Cardinals, where they never did not have the lead. They were pretty much in control of this entire game. You heard the highlights coming in on the rejoin. The Cowboy comeback falls short. Papa, what was your takeaway from watching the Dallas Cowboys, a team that a lot of people had ranked at the top of their power rankings and had them in the conversation to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl this year? They lose their Week 3 matchup to the Arizona Cardinals team, a Cardinals team that I don't think had too high expectations going into the season.
Well, the 49ers are going back to work today, and you don't typically watch a lot of games live. When Kyle does meet the media on Wednesday, I'm sure they'll ask him. I'm going to ask him if he watched it live. He doesn't watch. He likes to watch. Actually, he watches the Red Zone, so maybe he checked out YouTube TV and watched them all on Sunday. But what was great about this matchup, and I watched every single game on Red Zone and flipped back and forth, but this game, I watched every snap live, which I don't typically do, hardly ever do. But it was the next 2 49er opponents were playing each other. So it's Arizona this week. You're getting a look at them, and it's Dallas later. So it's hard for me to really lock in on on both teams. I like to watch one team and just get into it. But Arizona, this Joshua Dobbs story is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy who's 28 years of age, never won a game in the NFL as a starter, here, there, and everywhere. They got him in an August trade. I think it was a month ago yesterday, so August the 24th. Monty Ossenfort, the new Cardinal GM, makes a trade, and they get him, and they just kind of swap late-round draft picks, and you're thinking, what are they going to do with him? Then they cut Colt McCoy off the roster, who was their backup quarterback last year, and played well when Kyler was out to injury, but the more he played, the more it became obvious this is not the guy from the University of Texas or even early in his career in Cleveland. Colt McCoy is just, he's there as a stopgap, but if you have to play him consecutive weeks, you're going to be in trouble. Who's going to be their quarterback? It's Joshua Dobbs, and he is an athlete. You see the touchdown run he had against the Giants the week before when he ran right over Xavier McKinney on the goal line?
Yeah.
I mean, he showed tremendous speed, and then when he got to the goal line, he just put him on his back. It was unbelievable. And then even at the end of that game, when the Giants made a field goal to take the lead, and there were just seconds left, he showed off an arm. He had to throw a Hail Mary. The ball was in the air like 70 yards. You're like, who is this guy? And he's a genius. He's an aerospace engineer or something, and he's got wheels, and he's got an arm. So I wonder what they're going to do with Kyler Murray. Looking, and I'm hearing around Thanksgiving, Kyler's going to be playable from the ACL. Might they get rid of him? And then, what's the market for Kyler Murray between now and the deadline of Halloween? Who wants that salary? Who wants that attitude that he showed last year? I don't know. And then you'd think that Arizona's purposely losing to get Caleb Williams, who is that guy, is just what a talent.
Yeah.
But, are they going to be better than we think? And we'll see. So James Conner and running the ball, and they got Hollywood Brown, they got Rondell Moore. They got some weapons on offense, and they do beat the Cowboys. They've beaten Dallas 7 of the last 8 times they've matched up. Now, how many of those quarterbacks have changed and coaches? I'm sure Steve Wilkes may be involved in that. Although Steve didn't win too many games as Arizona's head coach. He beat the 49ers twice that year. From Dallas's side of it, they were not good in the red zone.
No.
That's the bottom line. And you always kind of felt like they would maybe still pull the game out. But you heard the interception thrown by Dak at the end going into the low red zone. I don't know where he's throwing it. That was
straight to Kaiser White. Yeah.
He's the linebacker. We know him from the Chargers. When the 49ers had joint practices with them a couple of years ago, that guy just would not shut up. And he and Kyle got after each other. It was like, who are you, Kaiser White? He was out of control in those practices. And then he went to Philadelphia last year, and he was their linebacker, one of their will linebackers. And then they've also got Kayvon Wallace on their team. That's the guy that Trent Williams went at the end of the NFC Championship game and got ejected. And the big thing is their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, the DC from the Eagles, Boucher. And I don't like calling you Waterboy, by the way. Maybe on their show you are, on my show you're a starter.
Oh, thanks, Papa.
And you play heavy minutes.
Appreciate you.
But at Gannon, they are just completely different than what they were before with Kingsbury, not wearing socks when he's coaching games and in his lavish house in Arizona, and it's the air raid. And they ran the ball. I mean, I remember them coming in and trucking the 49ers. Remember that game when they just ran all over the 49ers? That was the game that dropped the Niners to 3-5. That was just 2021.
Yeah.
And they were a playoff team that year. But anyway, I just think that their mentality going from Kingsbury and Kyler Murray, where they were clearly at odds last year, they tried to trick you out in space more the last couple of years. I think right now with Gannon and that Philadelphia mindset, and this quarterback looks like he's got the skill set. Why isn't taken at least age 28 to get a win as a starter in the NFL? But it seems like they're back to trying to bully you a little bit, which they did more under Steve Wilkes. And then Dallas, how much did they miss Trayvon Diggs? What happened to their defense yesterday?
I think that's the question, because I'm with you, Papa, because I remember Josh Dobbs back at Tennessee. I remember as a backup for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I've got to say, these past 2 weeks has changed my opinion on him. And here's the thing about this Arizona Cardinals offense that put up 28 on that Dallas Cowboys defense this weekend. Josh Dobbs is only 17 for 21, great completion percentage, but only threw for 189 yards and one touchdown. It's the rushing game that stands out to me. It's James Conner having 98 yards. It's the team having 30 rushes for 222 yards. Pop, in the first half yesterday, the Cardinals had 182 rushing yards. And to your points, yes, Trevon Diggs was not out there, but how much impact does he have on the running game? We know how much of impact he has on the passing game, but even not having him, I don't think that's an excuse for letting this Arizona Cardinals team run for over 222 yards on you.
They trampled him, and they ran right at the middle of Dallas's front. Now, against the Niners, and we'll see if they go to that five-man line, and we'll talk to Matt Barrows coming up at 10:50 about the usage of the five-man line, and Javon Kinlaw is just a different guy right now, and you put him in that front and take Trey off the field. Would you do that again against this team? And the one thing, Joshua Dobbs had 55 yards rushing in this game. He had that 44-yard run down the left sideline, and he turned the corner on that run. So he's not, now Daniel Jones, one of the fastest quarterbacks ever, and Lamar, and obviously Justin Fields. But and I'm talking to Richard Sherman the other night, and then we played it on Friday, and I know his talking point going into the game on Amazon was, the one thing the 49ers struggle with is a running quarterback. Well, the Giants didn't even run their quarterback. No. I don't know why they didn't run him. I agree. When you look at the losses last year, whether it was Fields or Wilson or Mariota, or obviously in the championship game, it was Jalen Hurts. 49ers sometimes get out of their rush lanes and they don't have a great plan, although they like to run that pirate defense where the ends come down. I don't know, but the Giants just didn't run Daniel Jones. The teams that have given the 49ers problems, and by the way, over the last 6 games against the Arizona Cardinals, and it wasn't so much last year because they swept them. So I think they had lost, 3 of the previous 4?
Correct.
They're 3-3 in the last 6, and it was Kyler Murray and his ability to run around. So I think the game plan as they come in the building today to begin getting ready for the Arizona Cardinals, you got to tackle James Conner without a doubt. What do you do with Rondell Moore in the slot? Can Isaiah Oliver really defend him in there? And then this running quarterback this guy is incredibly smart. He's got a rocket arm and he's got legs. So why is it taking so long for Joshua Dobbs to get a chance to start in the NFL?
Yeah, that's the big question. We'll ask those questions to Matt Barrows on the other side, who's going to help us preview the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. We'll do that next on the Papa and Lunch Show. Marcus Boucher in for John Lund this morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR telling you that Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that's as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection in local retailers online at goldbarwhiskey.com or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. And I may stop there tomorrow after the show. So stop by for the delicious food, maybe see me and John, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe. I'll have a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Love that. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
One thing I give John Lynch, the GM, and Kyle Shanahan, head coach, credit is they can move and shake. They are not locked in.
Right.
That's how they've managed Jimmy G and with Trey and all the rest of it. They've figured out a way to make it happen, and they've gotten close to Super Bowls every year, and they've got the most out of Jimmy. They're going to get the most out of Brock.
The voice of Steve Young on the Rich Eisen Show, talking about John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, who made some news last Friday with potential contract extensions. All things that we could talk about this morning with Matt Barrows from The Athletic, whether it's getting you ready for the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals or looking at the Cardinals' upset win over the Dallas Cowboys. I'm sure Matt Barrows had a full kind of day open yesterday with the 49ers mini bye week,
But Matt, correct me if I'm mistaken. I think I saw on your Twitter account you were also having some issues with the Red Zone channel, so maybe your Sunday did not go as smooth as you expected during this mini bye week for the 49ers. Matt, good morning. How we doing today?
You build your weekend around watching Red Zone all day on Sunday, and you look forward to it like it's Christmas morning, and then Red Zone is all glitchy the whole day. I
didn't have a problem with it at all. What happened?
Well, it might be our we have different cable providers. I'm not calling anybody out on air because I'm not sure, but it seems like a certain Bay Area cable provider
Xfinity. I'll do it, Matt.
Issue for a couple of weeks now, and of course I wouldn't know because I'm usually covering the game. But yesterday was frustrating. I'm going to be honest with you.
Were you able to watch the slate? I had no issue. I locked in because I watch it, when we're flying before and after games on the bus or on the plane, so I already had it working for the first game, and I love it. The technology's better. Were you able to work it out, and were you able to watch the slate? Good day for the Niners as far as Dallas losing, Washington losing, Atlanta losing, and New Orleans losing.
Yeah, there were definitely some compelling games, some compelling endings, and even the biggest blowout of the day, the Dolphins Broncos game, that was interesting to watch just because the score kept getting so ridiculous, and then you wondered, okay, are they going to go for the record there? And also I happen to have Raheem Mostert on the old fantasy team.
There we go, Matt. There we go.
You're finding out all my deep secrets right now. So it was all good. I didn't figure it out via TV. I started watching through the NFL app on my iPad. That's how I spent the day.
Yeah, and Matt, you mentioned the Miami Dolphins, the only other current undefeated team despite the San Francisco 49ers. Now, we do have a matchup tonight between the Eagles and the Bucs. One of them will remain undefeated, and one of them will get their first loss of the season. But before we get to those Monday night games, before we get to the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals, I want to talk about those two teams that the 49ers are seeing in Week 4 and in Week 5. Of course, the Cardinals and the Cowboys, and what your takeaways were from that game yesterday. Are you more impressed by what we saw from the Arizona Cardinals, or are you more discouraged by the showing of that Dallas Cowboys defense?
Yeah, I mean, I sort of like the Cardinals, and I watched that Cardinals-Giants game in anticipation of the 49ers-Giants, and the Cardinals were taking it to the Giants in the first half, and what they did against the Cowboys was just basically put that first half against New York together, and it's just a solid team. I mean, very, very few recognizable names on that squad, and fewer now. I mean, they put Budda Baker on IR. Obviously, Kyler Murray's not back there right now, but they're playing well as a team. And kudos to Jonathan Gannon and that coaching staff. They've got them playing hard. That offensive line looks good, and they run the ball well. And that's something that very few teams test the 49ers with. I mean, some teams start out running the ball well, but usually the 49ers opponent gets away from running in the second half, and it's really not a component of their game. Very few teams over the last few years have run the ball consistently from quarters 1 through 4, and I wonder whether that's what the Cardinals' intent will be on Sunday.
Without a doubt. And to me, it's a lot like the L.A. Rams from the NFC West, because what they did in the offseason, who exactly are they? And they let so many good players go. You didn't know all the names, but you knew the scheme. And the 49ers are back at it today. It's a bonus practice day today. So they're right now having a team meeting starting at 10:45. So I'm sure Kyle's going over everything, and then they'll practice in the 1 o'clock hour. So Kyle's not going to talk to the media until Wednesday, Matt, and we came in with John Lynch, Steve Young talking about John Lynch and Kyle. And the big news on Friday, and it happened in the 1 o'clock hour of our show, is the extensions for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And the 49ers themselves announced these Friday afternoon. All they're saying is multi-year contract extensions, and John was already under contract through 24 and Kyle through 25. Do we know any more on the details of what these multi-year contract extensions mean, Matt?
No, I specifically sought out on Friday to figure out the years, what years they're signed through, and Nobody would tell me. So they specifically, went with multi-year to keep it vague. I don't know what the answer is, but I think that the bottom line is that Jed York is quite happy with the results, and more than that, I think he's quite happy with the relationship. You go out to a practice and you see it all the time out there. Kyle and John are together. They're talking together. They're throwing the ball back and forth together. They've gone on vacations together. Their families together. They don't stay in the same room.
Okay.
But my point is that it's the exact opposite of what used to just drive Jed York bonkers, which is that Trent Baalke, Jim Harbaugh relationship, which didn't exist beyond 2011, and he's found the opposite pairing there. And they work well together, and that's the point that I think Jed York is making with these extensions. He likes the fact that it's in sync, that everything is working as it should.
And Matt, do you read at all into the timing of when this decision was made or the announcement this past Friday? Because Kyle and John are still under contract for this season and beyond, and I know if there's any criticism on the two of them, it's the fact that they haven't won a Super Bowl yet. So do you think anything about the timing of them announcing these contract extensions before they host the Lombardi?
No, I mean, like I said, it's hard to figure out exactly what the rationale was for doing it now, announcing it on a Friday. The verbiage that they used was very specific. It was done on purpose. Like I said, I think it's just a pronouncement that Jed York really enjoys what is going on, and he likes the group that he has right now.
And when you look at it, it's not shocking with Kyle, obviously in year 7 and the success that he's having. I don't know if they adjusted his annual income, because you got somebody like Sean Payton coming in from 1 year in TV and making a lot more money and driving up that salary scale. So not just the term, but, the overall value. And then with John Lynch, and it's interesting because the 49ers played on Amazon Prime on Thursday, and John was visiting with Al Michaels before the game. And they wanted John Lynch in that booth before they hired Kirk Herbstreit. They wanted Sean McVay as well. So what do we make of it with John? Is this more of a commitment? Say the 49ers win the Super Bowl this year. We kind of thought with Adam Peters turning John jobs a little bit that maybe John walks away, gets the one Super Bowl, and goes into TV and makes his $15-20 million a year, salary that they're paying in the TV booth. It's insane. Or might he go all the way of, a John McVay, who was here with Bill Walsh, not from the start, but he was there for 4 of the last 5 Super Bowl championships, Matt. So from John Lynch's perspective, is this more of a commitment to stay the 49er GM for a longer period of time, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the way I heard it is that Amazon approached him to be the guy next to Al Michaels, and he sat down and listened, but it didn't get very far because, John Lynch didn't want to leave the 49ers without having won a Super Bowl. I mean, the numbers back then, and I guess it was that $15 million a year number, were pretty incredible. I don't know if that opportunity is going to come up again, whether, there'll be an opportunity that really kind of tempts him like that $15 million. I mean, $15 million is what, 3 times what he was making as a GM. So, I mean, it's a good question about, what happens if they do win a Super Bowl. Does John Lynch walk away at that point? And he's never indicated that he would. I mean, he says it's a goal of his to win it. And I don't think that he's going to walk away before that happens. But bottom line is that, I do think that the 49ers have a guy in place in Adam Peters that they would gladly make their GM if that ever happened. I mean, I just talked about the relationship between John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Peters has been there every step of the way, too. I mean, Peters knows exactly the type of players that Shanahan and his staff want. And so the 49ers would have, a continuance of that ideal relationship if Adam Peters ascended to GM at some point.
Matt Barrows on Uma Guest Line from The Athletic is our guest this morning. We should remind you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Matt, just to get back into the action from this past weekend and that Arizona Cardinals win over the Dallas Cowboys, I was curious about the matchup this weekend. We saw a rush-heavy attack from the Arizona Cardinals, rushing for over 222 yards this past weekend. Meanwhile, here's a 49ers defense that has allowed 159 rushing yards in 3 games combined. So how do you think that matchup plays out with Steve Wilks obviously coaching against his former team, the Arizona Cardinals, and with him rolling out that 5-man front this past week against the New York Giants? Do you think that's a strategy and a scheme that the 49ers are going to use this weekend against the Cardinals?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's interesting to go back. I mean, I think last year, the one running back that they faced who had a combined more than 100-yard game against them was Christian McCaffrey when he was with the Panthers. The teams opponents just don't do very well against the 49ers on the ground. Josh Jacobs had a nice game in Las Vegas last year. The 49ers defense was on the field a lot in that game. But my point being is that, teams often go into games with the intent of, trying to run the ball and keep the ball out of the Kyle Shanahan's hands on offense. It just never works out that way. And, I think that the 49ers offense will have a big say in that. If the 49ers get ahead in that game, I think that the Cardinals aren't going to be able to rely on the ground game as much as they do. But like I said to begin with, I think that very much is going to be Arizona's game plan. And I think they'll probably stick to it longer than most of these other opponents have. So it's just going to be a matter of are the 49ers up? I mean, the fact that the Cardinals had the lead for most of the game against the Cowboys just allowed them to continue to run the ball and wear down that Cowboys defense, kind of keep that Cowboys pass rush at bay, take the fight to them. So I imagine it's going to be the same game plan. And really the ball is in, I think, the 49ers offensive court. If they can score points, if they can get that lead, then obviously the Cardinals won't be able to run the way that they want to.
Yeah, I mean, James Conner, and he's given the 49ers fits going back a few years ago, and obviously Joshua Dobbs and his running ability. The 5-man line that Marcus asked you about, really, the key guy is Kinlaw, because you've got Bosa and Drake Jackson on the ends, and then, the gravedigger, Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead, and now you're bringing in Kinlaw in this 5-man front. It's just massive. And then you're taking, curiously, Dre Greenlaw off the field. You're going to a 5-1-5 defense. So give me your thoughts on that. And then just the overall play of Kinlaw. One of the hard calls that John and Kyle had to make was let DeForest Buckner go after the Super Bowl appearance. And then they, took a draft pick and wound up moving around a little bit, took Kinlaw, number 14 overall. And because of his knee problems, he just has not been strong, doing Pilates, though, in the Willow Glen area of San Jose this offseason. And he looks like a different guy. He's got more bend. He's playing better. He's playing more. But they did not pick up his 5th-year option. So talk about the insertion of Kinlaw on the 5-man front. And speaking of 5, that doesn't mean that they can't re-sign him. Since they haven't picked up the 5th-year option, there's a mechanism to still bring Javon Kinlaw back, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if he continues on this pace, though, I don't think that they will. And I think that's what the 49ers, want. They want him to have such a good season that he does make a lot in free agency, and they get a comp pick as a result. But the bigger point is that he's playing well in 2023, which means that the defense is even better. But to your point about the 5-man front, I mean, Javon Kinlaw is 2 different players when it's, he's got one blocker in front of him versus being double-teamed. I mean, we all saw what happened in the NFC Championship game, was just getting moved off the line. He's still not great against double teams. And I think he's got this length about him. He's got long legs. I think that works against him in that scenario. He's getting better at it, but I still think that that's a weakness. The 5-man front means that he's not getting that. He's getting one-on-one matchups, and one-on-one, he wins every time. He can't be handled one-on-one. He's just too big and too strong, and he's able to kind of collapse whoever's going against him. So it creates, the bottom line is it creates good matchups for each of those guys. You really have to pick your poison if you're the opposing offensive line. And, usually it's not Javon Kinlaw is going to get double teamed in that scenario, which means Javon Kinlaw is going to win the matchup. And that's what we've been seeing.
Yeah, last couple minutes here with Matt Barrows on the UMA guest line. And Matt, I wanted to talk to you about the other side of the trenches, and that would be the 49ers offensive line, who I thought had a pretty good performance on Thursday night, dealing with that pressure from the New York Giants and all the blitzes they've been sending. Now you look ahead at the 49ers schedule, and the Cardinals were able to take down Dak Prescott a couple times this weekend, but you look at their Week 5 matchup against the Cowboys, Michael Parsons. You look at Week 6, it's against Myles Garrett, who had 3.5 sacks this weekend. So far through 3 weeks of the season, what's your assessment of this offensive line, and how confident are you going into those matchups?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice rebound game for those two right side guys, Spencer Burford at guard and Colton McKivitz at right tackle. Burford had some misses in the first 2 games. There's no doubt about that. I think that, sometimes he gets a little bit overeager, but he seemed to settle down against the Giants. And if there was a big play on the ground or one of these catch and runs, Burford was usually involved with it on Thursday. And that's a departure from the first 2 weeks. Nearly every big play that they had against their first 2 opponents was to the left side. And that was the reverse against the Giants. The right side guys started to get in on it more. I thought Burford had the block. It was a straight zone block they do all the time, but Burford had the big one that really cleared out the middle on Christian McCaffrey's touchdown run. So he had a handful of standout plays. He had a few that weren't great, but they were fewer than the first 2 weeks. So I think it was a real kind of step forward for him. And to a lesser degree, a step forward for Colton McKivitz as well. But you're right; these 2 games after the Cardinals, you got T.J. Watt in Week 1, and you've got Parsons, and then Garrett the following week against the Browns. I mean, these are the best pass rushers in the NFL, and the 49ers are getting them all. I guess the bright side is they're getting them all out of the way early on, but they're getting them all in quick succession as well.
Yeah, some big games coming up ahead on the 49ers schedule. And last question before we let you go, Matt. It's just an injury update on the wide receivers. We know Debo got the wind knocked out of him last Thursday night. Sounds like he's not really having too many issues with the rib injury. And then, of course, Brandon Ayuk sat out last Thursday. I don't know if you have any injury updates for us or any estimated practice reports. What do you think the status is for Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk this weekend?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch them to see who's out there today. The Monday game after the mini bye, as we call it, or the Monday practice, isn't usually very revelatory. They usually, if you're even a little bit sore, you're not taking part in that practice, and it's not a full speed event anyway. But I thought that the most revealing thing was Kyle Shanahan saying on Thursday that if they had been playing on Sunday as usual, Ayuk probably would have played. It was just the early start that sort of kept him out of action. So I think that speaks well to him. Debo Samuel seemed to be in great spirits, was doing everything after the game media-wise. He could be out for today's practice, but if I had to guess, I'd say that both of them are on the field against the Cardinals on Sunday.
Oh, great stuff, Matt. And luckily for you, you won't have to be watching it on the Red Zone channel this weekend. 49ers back in your life, taking on the Arizona Cardinals this weekend. Matt, great stuff as always, man. Appreciate you coming on with me and Papa today.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
There
Thank
he
you,
is,
Matty.
the great Matt Barrows, at Matt Barrows on Twitter. Of course, read all of his articles at The Athletic. Always does great pre- and post-game coverage. One of my favorites. But how about on the other side, Papa, we switch up the mood a little bit. We've gone an hour, 15 minutes, and we haven't mentioned the San Francisco Giants. Now, I know we have a discussion coming on with Susan Slusser later, so let's take a quick break, talk some San Francisco Giants. Then we'll get back into the 49er discussion. I do want to get Papa's opinion on when the 49ers could potentially lose their first game of the season. We'll dive into those discussions coming up later on the show. But coming up next, we'll check in on your San Francisco Giants kicking off their final homestand of the season tonight against the San Diego Padres. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hang in there.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Dodgers walked off the Giants last night on Sunday Night Baseball in their final road game of the season. So to read about the final 6-game homestead for your San Francisco Giants, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Go ball. Yeah, Wade watches this one, and it sails over the wall. Lamont Wade, one swing, new ball game. Tied at 2 on Wade's 17th.
Easier for us to break down from up here, but why don't you break it down from your perspective?
What, the home run?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He jumped on a pitch over the plate, it looked like. I didn't see what it was.
The sounds from the San Francisco Giants lost last night to the LA Dodgers. Lamont Wade ties it up with the home run. There's our guy, Brandon Crawford, being interviewed by ESPN mid-game. Hopefully he's back in action for the Giants' final game of the season. But, Papa, right now it's not looking good as the Giants lost 3 out of 4 to the Dodgers this weekend. And if you want to take a few steps back to the beginning of their road trip, their final road trip of the season, they lost 7 out of 9 games. They went 1-3 against the Colorado Rockies, a 2-game sweep by the Arizona Diamondbacks, and then went 1-3 against the Dodgers. And I think the worst part about all of this, Papa, is when you think back to the beginning of that road trip, they were currently the 3rd wild card team. I don't even want to take a look at the wild card standings. I know the Giants are technically 5 games out with only 6 games left. It seems like it's all but over for the Giants' playoff hopes, but maybe you checked out a little Giants baseball this weekend against the Dodgers. Papa, what'd you think about this weekend's Giants and Dodgers series and them wrapping up their final road series of the season?
Well, I'm wearing my New York Giant cap. It's one of the greatest rivalries in all of American sport, and certainly in baseball. I know Cubs, Cardinals, and Packers, Bears. But that rivalry changed baseball when they moved out together after '57 and came to the West Coast. They manifest destiny and Thomas Jefferson, and it opened up our country from sea to sea. It changed everything, and then immediately they got good. The Dodgers, 1-55 were so many years where they were heartbroken, came out here and won in '59. The Giants came so close in '62, and they had a great rivalry in the '60s. You know about it. So it's just to see how far away they are now. I mean, athletically. So why they have Craw on? Lamont Wade Jr. hits the home run to tie the game at 2. But then Mookie Betts, who's arguably the best right fielder in baseball, makes 2 incredible plays where Carl Ravitch interrupts Craw and hold on a minute. What did Mookie just do going to his right? Hold on a minute. What did Mookie just do going to his left? Yeah. I mean, he made 2 incredible plays. The one up the middle was great. The one in the hole is like Acuna Jr.'s going nuts. He may go 40-70. So I get it. And the Shohei fascination, but the way this guy, and I know he came up as a middle infielder, but the way he plays second, the way he plays short, the way he plays right.
What can he do?
I pitch? I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if he
He's balding, too. He's going to be bald like Jeter and Mahomes one day.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's balding a little bit, but he's also a great professional bowler. He's good at everything, Papa. You said he might be he bowls
John Burkett?
He bowls 300s all the time. You might be talking about one of the best athletes, not just in MLB, but across the sports landscape. This guy can do it all, Papa.
I'm a great bowler too, but I don't bowl, if you know what I mean.
Maybe we can get Mike Holder to invite you to his bowling league. I know he's got that going on tonight.
No, I'm from Buffalo. We bowl, but we bowl a different way. When we're in Buffalo. Anyway,
I'm sure. Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. What
so
you
anyway,
mean,
so I just watching. Why did the Dodgers win last night? They're better defensively. Mm-hmm. They're situational. They got all this talent. I mean, those top 2 hitters, and then it really goes to Will Smith and on to What if you just signed Martinez and not Jock Peterson in the offseason?
Yeah.
But no one talked about that. And J.D. Martinez getting in a fastball, and then Muncie's back. Anyway, it's just to watch how far away you are from the Dodgers. I mean, the wild card thing is so complicated. They're going to win 100 games again. Mm-hmm. The 107 to 106, that was an anomaly. What did they win last year? 111 the Dodgers won. 100 for them is a bad year. And now I heard you singing this morning. When we came in. The Giants they're 2 games under 500.
Yeah,
they're 77 and 79. Bob Melvin of the Padres, are they going to pass them when they come in now?
There's a good chance.
We'll get into the discussion with Susan. Susan had to reschedule. She'll be in the noon hour.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get into it with Cap. People are wow.
No,
I've never I've never quite heard the fan base. They've had worse years, the Jim Davenport years, and obviously the Boach year at the end when they lost 98. But, wow, maybe these people have a forum to express their frustration, but I've never heard it quite like this. And I think it's a little excessive, but they are down on the manager. I mean, Marty wants him gone, and now everybody's writing a column, whether it's Baggerly or Verducci, who doesn't really watch. But the people that watch, John Shea, I mean, I partly wonder if the people that walk the beat every day just don't like him and his personality, which may be part of it. But then you got clubhouse people speaking out. So it is what it is. But they've collapsed. I think at the end of the game last night, when they got walked off and lost, I hope they took all of the road gray uniforms and put them in a big bonfire right in the middle of that cramped clubhouse at Dodger Stadium and just torched them. But I've never seen a team, and they were a good road team before they went to Cincinnati. They just swept Pittsburgh. They won 2 games, a makeup game, a rained-out game, suspended game on July 18th, and then, wow, they have been awful on the road to the point like, what is going on? Are you giving the guys per diem and meal money and feeding them on the road? This is the worst. You have to go back to the 1902 New York Giants. I'm wearing the hat. Not quite to the 1883 New York Gothams, but the 02. That's how bad this stretch has been on the road. It is historically terrible. And they can't hit, and they can't pitch. Now, when they put on the white creams and the City Connect tomorrow night, will they flip it around and rally? But first and foremost, what is the deal? Do they have to change the way they travel? Is it just their young team? A lot of times young players in other sports, basketball, you just get overwhelmed on the road. Is that part of it, that the rookies just don't perform as well on the... I don't know. But how is it they have absolutely collapsed in those road grays this year? Do you change the uniforms next year on the road? I mean, seriously, we've never seen a road stretch like this ever. I wasn't around in 02. No. I think Marty may have been, but he doesn't remember. I mean, obviously, Boucher, tell me, what do you do with the road? I mean, this is historically bad. It's abysmal what they did on the road.
And you want to talk about historically bad, Papa? I've got the numbers for you. In their last 34 road games, they're 6-28. And to your point, prior to that, they were 28-19 on the road. So something changed. And we're talking a lot about the Dodgers and how they're dominating the NL West right now. If you go back to that trade deadline, the Giants were 2.5 games back in the NL West behind the Dodgers. Now, the Dodgers didn't go out and make these huge moves. They didn't bring in Lance Lynn, who we saw yesterday, but at least they did something. The Giants sat around and really didn't do anything.
Helped them,
yeah, exactly.
And Kike Hernandez has helped them.
So they went out and got some pieces. Meanwhile, here were the Giants going out and bringing in A.J. Pollock and Paul DeYoung a couple weeks later. So really not making the moves necessary. And now, to your point, with this team struggling.
Joe Kelly, they added some guys, though.
But look at this roster now with all the young guys and even someone like Patrick Bailey, who has been one of the spotlights of the season. There was an article this weekend about how he's dealing with fatigue. And maybe it's carrying on with the rest of the team. Because we talked about it. Susan Slusser's coming on at 12:15 today. She wrote an article about this weekend of some of these players just being exhausted by the platoon system. So maybe they are being
lacking
overused.
Confidence
even
now.
they are.
She's saying lacking confidence.
Yeah, because you're showing up to the ballpark. You don't know if you're playing. If you're a $20 million all-star like Jock Peterson, you're not allowed to hit against lefties. If you're Sean Manaea, you don't know if you're a starter in the bullpen. Like, there's a lot of confusion, and that's why I think it leads to some of the frustration with that Giants fan base that you were just talking about, Papa.
You know, it's funny. I don't know how I stumbled onto it, but Friday night, and I haven't watched it in a number of years. But every time I watch it, when I first saw, I was there for the premiere with Brad Pitt. When it came out, I didn't like it at all. But then when you watch it later, Moneyball's interesting. And we're 20 years from Moneyball. And I think there's been some analytically based teams that, Astros, great talent, though. Dodgers,
Rays,
great talent, though. There have been teams that have won with the Moneyball concept, and a lot of these front offices are Moneyball driven. I we'll get into it more. I think the fan base here, maybe it's just following Savvy Sabes and Boach, but they never embrace this. And it's beyond me because we're smarter. Think we are than anywhere else in the Bay Area. Look at all the things the Bay Area has given the world and the country. We were cutting edge on a lot of these things. Why are we so resistant as a baseball watching community about the analytics? Because they do work. Now, maybe the Giants just overdid it. I don't know. But at the end of the Moneyball, they go through, the concept of, how much it costs per win, Billy and getting offered the job in Boston and all of it. It's just we were cutting edge then. And then if you ever gave a team with a big payroll this kind of analytics, what would you have? Well, you'd have the LA Dodgers. That's what Andrew Friedman started in Tampa. So, but the pushback on just the overall way they play, I mean, listening to Lasky and his show, Marty's just basically, they want Cap gone. They're going to tolerate Farhan, but I even think the 107-win team, they kind of tolerated that team. To me, it was the most fascinating thing I've ever seen. And I watched every one of those games, and at the end, they would score more runs, and their system worked, and I thought their coaching staff was so cutting edge. Kai Correa and all those guys hitting tennis balls and 3 at a time at the infielders. I'm like, what are they doing? I've never seen a team prepare like this. It reminded me a lot of Tony La Russa mentally and what he did with the A's in the late 80s, early 90s, and what the Warriors do. And it just, I don't know. It seemed like they had just been ahead of everybody else. Mm-hmm. Now, it sounds like they're going to keep Cap, but all of a sudden this whole coaching staff has to go. They're going to fire everybody. Nobody likes Kai Correa because he looks like the manager, but he's smaller. Beyond me. You're making it personal to some degree. Back off of that. Mm. And then I thought Kai Correa really was baseball's version of Mike McDaniel. And it wasn't just because they're smaller guys, but sometimes and they're small. I thought, Mike, how the hell is he going to stand up in front of a room of football players and talk to people? How's he going to do it? Does it with his quirky personality. It works. Then he's got speed and a great mind. Kai Correa, the same thing. Kai Correa is a genius. All of a sudden, Mike McDaniel's flourishing and laying 70 points on people and 700 yards. Kai Correa got to get fired now. All of a sudden, everything that he did to advance the thought process of a major league dugout and clubhouse, that's obsolete now, so we're just going to fire everybody. So it's interesting to me the way this fan base, and I don't think they ever fully appreciate it. Maybe it's just following Bochy and Sabian, but man, the lunatic fringe has damn near lost their mind. They are angry.
Yeah, they're a pissed off fan base right now, and I can kind of see some of those reasons. Like even with that argument you just made about Kai Correa and Mike McDaniels, the difference is Mike McDaniels putting up 70 points against the Denver Broncos. Kai Correa is responsible for this defense, and they've led Major League Baseball in errors back-to-back seasons, Pop.
Well, if you gave Kai the speed that Mike McDaniel has, maybe it's Chris Greer, the GM in Miami, by the way, is the Sharks GM, Mike Greer's brother. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's just, we'll get into it more. Yeah. And I know the ownership wants to keep Cap, but I don't know how you sell tickets and run the off season. And a lot of it is the media driven from the fan base. The media, I don't know if they're tired of Cap. I don't deal with them daily. Smart guy. There's no doubt he's smart. He's quirky. But man, people are so down on everything right now. I've never heard. I've seen worse teams. Bochy's team lost 98 at the end. They weren't so mad. Why are they so mad about this team?
And I think just to wrap this up, because I know we got to go here, but the Giants coming into the season were expected to be a 500 ball club, and it's looking like they're going to end around that record. But to your point about this fan base being a smart fan base, I feel like from the fans' perspective is they think that Farhan and Gabe think they're smarter than everybody else. And maybe that resulted in that 107-win season, or maybe that's a result of Buster Posey being the comeback player of the year, Brandon Crawford,
Joey Lightyear said we're light years ahead of everybody else. Nobody, because he won.
Mm-hmm. I
don't know.
And they won the games, and then who knows how smart that coaching staff's going to be when you're losing guys like Donnie Ecker and Brian Bannister as well. So those are some huge pieces moving this offseason, and we'll see if there's any other changes with the coaching staff moving forward. Some discussion that we can get in with Susan Slusser at 12:15 this morning. But on the other side, we're getting back into the 49er talk. 2 big Monday night games tonight. Philadelphia Eagles going into Tampa Bay to take on the Buccaneers. A battle between 2 of the last 4 remaining undefeated teams. And I guess that's the question moving forward is, how long are the 49ers going to remain undefeated? And who out of these 4 teams will be the last remaining undefeated team in the NFL? We'll get Papa's take on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund this morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
There are rich teams and there are poor teams. Then there's 50 feet of crap. And then there's us.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I feel like we're close. I mean, we finished last season on a roll during the season. Got in a groove. I don't think we're totally there yet. I think we can clean a number of things up. I thought we hurt ourselves in a number of situations last night and kind of have all 3 of these weeks, but hasn't been perfect, but still think we're getting there, but I still think we can continue to improve a lot.
The voice of Kyle Shanahan last Friday after the 49ers win on Thursday Night Football against the New York Giants. Back this morning to talk about it in the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals is, of course, Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning, and Greg Papa, the voice of the 49ers, who had a little bit of a mini bye weekend after the 49ers Thursday night performance. But we're not done with Week 3 quite yet, because the 49ers are currently one of the 4 remaining undefeated teams in the NFL. But after tonight's Monday night matchup between the Eagles and the Buccaneers, there will only be 3 undefeated teams in the NFL: the Miami Dolphins, the 49ers, and the winner of tonight's Buccaneers and Eagles game. So, Papa, as we have a quick few minutes here, I wanted to get your take on this Monday night matchup, the Eagles being a favorite going into Tampa Bay. And what have you thought so far about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Baker Mayfield starting off 2-0 to start the season.
Yeah, he's off to a great start, and what a year he had last year. How many different teams did he play on? He wound up going to the Rams and playing really well. I remember that amazing comeback against the Raiders. Like, how did he show up like an hour before the game, and then he threw the 2 touchdowns at the end? By the way, Marcus, Jimmy Garoppolo has entered concussion protocol.
I saw that, Paul.
So I don't know when he got concussed. He may have played a good portion of the second half with that. And I know Scott Touche, their trainer down there, I don't know what the league's going to do about that one. But anyway, Baker Mayfield and the 49ers do play Tampa Bay later in the year. I believe it's the Sunday before Thanksgiving.
You were correct.
So
Week 11, Papa.
Yeah, it's November the 19th, the Sunday. And they're actually having the Grand Prix in Las Vegas on the Strip that night, which is interesting. Anyway, so both these teams will be on the 49ers schedule, and the game in Philadelphia we've had circled forever, really ever since January the 29th in the NFC Championship game last year, and just dealing with the Eagle fans. And they were kind of, I think they felt sorry for the Niners a little bit. It could have got worse if that was a close game or if the 49ers had won. But in any event, we knew we were going back there to play them this year, playing the NFC East and playing at Philly, so that'll be a good game. The Eagles, we obviously watched the Thursday night game. They were on Thursday night before the 49ers were. And people are so down, and they overanalyze everything. Philadelphia is trying to figure out their passing game. I think what happened was, and I watched some of the New England game, but it was on the bus and plane flying home from Pittsburgh, and I did it on a small screen. I couldn't really see. But Belichick had an entire offseason to get ready for the Philadelphia Eagles, knowing it was their first game of the year. You give Belichick an extra week, you give him an entire offseason to get ready for a singular opponent who runs a different offense, he's going to be all over it. Like years ago, Vic Fangio in Chicago gave the league the blueprint a little bit on what to do with Sean McVay's offense that they wound up getting copied by Belichick in the Super Bowl, going to an extra lineman, Marcus. So I think that's there. Belichick, I haven't studied exactly what he did, but I think he did some things that were also applied to the next week on Thursday Night Football, and they're taking away the Philadelphia passing game. But Philadelphia still is a state-of-the-art running team. That's the essence of it. And Jalen Hurts, I know he squats like 600 pounds or whatever it is. But now you watch him when he gets in the shotgun, it looks like he's lowering the bar and he's doing a squat. He's getting so wide with his legs, and they ride that mesh point, and he's so involved in their running game. So I'm sure Monday Night Football, and by the way, we got a double header.
That's right.
On Monday Night Football. Philadelphia, Tampa Bay is kicking off at 4:15, correct? They're the first game?
You are correct. Eagles, Buccaneers, first game today.
And then Rams, Bengals are later on ESPN. So they're flipping it. Last week, the ESPN game was first, and that was the broadcasting on that was just weak. Chris Fowler does great on college and tennis, but it just didn't sound like an NFL game when it was New Orleans and Derek Carr up against Carolina. That was on ESPN to start. So this is all because of the writer's strike, but I think they've reached a resolution in the writer's strike. But it's too late to impact this year because the program is not going to be on until many, many months or even years. But in any event, they're going to flip it tonight where the ABC broadcast goes first, and it does involve Philadelphia, but then the LA market will involve ESPN. So I want to see the ratings. A little tough to watch both games. I kind of get conflicted. I'd rather just lock in on one, and you're kind of flipping back and forth. To me, if you even miss a series in an NFL game, so I'll have both screens going, but you kind of lose the flow of it. But, I mean, the one thing I'm sure they're going to make the big deal on Monday Night Countdown tonight, what was going on with A.J. Brown last week? He was clearly not happy with some balls not going his way.
And then they tried to force feed him the ball after,
And then he didn't wind up talking to the media after the game. I'm sure he did last week in Philadelphia, but all eyes will be on the Philadelphia passing game tonight because we know that they're a great running team. But in this league, that's why what Miami's doing now, why are they so good? They couldn't run the ball last year. Now they're running the ball, and they got the passing game along with it and the speed. And the one thing about the 49ers, they're so incredibly balanced. Defense, offense, special teams, but in particular, and on defense, you can't run on them, you can't throw on them. So what are you doing then on offense? I don't know if they'll ever have a 300 game where they run it for 300 and pass it for 300, but they could. I mean, right now they are incredibly balanced, and the passing game works so well off the running game and the play action, and Brock is so good at it. Philadelphia's got to get their passing game up to the level of their running game.
And that's why I did want to ask you a couple questions about this Monday night doubleheader from a 49er fan perspective. But first, we should tell you that the Papa and Lunch Show is sponsored by the Redwood Credit. That's Redwood Credit Union, where saving rates are up. This makes it a great time to open up a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Get started at redwoodcu.org/certificates. And Papa, from that 49er fan base, you talked about if they only had the chance to watch one of these games tonight. Which game are you watching closer? The Philadelphia Eagles against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, two teams in your conference that are both undefeated, or on the flip side, you've got an LA Rams team who you've already seen once this season. Obviously, you're going to see them again, and you have a Cincinnati Bengals team that you're going to see in Week 8 of this season, and you also have to see if Joe Burrow's even going to be on the field tonight, which it sounds like he's going to try to do, Papa.
I mean, why not both? You know, it's like the old Dion commercial. You want 15 or 20 million? Both.
Yeah, you want hard tacos or soft tacos? I want both.
Well, what do you want on your pizza, pepperoni or sausage? Both.
Yeah, I like both too.
I mean, I'll watch them both. Should this be a Danny's Big Poll if you only could watch one game?
That's a good question. Yeah, if you are a 49er fan with one TV, what game are you watching more, or which game do you care about more?
Well, we're playing all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Me and you are going to watch both. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, I assume because it's the ABC game, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman will be on the Eagles-Buccaneer game.
Yeah, so that's a good bet, yeah.
I mean, just because of the audio, I would take that game. And I know people in the Bay Area, Joe Buck sucks and all that. That's more from Giants baseball and his affiliation with the Cardinals, but he's a much better football announcer, at least the NFL, than Chris Fowler.
Yeah.
So I think I would watch that. And then, Joe Burrow going to play for Cincinnati tonight? I don't know.
So I saw a report from Adam Schefter just a few minutes ago. He wanted the Pat McAfee show, and he said that we should know later on this afternoon Joe Burrow is going to go out, practice before the game, and it sounds like he is making the effort to play tonight. Not confirmed or anything, but it sounds like Joe Burrow is going to be out there after there was some back and forth reporting this weekend on maybe a potential IR trip for Joe Burrow, which would coincidentally put him on the IR, I believe, all the way leading up to that Week 8 matchup against the San Francisco 49ers. But it sounds like he's going to try to go out there and play tonight, Pop.
Oh, seriously? So he's got a calf, and it goes back to training camp when he was just rolling out to his right, and it locked up, and obviously calf injuries, you think of Kevin Durant, and calves becoming Achilles, and Aaron Rodgers. Same thing happened to Aaron Rodgers. He had a calf injury in training camp in Florham Park, and look what happened to him. Fourth snap of the year, it blew out, and for KD, it was first play of the second quarter and a face-up against Serge Ibaka. It blew out. So they got Jake Browning.
Yeah.
Is their only backup quarterback? They must have somebody on the practice squad, right?
Well, I know that they called up or at least tried to reach out to the 49ers about Brandon Allen, but my understanding is the 49ers were not willing to trade him back to the Bengals.
You know who's their practice squad quarterback? Mr. Alabama, A.J. McCarron.
A.J. McCarron still hanging around, huh?
Remember Brent Mushberger and AJ's girlfriend?
I think we all remember.
She stuck with him through him. He was. Where is he playing? I think he was in the XFL or
he was bouncing around a lot. Maybe the AFL. I don't know where he was playing. That's a great question.
He was in one of those leagues this offseason and played really well.
Yeah, we'll see if AJ McCarron's girlfriend is in the stands tonight for the Bengals and Rams game, a Monday night doubleheader where, of course, as we mentioned earlier, someone's got to lose between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So on the other side, I want to ask Papa who he thinks will be the last remaining undefeated team, and if the 49ers will still be undefeated for a potential Week 8 matchup against Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. We'll get Papa's take as we continue to get you ready for the 49ers and Cardinals game this weekend. It's Marquise Boucher in for John Lunn on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think for us, we know what we can do. We expect to win every game. And the fact that we're 3-0 is awesome. We know it's a long season and there's still so much football left. And so I love the mentality of our team right now because I think we're 3-0, we're happy, but we're still hungry and there's still a lot that we can get better at, and that's a good place to be.
Welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show. Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning with Greg Papa, and that right there was the voice of the NFL's leading rusher, Christian McCaffrey, who despite playing last Thursday still is number one in the NFL with 353 total rushing yards, nearly 100 ahead of Papa's boy James Cook from the Buffalo Bills and also James Conner from the Arizona Cardinals. And of course, those two running backs will be squaring off this weekend in the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. But as we wrap up Week 3 of the NFL season tonight with a doubleheader on ABC and ESPN, in the prior segment, I asked Greg Papa, between the 4 remaining undefeated teams, who is going to last the longest? Now, of course, the Eagles and the Buccaneers are squaring off tonight, so someone's O has got to go. But if we're looking at the Miami Dolphins, who are, I believe, have a week matchup coming up soon. I think it's October 22nd against the Philadelphia Eagles. Someone's will have to go that day too. Papa, when you're looking at these powerhouses in the NFL, a team like the Miami Dolphins who put up an almost NFL record, second most points ever, most yards ever put up, 70 points against the Broncos. You look at a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, who we all know very well from last year's NFC Championship game. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers might be the surprising team in this group. And you look at your San Francisco 49ers. Where do you rank those 4 teams moving forward this season?
Slow your roll there, 70 points. Do you see where Miami is next week?
They're next week.
Orchard Park, New York.
Oh, that's right.
To play the Buffalo
Bills.
Bills.
The Buffalo Bills. Nobody circles the wagons.
Their O has got to go right there.
That's right. Good
call. So that's
call.
enough of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So then it comes down to the teams in the NFC.
Philadelphia, I was looking at Philadelphia's schedule after they beat Minnesota last week. Tampa Bay tonight, then they're home to the Commanders, at the Rams, at the Jets. How about this showdown on Sunday Night Football? Miami Dolphins go to the Link.
Yeah.
So they could easily be 6-0 going into that game. Then at the Commanders, and they got Dallas. Their second half of the year, Philadelphia, is really hard. After their bye week, week 11, they're going to Arrowhead. I wonder if the Swifties will still be out for that game. Then they've got Buffalo at home, and then the 49ers showdown on December the 3rd. Then they got at the Cowboys, at the Seahawks, so they've got a stretch there that is really hard. But they, I hate to do this because, it's the NFL, it's week to week. We saw some teams get upset yesterday. Yeah. But I think Miami going to Orchard Park is going to be a tough game. Buffalo, obviously Miami laid 70 on them, but Buffalo was all over Sam Howell. Their defense looked great. Josh Allen's not turning the ball anymore over as much after the first game in Jersey. So I think Buffalo would be favored. I'm anxious to see. Buffalo's owned that division the last 3 years, and they have beaten Miami. Miami usually beats them in South Florida, and Buffalo usually beats them in Western New York, including in a playoff game when Miami didn't have their quarterback. But I would think Buffalo would be favored, so I think Buffalo could beat Miami. So their O's got to go right there. Philadelphia, I think, is going to be, we'll see what they do tonight. And then the Niners, and I hate to do this. I don't like to get into it because, last season, why was the NFC Championship game in South Philly and not the South Bay? Because Chicago.
Correct.
And how many games has Chicago won since they beat the 49ers last year in the opener?
Not many.
They had the number 1 pick in the draft. They traded out of that. And, that team is somewhat different, but right now they look like a hot mess. But losing that Chicago game, who would have ever thought that?
Well, losing the Chicago game, losing the Atlanta game, losing the Denver games, those were all games that the 49ers should have won at the beginning of last year.
Well, the Denver game also, Jimmy was just back. They lost by a single point in Denver. Jimmy stepped out of the end zone with a bad play call, one of Kyle's worst. And also Trent Williams got hurt on that play, and then Russell scrambles and they kick a field goal, or actually Melvin Gordon scored a touchdown anyway. And then the Atlanta game was the Chicago game was the imperfect storm, literally, because it rained like hell. And you had to have the lead going later, and Trey missed Tyler Croft on the corner route, and you lost Dante's Inferno, Dante Pettis in a scramble drill, and he winds up running no route, makes a complete mistake on the route, and still they get a touchdown out of it. So things had the Atlanta game. They were ripe to be upset in that game because Nick did not play. Charvarius Ward went out early in that game. They lost the matchup with Drake London, and then Atlanta just trucked them. They ran all over them, and they just couldn't stop the run. So I don't like going through this, week to week, because sometimes you lose when you're the better team. The 49ers are better than Chicago. They're better than Denver. They're better than Atlanta. The one team that legitimately whooped them was Kansas City. And that was McCaffrey showing up on Friday and trying to play. Jimmy was still quarterbacking then, and they had a great game plan. So they haven't lost since. And then the only time they lost was to Philadelphia, and Brock got hurt. So we know that deal. So I don't know, but I think, we go week to week, and when Tim, Ryan, and I were put together in 2019, it was 1-0, bro, 2-0, bro, 4-0, bro, 6, and they were 8-0, bro. Yeah. And the one game they lost, the first one, Robbie Gould was hurt. McLaughlin, what was his first name? Shane McLaughlin? Who's that kicker?
Sarah McLaughlin?
No, it was not. Good call. I think it was Shane. Anyway, he's kicking in the league now. He made a 46-yarder late in that game, and then he hooked the one in overtime. Jason Myers makes his. The 49ers wound up losing. Kyle also had a curious play call in that overtime because you were way ahead of Seattle as far as the overall division. We could have played for a tie. And actually, speaking of Dante Pettis, then they threw Dante a route on an in-cut, and he alligator-armed it. And I think after that, it was over for him here. They lost complete faith in him. But then he took a shot down the sideline, and then they wound up punting it back. You could have run the clock out and just had a tie, which would have been better, but then we would have been deprived of the great late season drama on the Drake play on the goal line. But, just pure, the Dallas game's going to be a showdown. I think at Cleveland's going to be a tough game, even with Nick Chubb going down.
Yeah.
Minnesota on Monday Night Football, then at Jacksonville, they lost yesterday, but that's a tough one. So I don't know how many NO bros we're going to have, but the point is to get as far ahead as you possibly can. And Dallas lost yesterday, but just looking at Philadelphia's schedule, Boucher, Philadelphia may not lose for a while.
Yeah, and I'm with you, Papa, because as I'm looking at the 49ers schedule, they got the Cardinals this weekend, which you can't sleep on because, to your point, it's any given Sunday in the NFL, whether it's the Cardinals upsetting the Cowboys or this weekend we saw Gardner Minshew step in for Anthony Richardson as they upset the Baltimore Ravens. We even saw D'Amico Ryans.
By the way, he should be playing for them. If they played him over, Richardson's not ready. They would win more games with Minshew playing quarterback.
And the AFC South seems like it's up in the air after D'Amico Ryans went into Jacksonville and got his first win of the season. They put up 37 points on that Jacksonville defense. So you really can't overlook any team. And maybe that was the greatest purpose of this Cardinals win over the Cowboys. Because I heard a lot of people talking last week about how this could potentially be a trap game, how the 49ers might be looking ahead in the schedule to those matchups against the Dallas Cowboys, the Cleveland Browns, the Vikings, and the Bengals. But I think this ends all that talk after seeing what the Cardinals did this weekend. Correct, Papa?
Yeah, I totally. But I think it's one thing for the coaching staff to believe it and the players have to believe it because when they see the tape, Arizona outplayed Washington for most of that game. They just couldn't close the deal in the fourth quarter in the opener. They had the Giants down 20-0 and 28-7 and then fell apart in the fourth quarter. They've outscored their opponents big time in every first half. Yesterday was the one time they could close the deal. But then you also have Steve Wilks as your defensive coordinator. He was the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals in 2018. They won exactly 3 games that year with Josh Rosen as the quarterback. 2 were against Kyle Shanahan. And a lot of the guys are still on that team. And I would say probably the low moment since I've been doing games since 2019. Remember the game they came in and literally trucked. They ran all over the 49ers. And James Conner had one touchdown where I'm trying to think of the defensive back. Kirkpatrick. Was it Trey Kirkpatrick? He ran right over him and smoked him. And I remember saying the Arizona Cardinals are trampling. It was shocking what was it, like 31-7?
I think you're right.
And
yeah.
that was the week before. So they went to Soldier Field, beat the Bears. We thought it flipped the year around, and then they got trampled by Arizona. This was not that long ago. It was 21, and they were at the crossroads coming out of that. And that was the Monday night game, and Elijah Mitchell was hurt. They had to go more Tyson personnel and Deadpool and run Debo as a running back, and they beat the Rams that game, and it flipped the entire. That was the year they went to the NFC Championship game. They were 3-5 at that point, had to virtually run the table. The one time they lost is when Garoppolo got thrown down in Nashville, December the 23rd, by your former Raider boy, Danico Autry. And then that's the only game they lost. But they were close. Kyle was close to playing Trey Lance. He says, I don't know if that's true or not, but he said it. And he was going to kind of play for young guys. But it was Arizona that came in early November that year and trampled them. And it was James Conner. So you ask guys in the room like Eric Armstead that have been around here for a while, they remember that game. So I don't know if they were going to overlook Arizona or not. Arizona's like 3-3 against the 49ers the last 6, and the 49ers swept them last year, including one in Mexico City, and Arizona was in disarray last year. So I don't know. The coaching staff remembers from both sides, Kyle and the guys that are in the room that have been there, and Steve Wilkes from the Arizona side. But I remember, those guys on defense remember, because literally they got trampled. And that same guy, James Conner, is going to run the ball at quarterback for them. And wasn't that Colt McCoy that played quarterback? It wasn't even Kyler.
You're right, yeah.
It was Colt McCoy
Mm-hmm.
that came in and laid one on him. So now that it's, Joshua Dobbs, who is this guy? And he looks, I'm not going to say he's better than Kyler, but I'm not going to say he's not. He looks pretty good, that guy.
And we've seen him use his legs the past couple of weeks with that read option, which has been a little bit of a kryptonite for this 49er defense against mobile running backs. But I also want to ask from the perspective of the Dallas defense that saw the Cardinals rush for 222 yards. Meanwhile, here's a 49er defense that's only allowed 159 total rushing yards the entire season. So after this matchup between the Cardinals and Cowboys this weekend, is it more of a endorsement towards this Cardinals run game, or do you think they found out a way to expose this Dallas Cowboys defense by maybe attacking and going straight after Michael Parsons?
Well, both. I mean, James Conner's big time, and he's a strange back because he runs straight up and down. He looks kind of like Eric Dickerson. Or you'd think there's a lot of surface area to tackle that guy, but he is nasty. He was good in Pittsburgh when he was there. Yeah. He came to Arizona, and when they run the ball, they got a chance. Now, how are they going to be able to run the ball in the 49ers? Mm-hmm. Dallas got trampled. 49ers really, the Atlanta game, they got run all over. Kansas City, when they beat them last year, they ran more of those jet sweeps going wide with McCole Hardman and went right at Charvarius and Nick, didn't block Nick on some of those influence blocks. So I know they're talking, Steve Wilkes right now is talking, we got to shut down the running game. Yeah. First and foremost, whether it's Conner, the quarterback, Rondell Moore on jet sweeps, whatever they want to do, we got to shut that down. And if you shut it down the way they shut down the New York Giants running game, then let's see Dobbs drop back and throw. And then the key thing is to keep him in the pocket, don't let him sneak out as a scrambler. But first and foremost, this 49er run defense, they were good last year. You put Javon Hargrave and a more limber, flexible Javon Kinlaw, this run defense is way better right now.
Yeah, and this looks like a defensive line that has improved after having a great season last year. We'll ask about some of those schemes and style of play that the 49ers will play against the Arizona Cardinals, whether or not they will roll out some of that five-man defensive line with Dante Whitner, who joins us at 12:30 later on today in about 20 minutes. But coming up next in 5 minutes is Susan Slusser right around the corner. We'll talk some Giants baseball and also get you ready for the Giants' final homestand of the year, their last 6 games against the Padres and the Dodgers. And we should tell you that those games are sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, who also sponsors the Papa and Lunch Show. Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. We'll talk some Giants baseball with Susan Slusser on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Yeah, I'll tell you who was also pumped. Tim Ryan after the 49ers Thursday night football win over the New York Giants. And also shout out Tim Ryan for getting that 5-year contract extension. He came by the Murph and Mag Morning Show today to discuss the fallout of the Week 3 action and to get you ready for the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on the all-new KNBR app.
Time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants fans, can you feel the beat? Time for Papa and Lund to talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Schlosser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Here's 0-1. Taylor, line drive into right center field, and that will end the game. It's going to bounce all the way to the wall. Rosario scores, and the Dodgers walk off the Giants in the Giants' final road game of this 2023 season. And in a lot of ways, it ends the way that so many have gone down the stretch. The Giants have just collapsed as a team on the road.
Summed up perfectly by Dave Fleming. The Giants lose last night in L.A. The walk-off hit from Chris Taylor, and the Giants end their final road trip of the season, dropping 7 of 9 games and dropping out of the wild card picture. And here to talk to us about it this morning on the UMA guest line is the San Francisco Chronicle's own Susan Schlosser. Susan, happy Monday. How we doing today?
Hey, guys. I'm very good. How are you?
Everything's going all right from a San Francisco 49er perspective, but not too much from a San Francisco Giants perspective. And that's kind of the feeling around the fan base right now, wrapping up the Giants' final road trip of the season. Of course, kicking off their 6-game homestand tonight. But, Susan, after watching this team kind of struggle as much as they did during that road trip, a road trip where they started off in the third wild card spot, how do you think the vibes are in the locker room right now for the final 6 games of the season for the Giants?
Well, I think it's disappointment because it was right there for them. As I mentioned in the Chronicle today, you know, this stretch where they won 5 of the final 32 road games. If they had won even a third of those games, they're right now in the third wild card spot. If they won as many as half, they're solidly in a wild card spot. So, yeah, that crushed them. It killed them. And they were doing the math again. They were bad in every area, basically, on the road. The defense got worse and worse throughout the year, and that's road and home. They hit even worse on the road than they did at home. Clearly the pitching was worse on the road, which is kind of typical, but in this case, that was really a pretty noticeable difference. You can't win like that. They had a little bit of a tougher schedule down the stretch, but honestly, this started a long time ago. And you guys know, we've been talking about how bad the offense had been for very long stretches, starting in late June. So, yeah, I don't think anybody should be terribly surprised, but they're very disappointed.
Well, I mean, it's the worst road stretch for a 34-game period going back to the 1902 New York Giants. I mean, it's unbelievable. They won 6 road games at the end from middle July. I've never heard of such a thing. They should have a mass lighting of the torch of the road grays and just burn them all. So, but in all seriousness, the clubhouse, and you wrote about it, the lack of confidence in some of the players here with the opener strategy and the platoon and everything. And I heard you on with Marty, and Marty is pretty opinionated that he thinks the manager should go. But that you were pretty clear that's not going to happen. Now that's subject to change. But as of right now, let's go into the premise that Cap is coming back. This coaching staff, Suze, it's just, I thought they were the most cutting-edge, progressive coaching staff I've seen in 21 when they won the 107 games. The work that they do just with Kai Correa and the infield work, shooting tennis balls at everybody at very close proximity, and it seemed to work. And now all of a sudden nothing works. So you've been talking about, mandate for the coaching staff. First of all, would that come from, would Cap be on board with that, or would he just go along with that? Or is that coming from Farhan and ownership? We've already seen Brian Bannister take another job with the White Sox, and he's not a full-blown member of the coaching staff. But what are we looking at as far as the coaching staff possible changes, Susan?
Yeah, in terms of who does what when, those are all internal decisions, obviously. But this is how these things typically work when things go south with the team. You kind of start pointing at the coaching staff first, fair or not, then the manager, and then the higher-ups, the front office people. And so I think that we see this offseason that probably some coaches take the fall. Not necessarily a done deal, but the hitting has not been what it was since 2021. Yes, that was a magical season. Everything came together, a lot of older players with career years. But Donnie Ecker leaves after that season, and the hitting hasn't been the same. It certainly was not all Donnie. And Donnie put in the system that is in place now. I think the hitting coaches that the Giants have are all incredibly dedicated, very hardworking, a really nice, good bunch of guys, and I will hate to see them go, but you've got to think that's the area they look at. And, I'm not sure that Kai is safe necessarily, just given the defense, and he is the guy. You mentioned he is very cutting edge. He's hugely well respected in the industry. I think if the Giants do decide to make a change there, if they do, I think he gets snapped up by somebody very quickly. He's really good at what he does. I think some of the time, these things, when there are changes on a coaching staff, are optics more than anything else. And if you're the people under fire, I think you start going like, okay, there's a little bit of a better than them than me. I don't think anybody wants to see any of those people go,
Susan,
for what it's worth, but it just makes sense.
Yeah, Susan Susser, our guest on the UMA Guest on this morning. Susan did a great job covering the Giants the entire season, but wrote a really good article this weekend about how some of the Giants are struggling with confidence. And your kind of answer was the system, whether it's the platoon system or the bullpen games. And to me, this is a system that's been implemented from the top down, whether it is the front office and Farhan, to the way they built the roster, to the way they draw up these lineups for Gabe Kapler, and the overall product on the field. So how much of an effect do you think this really, truly has had on the season? And if it has led to maybe Gabe Kapler losing the locker room with some of these platoon moves in bullpen games?
A lot to unpack there, but it's funny because going back 2 years ago, which we all keep doing, a lot of this stuff was in place. They were very platoon heavy. They certainly weren't using openers to this extent. They had much more of a regular rotation. Some of it has been need. Some of it's been injuries. Some of it has been guys having to play a little bit out of position, especially some of the rookies because of needs. And some of it's been underperformance. And, like Mitch Haniger was very clear about that. Like, hey, I know I'm not starting every day because I haven't been performing. But I think some of the guys who signed as free agents, especially some of the starting pitchers who wound up in the bullpen, and I'm not saying this is pervasive, and nobody's whining, nobody's crying about it, but I think they feel like, hey, this is a little more stressful. I am not used to this role. I'm putting a little more pressure on myself. And just that kind of thing can cause a real shift in performance, too. And then you talk to people around the industry, the scouts, agents, people kind of away from the field, and they go like, why would any free agent go there? Mitch Haniger's not playing every day. Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea are in the bullpen. Like, what are they doing here? And it's not working. Now, the opener thing worked for a while. There was a good 2-month stretch where the numbers were fantastic. I think they just either chose to go to it too much in the second half or had to go to it too much in the second half because of some injuries. And once it turned into sort of a mix and match thing with some of those guys that were coming in the secondary roles, rather than yes, you're coming in second, but this is your day. You've got your regular 4 days to plan and prepare and work on things and hone your stuff. At some point it turned into, you know what, we're not sure when we're going because we might need a right-hander, we might need a left-hander, so kind of all hands on deck. That's when things really started to fall apart. So, yeah, the general, I think, idea is maybe the way they do things doesn't necessarily tell players that they have full confidence in them. And then one player said, like, hey, to me, it was at the trade deadline. They said, we're going to go out, we're going to be aggressive, we're going to get you something because we think this is a team that can do something in the postseason. And then they didn't do anything. A lot of reasons for that. You can certainly say they were all legitimate, but that also sort of sent more of that message, like, hey, yeah, okay, maybe we don't think you're that good this year.
Which led to a lot of team meetings, which was really interesting. Tyro Estrada and Mike Yastrzemski and even Farhan himself and Ron Wotus. So Marcus used the line about Cap and, did he lose the clubhouse? The one quote that you had anonymously is the one that's really interesting. You can't lose the clubhouse if you didn't already have it. So, he's different. I admire and respect his intellect and the way he handles things, but he's different. Follow up. I don't want you to reveal who said that, but as far as Gabe Kapler, and it's interesting to me, he does not like to have full squad meetings. He likes to do it one-on-one because he's the great communicator. He's good at that. Does he? If I'm Greg Johnson and I walk in there and I want to know, one of the main things as I look at all this, and I'm reading so many different things from different sources. Does my manager have the respect of my players? And then how many of those players am I going to keep and bring back? And am I going to get new players? But does Gabe Kapler have respect in that clubhouse, Susan?
Yeah, I think he has respect. And I think when they talk about having the clubhouse versus not, but you never had it, that is, that's the way Gabe operates. He lets everyone, he lets the players run their clubhouse. He feels like they're all professional, they're all adults. He does feel like he has more of an impact when he does have either smaller meetings or one-on-one meetings. That is his philosophy. And he's certainly not a table upender and scream in the face guy. He feels that's counterproductive. He thinks being in all areas, the strategy and the way he interacts with people, all of it, consistency is what's important to him. That's what he values. I can see that. But that does mean, if you leave the clubhouse alone, it's their clubhouse. You're not suddenly going to go in and start trying to mix things up and change things and whatever. You've already said this is your clubhouse, and I think that's what the players feel like. I think they understand it. I think they appreciate it. As Alex Wood said, he gives us our independence. It's most of the season, or at least the idea was, it was going to be a little bit of an older team. Maybe that works a little bit with an older team. Maybe once you start adding all the kids, maybe you need a little bit more of a firmer hand with a manager in the clubhouse a little bit more. But you know what? I get it. It's fine. It's different. But he does seem to have everyone's respect. There's always somebody disgruntled, right? There's always somebody whose playing time they feel like isn't enough, and relievers who feel like maybe they got hot one night and weren't used, and then they were used and they weren't, all that kind of stuff. But by and large, I do think they understand he's been consistent, and the strategy's been consistent.
Yeah, last couple minutes here with Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line, talking about the Giants clubhouse. And I do want to talk to you about someone who seems like they've been pretty positive in the Giants clubhouse this year, despite not really having too much confidence in their role this year. And that would be Sean Manaea, who is one of those players that has bounced him back and forth between the starting rotation and the bullpen. We saw on Friday night in the Giants win over the Dodgers, him maybe have his best performance of the season, going 7 innings of shutout baseball. Now, do you think some of this back and forth with his role with the rotation and the bullpen would impact his decision to maybe opt into his contract next year, or maybe opt out of it? Or maybe did the Giants see enough during this final month of the season where Sean Manaea might be a viable option for the 2024 rotation?
Oh, I think the Giants would love to have him back, and this is just my opinion. I can't see him choosing to do that. I covered Sean for basically his whole time in Oakland. He is not a bullpen pitcher. We talked about this all year. I thought that was not a good idea. I got the opener thing. He's not a guy I would have done that with. When he got off to a rocky start, but they had also changed his pitch usage a lot. He wasn't ever quite comfortable with it. They wanted him throwing a ton of two-seamers. That's not his strength. When he got away from that, he went back to being Sean Manaea. So if your changes are making somebody less effective and then you change your role, I'm not sure why that guy would want to come back. But put him back in the rotation. He's fantastic. He's going to have lots of offers. He is a great dude. It's going to be too bad, but he is kind of the ultimate guy I'm talking about, where when you shift the role, you kind of affect, you show that you don't believe in somebody. And I think he is the absolute best example. He's not anybody I talked to for this story at all. He is not anybody I quoted off the record. I certainly don't want to give that impression. This is all me talking and what I see. I think he was misused, and it probably hurt him. If he'd been in that rotation most of the year, I think they've got a handful more wins for sure.
Yeah, he obviously had a great run with the A's, and you saw it. His 1 year last year in San Diego with Bowmel, he didn't pitch well, and he was open about not pitching well at Dodger Stadium. But Friday night, he threw hard and effectively, and he owned that mound. Speaking of Bob Melvin, are playing the San Diego Padres starting tonight, and they got on a heater. But right now, they're with the same situation as the Giants. They're going to be eliminated at some point here. We saw them, Labor Day weekend. Giants won that first game in late August on the Thursday, and then the Padres won 3 in a row. A lot of stories have been written since. The Athletic had a big piece about his relationship with A.J. Preller. Did you feel like this will be the last week, Sue, since you know him so well, that Bob Melvin manages the San Diego Padres?
I honestly, that's a really hard call. it's a really hard call. He's got a really good team. We see the talent there, and suddenly they're coming on strong. And one of the things that kind of makes me laugh, when people talk about the Giants, what they really need is some stars. Well, there's plenty of teams that went out and got stars or added stars in the case of the Padres and the Mets, and they did nothing. So I don't think that's a end-all, be-all. The fact that they're getting it together late, I think maybe that changes a lot of perspectives in that clubhouse. So that's for me, that's definitely a TBD kind of situation. Bob, I know Bob well. There's nobody in baseball that doesn't know that A.J. Preller is kind of a different cat. And the way he does things, I don't think that was a surprise at all to Bob. Bob's a smart man. He worked under Billy Beane and David Forrest forever. He knows how these things work when the front offices are very involved in making or helping to make the everyday decisions.
Last one here with Susan Slusser this morning on the UMA guest line. And Susan, as we look at these final 6 games, we got Logan Webb to start on the bump tonight. Now, I know there was some discussion last year when he approached 200 innings. This year, he has accomplished that feat and actually leads Major League in innings pitched this year. Do you know if there's any plan moving forward to pitch him again after tonight? Or tonight, is there any rumors about maybe this being the last start of the season for maybe someone like him, maybe someone for like Kyle Harrison, if the Giants are eliminated from that wild card race in the next couple of days?
Yeah, we asked him that stuff yesterday, and he honestly sounded surprised that anybody was even asking. It doesn't sound to me like that's a conversation at all. I'm a little surprised, especially with Harrison. I might see the value of just kind of and Kapler's like, no, I don't get it. I think both of them, but finish out the season strong, and that's kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah, and hopefully we finish out the season with Brandon Crawford back in the lineup on that final game of the year. I think that's the plan moving forward. And if not, we'll talk to you the next day all about it. Susan, appreciate you always coming on with Papa and Lund, and also the Murph and Mac Show. Appreciate it as always, Susan.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, there
Thank
she
you,
is.
Susie.
Susan Slusser, one of the best on Twitter, covering the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. But on the other side, we'll get back into the San Francisco 49ers with the hitman, Dante Whitner, recapping Week 3 of the NFL season and getting ready for the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. We'll check in with Dante Whitner next. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. All right, thanks for tuning into the Papa and Lund Show this morning with Marcus Boucher, filling in for John Lund once again. But a man that is never missing from this airwaves is our good friend Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, and always helping out the people. Today, he's here to help us out about what do we do with audits this morning. Steve, how we doing, and what can you tell us?
Well, first, after we're finished with the expletives, you call us, and that's true even if you're on the extremes. If you think you're the most innocent person in the world and how dare they audit you, you still need a good tax attorney. And if you're on the other extreme, where upon reflection you've done some things you wish you hadn't, you should really call us. And if you're anywhere in between, then you should really call us. The bottom line is, think of an audit like a boxing match. Nobody but another professional boxer better get in the ring with another professional boxer. The IRS are well-trained. That's what they specialize in. That's what they do. And the bottom line is, we're here to exercise all your rights, regardless of whatever you've done, within the bounds of the law.
There it is. If you're going to step into the boxing ring, make sure you have Steve Moskowitz on your side. Of course, that is Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at MoskowitzLLP.com. For more, call Steve at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or visit MoskowitzLLP.com.
It's
Daniel Jones back, throws over the middle. Ball got popped up in the air. Intercepted by Talanoa Hufanga. Game over. Or they popped him over the middle. The ball went up in the air.
Did they ever?
It's Papa and Boucher. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lunn on a Monday afternoon and joining us on the UMA guest line to talk about the 49ers Week 3 win over the New York Giants is the one and only Dante Whitner. Dante, no 49er football this weekend, but I'm sure you watched plenty of it. What's going on, my man? How you doing this morning?
Yeah, I watched plenty. I actually called the Kent State-Fresno State game Saturday night, so yeah. Plenty full weekend for football.
There you go. And I think a lot of people this morning are focusing in on the Cardinals' upset of the Dallas Cowboys, the next two opponents for the San Francisco 49ers. But what stood out to you from Week 3 around the NFL? Was that the biggest game on your plate yesterday, watching the Cardinals take care of the Dallas Cowboys?
Absolutely, that was the biggest game. Arizona, they showed up. And the Dallas Cowboys, they didn't play their best. They had 3 offensive linemen out. They couldn't capitalize on opportunities, and it's any given Sunday in the NFL. And Joshua Dobbs, he had a phenomenal game. He kept them on the field on third down, converting, and he utilized his legs to create big plays. And they also have a nice core of, receivers and tight ends over there. When you mentioned Zach Ertz, we know what he's done over the history of his career. On the outside, you have Hollywood Brown, who's their leading receiver right now, and I think they're going to attack the cornerback opposite Travarius Ward. And then they have Wilson, the young rookie that they're excited about. He's averaging 25 yards per catch. And all those guys showed up. Kaiser White, their leading tackler, made the big play in the moment by intercepting Dak Prescott in the end zone. This is a team in Arizona who should have beat the New York Giants. They just upset the Dallas Cowboys. And this is a team that's going to come into Levi's and really think they can beat the 49ers.
All right, so let's zero in on Arizona's running game, and I think that's where Dallas just got trampled in the run game. And it's James Conner, and we know him well, Dante, Steeler, and then obviously in Arizona. And he's been a problem for the 49ers the last couple of years. But now you got Joshua Dobbs, the quarterback, running the way he's running. And I saw him run over Xavier McKinney of the Giants a couple of weeks ago on the goal line, and he's fast. And then you got Rondell Moore as the jet sweeper. The 49ers have been great against the run all year. But give me your thoughts about this Arizona. Jonathan Gannon coming from Philly. He ran their defense, but he watched their offense. He's going to want to run the ball. And Kingsbury did a little bit there, but they were the air raid. Just give me your thoughts on Arizona's run game and the challenge there. And then the 49ers go into this 5-man line against the New York Giants on Thursday night with Javon Kinlaw in there with Bosa and Drake and Armstead and Hargrave, and you're playing 3 D tackles. Is that 5-man line something they can use Sunday against Conner and Dobbs and the Cardinals running game? Dante?
Well, that five defensive line set started with the L.A. Rams. He had success running the ball in the first half, and then Steve Wilkes, he went to that 5-man set to get one-on-ones across the board and to stop the running game, to really force Matthew Stafford into a passing game. Last week, they just went to the same thing, created one-on-ones across the board. Javon Kinlaw is playing with better leverage and explosiveness off the line of scrimmage, and right now he's an asset to this defense. James Conner, he's one of the toughest runners right now in the NFL. He's like a bowling ball. He's been running through defenses. He's tough to tackle, and it looks like he has a chip on his shoulder. When you add that with Joshua Dobbs and the quarterback run game, it can create a problem. And the 49ers understand what they have to do, and that's, gap sound defense. Let's play physical. Let's gain tackle, and you can get the ball off of James Conner. The Arizona Cardinals are 32nd in the league in pass attempts, which tells you they don't want to just drop back. They want to utilize Rondell Moore, who had a big run last week for a touchdown for 45 yards, and James Conner. So that's definitely going to be the focus for the 49ers defense and limiting the explosive plays. If they can do that, this game shouldn't really be close, but that they're the hunted. Arizona's going to come in with something to prove. They feel like if they can beat Dallas and the 49ers on consecutive weeks, that would automatically catapult them to one of the top teams in the NFL. And I think we all can agree the 49ers' job is to not allow that to happen.
Yeah, and Dante, we're talking about a 49ers defense that is only allowing 14 points per game and 53 rushing yards per game, 159 total on the season. And throughout the first 3 weeks of the season, it looks like a defense that really hasn't skipped a beat, moving on from D'Amico Ryans and now playing under Steve Wilks. Now, we know Steve Wilks has some familiarity, former head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. I would love your breakdown of this 49ers defense and what has changed and what has stayed the same since D'Amico has handed the torch over to Steve Wilks.
Well, in every statistical category, they're in the top 5, and that's what it takes to be a dominant championship defense in the National Football League. It all starts up front with the defensive line, and I've been hard on the defensive line because even though they've been good, they haven't been at their standard. And last week they got back to the standard that we're accustomed to seeing them play. And when they play well, the linebackers play well. The linebackers play well, the secondary plays well. It's a trickle-down effect. I would like to see the opposite corner, whoever it is, obviously Charvarius Ward, play with more confidence and take more risk, because when you look at this Arizona team, they're going to throw the ball right in front of that corner, and they're going to make him read and play and tackle. But other than that, I think that Isaiah Oliver is stepping up in the slot. He's had 2 consecutive games where he's the highest graded defender on the field. Bosa's just getting better and better as he gets himself into game shape, and they're starting to go to some of those stunts that we like to see up front, those TE stunts. They brought a lot of that out last week versus the New York Giants, and they're going to need to bring some of that out this week. It's going to take for the 49ers defense to rush with some integrity this week, not to create open seams, set the edge, be really good with your outside arm free. If they can just do the simple things at an extraordinary level, the 49ers should win this game as well headed into Dallas.
The New York Giants, and when we were studying them early in the year, getting ready for the game on Thursday, and you and I did the last hour. John went over to do the pregame show on 810. So you and I had a good hour to roll up our sleeves. And what Dallas did to the Giants that first game in the rain had me thinking, wow, how good are the Cowboys? We knew they were fast last year when we saw them in the divisional playoff game at Levi's in January, Dante, but they looked better. They were just forceful. And then, week 2, there was the Jets, and, they lost their quarterback and Zach Wilson. So then you and I were speculating, because it happened right in the last hour of the show on Thursday before the 49ers kicked off with the Giants, what the injury to Trayvon Diggs would mean to Dallas. He tore his ACL that day in practice. And they ran it. I mean, Arizona ran at them. They had some big plays. What was it about the Dallas defense after what we saw on tape against the 2 New York teams, Giants and Jets, in weeks 1 and 2? They didn't look like the same defense at all yesterday.
And when they don't have explosives in the special teams department, they don't look like the explosive Dallas Cowboys. So if you take away those interceptions and fumble returns for touchdowns, if you take away the returns on special teams, and you have to strictly rely on football and Dak and that offense going the length of the field, understanding where to get the ball, not turn it over, the Dallas Cowboys don't look like the same team. So if you can not turn the ball over versus them, if you can limit the explosives and you can run at Micah Parsons in the run game, which Arizona did, they targeted Micah Parsons in the run game and ran directly at him. That's what you have to do versus the Dallas Cowboys, and you can have success.
Dante Whitner, our guest on the Uma guest line this morning, and I kind of wanted to dive further into that, Dante, because there was a lot of takes that came out this weekend about the Arizona Cardinals exposing this Cowboys defense. I know it's just 1 week, but I don't know. What are your takeaways from this weekend's game? Are you more impressed by this Cardinals run game, or do you think that Dallas Cowboys defense did get exposed by the Cardinals targeting Michael Parsons in that run game?
Well, whenever you run for 222 yards collectively on the ground, it's an impressive day, and that's something that you have to worry about. It's something that could keep Steve Wilks up at night. So I think that it all starts with their run game, but I don't think that when it all boils down to it, if the Dallas Cowboys would have had 3 of their starting offensive linemen on the field, Dak would have had the time that he's accustomed to. I don't know if that secondary wouldn't have been exposed, right? So, with the 49ers having a healthy group, 8-9 days of rest, I don't know if they really have to worry about what happened to the Dallas Cowboys. That was a game where Arizona pretty much played their best and Dallas played below average, and it still came down to the wire. So this is something where You can limit the turnovers, you can limit the explosive plays. You can have success versus any team in the league.
All right, 49ers are off to a great start at 3-0, obviously. And the big news on Friday was the contract extensions for General Manager John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan. And what I want to ask you about is the relationship between Trent Baalke and Jim Harbaugh when you were a player. Because the first year, and I remember interviewing both of them when Jim got hired, a lot of it was Trent Baalke, the scout going to see him at Stanford, and he wanted to bring him in, and there were other teams that wanted Harbaugh in the NFL, and the relationship looked great. And then after 1 year, it completely disintegrated to the point that Harbaugh wound up leaving. As a player, did you know that relationship was good and then began to collapse between your GM and your head coach? And if you did, how did that impact the guys in the locker room and the playing on the field, Dante?
We felt it. You could feel the tension between Baalke and Harbaugh at each and every practice. And one thing that Harbaugh did, I don't know if people out there know it, the first day that I think he took the job, he built a wall between the front office and the football department, like a literal wall, right? And one of the things that he would always tell the players is it's us versus them. So from day one, he explained it to his players that, he felt like he was in charge. And I can tell you firsthand that when it came down to free agency, Harbaugh was the guy on the phone persuading guys to come and sign. He persuaded me to sign. He called me personally and asked me if I would decommit from Cincinnati and join the 49ers, and what we had here was going to be special. He did the same thing for Carlos Rogers. He did the same thing when Deshaun Golson was holding out. So I can tell you firsthand that a lot of the free agents and the guys that were able to come together collectively and make that team special, it was Harbaugh's doing. A lot of those sayings, who has it better than us, that was Harbaugh. A lot of those hard practices that made us, better, far, better than a lot of teams around the league was Harbaugh's doing. So even though he did things in an unorthodox way, we always had results. And yes, the players did feel the tension between GM and head coach.
And Dante, that's something that we've seen now, the relationships between players and coaches, even with the 49ers' current roster, whether it's someone like Raheem Mostert out with Mike McDaniel out in Miami, or someone like Jimmy Ward with DeMeco Ryans in Texas. So talk to us about those relationships, how they carry on throughout your career, and what'd you think about DeMeco getting his first win this season, upset victory in Jacksonville this weekend?
The relationships are vital to success. When you go through the day-to-day grind with someone, you want to know that you can trust them, and as player and as coach. Can I trust you with my livelihood? Because if you really look at it, if the players don't go out and perform, everybody gets fired. So the coaches have to depend on the players. And if you can't teach me something that make me 1% better and help take me to the next level, if you're not hard enough on me, then we're going to lose as well. So it's a 50-50 split between player and coach, which is why Kyle Shanahan in the offseason can talk about Debo being a little overweight or not having a successful year, right? When his peers at home and his family might tell him, hey, Debo, you're the greatest guy in the world. You're the greatest football player God ever invented. And then for Debo to be able to take that information, absorb it, and implement in his plan in the offseason a plan for success, that shows you right there that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they deserve their extensions, and this is the reason why they have success. And they have a working relationship where they both see eye to eye, they understand the game of football, and they both have input. And when they go to the table, it's 50-50. That's what it takes to have success as an organization.
Great breakdown as always by the one and only Dante Whitner. Appreciate you stopping by this morning with me and Papa today. Enjoy the week, and we'll all be looking ahead to your coverage of the 49ers, even some college football moving forward. Thanks, Dante. Always appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. See you soon, Pop.
Thank you, Hitman.
Perfect. There it is. Dante Whitner, the one and only, giving his thoughts not only on the front office extensions that we're still waiting on contract details for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, but also on that Dallas Cowboys defense and that Arizona Cardinals running game, a running game that the 49ers defense is going to see this weekend, week 4 at Levi Stadium. But how about on the other side, we get into a little bit of foreplay and look at some of the best sound from around NFL week 3. I'm guessing there's going to be some Taylor Swift, and I'm guessing there's going to be some Miami Dolphins dropping 70 points on the Denver Broncos. We'll get all those sights and sounds from around the NFL world in week 3 on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, it's time for some foreplay on the Papa and Lund Show this morning. Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund. John will be back tomorrow so that you can get into your usual hijinks with Papa and Lund. But today on the foreplay, Papa, I thought we'd start with some NFL sound. And maybe the biggest story of the weekend was Taylor Swift crashing the party up at Arrowhead, sitting in the suite with Travis Kelce's mom. It's got the world running wild. I don't know, Papa, where do you put this on the quote-unquote celebrity athlete couples list? I know we've had
are they a couple?
A-Rod and J-Lo and Tony Romo and Jessica Simpson, but I think that's the question, Papa. Are they really a couple, or is this all for shows, or is it for clicks versus wins? That's the question this morning, Papa.
Well, they win, so
they win.
Sure
And
got
they
a lot
the
of clicks, but they got wins.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, they walked out. They weren't holding hands or anything. How well do they know each other? Have they interacted much? I think he just invited her to the game, right? They may have been their first date after the game. I don't know.
Did you see any of the footage of them leaving Arrowhead yesterday in a drop-top convertible?
Oh, they did?
Yeah, no, they walked out together. They were not holding hands. They were also in the convertible. It looked like the closing scene in Grease. I don't know what we're doing.
What kind of a drop-top convertible do you have?
It was a nice one. It's one that I can't afford, I'll tell you that. But maybe it's something that Patrick Mahomes can't afford after getting all that money guaranteed this offseason and also getting a couple contract renegotiations. Maybe it was a gift from Travis Kelce from Patrick Mahomes, just like Patrick Mahomes gifted him with a touchdown pass yesterday because we all knew it was coming. I mean, if you have a local bookie, you should have looked up one of these prop bets. Travis Kelce to score a touchdown. Of course, he was going to do it with Taylor Swift being in the building. And here was Patrick Mahomes post-game talking about how it was his duty to get Travis Kelce into that end zone.
3 touchdowns for you today. Listen, you're a guy that can deal with some pressure. Forget the pressure from Kansas City Chiefs fans. Do you realize how much pressure there was on you today from the Swifties to get Travis Kelce a touchdown with Taylor in the house today?
Yeah, I heard she was in the house.
Did you feel it? Did you feel the pressure, Patrick?
I thought a little bit of pressure. And so I knew I had to get it to Trav. And, of course, it's on a route that Travis, he does his own thing and just makes up a route and I throw it to him. So I think he wanted to get in the end zone just as much as all the Swifties wanted him to.
Now, Papa, you know that Arrowhead is one of the toughest places to play in the NFL, one of the quote-unquote loudest stadiums in the NFL, but do you think it was even louder this weekend with Taylor Swift and the Swifties in the building?
Oh, I don't know about that. Did she play Arrowhead on her tour this year?
I believe she did because I think that was the pickup line that Travis Kelce shot his shot with, saying, you rocked out Arrowhead. I want to see you watch me rock out Arrowhead.
So actually it was 34-0 before he scored his touchdown. I mean, Jerick McKinnon had 2 touchdowns. Clyde Edwards-Helaire had a touchdown. Isaiah Pacheco had a touchdown. The butt kicker had a bunch of field goals. So I was wondering, is he nervous playing in front of Taylor, or what was the deal? But he had 7 catches for 69 with a long of 24.
Nice.
And then the touchdown that he scored was in the back of the end zone when he's always so good around the goal line. You remember the game he had against the Raiders last year on Monday Night Football?
Why you got to bring that up, Papa?
What was it? Did he have 3 or 4 touchdowns?
I don't want to get into those conversations, to be honest.
And they were all from like the 1 or 2 yard line in.
Yeah, and they're out here running the ring around the Rosie.
4 catches for like 7 yards, and they were all touchdowns.
Yeah, that's what he does every time he plays against the Raiders. Yeah.
And that was in Vegas. Anyway.
Yeah. That's the ring around the Rosie.
All-time celebrity couple in sports. That's a good one.
Tony Romo, Jessica Simpson.
Remember when he went away with Jason Witten's wife? They went away to where'd they go, to Cabo or something in the middle of the season? And it became such a huge story that he left the team.
Wow.
I forgot about that. Jessica Simpson and Tony Romo.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of in that pantheon. You look at someone like A-Rod and Jennifer Lopez, who I don't believe they're together anymore.
But A-Rod wasn't playing still anymore. He'd already retired.
True. Or I guess we could just go through a list of all the ladies that Derek Jeter has been with.
Contemporary athlete. I mean, Jennifer wasn't that known, but Joe and Jennifer was pretty big. She did a shaving cream commercial with Joe years ago.
Nice.
I got to think about that more.
Are Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift bigger than Russell Wilson and Ciara?
Ooh, I would say yes.
I think so too, but I think that's
because
probably
of
the
Taylor
top
Swift.
couple.
I mean, who's more known across the entire country and global?
Probably
How
Russell
global
Wilson.
is she?
She's huge. She's international.
I mean, Taylor
now,
Swift's
yeah.
bigger than Ciara as an artist. Even though she's good.
I think you're correct. And by the way, shout out to Usher, who's going to be performing at the halftime this show at the Super Bowl.
That'll be a great one. I was kind of thinking Bruno Mars. Because Bruno's got the residency in Vegas, but that's a good call. But there'll be other people involved there.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
He's not going to do the whole halftime show himself, is he?
No, I think he's going to get some people out there. Maybe he'll bring out Little John for Making Love in His Club or something like that. I don't know. Usher will let it burn. Maybe Danny Dunn says Ludacris is going to come out. We'll see. Who
Bruno
else?
Mars.
I don't know if he has any songs together with Usher, though. I'm sure they could cover something.
Funk Me Up. You got a Funktown Funk Me Up.
Yeah, we'll see how that lineup plays out for the rest of the year and what's going to happen at that Super Bowl halftime show. Hey, who knows? Maybe Taylor Swift will come down from the suite to perform during halftime. I don't know. I'm throwing that out there.
That'd be a bad sign if it's 49ers and Chiefs. We don't want her there.
Yeah, no one wants that at all. And also, by the way, her being a Philly fan and repping the red and gold or the ketchup and mustard, red and yellow that the Chiefs wear, I'm not a huge fan either.
What's happening in Philly? Are they all down on her now?
Maybe Philly's turning her back on him, but I do know that we have sound from somebody else outside of the Kansas City area, and it's Bill Belichick, who's cashing in and checking in on this situation. Here was Bill Belichick's response to Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift hanging out post-game after the Chiefs win against the Bears.
Swiftie to Swiftie, Taylor Swift was in attendance to watch Travis Kelce's game with his mom in the box. Seems like they may be the new it couple. Where do you fall on that? Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
Look at that.
Wow.
Bill Belichick gets his first win of the year, and now he's out here riffing about
line.
Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
That's a good line.
How about
but
that?
Wait a minute. We just forgot when you were going for all-time power couples, why didn't we go to Tom and Giselle?
Ooh, that's a good one, too.
How did we forget that one?
Now, was Giselle known globally before she started dating Tom? I know she was like a big Victoria's Secret model, but I don't know if I'd put her on the same level as Taylor Swift.
Yes, you just don't live in that world. Yes, she's huge. She makes more money, way more money than Tom.
That is true.
Yes, Giselle is that well known. Of course she is.
That's why Tom Brady was taking all those paychecks. It all makes sense.
How did we forget that one? Tom Brady and Giselle Bündchen.
That's another good one. Put it on the list. And how about we just skipped over real quick the reporter starting off that question by saying from one Swiftie to another Swiftie. Is Bill Belichick a Swiftie?
Is he a Swiftie?
I don't know, Pop. You tell me.
Aaron Rodgers
you're in the Swiftie army, aren't you? Aren't you a Swiftie, Pop?
I am. I was there. I got my,
bracelet. Pop is showing off his friendship bracelet on the stream right now. Check it out on KNBR.com, YouTube, and the Twitch page.
Swiftie to Swiftie.
Swiftie to Swiftie. Nice. Well, hey.
Is a Swiftie?
Apparently. Maybe he's got to get one of those Taylor Swift hoodies like you have, Papa.
I couldn't find mine today. It's somewhere here.
Today would have been perfect for it. We'll see. We'll keep you updated on the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift relationship that everybody's talking about right now. But there were some other things going around the world of the NFL. Also, not just the historic news of Taylor Swift showing up to Arrowhead, but the historic beatdown of the Miami Dolphins over the Denver Broncos, nearly tying the NFL record with 70 points scored. The most ever was from the 1940 Bears with 73 points scored, but they did put up an NFL record 726 yards this past weekend against that Broncos defense. And post-game, Papa, Sean Payton was not too happy with the questions and sounded like he really didn't want to answer any questions at all.
I know that you said it's embarrassing, but this has kind of been a historic game.
I'm aware.
Third time the team has scored 70 points over 700.
What's the question?
I mean,
what's the question?
How do you feel about it being
I just finished telling you.
Historically embarrassing.
Next question.
Oh, things are not looking good up in Mile High right now. Sean Payton going, next question. What's the question? What's the question? The question is, how'd you allow 70 points, Papa?
When does Denver play the New York Jets and Nathaniel Hackett?
Ooh, the
Remember
Hackett
when Coach
Bowl.
Payton went all off on Hackett? Worst coaching performance ever, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
How was yesterday's defensive coaching performance?
Yeah, I don't think that defense has improved
week
at all.
5.
I think you're right. I'm looking at the schedule right now. It looks like October 8th. That would put us right around week 5,
week
Papa.
from Sunday.
The Jets versus the Broncos. I'll take the under on that one, Papa.
Is that Monday night or Sunday night football? I think it's a big
looks like Sunday night 125, so it should be Excuse me,
so
that
CBS
afternoon
will have
game.
it in the late window.
How about CBS and
So
our
how
guy
about-
Jim Nance and Tony Romo being stuck with the Patriots in Jets game this week in a 15-10 shootout, Papa?
So how about the Miami Dolphins going from 70 points one game, historic number was 700 yards, to getting shut out next week by Matt Milano and the Buffalo Bills defense.
Oh, here comes your Bills. They look great this weekend against Sam Howell, that's for sure.
They
Had him throw
did.
3 turnovers, I think 3 interceptions.
Epinesa.
Yeah.
Tre'Davious White.
They put on a dominance performance, almost making
When's
Sam
Von
Howell.
Miller coming back?
Oh,
Is
he's
Von
still
Miller coming
out
back
there
today?
standing on the sideline. But yesterday, the Bills defense made Sam Howell maybe have the worst quarterback performance of the day. That was until we reached Sunday Night Football, Papa, where Jimmy James Garoppolo was out there in the silver and black and threw 3
Is
interceptions.
it Jimmy James?
I don't know. I
Is that
just
his name?
threw that one out there. It might be. It may not be.
James
but anyways,
is Jimmy.
Yeah, it's the same
His
thing.
name is James?
Same thing. Same difference. Doesn't really
Could be
matter.
Jimmy Johns. I do love the song.
Jimmy Garoppolo is now out in Las Vegas, and apparently he's talking about the pizza out in Las Vegas because despite his performance on the field, maybe this hot take by Jimmy Garoppolo was getting a bigger stir here in San Francisco. Now, here's a report from Sunday Night Football last night of Jimmy Garoppolo apparently saying that he prefers the pizza in Las Vegas versus the pizza in San Francisco.
The team is very blue collar and hardworking, just like their family. And that the best part of being in Vegas is the pizza. It's so much better than it was in San Francisco. They are Italian.
All right, Papa. Now, I know Las Vegas has stepped its game up in the, the food world. They have a bunch of great restaurants out there. Gordon Ramsay's opening up a new restaurant left and right. But are we seriously going with Las Vegas having better pizza than here in San Francisco in the Bay Area, Pop?
Well, so there's a pizzeria that Tony Gemignani owns in Las Vegas. What's it called? I'm trying to find the name. And we scrimmaged the Raiders in Vegas, as you know. We played them in that preseason game on that Sunday. And as I was walking out, Jimmy Garoppolo was there, and Jimmy and I chatted, and he had a pizza from the pizzeria in Las Vegas because they were flying to L.A. to scrimmage the Rams. So Jimmy had one of Tony Gemignani's pizza boxes. The whole team did as they were getting on the plane. So I asked him, is it any good? And Jimmy's a big, what's the one in Chicago? Jimmy loves the deep dish.
Oh, what is that, Luminardi's?
Yeah, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which Jimmy wound up getting that for the entire team when we were in Chicago the last couple of years. To me, it's too much like lasagna.
Yeah.
That Chicago deep dish pizza is
It's not really a pizza.
So anyway, I heard Melissa Stark's report, and she was citing, I think, Mike Garoppolo, Jimmy's brother. But both of his brothers are living in Vegas now, and they were going on and on about the pizza in Vegas is better than the pizza in San Francisco. What? Yeah. Who would say such a thing? So I texted Tony Gemignani this morning, and I said, honestly, seriously, the pizza in Vegas is better than one in San Francisco? And he said he owns pizzerias here. He's Tony Gemignani.
Yeah.
And it's way better, by the way, Murph, than Amici's.
Oh, shots fired.
Way better. So I asked him which is better, and Tony texted. I heard that from about 30 people as well. And I said, true? Come on. Vegas has better pizza than San Francisco? And he said, honestly, we have great pizzas in both cities. 10 years ago, I would say no way. It would probably be close now to San Francisco. So I asked him to come on the radio and talk about it. And he said he would, but he's in some meeting with franchisees right now. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo. So I that's the one that Tony owns. Who else has pizza in Vegas that can even compare to what we have in the North Beach in San Francisco?
Now, when I was out there for 49ers Raiders joint practice, I stayed on Fremont Street, the downtown area of Las Vegas.
You were right by the hotel that I went
was at
to.
Circa,
There, right?
one of my favorite sports books with the swimming pool and the TVs on top. But right down the street,
the Swim Stadium.
Yeah, Swim Stadium. It's a fantastic way to watch a Sunday or Saturday.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's absolutely
Can you imagine
fantastic.
that in a football Sunday like NFL?
Oh,
Wow.
it's unbeatable. I went one time for a college football Saturday and a fight night. It was phenomenal. phenomenal. But anyways, during that whole night watching sports at Stadium Swim, of course I needed to fill my stomach up. So I went down the street to this place called Evil Pie. And it's one of their, like...
So you got pizza there?
And I got pizza there. It's a pretty good slice of pizza, and you can also get a cheese slice and a beer for like $5. So that was a great combo and kept my night going. But yeah, I don't know too many pizza spots outside of there. But when I think of Las Vegas, I don't think of pizza spots, but who knows?
No.
Maybe the Garoppolo brothers are finding hidden gems that we don't know about, Papa.
I mean, it's Tony Gemignani would be the one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Jimmy was concussed before that. He said that. So what's happening with Garoppolo? He's in concussion protocol.
He's in the
now?
concussion protocol, which I don't know what that means for the Raiders' Week 4 matchup against the LA Chargers. Brian Hoyer was the guy that they went with in Week 1 when Jimmy went down. Personally, me, I'd rather go with Aiden O'Connell, but I don't know if anybody's saving this Raiders season. Yeah, I would go with the rookie. At this point, what are the Raiders doing? They got Josh McDaniels going for field goals down 8 with 2.5 minutes left to go from the 9-yard line.
He wasn't confident they could score. That wasn't the problem.
Who cares about scoring, Papa? They could have got a first down if they would have picked up 4 more yards. They still had a first down on that play.
He didn't think they could get 4 yards.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to win too many games this year.
First, second, and third yard? So did you like this, my friend Harley?
You sent that over nice.
From the Raider Alley in L.A. Huge Raider fans in L.A. Send me this picture.
Papa's now showing on the live stream. It's Jimmy Garoppolo holding up a Raiders jersey with it photoshopped to say Garoppolo on the back. Yeah.
All I know is Derek Carr's last game as a Raider, he threw 3 interceptions against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, yeah, that's because Josh McDaniels ran him out of town before he had a chance to play against the 49ers or the Broncos the last week of the season.
He played the whole year.
I don't like how
Jimmy
they handle that
Garoppolo last night throws 3 interceptions against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mm-hmm. Jimmy now leads the NFL.
Number one in INTs. He's now in the concussion protocol.
He threw 10 in 2019. You know, and how much of it I was talking to, maybe look at my friend Harley from the Raider Alley on. He's sending me pictures of the crowd last night at Allegiant. It's all Steeler fans.
Oh, every single game, Pop. We've seen it with the 49ers fans taking over.
I mean, come on. I mean, do you realize Ben Roethlisberger never won a game in Oakland?
I was there for all of them, Pop, and my best friend's a Steeler fan. We used to go all the time.
Anybody would come in waving a terrible towel in Oakland?
No, not when Terrell Pryor's out here ripping off 96-yard touchdown runs.
They'd be sent to the hospital.
No chance.
If they did that in Oakland.
It's a different crowd out there, Papa.
How many, what was the percentage of Steeler fans? And they're doing a piece this morning on Good Morning America, one of the shows, NBC, so it'd be the Today Show, on the making and manufacturing and the genesis of Myron Cope and the terrible towel. There wouldn't have been any terrible towels at all. That's the problem with moving from the Bay Area to Vegas.
Absolutely.
You had the ultimate home field advantage.
Yeah, now you have 0. Now you have none.
Now you have the Steeler fans coming into the Raiders Stadium and taking it over with the terrible towel. How's that allowed?
What are you
going to do?
Yeah, those are the decisions that the Raiders made, and now they got to deal with that out in Las Vegas, out in that tourist trap of a stadium. Shout out to Allegiant Stadium.
Great pizza, though. You can get great pizza there. Terrible football team, but you get great pizza.
Yeah, tell Tony he's got to put in a slice house at the Big Al at Allegiant Stadium. Maybe get the Garoppolo brothers.
Sacrilege. No, he's got another. It's not called Tony Gemignani. I got to look it up. It's like Rocket Pizza or something.
All right.
You said it's pretty good.
We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll talk to Tony about the pizza that the Garoppolo brothers are talking about. But that right there was your 4 best pieces of sound from NFL Week 3 action. On the other side, Papa, how about we take a quick look at the San Francisco Giants homestand coming up this week against the Padres and the Dodgers. They have 6 games left in the regular season. And then at 1:30 today, we're going to check in with Michael Lombardi, kind of give you a big picture view of the NFL. But we'll squeeze in some Giants talk on the other side. Marquise Boucher, the water boy, in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan stopped by the Murphy Mac Show earlier this morning to talk about all the NFC action in Week 3 of the NFL season and to get you ready for the 49ers Week 4 matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
There's no question that this last part of the season and for a little while, it's been a little bit disappointing to see the results that we've had on the field. So acknowledging that, also acknowledging that there's still time. Obviously the math is not in our favor, but there's a chance that we make a really good run here at the end. You never know what can happen.
Yeah, you can say that again, Gabe. The math is not in favor of the San Francisco Giants to make the postseason after losing 7 out of no games on their final road trip of the season, a road trip where they started off in third place in that wild card race. But they're back in action tonight for their final 6 games of the season. Logan Webb taking on Blake Snell on the bump. One hell of a pitching matchup. And hey, who knows, Papa? Maybe Blake Snell might be one of those free agent targets for the San Francisco Giants this offseason.
You sound like John Lund.
I like Blake Snell a lot. I like him a lot.
Everybody, I mean, you didn't like him as much in Tampa when he was going 5 and fly, but he's
I like when the
Rays
Rays pulled him from the World Series game. That was a nice moment. Yeah,
I remember, but he wasn't that guy where he can go deep into the game.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, it'll be a good pitching matchup tonight. But the Padres, despite Yu Darvish being shut down, Musgrove. He's throwing some sides in case they have a chance, but their situation is the same as the Giants. They have the same record.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have thought it now? I mean, this bad matchup is for third place in the National League West, not the third wild card spot. I mean, both teams are still in it, but both the Giants and Padres are looking at I don't know, San Diego and the Cubs, what's the season series there? For the Giants, it's a tragic number 2.
Yeah.
Cubs aren't playing today, so you're not going to be eliminated tonight, but you could be tomorrow with Kyle Harrison pitching. And by the way, Kyle looked much better in his last start against the Dodgers. He had his mechanics light up. His velo was back up to 93 and 94, not so much 91, 92 when he was sick. So we'll see him tomorrow. But, Manny Machado's going to have tennis elbow surgery in the offseason whenever they shut it down. So with Bob Melvin, and San Diego finally got on a winning streak. They hadn't won more than 3 games all year until this 8-game winning streak that they lost on Saturday night. But a lot of reports about him being unhappy with A.J. Preller. And I actually talked to Bob when they came in June. And I don't know if it's a personality conflict. It's just the material that's being presented to them and the workload that they do pregame is just excessive. So if they do move on and Bob Melvin does not manage the Padres anymore, whether he gets fired or he resigns, if you're Greg Johnson and the Giants, do you look at the Gabe Kapler situation differently? And they've said they want to bring them both back. The media outcry is so enormous now. And I don't know if the guys that are in the clubhouse every day just don't like dealing with him or if they really don't think he's a good manager or whatever the reason is. But everybody, from Baggs' piece to John Shea constantly, Marty Lurie, Bill it just goes on and on and on. Susan's more diplomatic, but she's more reporting on what she's been told, that Gabe's coming back. But in the fan base, if I'm Larry in the front office, I'm like, how do we sell this guy to our fans? We got an issue with attendance right now. If we don't get Shohei Ohtani, who's out there? Maybe we get a pitcher. But they're already talking about Keaton Wynn and Tristan Beck and Kyle Harrison and Logan Webb, and you got Cobb coming back. So are they going to go buy pitching? They kind of think they have it. I don't know. But it's also a business. Baseball is more than a business than any other sport because of the volume of games. You got 81 home games. And for whatever reason, your fan base just does not like this manager. I don't know if that's cut and dry, but they're being communicated that through the media. And Bob Melvin is a likable guy. He's a former Giant. He grew up here. He managed the A's. I mean, and then how do you make it work with Farhan being in the last year of his contract? Would you give Bob Melvin... If he gets fired there, he gets paid anyway. Now there'll be an offset. And if the Giants ever hired him, does he want to manage? Does he want to retire? Is he done with this? You've also got Matt Williams coaching third base, and Mark Hallberg could come in the dugout and be your bench coach. And imagine putting Matt Williams at third base. I mean, And they're both. It's not like you're just doing it to sell tickets. They don't know what they're doing. These are credible baseball guys. Bob Melvin's a great manager that's just in a situation for whatever reason's not working out. If you're Greg Johnson, do you drop by and maybe you wait till Seidler fires him, or if he walks away from Preller? How does that impact Gabe's situation if Bob Melvin is truly available this offseason?
And I think you do have to look at those options, but again, it's going to come back to that relationship between Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi and them kind of being a package deal right now. So I don't think you're getting rid of one without getting rid of the other. So I don't know if that's something Farhan's looking forward to as Gabe Kapler plays out his contract and whether or not they will give him a contract extension. I know he's got one more year left on his deal, and it kind of feels like Gabe and Kapler are going to be back for one more season. But of course, we can discuss all of those topics and more during the offseason with the San Francisco Giants as they tune in on their final 6 games of the season. And of course, you can tune in right here to the Sports Leader to hear all of those games. But on the other side, you'll hear from Michael Lombardi about all of the action from Week 3 of the NFL season and his thoughts on the power rankings and the San Francisco 49ers moving forward this season. We'll talk to Michael Lombardi next. It's Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Swiftie to Swiftie, Taylor Swift was in attendance to watch Travis Kelce's game with his mom in the box. Seems like they may be the new it couple, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
Bill Belichick checking in on the Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift relationship. One of the biggest headlines from yesterday's Week 3 action around the NFL. But here to join us on the Guest Line this morning is former GM, former front office executive, and a man that hosts the GM Shuffle podcast and the Lombardi line as well. Maybe we'll have to check in to find out if Michael Lombardi is a Swiftie himself. Michael, good morning. How are we doing today on a Monday?
Yeah, we're doing great. No, I'm not down that road. I'm too far down Springsteen's way, but that's great for him, man. I appreciate it. Like, it's all they talk about. We had a game where a team scored 70 points, and Taylor Swift and Kelce are dominating the conversation. It's incredible.
Yeah, it really is. Go ahead,
This
Bob.
is where Michael's going to tell the story about me running into him and Jim Harbaugh at a Springsteen concert, and I was yelling,
complaining about
10th Avenue freeze out!
He's complaining about the set list. Everybody who leaves the Springsteen concert complains about the set list. How couldn't he play Glory Days is what he said to me in the
No, it was
bathroom.
10th Avenue freeze out. It was 10th Avenue freeze out.
10th Avenue? Usually he plays 10th Avenue, but I mean, look, you know, when you have a catalog that sells for $600 million, you're going to leave some songs out.
You're insane. Good to hear your voice. You know Belichick as well as anybody. He's sneaky funny, though. People think he's just Belichick. When he's talking to the media, he's not going to say anything. He gave him a little something with the Swiftie line, Michael, but you know Bill's. He's very clever.
He's really clever, and, you know, he doesn't open up to many people, and so they paint this picture of him. But as I've told many people, if he's your friend, he'd be the best friend you ever have, because he's honest and he's sincere and he has, and he does have a sense of humor. You know, you could joke around with him, and he's a great listener. I think that's the other thing that people don't realize about Bill. He's one of the best listeners of all time. People think he just does whatever he wants to do, and that's not the case.
Yeah, and Bill Belichick was obviously in a good mood after getting his first win of the season against the New York Jets this weekend. We can talk about that game. We can talk about the Dolphins' beatdown of the Denver Broncos, and we can also talk about Taylor Swift being at Arrowhead. But, Michael, to start our discussion this morning, I think we need to ask you about something that happened off the field this weekend, and it was the news that came out Friday during our show here on the Papa and Lunch Show of the 49ers announcing multi-year contract extensions for both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. What did you think about the timing of this announcement and the decision for the 49ers to move forward with Kyle and John?
Well, look, I think anytime you have a good partnership, and they do, you know, and they're in San Francisco, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have times where you have losing seasons, but over the landscape, over the long haul, when you have people that trust one another, that listen, then you got to hang on to them, because this whole notion of, well, we can get better somewhere out there. Well, who? You know, who's better than what these guys have won? They've proven. They've drafted really well. I mean, you know, they've done a great job. Maybe they miss on a pick here. Everybody does. I applaud them for admitting that they needed to move on from Trey Lance. I mean, that's half the battle, is admitting you make a mistake. And so I think when you have people that you trust and feel comfortable with, I think Jed York did the right thing. I mean, in this league, which is so volatile, which it changes every 2 weeks, the teams that win are the ones that can have continuity from within. And if you listen to Twitter, I mean, after every third down call, they want you to fire a coach.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, speaking of moving on when you can't admit you made a mistake, I mean, you worked with Al Davis all those years, and Al just loved players, and he wouldn't move on.
He wouldn't move on, and you learned that it was always the coach's fault. I think we're seeing that in Chicago. You see that in New York. I mean, what more does Zach Wilson have to prove to the Jets that he can't play? What more does Justin Fields have to prove that he can't play? I mean, here's the reality. C.J. Stroud comes in the league. He's in his third game. He throws for 280 yards and gets a win. Fields has the best game Fields has played in his 30 starts. He threw for 205 yards in a win. Like, the guy has never thrown. I mean, Wilson, you watch the tape. Wilson doesn't know what he's seeing, what he's doing. You can't keep going down that way. And what happens, and I can speak from this from experience, the organization loses their enthusiasm because the guy who's making the decision won't recognize what's the reality. They're letting their egos get in the way of a decision.
So looking ahead, let me real quickly, Marcus, because Michael, I remember talking to you, when that deadline came up for the Rams to guarantee Stafford the $59 million, and they wanted him to restructure his contract. He wouldn't do it, but you thought he might get traded. Now he's back to being Stafford. His elbow is healthy, and he's different arm angles. We'll see him tonight against Cincinnati. Is it to me that if the Jets want to save their season, they go Matthew Stafford? Can they? Can they do it financially? And is there a point where the Rams will make him available again between now and the deadline of Halloween, Michael?
I don't think they will. I mean, look, I think McVay's done a great job of coaching. They pretended they never made him available, which is not true. They didn't want to pay the $59. I mean, they're stuck there on the hook for it. So it's a sunk cost. They've already paid it, and so they have to. The Jets are there's 3 teams in the league that have spent more money this year that cash will be called cash over cap. The Jets, the Browns, and the Houston Texans, believe it or not. And so they're all in. Everybody has this, trade for Kirk Cousins trade. I mean, you can't do that. You can't do that because of the cap, because of the cash. How do you transfer the money? Minnesota can't take the cap hit on their cap on the Kirk Cousins end. There would have to be a lot of creative financial analysis, financial maneuvering to get that done. So, look, they're stuck with what they have, but the problem is they need to figure out how they can find somebody. Now, it's not Matt Ryan. I mean, it's somebody that has some mobility because whoever you put behind the Jets offensive line is going to get hit and he's going to struggle.
And Michael, you just mentioned it, whether it is someone like Matt Ryan or Carson Wentz, who were both reported over this past weekend to reach out to the New York Jets to fill that QB void with Zach Wilson struggling so much. Do you think maybe they go with one of those veteran options? Like we heard the story last year of Philip Rivers reaching out to the 49ers when they were dealing with quarterback injuries. Are there any moves that the New York Jets can make, or are they kind of stuck here with Zach Wilson?
I think they're kind of stuck. I mean, look at the Bengals tonight. They brought Reed Sitton back in. They have they have a bunch of guys that they don't know what they're just trying to pick. They signed A.J. McCarron to their practice squad. I mean, look, if there was a lot of quarterbacks on the market, every team wouldn't be complaining. There would be teams that just don't have them, and I think that's the issue. The Jets did something that they should have never done. They put Wilson as the backup. He was the second pick overall in the draft. They're trying to salvage him, and they knew he wasn't really playing well. I mean, he didn't play well last year. The team were wearing jerseys that said Mike White on them. I mean, that's not a good sign, That's not a good sign at all, and they didn't address it. They went with him to be the guy. I mean, there's a good chance we'll see Jake Browning tonight. I mean, think about that now. I mean, Jake Browning's the backup quarterback. Brandon Allen's on the 49ers. I mean, you could call the Niners up and see if you could trade for Brandon Allen. That would be a move.
Mm-hmm. I think they've already tried. Yeah, I think Duke Tobin's already tried, Michael. They don't want to trade Brandon Allen in case they get into an injury situation like they had last year because Allen can run their offense. So maybe we'll see Browning against the Rams. But the first game of the doubleheader tonight is Philadelphia at Tampa Bay. And obviously, we're keeping a close eye on Philly all year, thinking it's going to be a battle for the number 1 seed. I watched the New England game a little bit, Philadelphia's opener at Foxborough, Michael, but we were flying back and the internet connection wasn't great. And Philadelphia, Hurts threw for 170. They ran for 97. Darius Slay had an interception. They scored 25 points in the game, but Belichick seemed to confuse him like he always does when he has a full off season to get ready. From studying it, what did Bill do against Jalen Hurts in that Philadelphia opener in the first game of the year this year?
Well, he did what you have to do when you play a six-back offense. When you play the single wing, you got to set the edge on both sides. And he limited the quarterback's runs from him. And then he tried to take away the deep ball as best he could, because that's where he really excels. And they were strong enough and physical enough to hold up inside and not let the run game hurt them. Whereas last year, Miles Sanders was really an issue for a lot of teams. If you tried to play, you've got to defend them inside out in the run game. You've got to be able to have 3-on-3 inside and hold up because you've got to set the edge on both sides or else they'll kill you. So, that's what he did, and he's successful. All of Philly's numbers, Greg, this year are down. They're down third down. They're down explosive plays. They're down in every category. Running. I mean, Hurts's numbers on third down are 11 percentage points behind. Now, he's only played in 2 games, but both games, even the Minnesota game, early in that game, they couldn't throw it. Brian played, but Brian was a gap short in the run game. He didn't think they would keep calling runs, and yet they did, and that's how they were able to take that drive. I think they had like 12 straight running plays and ran it down the field. Tonight will be a little different. It's hard to run the ball on Todd Bowles. It's hard to run on his defense. But, look, they beat the Bears by 10, but that's a 3-point game, and when Fields throws the interception for the touchdown, basically. And, the opening game against Minnesota doubles the yardages on them, but they turned it over 3 times. Minnesota's fumbled 7 times already this year, and they've turned it over 6 times in the red zone. You're not winning many games doing that.
Yeah, Michael Lombardi is our guest on the UMA Guest Line this morning, wrapping up week 3 of the NFL action. And you talked a lot right there about the Philadelphia Eagles rushing game. I wanted to ask you about the Arizona Cardinals rush game and how they ran the ball 30 times for 222 yards against the Dallas Cowboys. Michael, what was your breakdown from this weekend's game and this Dallas defense being ran all over by Arizona?
Well, I think they were the more physical team. There's no question about it. They came right after them. I mean, the first 4 or 5 drives of the game, they scored Arizona. They went touchdown. They went field goal touchdown. They scored 23 points right away. They never punted in the first half. They were the aggressor. They took the ball to them, and Dallas wasn't really able to. But when you break this game down, at the end of the day, Dallas had more than enough chances to win it. They're 1 for 5 in the red zone. They had 13 penalties. And when you lose over 100 yards in penalties, and you're 1 for 5 in the red zone, you're going to lose a lot of games that way too. So, they got the ball down to the red zone. Arizona just made plays when they had to, and they turned the ball over. So, look, it was one of those games where Dallas, I think, got caught a little bit, with the Diggs injury. That affected them. They were catching blocks. They weren't attacking like they usually did. And Arizona was able to stay ahead of the down and distance, right? They were able to be in 2nd and 5, 2nd and 4. When you're Dan Quinn, you live on them being, and you want them in 2nd and 11 so you can do all your kind of stuff to create some confusion up front.
Michael, do the 49ers have a weakness? And if they do, what is it?
Well, I mean, look, the weakness is that you have to catch them on a bad day, right? I mean, you have to catch them like really, I think what Kyle said, I thought it was really honest. Everybody was making a fuss of the way Purdy played on Thursday night, like he played great, and Kyle said he didn't play one of his best games. I think New York rattled Purdy a little bit in the game early, even though he made some plays. Look, I think they dropped like 3 or 4 interceptions, but the Niners are unique in the sense that they are one of the teams in the league that can substitute without substituting. And that's when you really are good. When you can create a situation where you move chess pieces around and the defense has to react and you've never substituted, you're really in trouble. And they have 5 eligible receivers that can all have a role in the offense when they're in base personnel. That's hard to defend. Now, if they lose one of those 5, it becomes problematic, especially if they lose Juszczyk or if they lose McCaffrey or Debo. Those are the guys that are the ones that are interchangeable. They play a positionless offense. That's a hard thing to play as a defensive coordinator. Yeah. So, and Kyle's so good at calling the plays and working the schemes that Purdy makes a lot of he gives Purdy so many easy throws. It's a little bit like Miami. Miami's speed and their athleticism, I mean, Tua and Purdy are getting a lot of credit, but they're really easy throws to make.
And now the 49ers are 3-0 for the first time since 2019 and only the second time over the past 25 years. So, Michael, when we are looking around the league, you look at teams like the Miami Dolphins and the Eagles and the Buccaneers squaring off tonight as the last 4 remaining undefeated teams in the NFL. How would you power rank those 4 teams from top to bottom, and who do you think does have the best chance to end up in Las Vegas playing for the Super Bowl this year?
Well, I like the Niners team. I think they're the most balanced team. I mean, Miami, New England had chances to win that game, tie it. Bote didn't get his feet down in bounds on 4th down. He had a chance to do that. He couldn't. Belichick did a good job against that offense in the game. I mean, when you look at it, Tyreek Hill had 60 yards or 40 yards in the game. He didn't make a difference. So Miami, you can move the football on. They're not really unstoppable. Philadelphia, it's the same thing. They've been fortunate enough. New England had more than enough chances to beat them in the opening game. I think the Niners are the most balanced team. Plus, nobody talks about this, right? Here you have a defense that's so good. It's hard to string 9-10 plays together in a row offensively if you're a good offense. But it's really hard to do it against a really good defense. And the punter doesn't get any credit at all. Wisniewski is, the best inside 20 punter in the league. He makes you play on long fields the entire year, right? Because the 49ers are going to move the ball. If you force them to punt, they're usually punting from their own 40. And so now you're getting the ball inside the 8, the 10. It's hard. Now you got to put together 12, 13, 14 plays against a really good defense, and you got to go the long field. It's hard to win field position against them because of the punter, and no one talks about it.
Wisniewski's the best, the booming onion.
Unbelievable.
10th Avenue freeze out. Come on, Michael.
We are on East Street. Yeah, well, we go to East Street I go to East Street every day. I don't know about you, but I'm on East Street every day, and I'm on.
I know you are. East Street Radio?
I am every day. I'll go take a picture on East Street and on 10th Avenue and East Street up there in Freehold for you. I'd send it to you.
You're the best. I miss you, brother. Stay in touch.
Thanks, Greg. Miss you too, man. Thank you.
Awesome. There he is, Michael Lombardi with a great breakdown. A little Bruce to close out the show today. Follow Michael Lombardi at @MLombardi, at NFL, on Twitter, on X, whatever the kids are calling it these days. And on the other
I
side,
think we were at that Springsteen. So he's coming out of the concert with Harbaugh.
Yeah.
And they got a heater going. And I'm like, I think it was was it the Nebraska album, or it may have been when he did the Streets of Philadelphia. It was a different mood for Bruce. He didn't play 10th Avenue Freeze Out.
Come on.
So I'm screaming to Lombardi and Jim Harbaugh, no 10th Avenue Freeze Out. Come on, crank it up.
Crank it up, Danny. We'll wrap up the show, wrap up this segment, and make the connection with Tolbert and Copes on the other side. Marcus Boucher in for John Lund. He'll be back tomorrow with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Dodgers walked off the Giants last night on Sunday Night Baseball in their final road game of the season. So to read about the final 6-game homestand for your San Francisco Giants, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Clay's figuring out what's going on over there, Clay.
Rodney Magruder.
Oh no, this dude might be out the league soon. He's probably mad about that. Who knows?
Wow, shots fired.
He's over here checking my guy. You good?
I don't know. I was in the locker room, but apparently he was taking up for Wayne Ellington. When the Rodney Magruder become the tough guy of the team? Like, I don't know, man. Everybody in the league tough these days. It's crazy. I've seen a lot of tough guys this year. I don't understand it, and don't nobody do anything. So. Like, if you really wanted to do something, you could have done it. Over there talking shit like he's a team tough guy. The hell out of here. Tough guy, Rodney. Tough guy. Also, I'm rocking with Juan T. Juan T was about to bring that town business on him. And, yeah, I'm rocking with Juan T on that one anyway.
Well, Warrior fans, now you're rocking with Rodney McGruger because we got breaking news for you. And, of course, this breaking news is sponsored by the Redwood Credit Union. Saving rates are up. This makes it a great time to open a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Get started at redwoodcu.org/certificates. And, yeah, you might be wondering to yourself, why is Danny Dunn rejoining with some Rodney McGruger highlights and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green taking shots at him? Well, it's because the Golden State Warriors have announced that they are signing Rodney McGruger to compete for a roster spot.
Magruder.
Papa, I don't even know how to pronounce this guy's game.
McGruder.
McGruder. And here he is now competing for a roster spot. I don't know, Papa. Now we got Chris Paul. We got this dude. I don't know.
We don't have Dwight Howard,
we're going to hit up Dylan Brooks now? No.
We don't have Dwight Howard. We don't have Dwight Howard. James Harden still wants to get traded, so stay tuned. Magruder's a good defensive player. He's a shooting guard, two-guard. Miami Clippers last couple of years in Detroit. That's what happens when you go sideline reporter Clay. Mm-hmm. He goes off on Magruder. And then Draymond wanted Juan Toscano-Anderson to come back. So
I'm rocking with JTA,
you know what?
too.
A week from today is Warriors Media Day.
The Warriors are back in the news cycle.
They start training camp the next day.
And here we go.
The Warriors are back in our lives.
And they're back without Bob Myers. We'll talk plenty of Warriors basketball over the next couple weeks. Preseason ball is right around the corner. But, Papa, as we wrap up the Papa and Lund show today, I got to say thank you as always for the opportunity. It's always fun filling in for John Lund. For anybody out there annoyed by the voice of the water boy, John Lund will be back tomorrow. I'm going back to the 5 a.m. spot, and I'll be rejoining Murph and Mac from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. But, Papa, we'll make sure to talk down the line. And, again, appreciate you always letting me fill in for John in these situations.
Anytime, John. We don't know. John, I think, is back from Parents Weekend at Arizona State, so John will be back tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So, what time do you have to get up?
So I'm usually up 2:45, 3 a.m.
You live in
every
San
day.
Jose.
I do. I make the trip up from the 408 every single day, Papa. But it's nice when the 49ers are playing because then they're 5-10 minutes down the street.
I would have been at Levi's with you today, but the Niners are on the field now, and they're off like in a minute. It's like the shortest practice ever. They're going to be done a little after 2 o'clock, so hardly at all. So we're rooting for tonight. We want Tampa Bay to win for sure, right? To beat Philadelphia.
You got to go Tampa over Philadelphia.
And we want Cincinnati, no matter who plays quarterback for them. Can they beat the Rams without Joe Burrow tonight? Can they beat him with Browning?
That's the question. I don't know what kind of Bengals team we're going to see tonight if Joe Burrow's not out there. I know there's a lot of people relying on Jamar Chase and a couple guys to save their fantasy week tonight, but I don't know if this Bengals team is going to put up the same points. And meanwhile, here's Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua putting up 15 connections each and every week. That's going to be an interesting matchup. A doubleheader tonight on Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 3 of the NFL season. Before we start
Giants.
Week 4, and we got
This
Giants.
is one of the great pitching matchups of the year.
I'll be down there
Blake
tonight,
Snell
Papa.
against Logan Webb. You going to the game tonight?
I'll be out there. Logan Webb's on the mound. They're playing Andre Nicotino. They're playing Killer Whale. I'll be out there for my guy Logan Webb. 6 games left in the regular season, Papa. You got to cherish them while you can.
And they're not yet eliminated.
No.
But it's close. Tragic numbers 2.
So you're saying
Cubs
there's
are
a
not
chance.
playing tonight. So keep it at 2 before tomorrow. So
Giants back in action tonight at Oracle Park, and it looks like our boys Tolbert and Copes are at the Public House down at Oracle Park today as well. So we'll make the connection, get the handoff going. It's 2 p.m. Let's wrap it up. Again, Papa, thanks as always, man. It's been a pleasure. John Lund will be back tomorrow. That's your Papa
Thank you,
Lunch
Marcus.
Show, or should I say Papa and Boucher Show for a Monday on the afternoon show. And now the afternoon show starts. Tolbert and Copes right now.
Swifty to Swifty.
Kelsey's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We are at the Public House today. So come on by, say hi. It's our last appearance at the Public House as the Giants get ready to take on the Padres, the battle for third place starting tonight. Someone's got to get it. Someone's got to get that red ribbon. I believe it's red for third place, isn't it? I think white's second.
I thought red was second place.
Is it? White's third?
I think it's blue. Yeah, I think it's blue, red, white. I think that's the way it goes.
So, battle for the white ribbon.
Battle for the white ribbon.
The white ribbon.
Or the bronze.
Starts tonight. There you go. So, we got that going for you. Okay. Mike Yam, NFL Network, formerly of the Pac-12 Network, which is no longer in existence because, well, they don't have a conference. So, I mean, I guess technically they do. So the Pac-12
sure look good this weekend.
Exists. Maybe the Pac-12 can stay around the following years and just show Washington State and Oregon State games, and then like intramural football, stuff like that. Brent Jones going to join us at 3:50. Matt Mayoko 4:30. Dave Fleming will stop by the patio at 4:50, and then Bags will join us at 5:15. It's good the Niners played on Thursday because we have a lot to get into today, both college and pro, and maybe a little bit of baseball. We got some Giants, and then we'll maybe catch you up on what's going on heading into the last week of the season. The Rangers have surged back ahead. There's
Swept
a chance
the Mariners,
chance the Astros may not even make the playoffs.
They've hit a rut.
Believe it or not. So pretty wild last week. It just isn't here. It's elsewhere, but not here.
You want to know how wild it is? I'm looking right now just to confirm. The Giants are not eliminated from the third wild card spot yet. That's outrageous.
Yeah.
That's outrageous.
Yeah, they you know what they need? Like a nuke to go off in like certain parts of the country. that's about the only chance. That's about the only chance they have, and maybe that's factored in. I don't know, but
it's all worked into the
it's baked in.
It's baked into the elimination number.
It's all baked in.
Yeah, so you can really trust that number. But you're right. In terms of football, there's a lot to get to. I mean, this is in terms of like college through pro yesterday, top to bottom storylines, excitement, like injuries, avenues that we can talk about in terms of the Dallas Cowboys as one, teams that won, upsets. There was so much. Like, it was a juicy. There wasn't a lot of fat on this football weekend, it feels like. A lot of times, like, you bill a bunch of games and they don't live up to it. Yesterday was wild, and Saturday was wild. A lot of fun across the board.
A lot of head-scratching coaches moments, just some wild stuff that coaches need to take their faces out of their charts and start thinking a little bit. But it was just we'll get into all of them, and we'll get into some of the games. Miami dropping 70.
10 touchdowns.
In an NFL football game. That's NFL. That's not college.
Oh, man.
NFL. Nobody scores 70 in the NFL. That was crazy. Had some great college football games on Saturday.
Ohio State, Notre Dame, wild finish.
I think I watched 6 complete games on Saturday. The first 3 games, the first one I watched Florida State Clemson.
I watched that one beginning to end.
And then there were 3 games at 12:30, and what I did is I went first 2 series, Bama. Next 2 series, Oregon State. Then I did a series on UCLA, pick 6. I go, okay, let me skip that one for a while. And I went back, and I just kept bouncing back and forth between Bama and Oregon State. It's like 2 series this, 2 series that, 2 series this, 2 series that. Work my way through that. Oh, and the Oregon-Colorado game, I got to leave that one in the third quarter, so that was nice. And then we got Ohio State Notre Dame in the evening. And can NBC please do us all a favor? Do not put Iowa on your network this weekend. Iowa, Michigan State.
I'm over it.
Those 2 teams, of all 2 teams to put on NBC to showcase, that's what you're putting on NBC. Because Iowa, in case you weren't following, and if you weren't, you were one of the lucky ones, had a first down on their first drive. Next first down was in the third quarter. They had 4 first downs all game long. That was a top 25 team coming into Happy Valley. And 4 first downs. And 1 on the first.
Sad Valley.
1 on the first drive.
I think the Valley's speaking about the delta between their first down and their second first down.
Golly.
The big gap in time.
That's a chasm. That was just embarrassing.
I was with you, though. I caught a lot. I watched this. So YouTube TV now has a great feature, and this is basically since March Madness last year. They now have a feature where they do a bunch of different channels of quad boxing.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll mix and match different quad box of college football games together. So you can you don't get to customize it, but you get to watch 4 games in their entirety at one time, and you can just highlight which box you want the audio for.
Yeah.
So if you want to watch a certain play, you just sort of bounce over there. You can rewind it. You can go full screen on that for a minute and then come back to the quad box. So I was watching basically in its entirety most all of Saturday afternoon because I didn't have to bounce around at all, and I could record stuff and jump back when I wanted to. I cut a lot of the UNC game, cut a lot of the Cincinnati-Oklahoma game, cut a lot of, or I watched almost in its entirety Florida State and Clemson. I was like you. I jumped off of Colorado and Oregon once.
42-0.
Once it was 42-0, I felt pretty good about my minus 21.5.
Yeah, so did I.
Felt pretty good about it.
Yeah, I had Oregon.
So I left.
It just seemed like, well, look, that's one of those ones you handicap, and it actually plays out like you thought it would play out. Rarely does that happen. You'd like it to happen more. It's fun when it does happen, but that one was early and often, and you saw that one coming heading into the game. They got a lot of hype because of the wins they had, and rightfully so. And Deion's a magnetic figure. There's no doubt about it. But that didn't hide the fact they don't have any lines. They got skill position players, and their skill position players are fine. And no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Missing Travis Hunter certainly hurt, but he wouldn't have helped.
Their offensive line was atrocious. What did he get sacked 7 times?
Yeah, and their defensive line was no better. They were just getting gashed.
Yeah.
I mean, Oregon just anything they want. It looked like they were going against air in the first half. They were just whatever they wanted. Run it, throw it. It didn't matter. They just got anything they wanted to get. And look, to be expected, because Colorado is on the ascent, but they're nowhere near the apex, not even close. They'll be so much better when they can start filling out the offensive and defensive line, which is funny that Fox this weekend promoting USC Colorado. And look, I get it. TV networks, you're promoting your own product. It's the biggest game of the year. When's the last time the biggest game of the year has featured a 23-point underdog? I don't know. The biggest game of the year
They've just fallen out of the top 25.
Has ever featured a 23-point underdog. And I don't know the last time a team has got this much hype that in their first 4 games has been a 3-touchdown underdog 3 times.
Yeah.
And a 3-touchdown favorite 1 time. I mean, it's just the swings in this have just been wild. But, look, it's still fun to watch because it's Colorado, and that one could be a flat-out shootout because USC's defense isn't as good as Oregon's, and Colorado's playing at home. But biggest game of the year featuring a 23-point underdog. Enjoy.
Yeah, that may not be quite as much fun. It was fun, though, to watch Oregon hand it to him, and then Dan Lanning at halftime say, yeah, we're not done. We're not satisfied.
Lanning's.
I was like, dude, it's 35-0.
Lanning wanted this one, man.
He's like, no, we want more than that. And then after 42, they were pretty much done.
Yeah, they're like, we're good. We proved our point.
Okay, yeah, we weren't done. Now we're done. Now we're going to call it. So a great weekend of college football, but maybe an even better weekend in the NFL. Tons of storylines to get to. Is the top game in your mind Miami, just because of what they were able to do? Is that the first thing that comes to mind? Because the coaching decisions at the end of some of these games, I mean, the Vikings-Chargers game was a blast.
Wild.
What Green Bay was able to do, a 17-point fourth quarter comeback to an 18-17, and Groupie had a chance to win the game or to kick a game-winning field goal. Yeah, Derek's laughing because I was watching that game yesterday, and Sasha had her headphones in. She was like watching something else on her tablet, and he goes for the game-winning field goal, and Groupie misses it. I went, no, Groupie with a poopy. Sash took her headphones out. She said, what'd you say? Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it. It won't make any sense to explain it. It didn't make sense anyway. It won't make sense to explain it to you. Anyway, that was a great Jordan Love come from behind win.
Yes, it was.
The game last night where Devontae Adams has a hell of a performance.
Yeah.
And Jimmy G throws 3 interceptions and
Jimmy G.
Some bad coaching at the end by Josh McDaniel. But I was all over the place, dude. I mean, it was crazy yesterday.
Yeah, it was wild. I mean, Harbaugh made some questionable decisions. Against the Colts, it was wild. Then you had the Notre Dame game where they ran 10 dudes onto the field for the last 2 plays of the game, which was, like I said, you just can't make this stuff up, man. I mean, how do you the most important and the funny part was they scored right over the spot where that defensive lineman would have been. I don't know if it had stopped him, but he would have been right there.
So here's what we're talking about.
And he wasn't there.
Is if you don't have a timeout, it's like the NBA, where if you call a timeout, apparently this is what they were telling me. And Derek, is this true that if you call a timeout, they will give you the timeout if you don't have one, but you get penalized 15 yards?
Is that what it is?
So it's the same thing like you and I have talked about, I think, where we mentioned this last week with the 49ers against the Rams at the end of that first half, where the clock's ticking down, they were like under 10 seconds. I think the Rams get called for a pass interference in the end zone. And the Niners get the ball then half the distance to the goal or whatever. But you're like, who cares? They're fighting the clock at this point. I'd commit a PI every single play until they decide to either kick the field goal or until we get away with one that's not a pass interference because they're fighting the clock. You're not fighting yardage at this point. They're at the half-yard line. Can the same be said from the defensive side of the ball where if you don't have your guys in there and it's half the distance to the goal anyway, why wouldn't you call the timeout, get penalized the half the distance to the goal, and then get your player in?
Well, I mean, you could do whatever you want. You could jump off sides.
Right. But why not give yourself the
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that half yard down there means a little more. I don't know. You wouldn't think it means
Does it
much,
mean more than one player?
Well, that's
my question. Where would you
check the chart? I don't know what the chart says on
chart says no, he's not worth a
But
player
here's the thing that kills me is that before the third down play, Ohio State called the timeout.
Right.
I don't know how you how do you mess that up? And then between third and fourth down, I didn't see this, but it looked like to me, and they said this is what happened, so I'll have to take their word for it. They made a substitution. So Notre Dame could have made a substitution.
Right.
They wouldn't even have had to substitute. They could have brought somebody on and say, here's our substitute. And, the referee stands over the ball. That's why I think it happened, because the referee was standing over the ball. Nobody up in the booth, nobody in the box, nobody in the sideline realized that somebody wasn't out there that was supposed to be out there. Maybe even a guy who was in that personnel package thought, you know what?
Shouldn't I be out there?
I think I'm supposed to be out there.
That can't be me, right?
No, yeah, oh, that's just grass over there. I think I should be where that grass is. Like, how that happened is just, it really is. It's stunning at that level of big-time college football that no one could notice that for 2 plays. Now, in all fairness, I didn't notice it. I thought the defensive alignment looked kind of funky because there wasn't anybody over there, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together because it just never occurred to me a team would be playing with 10 players in such an important situation.
It's
exactly.
Your job to pick that up.
I'm not getting paid to know that kind of stuff. Even Todd Blackledge, who was calling the game, said they weren't in the right defensive alignment. Come to find out, of course they weren't. They had 10 guys.
Yeah.
That's not the right. I don't know when that ever is the right defensive alignment. So that was wild, but that was a hell of a game. That was a really, really fun game to watch. So a lot of stuff to get to.
Marcus Freeman, head coach at Notre Dame, quote, "We didn't know." By the time we noticed it in the last play, it was too late to do anything about it. What about last 2 plays, Marcus? How about the last 2, man? 45 seconds in real time to identify the mistake, and they did not in real time. So
by the time we noticed, the referee is holding up his arm.
Yeah, that's it. He's like, that's it, bro. He's like, no. How about in slow motion for him? Real time for the rest of us.
He was like Apollo Creed's trainer.
Get out of there. Throw in the towel. That's it. All right, a little bit on the college football weekend, and we got plenty to get to in terms of the NFL. We are live from the patio of the Public House. Final time this year, Giants home for their final homestand, opening up against the Padres tonight. Blake Snell against Logan Webb. Pretty good pitching matchup tonight here at Oracle Park, and then the Dodgers come to town this weekend. Giants lost 3 of 4 to them over the weekend. But more importantly, yesterday, Dallas Cowboys go down to the Arizona Cardinals. Those are the next 2 opponents for the 49ers. Yep. After watching that game, and the offense was something I wanted to see more of from Dallas. They, of course, lose Trayvon Diggs last week, ACL done for the season. How about them Cowboys?
How about them?
After seeing them yesterday, anybody else as convinced as I am that the 49ers are the best team in football? We'll talk a bit about that when we come on back. Tolbert and Copes from the patio of the Public House, only here on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City's Sports Leader.
The Giants dropped 3 of 4 against the Dodgers, including last night's 3-2 loss. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC.
3rd and goal on the 6. They trailed 28-16. They're going to send Cooks out to the left and 2 receivers to the right. Shotgun formation for Dak Prescott. Pollard to his left. 23 carries for Pollard. Prescott the pass. Straight drop. Fires middle of the end zone. Picked off. Kaiser White with the interception. And that might do in Dallas. Wow, Kaiser White in the middle of the end zone. I don't know that Prescott ever saw him.
That's what it sounded like in Arizona yesterday at, what is it, still University of Phoenix Stadium? No, it's State Farm Stadium now, I think is what it's called, in Glendale, Arizona. Cardinals over the Cowboys 28-16. Cowboys did not look good. Tony Pollard really the biggest part of their offense. 23 carries for 122 yards at 5.3 a clip. Is that my phone? What is that noise going off here? Is that me? Is that Lee's pointing at me? I've never heard that sound come from my phone ever. That's bizarre. Anyway. At 2:22, I always set an alarm for right when we're coming back into the second segment of the show, just so I know what's going on. Tony Pollard, 23 carries, 122 yesterday. For the Cowboys, James Conner, 14 for 98. They ran all over him, over 220 yards on the ground for Arizona against the Cowboys yesterday. That's the most telling thing to me is that Niners are going to play this Cowboys team in 2 weeks. They lost a big part of their defense, but Diggs is in the secondary. He's a big ball hawking guy, and I said this last week. A lot of what the Cowboys do well on defense is force you to make bad throws. They get that ball tip. They get a big tip drill going. He'll kind of ball hawk, but it also makes him susceptible to allowing big plays. Diggs is now out. They've got Micah Parsons there. He got knocked around a little bit yesterday, but I think Arizona came out with a pretty good game plan. I think this says more about the Cowboys, though, than it does the Cardinals.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one game. It was a goofy game. I don't read too much into one game. But I always thought the Niners were better than the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Are they better than the Dolphins or the Chiefs? Don't know that yet. Dolphins are pretty dynamic. Although, Hoodie shut them down a little bit. They just couldn't score enough to win that game. So maybe the Niners are the most complete team in the league,
I'd
offensively and defensively. Yeah. Miami maybe a little better defensively than I thought, but offensively they're at the top right now. They are hard to. They didn't even have Waddle yesterday. You have A-Chain and Mostert just running wild on the Broncos, and then Hill is just impossible to guard.
He had 30-plus fantasy points. That was third most on the team.
Yeah, third most. A-Chain had 51. Their running backs had 95 points between them, or 93. Just an insane performance in the NFL. So that was wild. But the thing about the Cowboys, I think that it probably more concerning than losing is, okay, is this not being able to stop the run an issue? Or is it just a one-off? And I'm sure they'll go back and look at the film and figure out where Arizona gashed them. And it's surprising that a team like that would run against the Cowboys when you only have Joshua Dobbs at quarterback. You shouldn't be all that worried about the quarterback dropping back 30 times and beating you, so you would think you'd load up the box. And maybe they did. Maybe they just couldn't handle him, period.
He ran it for 55 yards, by the way. He was effective. Yeah. 6 carries for 55 yards for him.
So I don't know. I don't know what that says about the Cowboys. We'll see next week, and then we'll see when they come to San Francisco or Santa Clara. to play the Niners, but I'm guessing Niners right now. I'd probably make them a 4-point favorite.
The Cowboys?
Yeah, over the Cowboys. I think that sounds about.
I might go like 4.5.
Sounds
I might
about
go
right.
A little bit higher.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. But yeah, they're a step ahead right now. Again, that's right now, and we're early into the season. And look, the Niners should be, and I say should, be 4-0 heading into the Cowboy game. I would think that game actually helps the Niners prepare for the Cardinals.
A letdown game for Arizona?
No, not a letdown game. A raise your hackles game. Like,
that's what I thought. I wrote that down. Does it make you sit up in your chair and go, "Hey, okay,
yeah,
no overlooking them for that Dallas game"? Right?
Yeah, absolutely. If they were to get beat 30-3, you roll into that game thinking, "Oh, we're going to steamroll these guys and get the Cowboys on deck." Now they're going to have your attention because when you have a win like that, a lot of people are talking about that win. That was the biggest upset of the day. RIP survivor pools. I'm sure it crushed thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in their survivor pool.
Mike Huller says after last night's game, I think one or two people in his pool still, there was like a total of 96 or something. One or two people still, I think, have the Eagles tonight.
Yeah.
But he said there's a chance that half the pool, over 45 people, were eliminated this week.
Really?
Based on Jags.
Yep.
A lot of people had Jags. A lot of people had Ravens.
Ooh,
over the Colts.
Yeah.
At home,
Oof,
right?
Oof.
A lot of people had the Cowboys.
Yep.
And a couple of people, I guess, have the Eagles tonight, but I'm on Tampa in the points. So,
are you?
Yeah, I am. Plus the 5.5.
Are you in the survivor pool?
No, I am, but I picked the Niners.
Yeah, the Niners. Yeah, that was the other big one. That was the other big one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's always nice when half the pool gets knocked out and you're still standing.
I was like, nice. You know what I rolled week 1? Rolled the Browns over the Bengals week 1.
Did you really?
Mike Huller wouldn't even give it to me. I said, let me have it. So I'm not going to let you take this crap team, dude. I said, give me the Browns. I said, take me to Browntown. I want the Browns. Give it to me.
Wow. That could be taken a lot of different ways. I got to be honest with you.
How else?
I don't think I want to go to Browntown.
Well, I did week 1.
Good. I'm glad you did.
I did week 1.
How was it?
Lee Hammer thinks it's real funny.
How was it?
Lee Hammer's laughing too hard.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll keep going on some of this NFL stuff.
I'm going to steer very clear of that town.
Arizona beats the Cowboys yesterday, 28-16.
That sounds pretty gross.
They were
Yes,
up
it
big.
does.
They were up 20-0 and 28-7 on the Giants in week 2, and then lost 31-28. And they actually almost beat the Commanders week 1. Also gave the Commanders a scare. So the 1-2 Cardinals come to town, but a lot of big storylines to talk about from yesterday. Mike Yam of the NFL Network, NFL All Access. It's the show he hosts. He's going to join us next. Tolbert and Copes live from the patio at Oracle Park. Mike Yam next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Heck of a week 3 in the NFL, and that's why we've got our next guest, Mike Yam, host of NFL Network's NFL Total Access, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Mike, Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert, what's going on, man? How are you?
Great to hear you guys. Appreciate the invite, and you're right, man. We had a pretty good weekend of some NFL action.
You missed breaking down Oregon State Grambling?
Tom, I couldn't wait to hear your voice, dude. I miss hearing you. There is a part of me that misses it a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you.
How you been?
Good. No, I mean, dude, it's been awesome, man. Obviously, everything that's been going on at the NFL side of things has certainly been huge, but still keeping some tabs, man. I was expecting a different result. Well, I shouldn't say a different result. I think the score from Coach Prime over the weekend was not necessarily what I had anticipated. So I still keep some tabs on what's happening on Saturdays.
No, but this past Saturday was incredible, and the Pac-12 is going to have. The ironic part is the Pac-12 is shutting down, and this is the best college football year they've had probably in a decade plus. I mean, it's sometimes I think the best matchup this weekend in college football is actually a Pac-12 game. Utah visits Oregon State. That's going to be a hell of a game.
It will be, and I think a little bit less of a juice around this one, just based off of what we saw over the weekend from a Beavers perspective. But you're right. I mean, I think holistically, you take this macro view of what's been happening in that league this season. I mean, it's really remarkable. You said the last decade. Tom, I got to be honest with you, man. Like, I think you even have to go further back. Now,
maybe
it's different because, seriously, like, the crazy thing is because you had, those SC teams were so elite, and the system was obviously different. We weren't talking about a playoff. You were, legitimately just trying to get to a national championship game. And, obviously I know Oregon was able to get there, a few years ago and lose when Mariota was there. But the point is, top to bottom, we've always talked about parity, but to see this type of success in the top 25 with all of these teams, it's remarkable.
So we'll get to some of the individual games from yesterday, but I think a macro question here. Are all the coaches trying to outdo one another and making the most ridiculous decisions they can? I mean, have these guys lost their collective minds?
Okay, so I'm sitting on the set yesterday at NFL Network. I was doing a show called Game Day Live. So it's sort of like Red Zone where you're dipping in and out and you're showing highlights as the games are going on. And I got all the games up on my monitor, and I can't even tell you how many times I'm like, did that just really? And I mean, just completely perplexed by it. The Chargers situation with Coach Daly, that one certainly is, I think, probably the one that's getting maybe the most attention. Yep. I got to be honest with you guys, though, from a Baltimore perspective, you're looking at a 3rd and 3 and then a 4th and 3. Last time I checked, you got Lamar Jackson, who at that point had run for over 100 yards. He's so shifty. He's so hard to bring down. If you're considering that 4-down territory anyway, 2 downs to get 3 with Lamar, I didn't understand some of the play calling with some of the passes there. The Staley one to me is the one that I know everyone's talking about. And look, I'm not a data and analytics guy from that perspective, so I couldn't tell you what his chart actually said to go and do. I just think about it from a football fan's perspective. But the the Ravens play calling against the Colts at the end of that game, that one was also a little triggering for I think, Ravens.
Here's the thing, too. And look, I keep saying, nerds, put your charts away. Think for yourselves occasionally. Don't just look at the chart and go, I'm going to go with the chart because then I can explain it at the end of the game. But here's the thing. Let me ask you this, because the Baltimore game I was going to bring up, I'm glad you brought it up. First off, about Harbaugh and his staff screwed up at the end of regulation by not telling Flowers to catch it and run around for 2 seconds to get him under the 2-minute warning.
Sure. Right.
That killed him.
Good call.
So they go 2-minute warning, timeout, and then penalty, which stopped the clock. They had one timeout in the 2-minute warning. They get the ball back at 1:47, I think it was. Now, they did miss a face mask, and the referees missed a couple fouls because that was probably a pass interference at the end. But I agree with you on the play calling. My thought process was 4th and 3, I'd punt it, get it down inside the 15. You're going to force them to drive 60 yards to kick a field goal.
Sure.
And then you could still win the game, but you're lessening your chance to lose the game in that situation. So what ends up happening, they don't get it. They go 15 yards, that's it. And Gay, who had a fourth field goal he made at 50 yards, makes a 50-yarder and game over. I mean, I just thought the mismanagement of the clock at the end of the regulation was just brutal. And then I didn't love the call on 4th and 3, but I agree with you, the play calling wasn't great either.
Yeah, and you look, I mean, that was a major storyline, right, heading into the season about Todd Monken, who takes over the play calling duties on a Ravens team. We were going to see more of the explosive downfield passing from Lamar Jackson. I haven't been, look, the first 2 games, and obviously they won those, so it's different. And I will give them credit here, because, Tom, at the end of the day, too, to get that win a week ago against Cincinnati, in Cincinnati, I did not see that coming.
Yeah.
2 offensive linemen that were not playing there, Marlon Humphrey, like, they were the walking wounded heading into that game. So I do tip my cap and say, hey, respect there. But to your point on the philosophy to not punt, you're right. You could definitely go down that direction with them. And the fact that Justin Tucker, it's almost surprising. What was that, a 61-yarder?
61, yes.
61 that just falls short. He's gotten to the point in his career where, like, 61, you're almost surprised. Well, I shouldn't say almost. Like, I was surprised he didn't hit it, because it almost always feels automatic.
I was. Yeah.
So it's just, like I said, the one that really irked me was 3rd and 3, 4th and 3, 2 passing calls with Lamar, and just knowing what that team identity is. And look, not to say, and I hate to be this dude, because look, at the end of the day, like, I haven't been in a booth calling plays before, so easy for me to Monday morning quarterback this. But at the same time, like, I can't help but think a year ago, you don't see 2 passing plays there. Like, there was such an emphasis this offseason on Lamar as a passer and trying to make him that way, where I think maybe they stepped away a little bit from what makes Lamar great. And I think, devil's advocate and a fan that's supportive of what they did yesterday, even in a loss, might say, well, Mike, he still ran for 100 yards. He did have had 2 touchdowns on the ground. They did run the football. And my answer would be yes, but in those critical moments, what's your bread and butter? Like, what's your team identity? And I'm sorry, like, I think Ravens, smash mouth football, man. Like, I'm going to run it down your throat. And when I have Lamar and I got to pick up 3, I feel really good with 2 chances to do that.
2 chances to get 3 yards. He was averaging over 7 yards a carry yesterday, too. He led the team in carries, 14 carries for 101 yards. I was with you, Mike. Mike, I'm the voice you hear of the NFL Network on the UMA guest line. Just a thought from you on the Arizona Cardinals and the Cowboys yesterday. The 49er fans are getting ready to see Arizona this weekend, and then the Cowboys for Sunday Night Football in 2 weeks. That's sort of been the one that's circled, and I think everybody kind of readjusted and sat up in their chairs when we saw Arizona win yesterday. Did that say more about Dallas or more about the Cardinals to you?
Oh, I didn't think about it from that perspective, because I actually give Arizona some credit. So maybe it says more about the Cardinals, who were looking for that first win of the year. And Dallas had been rolling. I hate using the phrase trap game. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves, but at the same time, I start maybe thinking there is something to it when you look at a result like what we saw yesterday. I mean, I know Mike had that big sack late in the second half where it was sort of like, all right, here's his mark there. The Cowboys, to me, guys, I mean, the Eagles got to be licking their chops tonight looking at the Buccaneers, right, where everyone in that NFC East lost yesterday. Cowboys lost. The Giants obviously lost on Thursday night against a Niners team who I think you can make the case of the best in the NFL so far this season. And then the Commanders in my mind, they were embarrassed. I mean, the amount of turnovers, that's like unforgivable, all the picks, and it just, that's an issue there. So I do look at Dallas and I say to myself, well, guys, like, you're supposed to be the big bad boys in this division, the defense that is a juggernaut. I know they lose Diggs for the season, which I don't think is a factor in the game that we watched yesterday, but you can't lose to Arizona. I mean, not for nothing, like the Giants over the weekend, if you would have told me, and Tom, you know this, man, like I'm an East Coast guy, I grew up a Giants fan. Before the season, if you would have said the Giants win in week 2 against Arizona would be a critical win, I would have said you were crazy. But in a lot of ways, it's turning out to be a critical win for that team. And I know you're asking me about the Cowboys here, and I'm making this a Giants thing, but I do think it speaks to an Arizona perspective on having some cojones and trying to deliver in a big way. And they did against a team that, quite frankly, I think you could have made the case was, top 3 in the NFC heading into that weekend.
Now it's hard to say who's the best team right now. I mean, you got Kansas City still there. Miami's been incredible. The 49ers have been great. I said that I think the 49ers are the most balanced team in the NFL, where defense and offense kind of complement each other at a very, very high level. And special teams have been very good as well. Do you think that?
I think the way you characterize it's probably more appropriate than the way that I've been thinking about it, because balance is the way. Like, I say this all the time at NFL Network, and people sometimes kind of, they roll their eyes because I don't think they totally agree with me. But the Niners, to me, we always talk about what Brock Purdy's been able to do, and there's Kittle and his personality, and Debo and Ayuk. Like, they have, and McCaffrey, they have these playmakers. But I've always looked at this team and their identity about what's happening on the defensive side. But the way you just positioned it, I think it's probably the most appropriate. They're the most balanced team in the NFL because Miami, I look at what they did against Denver, score aside, which was embarrassing from a Broncos perspective, and Sean Payton was obviously vocal about it after the game. You know, what Miami's done this season is pretty damn impressive. And I'm not just talking about the offense, but think about the way that they've won some of these games, right? A shootout against the Chargers, grinded out against the Patriots, 2 road victories to start the year, and then one of the more dominant offensive plays that we've seen in the history of the NFL. I think it's just the 4th time the team has hit a 70 spot. So they're winning differently, but you're right. Like, I know you said it's still a little too early to pick the best team in the NFC. I still think it's the Niners. I don't think it's too early based off of how they've won these football games and the balance they do bring to the table. So I think it's a really fair assessment.
Talking to Mike Yam on the UMA guest line, I think my favorite note that I saw about the Miami victory yesterday is, so we still have 2 more games tonight, so 4 teams have yet to play their 3rd game, right? So 28 teams have played their 3rd game. Of the 28 teams who have played 3 games, 14 of them have yet to score 70 points on the season. The Dolphins did it yesterday. That's a bananas note. So just putting that one in perspective. Any other thoughts? Any other top games that stood out to you yesterday? I think for me, one of the most fun ones, Jordan Love. That's been a great story, I think, early in the season. Down 17-0. The Saints lose Derek Carr. It looks like he could miss some time with the shoulder injury. But Jordan Love bringing back the Packers, 18 points in the 4th quarter. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was in a big way, especially because of that home debut as a starter at Lambeau Field. And he's been smooth, guys. Like, I not to say that I had my doubts, but, he was a little bit of an unknown, right? Like, we didn't know what he really was going to be and the pressure that comes with replacing a legend in Aaron Rodgers. And then here we go. This guy, I mean, some of the throws, I know some people will make those comps with Rodgers, but and I won't go that far, but there is an effortless release that he does have that's pretty. He's coming out of college, and the knock on him was turnovers and just some situational awareness. And I don't think that's been an issue at all through these first few weeks of the season. And granted, they're 2-1, but the mental fortitude to come back in a game where, no Aaron Jones, right? Like, what did we think this team was going to be? A ton of 12 personnel with those 2 tight ends. They drafted Musgrave. But generally speaking, Watson doesn't play in that game yesterday. He's working guys with an offense that's literally littered with rookies and second-year skill position players on the offensive side. That makes what this start has been even more impressive to me. So you're right. Like, that was definitely one of the fun ones. And look, maybe the result's different if Derek's playing the entire game, but it doesn't matter. I mean, the Packers to come back in that 4th quarter, that was awesome.
What did you think of McDaniel's decision at the end of the game?
Which one specifically?
A field goal. Twice.
Oh,
which one specifically? Yeah.
Those.
I feel like we've questioned quite a few at this point. I got to be honest with you guys. Like, the more I look at what's been happening around that football team, the more surprised I am, to be honest with you. To even just move on, from Derek, and I get it. You can make the argument that things needed to change. Jimmy comes in. He's played, generally speaking, pretty well. But, I mean, if last night's not a microcosm of what Niners fans know exactly, what to expect from him, like, you're going to see these throws where you just go, you got to be kidding me here. But end of the game, I go back. I know you guys are laughing because it's like there's a certain level of frustration, guys. Like, when you watch this team, first of all, the Steelers offensively that was their get right game. I mean, they have looked awful offensively in the first 2 weeks of the season, and candidly, that's kind of why I thought the Raiders were going to win that game last night. It was disappointing to see in a home opener a result like that. I don't know. I mean, it just, you end the game and, like, once again, these interceptions, like, there's so many of them that you can point to over the course of Jimmy's career, and I get it. He's a winner and generally does win, but my God, you're ready to pull your hair out sometimes when I'm watching some of that stuff.
I just don't get. Look, they got a reprieve on the leverage penalty, and they took away the field goal attempt the first time. And then they went for it again. I couldn't believe they went for the second one. Like, I know what he's thinking, but it's like, well, even if you don't score, you got him down at the 8-yard line. You can do the same thing. Now you got to score and get a 2 again, but you still need a touchdown. I just again, that's why I said I think the coaches lost their minds yesterday on some of these decisions that they were making that I just didn't get at all. And I'm like, what happened? What happened to everybody today?
Yeah. So I'll take it a step further here, because you're right on some of the numbers. And I mentioned this earlier when I was talking with you guys. Like, I'm not necessarily an expert on the analytics. Here's what I can tell you. There's a moment in the Packers game where they go for 2 on the second touchdown. Yeah, it was the second touchdown in that quarter. And I'm thinking to myself, like, why go for 1? And I was working with Sean O'Hara, and Sean's like, well, I'm with you. I would have, just kicked the PAT and not gone for 2. Now they convert the 2, but his point was, hey, the analytics say that you're probably going to get it 50% of the time. You want it on the front end, not the back end. Man, the game has changed so much. I sound like the old guy saying, get the ball off my lawn. But like back in the day when I was watching, like, I don't like those decisions. Like, I think there's too much of the analytics sometimes that infiltrates a coach's mindset, where I'm with you. And I think circling back on what the Raiders were like, you still need that score. I don't, that's why, like, I kind of hedge. Like, I understand the rationale to a point on it. And once again, I'm not the dude making millions of dollars who needs to execute on this stuff and answer some of those questions. But I don't know if that would have been my decision.
And that's the thing too. I hate when people say you're going to get it 50% of the time, because then if you are, why not go for it every time? Why not kick an extra point ever?
Right.
So and to me, that's changed, because I've always said, especially at the end of the game, this wasn't at the end of the game, but at the end of the game, I always go for the 7 first, just to keep it alive, because I want the team to be like energized and, hey, we're 1 score down, and then you're forcing the other team to call their plays differently, because now they got to protect a 1-score lead instead of possibly a 2-score lead. I get the logic in going for it early, so you know what you have to do. I get that. I just don't agree with it, because I think when you go down 2 scores. And again, I've always said this about analytics. It doesn't gauge the human element. That's the one thing it can't take into account in any situation, in any sport. It's just numbers. So I just feel like the team feels like, hey, we're down 1 score. Everybody's hyped up. Good. Okay, let's get the ball back. We can tie the game up, instead of, no, we're down 9. Damn. We got to get the ball back twice now.
It's a good way to think about it, Tom, too. I mean, look, you also played in a sport where I think coaches probably had an easier time understanding the personalities, roster size, basketball versus the NFL. But I'm with you. Like, what's the emotional – where's your team at mentally in some of these games? Do you think they can respond if they don't execute, where it's this uphill battle and it's us versus the world, or knowing what you need to do? Like, I'm with you. Like, you're 100% accurate. The numbers are the numbers, but how do you gauge the personality of your own football team or your basketball team, depending on the sport, in those situations? But you're right. The analytics, to me, only take you so far. I think it's a good guide and a good gauge. But I think when you're relying so much on what the numbers say, sometimes you lose sight of what you need to do to actually execute.
Mike Yam, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. A lot of fun catching up and whipping around the league with you, Mike. Wanted to shout out your children's book, Fried Rice and Marinara. I'm looking at it right here. I'm about to press go. I'm adding to cart as we speak. Tell us about your children's book. Nice. It's my niece's birthday on Friday. I'm going to get a copy for her.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Well, I appreciate you asking about it. It's certainly a passion project for me, and it's about a boy who's Chinese and Italian, which clearly, Tom, as you know, hits close to home, but doesn't know what type of food to have for his birthday, Chinese or Italian. So he's getting pulled in different directions, and he realizes he can sort of net out and combining them. And there wasn't a lot of books, man, when I was growing up that had Asian characters or had mixed race families. So for me, it was really important to tell the story.
Well, I'm a biracial kid. My niece is a biracial kid, and I've placed an order. And by the way, Mike, no wrong answer on Italian and Chinese. Like, nothing wrong with both. Dude, I got no qualms with either. Bring them both to the table. We'll have a potluck. It's good, man. So, hey, we'll have to do it again soon, man. A lot of fun catching up with you.
Anytime, guys. Always appreciate the invite. And Tom, good to hear your voice too, Matt. It's been a minute.
Good to hear your voice, Mike. Glad you're doing well, man.
Great stuff. Mike Yam of the NFL Network, NFL Total Access. Check out his children's book, Fried Rice and Marinara. Just bought a copy right there on Amazon. All right, we've jumped around to some of the games. Let's get reactions on a whole lot of the games and some great sound from across the NFL this weekend. The Saints snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. The Bills destroyed the Commies. The Chiefs made sure the Bears' bad weekend continued. And we even had a Minshew. That's all coming your way. Not a Minshew, an Orlovsky. Right? Minshew had the Orlovsky. That's all coming your way next. Tolbert and Copes from the patio of the Public House. A wacky week 3 in the NFL. We'll respond to that next on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Mac this morning to break down the 49ers win from last Thursday over the New York Giants. Check out that podcast. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
11th play of the drive. Mahomes lofting end zone. There it is. A touchdown to Kelce.
Do you realize how much pressure there was on you today from the Swifties to get Travis Kelce a touchdown with Taylor in the house today?
Yeah, I heard she was in the house.
Did you feel it? Did you feel the pressure, Patrick?
I thought a little bit of pressure.
'Cause baby, now we got bad blood.
First and goal from the 6 with 22 seconds.
Sounds across the NFL featuring Taylor Swift, who I hadn't even realized until like yesterday afternoon was like the story of the weekend. I was like, a lot of good football, but apparently Taylor Swift took the NFL by storm. You get some froth on your stash there.
Yes,
dude.
I do. I'd rather talk about the froth on my stash than Taylor Swift.
Yeah, Taylor Froth, frothing at the mouth there. I didn't know that this was a thing till they were showing her in the booth or in the box, I guess, with Travis Kelce's mom. There you go. And the only reason it's going to be a thing that comes up again later, dude, is because Bill Belichick checked in. That's the only reason we should be talking about it on the show, is because Bill Belichick did. He was asked about it.
Now, I am interested.
We will get to that sound. Don't worry.
Because it is Belichick.
I think they've asked him in the past, and I think he said, she makes a lot of good songs. Or, he checked in on her once before, Selma Swifty. Whatever it was he had to say. But some good sounds from across the NFL there, and we'll get to some more highlights here in just a minute. But we'll just run through some of the games. We talked a bit about the Colts and the Ravens. 22-19 in overtime. Minshew comes into the game, or he starts the game for Anthony Richardson. Minshew Mania, and he gets the W. They went 22-19, and he didn't play terribly, except that he had an Orlovsky that almost cost them the game there. Steps out of the back of the end zone. One of the most impressive notes or stats or feats from that game is that Matt Gay becomes the first kicker in NFL history to record 4 field goals of 50 or more yards. How about that? He went 5 for 5 in the game and kicks the walk-off winner. But,
dude, he was striping him, too.
Dude, I was as shocked as Mike Yam was talking about Justin Tucker missing that game-winning field goal at 61
because it was
yards.
right down the middle, too. I was like, game's over. And when it was short,
I was like, oh,
short?
it's it. And then the guys were like waving.
Short?
Like,
what happened?
You see his eyes? He looked surprised himself.
Yeah, I think he did.
He looked pretty shocked that thing didn't go through the uprights. By the way, earlier in the game, did you see when he made one earlier and then he walked over and he stuck his arms out and looked up to the sky? Like he was like posing like he was on the podium. I was like, dude, come on, man. Somebody, I forget which team it was, somebody pinned someone deep with a punt. Might have been the Texans, pinned somebody deep with a punt, and then the punter pretended he was using a lob wedge. I was like, dude, nice little corner, a coffin corner, and then he celebrated with a lob wedge. It was pretty good.
Easy, you're a punter.
That's what I thought. Saints lose Derek Carr. Looks like he's got a shoulder injury.
Yep.
They said that was his longest average depth of target or depth of receiver for his career for a single game. He only completed, I can't remember how many passes, but he went for just over 100 yards. Anyway, they're up 17-0 when he leaves the game with shoulder injury. Packers come back 18-17. What did you think of Love? He started using his legs in the fourth quarter.
I thought he looked good.
He was impressive in the fourth.
He's I didn't really have much of an opinion on him coming into this year because how could you? He looked pretty good against the Eagles last year. I think it was the Eagles when he came in relief of Rodgers and looked pretty good. That game was out of hand, though, so you didn't really know what to make of that. And then I never know what to make of preseason, but I think they have something to work with. I don't know what he's going to be. I couldn't believe the stat. I think it was first time since '92 that either Favre or Rodgers didn't start a game or opening game or something like that.
The home opener at Lambeau, that's what it was.
It's like 92. 30 years, Favre and Rodgers. Wow. Like, that is amazing. And look, we all know.
How's Brett Favre doing?
Thank you very much, Matt Dillon. We know from living here that you come after Montana and Young, it's
tough.
It's impossible. It's just impossible. You can't be those guys. You just got to be the best you can be. And I think Garcia grew on people here, but they're always expecting excellence from the quarterback position here. They just are. They feel like they're entitled to it because they had 2 Hall of Famers. I get it, but it just doesn't happen that way. You're lucky, so lucky when you get back-to-back guys like that. I mean, that just doesn't happen. Maybe it's happened more than 3 times, but it happened here, it happened in Green Bay, and it happened for a short time in Indianapolis. But other than that, you don't get great followed by great. So I think he can win games for him. He will need some help. Going to need a running game, and with Jones out, that certainly is debilitating. But he managed to get it done. That throw to Doubs was a really, really nice throw in the front
Romeo
corner.
Doubs, that's right.
Front corner of the end zone, Nevada Wolfpack. So, yeah, I like what I've seen from him. I do.
5 for 73 and a touchdown for Romeo Doubs. Love, 22 of 44, 259, a touchdown and a pick. And he also, I think, went over 50 yards, 39 yards on the ground for him and got into the end zone. All right, biggest game of the weekend is the 70-point performance by the Miami Dolphins.
Yes.
They win by 50 over the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton, who had the audacity to get upset after the game with a reporter. We'll play that audio for you later, which is just hilarious.
Yeah, you can't get upset with anybody.
Dude, you better shut your face and take whatever they ask you and then just wear it, dude.
Wear it, move on.
For you to put it on them. And by the way, I mean, imagine how bad Nathaniel Hackett was if he was the worst coaching performance in the history of football. And we only know that because Sean Payton told us.
Yes.
Well, the performance by the Dolphins yesterday, Mike McDaniel, all I could think was, dude, this guy was hired as an intern there when he was like 21. How the hell did they trade him? He was like shellacking the Denver Broncos this way. What did they do to Mike McDaniel 20 years ago? You texted us yesterday. You said the only way to go through a great performance for the Dolphins like this is the way they do it in movies, Tom.
Yep.
And that's with a great montage. Every 10-touchdown performance needs a montage.
This is the dynamic throw.
$69.
Oh, nicely done there, boys.
Well done.
Even Rocky had a montage, man. Every touchdown needs a montage. 10 touchdowns scored in a 70-20 victory for the Miami Dolphins. Just a couple of notes from that game. 4th team in history to score 70 or more points in a game. Devon, is this my phone again making this noise? What the hell is this thing, dude? What is going on? What is this thing? It's like an alarm going off. Dude, the silence is on. Like, there's no audio. Well, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Anyway, I'm going to get you these Miami Dolphin notes. Devon, is it Devon? Is that
I think it's Devon.
Devon, and by the way,
A-Chain.
It's A-Chan. He corrected Peter King last night.
A-Chan.
Yeah, he was like,
okay,
it's
I thought
A-Chain.
it was A-Chain.
So then everybody's like, yeah, but in the pronunciation guide it says A-Chain. But it's kind of like Patrick Surtain used to be Surtain, now he's Surtain.
Yeah, I can never keep up. Is it Gadzurich or Gadzurich?
Is it Robbie Anderson or is it Robbie Chosen? How about that? He scored the touchdown. I'm like, who's that guy? Chosen? That guy's fast as hell. And they're like, Robbie Anderson. Oh, okay. It's like Ocho Cinco. Achane, 18 carries, 203 yards, 2 touchdowns. 4 receptions, 30 yards, 2 touchdowns. So he scores 4. Then you have Raheem Mostert, 13 for 82 and 3 rushing touchdowns, 7 receptions for 60 and a touchdown. They're just the second pair of teammates ever to each score 4 touchdowns in a game. Then you have Tyreek Hill, who goes 9 catches for 157 and a touchdown. He got it all going. Tua Tagovailoa goes 23 of 26, 309, 4 touchdowns. Maybe my favorite note on Tua, he threw 4 touchdowns. 2 of them were right-handed.
Yeah.
He's a left-handed quarterback. That one no-look shovel pass right-handed was one of the most. That was very Patrick Mahomes of Tua. Anyway, they go 6 for 6 in the red zone. Do you see the total number of yards? 726 total yards.
Yeah.
They averaged 10.2 per play.
That's insane.
They did punt once, and they turned it over on downs once, going for it on fourth down.
Yeah.
The only other teammates to ever score 4 touchdowns in the same game, 4 from scrimmage, were Priest Holmes and Derek Blaylock, who did it for the 04 Chiefs. Achane is also the first rookie in NFL history to score 2 rushing and 2 receiving in a single game. And I gave you the note earlier. There's 14 teams as of right now who have played 3 games and haven't scored 70 points on the season. The Miami Dolphins did that yesterday, so pretty impressive.
Did you happen to look at the other times a team had scored 70 points in the NFL? Because I thought one of them was like an NFL championship game, like the Giants or the Browns. Somebody beat somebody 70-7 or 70-0, like an NFC back before the Super Bowl, like when they played the NFL championship,
like just the NFL championship
or whatever they called it. I forget what they called it, but. Yeah, I thought I remember that.
So that's the first time in 60 years, and we haven't even had 60 Super Bowls, right?
I remember going through it like one time, like looking at the champions, and I was like, holy God.
Yeah.
Somebody just got shellacked in a championship game. I could have been wrong, but playoff game or something like that. But that's, I mean, that is so many points in the NFL.
Yeah.
College, you see it occasionally when they're playing somebody that's just so overmatched that you just run the ball and they just can't stop you no matter who you put in the game. NFL, that just doesn't happen because teams are even underdogs can compete because they got NFL players on their team. I mean, it just, again, you just don't see a team outclassed like that very often. And they had 0 answers for what was going on. 0. And I think Sean Payton put it best. Embarrassing.
It was embarrassing.
Because that was embarrassing.
First team in NFL history with 5 passing touchdowns and 5 rushing touchdowns in a single game.
I mean, all the stats are just like, what? Well, what? Excuse me?
They're bananas. They ran 71 plays, which is crazy. Most yards per play by a team with 70 or more offensive plays since 1960. Final score was a scoregami.
Was it?
Yeah, 70-20.
Yeah, I guess it would be.
It just had to be.
Okay, I guess it would be.
And Derek, you probably remember this one. First 50-point win in the NFL since 2014 when the Rams beat the Raiders 52-0. I do not even remember that game.
Wow.
Jeez, dude, who was coaching the Raiders then? Was that Sperano? Yeah, that's tough. Tony.
Did he go dig that football back up?
Yeah. Yeah, he dug it back up. Dolphins scored more points on Sunday than the Broncos have all season. The Broncos have 69 total points, so there you go. Go ahead, Tim.
59.
Miami's 1,651 yards of offense through 3 games is the most in NFL history. They've scored 130 points through 3 games, which is behind only the Dallas Cowboys from 1968, who had 132. Dude, imagine that team in 68. Just torching teams. No. No, I didn't say moon landing, dude. I said 68 Cowboys. Anyway, that's the top performance of the weekend. The one other game is we've been talking about it briefly, Minnesota and the Chargers.
Yeah.
I don't know which team wanted to win that game, or I was kind of hoping they tied based on how they were both playing.
What a mess.
Herbert's insane.
What? Did you see what he was?
What did he throw, 57 times or something? 47 times?
I think it was 49.
49?
I think it was 47. He was 40 for 47. 40 for 47.
There you go. Yeah, 40 for 47, 405
How's your pass
yards.
defense?
Yeah, not good.
I mean, what is that, a completion percentage of?
85.1.
Yeah, I was going to say about 85. Wow. I mean, that's just balls in the air. Complete. Keenan Allen had, what, 17?
18 catches on 20 targets. And by the way, Mike Williams had 7. Now he's done for the year.
What?
He's done for the year. He got carted off. Was he in your fantasy team?
No, he's not.
You reacted like he was.
I had him last year. I told him.
You reacted like he meant something to you.
I told myself I wouldn't draft him this year because I just
He's
I
an
didn't trust
injury-prone
him.
guy, yeah.
Well, he was just he got injured, but he was so up and down. He'd give you 20, then 6, then 20, then 6. I was like, I've had it with this guy. I'm just not gonna. I wasn't gonna draft him this year. Like, I have a no draft list. Just
it's like a no-fly list.
Like, it's like you take somebody off your draft board.
Yeah.
I just take him. I'm not drafting this guy. He was one of them because I dealt with him last year. Dalvin Cook was the other one because I've had him for 2 straight years.
Yep, I did too.
Lamar Jackson was another one because I've had him for 2 straight years and disappointing. And then the ultimate do not draft was Deshaun Watson, just because he's an a-hole. And I didn't care how many points he was going to get, but I was not going to be the one to draft him. I was like, nope, sorry. I don't care if you're sitting there with the last pick of the draft. I'm not taking
So who'd you play quarterback this week without Richardson?
Stroud.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah, I got rookie quarterbacks is what I...
Nathaniel
I got rookie quarterbacks if you want one. I got a bunch of rookie quarterbacks. So, I got lucky. I was going to get Stafford, and then my buddy beat me to him. So I just go, I'll take Stroud. What the hell? We'll see what happens.
280, 2 touchdowns. He's pretty good.
No, he
Stroud's looked okay, man.
Absolutely fine.
Texans whacked him.
That's probably what I go through this season with my 2 rookies, the young bucks, at the quarterback position, and then I got your guy from last year, Kenneth Walker.
That's good.
I mean, he's pretty good.
He's fun. Seahawks fed him.
They fed him yesterday. Fed him just enough.
Well, there you go.
Just right.
Little whip around the NFL there. Chiefs put on a show, and we told you that the Travis Kelce caught a touchdown in that one. Josh McDaniels.
We didn't even talk about, though, you went around the NFL. You didn't get to talk about how embarrassing the Bears are.
Oh, dude, the Bears are an absolute
Could have a montage for them, too.
How embarrassing Bears montage.
Jeez.
Dude, they're getting tractors stolen from Soldier Field. They got coaches under FBI investigation. They don't have a D coordinator. Obviously, I don't think they have a defense based on what the Chiefs did to him yesterday.
And then just got dump trucked.
How happy are they?
We need a Bears montage.
How happy are they that the Dolphins whooped the Broncos like that? Because otherwise they would have just been the biggest ass kicking of the weekend. Because
oh, trust me, if the Chiefs wanted to, they could have done that.
Chiefs wanted to, they could have.
If they wanted to,
they yanked everybody.
They could have put up 60 on it if they wanted to. I mean, it's so bad.
This guy in one of my other fantasy leagues started Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Isaiah Pacheco. He got production from both of them.
Did he? yeah, well, there you go.
They both got into the end zone.
Yeah.
Like, jeez.
And McKinnon got in twice.
Yeah, that's right.
All the running backs killed it.
Couple of receiving touchdowns. 10 last year, Jared McKinnon. So Chiefs offense looks to be humming yet again. And we got 2 more games tonight. We got the Bengals and the Rams, and we have the Buccaneers and the Eagles to wrap up Week 3. And those get going about an hour from each other, an hour from now. We got Giants pregame coming your way at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch from Oracle Park. It'll be Blake Snell against Logan Webb. Tolbert and Cobes with you from the patio of the Public House. We come on back, a little dip into what happened in college football, reaction to some of those big games over the weekend. Colorado takes their first loss, an absolute blowout. Ohio State wins on a walk-off touchdown. Bama beats Ole Miss. USC survived a matchup in the Pac-12 against ASU. We'll get into all of that coming up next, and then we'll talk to Brent Jones a little bit later. Tolbert and Cobes only here on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you live from the patio of the Public House. We do have a Giants game coming up tonight. Giants and the Padres open in a 3-game series before the Dodgers come to town on Thursday for a 4-game set to wrap up the regular season. First pitch at 6:45 tonight. Logan Webb is going to be taking on Blake Snell. So quickly pitched matchup, at least between the two starters, two guys who work pretty fast. But there was some sound there coming in from college football over the weekend. And we talked about this slate coming in, coming off of what was kind of a lame, not a bad week, but not a great week of college football. Entering this week, there's a lot of eyes on the Colorado and Oregon matchup. We both had Oregon. We both laid the points on this. It got out of hand fast. I don't think I anticipated it being the game that it was. I thought Oregon would win. I thought Oregon would win handily, but I thought it was going to be something like 45-21. Or I thought Colorado, because of what their offense has been able to do, I thought they would show something, that something would explode once, or they'd get a couple of big touchdown bursts or something like that. Just because of the talent we've seen, they had nothing going. They had no time. Shedeur Sanders, who's really, really talented, just shows you a great quarterback can't do anything if he's got no time and no protection, because there was nothing there for him, and the defense could never get a stop.
Yeah, they couldn't run the ball.
They couldn't run it all. So they haven't been able to really this year.
So you're putting it all on the passing game. And they couldn't keep the Oregon defensive front at bay. And for the first time, Shedeur Sanders couldn't put it on his shoulders and just deliver the ball because he was a little off, and then he held onto the ball too long a few times too and took some monster sacks that put him not just behind the chains, way behind the chains, and they were never able to recover. You know, Oregon's feeling good when it's still kind of a game. I think it was 21-0, and they do the fake punt at their own 24.
That was tough.
I mean, and they throw it. They didn't even run it. They threw it to some long-haired dude. And
dude, they threw it from one quarterback. It was a quarterback. You know that?
Is that what it was?
Dude, they completed a pass. Or am I
that
thinking
couldn't have been a quarterback.
I think I'm thinking of a different game.
It was 305.
Didn't they run? I'm sorry. Did Washington State also run a fake punt and convert?
Yes.
They threw it from one. Yes. They faked it to a quarterback, and then they completed a pass to a quarterback.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm mixing up my big blowout.
I could be wrong. Maybe the Oregon guy they snapped it to, and he ran left.
I'm thinking of the Wazoo fake.
The Wazoo guy, the guy from the left, came across the formation and ran up, and they threw it.
He was a quarterback, and he caught a pass. I was like, what? Yeah, it was number 2.
That's when you're feeling pretty good, though. If you're like, yeah, we got this. We'll just do this. If we don't get it, we're still fine. We're good. But, yeah, it was just too much of a balanced team. Bo Nix has been fantastic since he went to Oregon. Probably the best move he's ever made, getting away from Auburn, and the kind of legacy, his dad going there, and the expectations there, and it's SEC football. Getting out west, going to Oregon, where they're passionate about their football, but nobody's passionate like SEC fans. So that was a great move by him. You can see it.
Dude, he has 50 touchdowns, I think, there now, and 50 did they say that? He's one of the first couple to have 50 touchdowns at 2 schools.
Is that what it is?
Dude, he's did that all in a year.
That's impressive.
And he did it in a season in 3 games or 4
games. Well, he's
29.
Yeah, and the guy's been around forever.
Yeah.
Hell, he might go to prison in between. I don't know.
He's better than everybody. I'm like, yeah, that guy's got 3 kids.
I mean, maybe he went on a mission. Mission, prison, and came back and played football with the Ducks. I have no idea. That is all false, by the way. But he is fantastic. They have about 30 running backs there at Oregon. It just seems like everybody they put in there is gashing teams for yards, or skill position players are fantastic, and they got a defense. So they just got after them, and they're just too much for them. The Florida State game was fantastic.
A lot of fun.
Really, really good game. I wonder, because the Florida State defense I didn't think was great against LSU. They got stops when they absolutely had to. They stopped them on 2 key 4th downs. But LSU moved the ball until it got out of hand in the second half, and then Florida State just kind of took over. I thought Klubnik played as well as he's played all season, the Clemson quarterback. They're able to run the ball a little bit, not a ton. The thing about Clemson is they just don't have the receivers that they've had over the years. They don't have those guys, but their defense is fantastic, and I thought that's where Florida State really shined. Travis was really good. Coleman, Wilson, the receivers are top-notch receivers. And the interesting part about this game is not just that it's been the rivalry in the ACC for about the last decade or so, is the way they've gotten to where they're at, where Florida State has really taken advantage of the transfer rules. And Clemson, Dabo Swinney has said, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing the transfers. We're just going to recruit, and we're going to develop, and we're going to go at it that way. To which I would say, good luck.
Then you're not competing as much, Dabo.
I mean, yeah,
you are what you are. Then
you've been really good with the game's changing, and if you don't change with it, you are going to get left behind. I mean, you have to take advantage of those things. So Florida State is fast-tracked to the national championship playoffs now. I don't think there's any doubt about that, even if they were, because they're going to be favored in every game they play from here on out. But I thought that was a really, really good game. Alabama was interesting because Alabama in the first half didn't look like they knew what the hell they were doing.
I didn't watch much of that game. They went back to the other quarterback.
Milroe started the game,
right,
and he was okay. Threw a terrible pick.
He looked awful in his first
Terrible pick in the end zone. I mean, just brutal. Then they get lucky. I think it was the next possession. Maybe it was that possession. I don't think it was. They block a punt. Is your phone again?
Dude, I got to figure this
out. Wow, that
out,
sound is amazing.
I don't even know what this is.
So here's how bad it was going for Bama. They get a block punt in the end zone. It goes out of bounds at the 1. I mean, just got completely blind luck. It goes out of bounds at the 1. It goes out of bounds in the end zone. You get a touchback. So it goes out of bounds at the 1. They get a 5-yard penalty, a sack, and they end up at their 21, kicking like a 38-yard field goal. It's like these guys are an absolute mess right now. But their defense played really good. Ole Miss could not move the ball except for, I think, their second drive of the game. And then second half, Milroe played really well. He was under control. He hit guys in stride. He found guys down the field. They were able to run the ball a little bit, and their defense just flat out stifled Dart and Judkins and that Mississippi offense that was averaging over 50 points coming into the game. So I don't know that they have enough. They're not the Bama of old. Like, I think if Bama played Georgia would be a 10-point favorite in that game. I just don't think they're not that Bama, but they may have kind of found themselves a little bit. Figured out how they're going to win football games. And then UCLA, look, first play of the game was a pick six. I mean, Moore.
It's one of my favorite ways of games to start.
It's like he just
Here we go.
Yeah.
Saturday afternoon.
He did not see the linebacker. Linebacker said, glad you didn't. Got it. Walked into the end zone about 22 yards later.
Thank you.
Right. And then after that, it was just nothing. 7-7 both ways. So they end up winning 14-7. You saw the Ohio State Notre Dame game.
I did. I watched that one in its entirety.
Slugfest.
Yep, that was one of the best games of the year.
Slugfest.
Best game maybe in a couple of years.
Yeah, that was a fun game to watch. It just, I mean, I thought Notre Dame may have been. Hey, can you turn that up a little bit? We're not quite getting the full effect of that. I mean, please, I would love to hear some more of that. But Notre Dame, I thought, kind of had the better of them for most of the game.
Felt like it.
They're able to run the ball. They're really physical up front and got some bruising running backs. Hartman didn't really get going, but they didn't really need him to get going. And it was just kind of back and forth, and then Notre Dame takes the lead. But I will say this. Can you turn that up?
Yeah, they switched songs at least. Yeah.
I love when people share. I'm a big fan of sharing, and I'm glad they could share their music with the rest of the world. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Well, I'm not going to make fun of him. He could be a Harley Davidson guy, and he could be a Hells Angels guy. You don't mess with those guys at all.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
I just said
either. Yeah, maybe he's Jax. I have no idea.
Jax with Twisted Metal 2?
No, not Twisted Metal 2. That was the biker show. What was the biker show?
Sons of Anarchy. Yeah, I know where you're going, right.
Yeah, I don't mess with those.
Jackson, Twisted Metal 2. He's got his arms. Isn't that his name, I think? No, that's Axel, dude. I'm thinking of Jax is a Tekken.
Is that the video game or TV show?
Yeah, that's the video game.
I gotta watch it. I gotta watch the TV show. That looks pretty good. Has anybody seen it? No, I gotta watch.
You haven't seen Twisted Metal yet? All right, we'll have to check that out.
It looks good.
It does, yeah.
I didn't play the video game, but it looks.
The video game was a blast.
If anybody's seen it on the text line, give me a heads up.
I was wondering when they made the video game, should there be a show about these characters?
I think shows are better than movies.
Oh, totally.
Movies are terrible.
I'd rather have the miniseries, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm a huge fan of the Resident Evil games.
Yeah.
The movies.
Mortal Kombat movies.
I mean, I'd rather you shred it up in a blender and I'd drink it than watch it. I watched one of them. God, they were awful. Anyway, back to the Notre Dame game. So, I mean, I think his name's McCord, the quarterback for Ohio State. You want to talk about some big-time throws for a young kid. Down last drive of the game, I think it was a 4th and 10, 3rd and 19. There was another big one in there. That's going to help him in the long run, because really they have 2 games left. Well, unless you want to consider Wisconsin a game, which, every once in a while they'll jump up and bite you. But Penn State and Michigan are the 2 games, and Michigan has both of them, and Penn State has both of them. So, I mean, that's really going to settle the Big Ten East. But inexcusable to not have your full complement of 11 guys in the field for the last 2 plays. Inexcusable to send 10 guys out on the field, as Notre Dame did, after a timeout. Inexcusable to leave 10 guys in the field after Ohio State substituted, and you had a chance to substitute
like we didn't know
as well. And the fact that they ran it right where the dew was missing. I went back and watched the game last night, just the very end of it, and I paused it. There is a whole patch of grass right where Ohio State scored the touchdown where an extra defensive lineman would have been. And to say that, well, we got – and I'm not going to put it all on the head coach. You have to understand that they have 20 guys, maybe more, that are helping him out. The head coaches have a lot to think about. He's got the defensive call. He's got to
manage clock and all this sort of stuff, dude. There's a lot of things going on.
That's why you have guys.
Right.
That's why you have a defensive coordinator. That's why you have an offensive coordinator. That's why you have quality control. That's why you have guys with eyes in the skies. It's somebody's got to be watching that. And apparently everyone was like the rest of us. There's no way we could. Why would I even be looking for that? Of course we're going to have 11 guys in the field. Why would that even be a thing I look for? Well, because sometimes they're college kids.
Yeah.
And sometimes they don't get the memo. And they didn't get the memo, and they end up losing the game. Now, they might have scored anyway, but he scored by the slimmest of margins. He barely, I think it was Trenium, barely kept his knees off the ground and got that ball in just by the nose. So really, really fun game. That was a good game. So, yeah, overall, I don't think I moved for I had to go to the bathroom and get beers. Of course,
I didn't do almost anything on Saturday
about
afternoon.
13 hours.
Yeah.
Like 9 to 9, 9 to 10. I was like, there was like a divot in my couch from my ass.
All right. All right. Well, that was Tom's Saturday. Mine too, actually.
Dude, most normal human beings.
I didn't move. I was not a functioning member of society.
Could have rappelled down in that ditch.
Yeah.
It was more of a ditch.
It's a journey to the center of the ditch.
Pull it out. Put it in.
Journey to the center of Tom's couch, dude. Repel me in, dude, and then pull me up. When we come on back.
It's like the abyss. You could disappear.
It's an echo when you yell into your couch, dude. So every week, we do like the Who Stepped in It, and that'll come up later, who had the worst situation. But we're going to do something else. Each week, we're going to crown the Munson of the week. Who had the worst weekend in sports? We'll pick this week's Munson. That's coming up next. Tolbert and Cope from the patio of the Public House. This week's Munson, next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Goes back with you from the patio of the Public House, a 6:45 first pitch Giants and the Padres as Blake Snell takes the ball against Logan Webb. We'll get to that stuff a little bit later as we are going to be joined on the patio here 4:50 by Dave Fleming, who also was on the call for Cal in Washington this weekend. Andy Baggerly will join us about 5:15. And still to come, Matt Mayoko at 4:30 and Brent Jones in just a few minutes. So we love the movie Kingpin. And in Kingpin, Woody Harrelson plays a, what's his first name?
Roy.
Roy Munson, that's
Roy
right.
Munson.
Roy Munson is the character's name. My little Roy toy.
My little Roy toy.
That's a good, So,
you
so
really
Roy's
jarred something loose in me, Tiger.
There you go. So Roy Munson. It's disgusting. So Roy,
so bad.
So gross. Dude, her teeth are all brown. So Roy Munson, he's off to like make it big as a pro bowler, right? And then he kind of gets kind of hustles these guys, makes a bunch of money. They take him and they stick his hand into one of the ball returns, right? And so he loses his hand, and he's supposed to be somebody, and he totally falls flat, and so it becomes a saying where they go, you really ruined it. You pulled a Munson. You're a real Munson.
Real Munson.
So we figure what better opportunity each and every week, a real loser.
Real life Munson.
A real Munson. You really pulled a Munson there. We figure what better opportunity than football season each week for us to pick our weekly Munson, and it starts like this. You know what I mean? It's to have the whole world in the palm of your hands and then just blow it, dude. A real Munson. How about I start? I'll go number one, Tom, while you figure yours out.
Okay.
Now, Tim, I think we got a piece of sound just to cap this off, too. We'll go with Jimmy Garoppolo last night. I'm going to go with Jimmy G because basically he shows up in the Raiders offense. Look, Devontae Adams is an absolute monster when it comes to it. He's now at 30 touchdown receptions on primetime games. We have so many of those notes on quarterbacks and how they perform. He comes to play wherever he is. I thought going with Derek Carr last year would be big time for him, being that they played well together. Getting Jimmy, didn't know what was going to happen, but we thought Jimmy would slot well into that offense. Offense really has not looked very good at all for the Raiders. I thought they put up a fight week one. Denver looked a little bit better, but the Raider offense hasn't looked good. Buffalo week two at Buffalo was tough, but last night against the Steelers defense, which is probably going to be their calling card, their offense got going against the Raider D. I thought it was terrible, especially because Jimmy gives the ball away 3 different times. A couple of the picks, I'm like, I've seen that before. I've seen that interception before. And then, just to cap it all off, we'll make Jimmy the Munson because Jimmy's taking unnecessary shots, apparently, at the Bay Area and at our pizza. Here's a little package from the game where Jimmy shot down San Francisco pizza in favor of, noted Las Vegas pie. Here you go.
Yes.
I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. We're talking Italians? that great Italian district at I don't know, Italy? Is that where Jimmy's getting his pizza? At Italy at the MGM? I don't know, man. I got nothing for you, Jim. The Venetian, that's where he's getting his pie. Jimmy taking shots. Come on, man.
I really hate to do this, but
You're gonna go.
in spirit of a true Munson who does have the world right there at his fingertips and loses it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I got to go Jonathan White's, the kicker for Clemson.
Oh.
Who had it, I know, it's kind of cruel of me, but it was all right there.
In the palm of his hand.
Set up for a Hollywood ending against your arch rival, Florida State, when with about, 30 seconds left? I'll check the exact timestamp. But in the waning moments of the game, with the game tied, he has a chance to win the game. Now, backstory on Jonathan White's. He came from New York. Now, he can grow up in New York that I know of. He came from New York like last week.
No, what?
Their kicker got hurt. He was on the team. He knew he was going to be sitting behind the kicker, the first-string kicker. So he said, well, I got to start my career and get up. I got a job offer for my financial group up in New York, so I'm just going to go to New York. And and, start my life. Dabo Sweeney calls him. Hey, we need a kicker. You still interested? Yeah. Come down and kick for you guys.
Wait, one more thing. What denomination are you? Is that what Dabo said next?
I don't know if he has.
That's unconfirmed, that part.
But they already vetted him. Right, he's already on the team
before. He'd been vetted. Yeah,
so
he'd
been vetted. So had a chance to, what is it?
Minute 45.
A minute 45?
Minute 40, that's
so
right.
There's a minute
right.
45 left. Okay, so I
little bit more time.
Yeah, exactly.
But still.
So Florida State did have a chance to come back, but they had a chance to take the lead. Minute 45 left. I should have set this up early because we'd have sound, but we don't have sound. But I'll
Tim, get on that sound right there.
That was basically the sound for most Clemson fans. So, man, I hate to do it. You came out of retirement. You came back. It was a great story until it wasn't a great story. And Jonathan White, you get my Munson of the week. I'm sorry. I hate to do it.
Do we have it? Do we have one more legend just to cap it off? Like Jonathan White, Jimmy Garoppolo, you're a real Munson. Do we have like a little ender there just to cap it off, just to mock them one more time on the way out the door? No? It's okay. It's okay. Tim's going to work on that. I'm going to go one more honorable mention. People are saying they feel bad for this guy. I don't really, man. I don't think he was ready to play mentally because I think he assumed he was going to be the number 2. Dude, Zach Wilson, I don't know that there's any...
Who? Oh, we got him.
Yeah, we had him. I wasn't trying to get him on that. I really wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to play him there.
That's devious.
I really wasn't. Really wasn't. Good effort though, there, Tim. I like his performance yesterday. I know Belichick just absolutely
owns him.
What is it now? Is it 14 consecutive victories? 15 straight victories for the Patriots over the Jets? I think it was 13 going in.
Yeah,
I think it's 14 or 15.
I thought it was 15.
They said
he could be right. You know what?
It's a lot. It's been 6 or 7 years.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Anyway,
it was an absolute beatdown. And dude, by the way, the spread was 2.5 or 3, depending on when you got it for the Jets. They're pushing until that safety late in the fourth quarter. Why they kept getting opportunities or how they kept getting opportunities, I don't know. I saw Mike Greenberg this morning said he's a noted Jets fan. He goes, "You can ask my wife, you can ask my daughter, you can ask my dog." When they were backed up in the end zone on third down, he said he was yelling, "Punt it! Just punt it away!" He wanted to punt on third down because he figured it was Zach Wilson would more likely fumble the ball and they'd pick it up for a touchdown. He said he was thrilled at the safety. What was it? 15.
It's a lot.
Zach Wilson, a real Munson.
A real Munson. Loser.
15 straight. There you go. Those are your Munsons of the week. I imagine Brent Jones is going to have some Munsons too. Brent Jones loves chaos. Brent Jones loves things falling apart. I imagine he's going to have some thoughts about what happened in the Miami and Denver game. Brent Jones going to stop by for his weekly conversation just a couple of minutes here. We are live from the patio at the Public House ahead of the final homestand of the season for the Giants. Wrap up their road woes yesterday against the Dodgers, losing 3 of 4, and they'll send Logan Webb to the hill tonight against Blake Snell. First pitch at 6:45, pregame at 5:45, and still to come. Brent Jones joins us next. Your Sound Soiree coming up a little bit later, and then we'll have Matt Mayoko, Dave Fleming, and Andy Baggerly. Tolbert and Copes from the patio of the Public House, only here on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning and disagreed with the idea that the Giants are not an attractive free agent destination. Check out that podcast and more on what Kruk had to say trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, let's try something else today. How about I give you a word and we do some association? I think audits. What comes to mind?
Expletives. And the bottom line is, after you're finished with that, anybody can get audited. And whether you think you're the most innocent person in the world, or if you're in the other extreme, you've done some things upon reflection you wish you hadn't, or anywhere in the middle, you really need a good tax attorney to represent you. And the bottom line is, whatever you've done, it's our job to get you the best possible deal within the bounds of the law. You have all kinds of rights. That auditor is not judge, jury, and executioner. He or she is bound by the law just as we are. And the law has so many protections for you, so many benefits for you, and we want to exercise everything for you. We've dedicated our lives to taxes. But remember, this is like a heavyweight boxing match. Nobody but another heavyweight boxer better get in the ring with the first heavyweight boxer, and that's what that IRS auditor is.
Much, Steve. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. When you have an audit like that, give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
It's Monday, so we get a chance to talk to our favorite tight end, number 84, number one in your hearts, Brent Jones. What's up, Brent?
Tommy, what's up, buddy? We're looking pretty good.
I would say so. That I thought that was, even though they were big favorites against the Giants, but to do that after winning 2 games on the road, you could see them winning, but winning by 4, 6, 8, just kind of slogging their way through the game. But I thought the way they won the game says a lot about their team, because one of the things your teams used to do, and all great teams do, is you try to play to a level that's your level. Like, you're not satisfied until you get to that level, whether you win or not. We got to play to our level. And that's a hard thing to do. And I thought that was one of those games that you look at and say, they're doing that. Like, hey, this could be a tough game for us. Barkley out mentally. Maybe we're looking at Pat, but they didn't. They focused on the task at hand, and it took them a little bit, but ended up kicking the crap out of them.
Yeah, it's funny because the Giants are actually a better team than people realize. And, everyone thinks that Monday night, or I don't know if it was Monday night, but that initial drubbing by the Cowboys was just a smackdown.
Yeah.
And they're better than that. And so I was thinking short week, this could be a pretty darn competitive game, even without Barkley. They did a really good job. I think we kind of suffocated them, and we just gave them no hope, and it was great. You could kind of see it in their eyes, and kind of holding Daniel Jones kind of in the pocket, not getting a lot of rush yards down the field. I don't know if he even got more than 10. It was nice to see across the board. So, like you said, especially on a short week, so you gotta feel really, really good about that. And you look around the NFL and you say, man, who's legit besides us? And there are very, very few teams right now raising their hand to be in the legit category.
I would say Miami, Kansas City, Buffalo, maybe. Dallas was until yesterday. How's Dallas as a city taking that loss?
It was hard to tell wearing my 49er hat around all day today.
Yeah, they didn't say anything?
It was, quiet, you know what? Yeah. The retrospection, and I've heard a bunch of stuff, like when the times get tough, get ready for Dak to throw a pick, or we don't have one decent play in the red zone, and what happened to our defense? And arguably going into the game, the Cardinals were one of the worst teams in the league. So to go to Arizona and get smacked by them doesn't do a whole lot for the confidence. So I think, I don't want to say they're totally back to the drawing board, but I think for right now they're definitely trying some drawing board to see if they can come out with some red zone plays.
Talking to Brett Jones on the Uma guest line, I was excited to talk to you, Brett, specifically about the Dolphins game, because I know you and I, we love chaos, right? We're all about, like, ridiculous situations and funny storylines and coaches like Sean Payton who run their mouth. And as I said to Tom before I go, it's incredible that the Broncos were, like, the worst coach team in the history of football last year by Nathaniel Hackett, and we only know that because Sean Payton told us. And then we watched this performance yesterday. Just your take on the performance of the Dolphins, and I love Mike McDaniel after the game saying, we didn't kick the field goal. We weren't trying to break any records. But, like, a 50-point blowout wasn't absolutely necessary.
It is awesome. And you know what? I have to pay homage to last year's Denver Broncos, the worst coached team in history, until this year's team. And so we have a new leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Welcome.
It's just seeing, the way that Sean Payton handled all that. In this league, teams have short memories, and so that was good. It's funny how things come around and bite you, but I don't know if his coaching effort is up to the standards right now. That was just it was a treat to watch, and I love chaos. And Mike McDaniel, they weren't necessarily trying to score 70. I think right in the 50s, I think they kind of took out the starters, maybe 56, and I kept looking. I had a fantasy guy or two on the team, and I'm like, the heck? Like, how is he still scoring? What are they doing? And I switched over to the game, and it was just a smackdown.
It was absolute carnage.
It was great.
Is what it was.
You just don't get enough carnage in the NFL.
You don't.
So
that was plenty for about a month.
Yeah.
Plenty. It's awesome.
Okay, let's get you going here because I've been waiting to.
Here we go.
I kind of know you well enough to know
stuff.
how you're going to respond to some of these questions, but give us your thoughts on Brandon Staley going for it at fourth down at the end of the game in Minnesota.
I think he decided that he wanted to be all in on the worst coach team, and he was trying to beat Sean Payton. But maybe he had decided that he wants to get fired this week. So if I could pull this off and lose the game, I would be 100% for sure fired. And shockingly, I don't know what to say. You can't blame it on analytics. You can maybe blame it on IQ, but certainly not analytics. That was brutal. And I don't know that I've ever seen anything that bad happen. Minnesota tried hard to match it, though, with 30 seconds left and getting a first down in the red zone. Nobody knew what to do next, like spike the ball. Every single person, including my grandsons, Junior and Kaysen, would know you spike the ball. It's what you do. Everybody looked around at each other like, what do we do? Kirk Cousins was trying to get the play call from the sideline. I don't know, in a chaos situation like that, maybe you spike the ball, have 27 seconds left to run 3 plays starting on second down. So I don't know. It was really hard to watch the lack of brain cells calling plays in that game.
I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
I love the.
Of course it was awesome.
I love the complete meltdown. Okay, now I'll take you to how about Josh McDaniels
Yeah, let's go Raider game.
in Oakland going for a field goal, getting lucky because a leverage call gives him the ball back, and then losing 45 seconds and going for a field goal again.
How's he doing?
You know, we have to have basic math. 23 minus 15 equals 8. Nowadays in the NFL, you can go for 2 points. That's called a one-score game. It's amazing. I have to say, you guys know, I love this stuff. It makes me laugh. It's some of the stuff that you just don't expect. But I don't know. Like, I believe, or I would imagine, that every coach should have a common sense coach next to him during the game. For whenever he's going to do something outrageously stupid, you got to come up and grab him by the arm and say, "Coach, I'm the common sense coach. We're down by 1 score. If we get a 2-point conversion, we should probably go for a touchdown." But apparently there's several coaches that don't have a common sense coach standing next to them. So it's funny. And Tom, you guys know this. And I love coaches and coaching staff, but coaches talk all the time and spew about how athletes, you need to rise up in the moment, and when the pressure's on and the fans are screaming, you got to be present. You got to be ready to go out there and dominate. But most of those guys panic and crawl into a hole and don't know what to do and can't even think for themselves. And so it's just funny to watch a coach completely collapse on the sideline under pressure. It's
well, like I say, here's my theory, Brent, and I have this saying. I haven't made T-shirts yet, but it also has to do with analytics. But I say the more you rely on technology, the more you rely on technology. So the more you use it, the more you have to use it and continue to use it. And I think what has happened is, and I'm not anti-analytics. I'm just anti-not thinking for yourself and looking at your chart and seeing what it says and then doing what the chart says. That I am anti. But I think what's happened is these coaches have gotten so used to going for with the chart, they I don't know if thinking has been retarded. They just stop thinking for themselves so much instead of like really kind of thinking it through and trying to be ahead of a play. Like, if this happens, this play, what am I going to do next play? So you give yourself an extra 30 seconds, 45 seconds to think about like what you want to do instead of like, okay, give me the chart. That's what the chart says. Let's go with it. And I really think analytics in a lot of ways have hurt the coaches that have used it as a crutch because they've stopped thinking. And when you stop thinking, you're just not as sharp at it anymore.
I agree 100%, i.e., the common sense coach.
Yep.
And I'm throwing my name out there in the hat. I'm glad to tell you how to run a 2-minute drill. I know how via Bill Walsh, and when to call timeouts, when to hit the sideline, when to get everybody up on the ball, and when to spike it. I also know how many points 8 is, and the fact that you can go for 2, you can actually call it a one-score game. And so I think that in all honesty, and you make a great point, that every team needs a common sense guy. It's just a caddy. I don't care what it is. Just to say, hey, coach, hey, Josh, you know this is a one-score game, right? We're kicking a field goal here. We just burned another 45 seconds. We aren't the smartest tools in the shed if we do this.
You know how this is going to look tomorrow, dude? If you just get a guy thinking forward like that about what the reflection's going to be. How about
just remember though, when you interview for the Raiders, that's probably in the pro column.
Feel like, do you know how to melt down the final 2? You're hired. We got Brent Jones with us on the UMA guest line. I just saw the update that Joe Burrow officially is going to play in tonight's game. What are your feelings on him? I mean, he's been, I guess, lobbying to play with the coaching staff all week. He's obviously dealing with the calf injury. That thing to me has become really, really scary based on what we've seen with Aaron Rodgers and, heck, even Kevin Durant with the Warriors a few years ago. Those things are really, really sensitive. The Achilles, when you have the calf injury, they've invested a lot of money, $275 million contract he signed like 2 weeks ago. What's your thought on Joe Burrow? Would you play it safe? I mean, they're 0-2. They got to get a victory here.
I mean, this is absolute panic, Coach, and I get it. I think that they certainly are panicking because of the 0-2 start. I don't realize is Joe did that like week 1 of training camp. He was out 4 weeks, and you don't typically see a calf injury in a young player. That's typically an older player. I get an Achilles, and basketball is maybe completely a deal than football, but it's not typically the case. I had a bad calf at the very end of my career, and man, I can still feel it. To take your young $275 million quarterback and throw him out there because he says he's ready to go, I'm a little shocked because the fact that he re-injured it last week and was not up to snuff, I can't imagine in 1 week it's that much better. And so I almost felt like for sure they had to rest him this week instead of having him get through the game and maybe do some potential damage that puts him out for, 4 to 6. So it's kind of a weird deal. Yeah, I thought for sure he would not be playing, but I guess he wants to. And when 0-2 is speaking to you and your starting quarterback is saying, I want to play, I think you need a common sense coach. Somebody there to tell you, hey, this is not
Coach, you're an idiot, man. Come on, use some common sense, dude. Well,
common sense, coach.
Yeah, sense was common, more people would have it, man.
Yes, they would. Absolutely.
That's the deal.
Is there there probably is, I'm not thinking about it right now, but is there a bigger pleasant surprise in the NFL after 2 weeks than Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers who are playing tonight against the Eagles?
No, and actually, it's
because I'm shocked.
I'm a little surprised too, and I think Tampa, the team, is better than people would assume. But kind of Baker's kind of been through the wash, and so you think to yourself, "Gosh, it's nice to see him quietly having some success." I think he's kind of been low-key and under the radar and just let his plane do the talking, but he's played pretty well. And so it'll be interesting tonight because I feel like the Eagles have not played up to snuff. And so in the end, I think that they're going to be the ones standing toe-to-toe with the Niners in the NFC. But they haven't played up to that level. They're 2-0, but have not looked good. So I kind of feel like they're about to unleash tonight.
Did we lose
Is that it, dude? He was like puttering off. He's like fading away there.
You still there?
Are you back, Brett?
I feel like Philly's ready to unleash tonight. So I'm just wondering if the Baker Mayfield feel-good story could be done this evening.
Feel good aren't in the same.
They are
they usually
not.
don't come like
Not
hand in
at
hand
all.
like that. So I'm not buying it yet. I think I need to see more. The team that I was I wouldn't say jury's out on, but that I was intrigued by, we talked about them in the preseason, is Detroit. That's a team that's kind of like, they pulled out that win yesterday, got a little tighter. I think they made it a 2-score game, did Atlanta late, maybe it was a 1-score game. Anyway, they end up pulling away. Jared Goff's looked pretty good. That running back is nice. Hutchinson had a sack and a fumble recovery in that game. I think they look pretty good. I think the Lions are kind of a fun team right now.
I think the Lions are a fun team. I'm going to throw another one out there that I would never have thought that I'd be throwing out there. I thought Houston looked pretty darn good yesterday. Now, that was their first win, but they made Jacksonville look silly, and Stroud actually was pretty darn legit. So, all in all, I thought, man, okay, these guys, maybe they can show up and play. Indianapolis, went out and beat Baltimore. I'm like, how did that happen? With no Jonathan Taylor, that one kind of put me on my heels a little bit. And then lastly, the Packers, they won't go away.
Jordan Love,
I don't know. I was thinking, oh, this is all over. But I'm not sure the Saints are very good.
Yeah, I don't know about the Saints. I kind of thought they were good. I'm impressed by Michael Thomas. He's kind of made a little bit of a resurgence first couple of weeks, but now Carr could be out for a little bit of time. And I just don't have the most faith in Jameis. I don't think they're terrible, but somebody's got to claim that division. And I thought maybe Atlanta would do it. I still think they might be the best team in that division.
I hear you, and it's good to have Michael Thomas back. You can only milk an ankle problem for 2.5 years and $35 million.
Yeah,
come on.
He's like, Breeze is out, so am I, man. That's why I keep getting paid.
That's exactly right. But, it's fun, you guys, because now it's starting to get fun. Because, teams are coming out of the training camp doldrums. Everybody's been sloppy the first 2 or 3 weeks, and we're going to start seeing much better football, I hope, and I'm assuming. And we started to see glimpses of it yesterday, but teams are kind of rounding into shape from all that lack of physicality and contact during the preseason. So this is a fun time of the year, and it's just interesting to see kind of the risers, the fallers, who's surprising you, and who's out there looking good, and who's out there, looking shameful. The Chicago Bears. And the Denver Broncos.
Dude, they're brutal. Bears and Broncos playing this week. That is going to be a doozy. Oh my goodness.
How much if they end up tying? I'm going to bet a bunch of money on a tie.
I would love to see a tie. That would be absolutely amazing. At what week in the season do you think the NFL starts to take form, where we can kind of tell who the good teams are and who the also-rans are? And I mean, obviously injuries can change all that, but barring injuries, what is it, week 6 maybe? It takes about a month and a half for us to get a decent idea of who everybody is?
Tom, typically you can have a pretty good gauge, I think, by week 6 or 7. Mm-hmm. But there's always a pretender or two that's kind of had an easy schedule that will, that'll be 6-2 at the midway. Well, what used to be the midway point, 6-2, and everyone's like, yeah, we're sweet, and then they lose 6 out of their next 7. So I think week 9 and 10. You start to know for sure. You can separate, hey, this will be a playoff team, but they're not going very far, and it's going to be these 2 guys in the slugfest or these 3 guys. Maybe I do think Dallas is better than they looked yesterday.
Yeah.
I think Dallas, the Eagles, and the Niners are really the class of the NFC. But you never know. There could always be a surprise team. But the other thing is the injuries. The Cowboys, the Diggs injury last week in practice set them back significantly, and it looked like it on Sunday. So you never know. Just a fluky injury could change the course.
We look forward to it every Monday, man. Should be a fun one this Sunday as the Niners start to gear up for the Cowboys, which is Sunday Night Football Week 5, but 222 yards on the ground for Arizona against Dallas. Niners have been the best run defense in all of football. Should be fun on Sunday. We'll talk to you next Monday, man.
Thanks, guys. It's going to be great. Let's not look past the Cardinals. I never thought I'd say that in my life because we typically look right past them.
Yeah, right through them, dude.
We can't this week because the Cowboy beatdown. Don't let the Cowboys win. It'll wreck my month here.
Oh, man. Wreck them nearly killed the month. So let me ask you this real quick. I know we're about ready to leave.
I said bye already, man.
But no, screw your goodbye. Brent brought something up. So real quick, as a player, Does the Arizona win over Dallas help you kind of focus up because it gets your attention?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody in the locker room knows, oh, man, look what happened to Dallas. Those guys were looking past these guys. Because it's hard to even name a player on the Cardinals that is a top 10 at their position. I mean, think about it. Their roster right now is depleted. Their defense is playing tough, and James Conner's a stud. I mean, and that's it. And he probably got a couple linemen, but they shouldn't be capable of putting together a whole lot of drives or anything for that matter. But they sure look darn good against the Cowboys, who weren't prepared for this game. And that's going to be what every coach and every player gets drilled into their head this week. So I think it is an advantage that the Cowboys took the bullet for us.
All right, tell Danny you're ready for dinner now.
She's in Cincinnati. She's trying to give me the Joe Burrow update.
So what are you doing for dinner? You get a little DoorDash, a little pizza? What are you doing?
No, it's so sad. I'm going to probably microwave something.
What? You went old school, Salisbury steak?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I might go Salisbury steak or maybe turkey. I'm usually much better than that, but Monday night, I don't want to take my eyes off the pregame show, and we got a couple games here, and it's I can't be distracted with food. You eat food on the weekends. You try to start cutting back on Monday night. Hey guys, I also got to bring up. I'm coming out for the big deal on Wednesday night.
All right.
Our unscripted series.
Yes.
At the Broadway SF, it's going to be awesome. At the Curran Theater.
Right.
So we're going to have BroadwaySF.com. There's still a handful of tickets left. Me, Steve, Ronnie, Harris, Dwight Hicks. How about Christy Yamaguchi is going to be doing the interview? She's so sweet, and what an accomplished young woman. And so it's going to be great. If you love 49ers football in the heyday, or you love football in general, you got to be there. And it's Wednesday night, 7:30 at the Curran Theater in San Francisco.
30 at the Curran Theater in San Francisco. Tickets available at BroadwaySF.com.
Awesome. Coach, you're the man.
I'm glad you were able to get that in.
Yeah, good deal,
Awesome
man.
stuff. Have a good
I'm sure I'll see you guys there.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll definitely see you there.
Have a good TV dinner.
All right, man.
All right, guys. Swanson. Okay.
All right, Brent Jones, unscripted with
Don't
the
let the
49ers.
tater tots burn the roof of your mouth.
Dude, enjoy the Hungry Man mash, dude, right? That thing will fry you, dude.
Dude, oh, man, you can get fried easy.
Dude, how about how that brownie gets cooked, the sides of it just get baked hard, it just burns the top of it?
Mashed potatoes and gravy.
It's the best and the worst.
The gravy is like a La Brea tar pit goo that's just sitting in your mashed taters.
Dude.
It's like bubbles, at 119 degrees.
We have audio of it. That's him burning the roof of his mouth. It's like that mushy peas and carrots. Little side thing.
When you have that flap coming down off the roof of your mouth is the worst. And you can't rip it off. You just got to leave it there.
Yeah, you just got to let it go.
Oh.
You just got to let it go.
Bad memories.
We know what a Monday means. Oh, come on. A whole lot of new sound from our weekend in sports, specifically across football. We've got Oregon coach Dan Lanning getting loose, his pregame speech ahead of beating Colorado. Ryan Day, head coach of Ohio State. Sean Payton, Devontae Adams, and, of course, Bill Belichick, the Swiftie. They all checked in on our sound soiree. That's coming up next. Tolbert and Copes live from the patio of the Public House. Giants and the Padres coming your way pregame 5:45, only here on the Sports Leader. The Giants dropped 3 of 4 against the Dodgers, including last night's 3-2 loss. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime, we all know the big game, or any game that you're interested in really, can get pretty unpredictable. What you don't want is your connection, your Wi-Fi connection, to be unpredictable. That needs to be predictable. You need to be able to count on that. You don't want a guy rounding third, game-winning run, and all of a sudden it freezes. Or field goal from 50s, up in the air, game winner. No. You don't get to see it. That is what you don't need. You need predictability. We know the sports are going to be unpredictable. We need predictability in our Wi-Fi network. That's why you get the Xfinity 10G network. You get the reliable connection you need to stream your favorite sports, from football to football and everything in between. Yes, that includes hockey, baseball, basketball, cornhole, whatever else is in there. You can catch it all on the network made for streaming. You're looking for even more entertainment? Who isn't? The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. You love sports, you love high def, you love 10G. You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union savings rates are up. This makes it a great time to open a savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. Get started at redwoodcu.org/certificates.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon, live from the patio of the Public House. Giants and the Padres, game one of a 3-game series, starting the final homestand of the season, is coming your way at 6:45. 5:45 pregame. We'll have that for you in just a little bit. But first, as we do just about every day, and especially on a Monday following a football Saturday and Sunday, we got a sound soiree for you. So get you some of the best sounds across the sports world. And why don't we start with Dan Lanning, head coach of the Oregon Ducks, who, I mean, Deion's made a lot of news because of Deion's, a lot of his trash talk has more been in response to things that have been said to them. Like, he's not calling out other schools per se. It's more about just how he's flipped college football on its head. And about how his attitude is sort of like the polar opposite of what we're used to in head coaches. Not the intensity, but in the way he talks about it, how he does want it to be about himself, how he's sort of the focal point of the college football team.
I would say this, that Deion knows that it's going to be about Deion because of who Deion is. But
it
is the TV networks who are promoting it a certain way, and I think Dan Lanning's like, we've been doing this here for a long time at Oregon.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden these guys are getting all the juice? And I think some coaches are a little bit jealous of that. Maybe not for themselves, for their players. Like, they got $9 million, Colorado State. I mean, great game. But seriously? Yeah. Colorado State, because, well, it's all because of Deion. And that's just, again, that's the cult of personality right there. It's just Deion Sanders, and nothing you can do about that. But I understand when coaches get a little bitter, like, all right, you put these guys on TV, you're going to call them the biggest game of the year? All right, bring it on. Let's see what happens. That's basically what Dan Lanning was doing. Like, I don't think he has anything against Deion at all.
No.
It was just circumstances. And it was, all right, you want 10 million people? Let's show 10 million
He's
people
also a Hall of Fame
what's
going
to happen here.
He's one of the greatest athletes of all time.
So, it's a big story.
That's the shine that comes with it.
Exactly.
Right? It's just a different sort of shine to it. So here's Dan Lanning. And he's not a guy who I don't think would normally put stuff out like this, but he gave the okay for this to come out. This is his pregame speech.
This was planned.
Yeah.
He wanted this out there.
Because he didn't say anything really all week about this. There was all the comments from Media Week, but he made sure this got out once the game got rolling. Here's Dan Lanning in his pregame locker room speech to his team.
Rooted in substance, not flash. Rooted in substance. Today, we talk with our pads. You talk with your helmet, right? Every moment. The Cinderella story is over, man. Right? They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins. There's a difference. Right? There's a difference. Right? This game ain't going to be played in Hollywood. It's going to be played on the grass. Right? It's going to be played on the grass.
So, by the way, he knows all that's BS, but he's trying to get his guys hyped up. And he did a pretty good job. I'm not sure he needed to. I think they're going to whoop him anyway. Yep. They're just better than Colorado. And that's the thing, that if you go to Colorado, you better be prepared for that. And it's nothing that you do, it's who your coach is and what comes with Deion Sanders.
Coach Prime.
And what comes with playing for Deion Sanders. So you better be able to handle that, because it is coming one way or the other. There are going to be other coaches that are talking. There are going to be other players that are talking. And you might not have said anything, but it's going to be the attention that is paid to the Colorado Buffaloes when the other players may say, and the other coaches may say, why? Why do these guys get all the attention?
Yeah.
Well, it's obvious. It's Deion. But at some point, you got to earn that, because I guarantee you a little bit of the shine will come off if they get smacked at home by USC. If they lose back-to-back games by like 25, 30 points, trust me, the ratings are going to start going, woo, because the story's over. They're not undefeated. We know how good they are. Not very. If they make it to a bowl game this year, that is a tremendous coaching job by Deion Sanders. They were abysmal last year. They were 1-11, and they weren't even competitive. And half those games were over with by the end of the second quarter, not even halftime. They were just getting shellacked. So the fact that they're competitive, they beat TCU, they won that game against Colorado State. If they can get a bowl game this year, that would be huge for them.
Yeah, that'd be big time. They're now, 3-1, entering...
oh, look, you complain, you get balls.
What happened?
A.J. Brown.
Oh, I didn't see it. It's not good for me going up against A.J. Brown.
Yeah, you complain, you get balls.
Tom noticed that I just put the game up. He was responding to the game, by the way, that's in front of me, the Monday Night Football game. Nobody knew you were pointing. You were just like, balls.
The same
balls,
as in football. Football and porn are the same. You complain, you get balls.
There you go. That's it. How about we stick it in college still? Ryan Day.
Let's do it.
Ohio State beats Notre Dame, walk-off. Then Ryan Day says, yeah, we were all fired up because of a comment Lou Holtz made, I guess, on a podcast with somebody who was wearing...
Pat McAfee.
It was the Pat McAfee show, but it was one of Pat McAfee's sidekick guys.
Okay.
He was wearing a Lou Holtz mask interviewing Lou Holtz. And I guess Lou Holtz wasn't giving Notre Dame or Ohio State the respect they deserved. And then here comes Ryan Day after their win on Saturday.
Coach, you knew this one wasn't going to be easy, but it came down to the wire. And what can you say about the performance from your quarterback, Kyle McCord, to finish that drive?
Toughness, that's it. Physicality, across the board, finish it off, having guts. I like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. What he said about our team, I cannot believe. This is a tough team right here. We're proud to be from Ohio, and it's always been Ohio against the world, and it'll continue to be Ohio against the world. But I'll tell you what, I love those kids, and we got a tough team.
Who was talking about you?
Lou Holtz.
Don't you open your mouth about the best. Oh, I'm gonna set it for you real quick.
What if she'd have said, where's Lou Holtz right now?
Yeah.
And Holly would have said, he passed away earlier tonight.
Where's he now, huh?
That'd have been the ultimate. Turn the TV off and just kind of slink away and that got weird. And has it really been Ohio against the world? Has it really?
They always say that.
Been Ohio against the world?
How many
I've
people
never heard
outside
that
of the
before.
U.S. know what Ohio is?
I don't know. I've never heard.
Go to Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah, I've never heard
Ohio.
Ohio against the world.
No.
Never heard that.
Frankfurt's like, God, Ohio, we hate them. Can't wait to take them down.
Send
in Paris, Texas. They're like, God, Ohio, man. I hate that.
And I really believe that wasn't so much about Lou Holtz. Is that's kind of been a narrative for a few years that people have talked about it, and he was sick of hearing it. It just happened to be Lou Holtz was the last guy to say something, so he decided to get on him. And look, anybody that's ever followed Lou Holtz as a broadcaster knows he's the biggest Notre Dame homer that there is.
He's a clown when it comes to that. He's picking them over everybody all the time. Doesn't matter what's going on.
He would pick them over the 72 Dolphins.
Yep.
Like, it's going to be a tough one, but I think. All right, moving on.
All right, moving on from Holtz slurring. Sean Payton,
that was a bad imitation.
That's all good. I kind of like that. That might be.
I got to warm
favorite.
up to it.
It might be my favorite of your impressions.
I got to warm up.
You got to lather up some saliva, dude. Sean Payton. Here we go. This is good. You haven't heard this yet. Sean Payton loses 70-20 yesterday. Now, if I lose 70-20, you just got to take your beating, dude. Right?
Yes.
You got to stand up there, and there is no part of the game that goes well. So you got to stand up there and just sort of take your whoop. And here he is, though. Says he's embarrassed by it, and then he's not having it when the media wants to talk to him. Here's Sean Payton, head coach of the Denver Broncos.
I know that you said it's embarrassing, but this has kind of been a historic game. I mean, it's the third time the team has scored 70 points, over 700.
What's the question?
I mean,
what's the question?
How do you feel about it being
I just finished telling you.
Historically embarrassing.
Next question.
Oh, look, I mean, you got to take it, but he just answered it. What do you? He's
I don't know what the guy was asking.
He's like, what do you want me to say?
Ramp it up.
Like, what? I just said it was embarrassing. Like, what? And the question.
What's the question?
You could hear him, and I would get frustrated too because there wasn't a question. It was historic. What happened today was historic. Yeah, I know all that.
Dude,
I
Peyton
know
can't
it.
even stand still. He's like,
I was there. I watched it. I was on the sidelines. You don't need to tell me what I already know. So either ask the question
Give it to me again, Tim.
or move on.
What's the question?
What's the question?
I kind of get where he's coming from, but yeah, you lose by 50, you probably better just.
You got to just answer the same thing 40 times. To me, there's nothing else to say, and they're not only going to ask it once.
Yeah.
So you know that they're going to keep asking this because they have to ask it a million times.
There's nothing else to ask.
They don't have anything else to ask. But dude, you got totally whooped. Like,
they need words.
So what else? Yeah, like tell us something else.
All they need is some quotes they could put in their story to wrap some words around it and get done because there is nothing from a Bronco perspective.
They're doing their job too.
Nothing else to say.
That's what I'm saying. Like they got to write.
What's the question?
Now this is the story. That's the problem. Is now this is the story. Is your blow up after the? It's like, oh, you were upset after that loss, huh? Like, yeah, I was upset.
It was historic. It was one of the most. What's the question?
What's the question? One more here. Here's Bill Belichick So Bill Belichick's on the Greg
that'd
Hill
be
show
good.
on WEEI, and it was big news apparently yesterday that Travis Kelce had Taylor Swift in his suite with his parents. He catches a touchdown, all the Swifties are happy. Well, Bill Belichick's doing his morning show on WEEI today, and they ask him about Travis Kelce dating Taylor Swift. Here's head coach of the New England Patriots, what's he, 6-time Super Bowl champion Bill Belichick talking about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
Swiftie to Swiftie, Taylor Swift was in attendance to watch Travis Kelce's game with his mom in the box. Seems like they may be the new it couple. Where do you fall on that? Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
Is that legit? Is that really Bill Belichick? That wasn't a spoof, Belichick? That was real Belichick? Can I hear Belichick? I want to hear Belichick one more time. It felt spoofy to me. It sounded like it wasn't really
Where do you
Bill
fall
Belichick.
on that? Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
I guess it's him.
I don't know,
I
man.
think it's been
I can't tell you
reported
it's
as him. I
not.
can't tell you it's not. I mean, he's got the base in it anyway. There's Belichick. Pretty light after the win over the Jets yesterday. There's your sound soiree. We got some more to get into here as we are live from the patio of the Public House here at Oracle Park. Giants and the Padres. First pitch 6:45 coming your way. Pregame at 5:45. We're going to catch up with Matt Mayoko after the 49ers got a big win over the Giants last Thursday, getting ready for Arizona, who beat the Cowboys yesterday. Then Dave Fleming is going to join us here on the patio. Fleming called the Cal and Washington game this weekend, and then Andy Baggerly before you get you into Giants pregame at 5:45. Tolbert and Copes from the Public House patio. Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, it's a Monday. You know what that means? 2 more games on the docket. Maybe you're fighting to get back into your team or your league's fantasy game. Maybe you got totally whooped yesterday by the Miami Dolphins. Maybe you're like me. Maybe you had Jalen Waddle and Brandon Ayuk, your top 2 receivers who didn't play this weekend. That doesn't matter. None of that matters because Monday night, we got 2 games tonight and another chance for you to get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy. This is where the Pick'em game comes into play. I like to play it damn near every game. I'm going to probably do it for both games tonight. What you do is you take 2 different players' stats. I'm taking a look right now. They got Jalen Hurts. You have higher or lower than half of a rushing touchdown or a receiving touchdown. I'm not looking at Hurts for a receiving touchdown. Why don't we go higher than 20.5 completions? And then I'll scroll on down here, and I'll probably take something on the opposite side of things with Baker Mayfield. Why don't we go higher than a half of an interception for Baker Mayfield? You pair those 2 together, and you can make 3 times your money in a single game, but you get 5 of them. 5 for 5 makes you 20 times your money in just a single game. All you have to do is download the Underdog Fantasy app or head on over to UnderdogFantasy.com, and when you do, sign up with promo code KNBR, and they'll match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, new players are going to get a mystery special pick in their Pick'em lobby. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, first deposit of 10 or more up to 100 gets doubled, plus a special pick in your Pick'em lobby. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
the guy's not at press conferences, on the sideline, or in the locker room, he's with us on KNBR. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. The best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
And Copes with you live from the patio of the Public House. We do it every Monday of the football season. Catch up with our NBC Sports 49ers insider, and he's our KNBR insider too. Matt Mayoko joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
Nothing too much. I'm doing well. Driving home after a bonus practice for the 49ers. So if I'm sounding not great, I'll pull over here and give you a better sound, hopefully.
Okay, just a quick question. Was the bonus practice added before or after the Cardinals beat the Cowboys?
That was, are you saying that they needed to, like, oh my gosh, the Cardinals are not going to be winless, so let's actually prepare for them. Yeah, it was part of the deal. Yeah, they're going to have a short practice today, day off tomorrow, then back for a normal work week beginning Wednesday.
I just imagine like Kyle Shanahan pulls like his William Shakespeare statuesque head back and then picks up the bat phone and says to everybody, we got to hit the field, man. Here come the Cardinals. Well, the thing that stood out to me was the Cardinals running for 200-plus yards against the Cowboys, who, their defense is pretty darn good. The Niners have proven their run defense is as stacked, maybe even better with Javon Hargrave in there than it was last year. I just wonder about the game plan we could see from them. I imagine they're fired up. They've covered all three of their games. They've put up pretty good fights. They've had leads in each one of their games to this point. They haven't proven to be as bad, I think, as we thought they were.
No, they're not. I mean, I kind of tongue-in-cheek, but in my predictions, I had them going 0-17 because I just didn't think that there was much there. But, no, I'd say both weeks that they've been far more competitive than you would have thought. And then, of course, this week, the Cowboys, I think, probably around the country, they were the team that most people were talking about, 49ers and the Cowboys, or Cowboys and the 49ers, and they made them look quite pedestrian. And they did it with Joshua Dobbs at quarterback, having a really good game, and they did it, like you mentioned, with the running game. So, that's a team that seems to be kind of spirited and spunky, and will give teams that take them lightly a lot more than anybody bargained for.
I thought it was interesting on Thursday, Matt, that Ayuk misses the game, but they got three other guys who were top-level skill position guys, and I think that's what makes this team so dangerous is they can lose a guy, maybe two, maybe not both receivers, but they have enough to still go out there and score 30 points. Most teams, you lose a guy like Ayuk, I don't want to say you're in dire straits, but that's going to affect your offense. Didn't affect the Niners' offense at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just changes what they can do or what they want to do or how they do it. But no, I mean, when you look at the first two games, and I think the first game you really didn't see a whole lot of Deebo Samuel. Games 1 and 2, you didn't really see a whole lot of George Kittle. McCaffrey is a guy that you're going to see him every game, but they're also, they can cover themselves too with Elijah Mitchell. And so, I mean, it's tough when you have as many guys offensively as the 49ers have to feature them all in the same game. So, if Ayuk isn't there, then it means that, there will be more opportunities for Kittle. There will be more opportunities for Deebo Samuel. And so, I mean, those guys really stepped up and picked up the slack for Brandon Ayuk not being out there.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. We do it every week throughout the football season. Niners get a Week 4 matchup against Arizona, who we just mentioned, beat the Cowboys yesterday and put up pretty good fights against the Giants and Washington to start the year. In terms of the Niners split at running back between McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell, we're talking about how they were going to break that up and how they've got basically studs and stars all over the place. This was one of those games where we saw this a lot in the second half last year, and I couldn't tell if it was about McCaffrey still getting to be like a part of the offense to understand it, become accustomed to it. He didn't play all preseason. Seems like he's in midseason form. He went 20-plus carries in each of the first two games. Mitchell then picks up more snaps in this one. Is that more of the split you think we'll see going forward? Because Kyle had even said in that Rams game, the plan was not for Mitchell to play or to not play at all and to play McCaffrey the whole game, but the way the game played out, they needed him out there.
Yeah, I think that the game against the Rams, what made that unique is that generally teams don't put together long drives against the 49ers. And what the Rams were able to do is they were able to hold the ball for long periods of time, not only number of plays, but also time on the clock. So those breaks made it so that maybe it didn't seem to the coaching staff that Christian McCaffrey needed a break. But I do think that in a normal game situation, what you saw with the Giants would be the more, it'd be the recipe that I think the 49ers would want to use for the course of the season is that, whatever it was, 60-40 or 65-35, something along those lines, because Mitchell is too good of a running back to just spend the time on the sideline. And, whenever you can buy a guy like Christian McCaffrey, such a hard-nosed player and who plays 100 miles an hour at all times, it just benefits the entire team, and especially, not only through the course of a game, but, that wear and tear builds up over the season. So I think it really does behoove the 49ers to get Elijah Mitchell out there and kind of pre-plan how the game's going to go so that, it's not 90% Christian McCaffrey, or that game against the Rams is 100%. So I think it just really helps the entire flow of the offense. It is a long season. 17 games is extraordinarily long, and the 49ers, of course, have designs on playing several more games in the postseason. So I think that's more the mix that the 49ers want to see.
I'm not sure anything can be answered after 3 games, but if it could, I would say that this defensive front is every bit as good as stopping the run as last year's defensive front. I know there are some questions about that. Could they be at that level, which was like super elite? So far, so good, because you watch teams run against them. No one's having any success.
I would say against the run, this team is probably better, because just adding Javon Hargrave into the mix, you've improved the defensive tackle position. And the other spot, the guy who was the starter last year, is now in the number 3 role. And the 49ers used some packages where they brought in 5 defensive linemen, but he's a better player. Yeah. Javon Kinlaw is a much better player than he has ever been with the 49ers. And then if you look at last year, Eric Armstead's healthy, so he's, you basically upgraded your top 3 defensive tackle positions from a year ago. And then Bosa is always going to be Bosa. And then the one question mark is on the other side, and Cleveland Ferrell has shown that he's a very good base end as well. So, I would think that this run defense is better than it has been in a long time. And now the question is, on third downs or passing situations, can they get after the quarterback? And, that's one area that, if we're going to nitpick, and that's entirely what this would be, we haven't seen the pass rush just be unleashed to the point where, you could consider them a top 5 pass rush in the NFL. So that would be the next kind of aspect of this team that needs to kind of to fall in place in order for them to rise to that level of defense that we've seen from this unit in the past.
So Ronnie Bell, first career catch, and it's a touchdown in the game on Thursday. That was pretty cool. And I look at him and I look at Juwan Jennings, 2 guys who I were hoping would get an opportunity to step up, and both did. I thought Juwan had a couple of nice catches over the middle in that game. But both, I was thinking about, coaches have sort of styles and players that fit certain roles in their offenses. And the Niners have had sort of stylistically a player like Ronnie Bell before. They had Richie James Jr. at one point, even Emmanuel Sanders, while a better slot receiver, I think, and obviously a vet more established, fit sort of that same mold that Ronnie Bell's playing. They went out and they drafted that guy, Jalen Hurd, at one point out of Baylor, and he was going to be a big-bodied guy. But now Juwan Jennings kind of fits that big goal line and third down role. And he's going to be a tough guy to keep as far as the salary cap goes in the next couple of years. But does Ronnie Bell have a spot in this offense, you think, going forward? Is that a guy who you could see worked into different packages? And right now he's kind of got a specialty spot, but I could see him as part of the offense beyond this year.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, no, I think he's a very impressive young player and someone who a lot of times when you see a rookie wide receiver, it's kind of a struggle for them, especially coming in here to the 49ers. But Ronnie Bell picked it up quicker than any receiver I've seen, and that means quicker than Deebo Samuel, quicker than Brandon Ayuk. Or Jawan Jennings was basically a redshirt guy for a season. He was on the practice squad, and then it was his second NFL year where he started to make his impact late in the year. And then then the whole third and Jawan took off. But Bell is a guy that is a really good, I think, number 3 receiver for this offense. And we saw it week 2 when Brandon Ayuk was in and out of the lineup. It was Ronnie Bell and it was Jawan Jennings basically splitting the snaps. And we saw it again last week without Brandon Ayuk. It was actually Ray McLeod who started, but he didn't play as much over the course of the entire game as Jennings and Ronnie Bell. So does Ronnie Bell have a role? Absolutely. It's going to be on special teams, and it's also going to be on offense a little bit. He's not going to play. He'll probably, as long as Samuel and Ayuk are out there, he's probably not going to play 50% of the snaps or anything like that. But you also saw on that touchdown, it was very clear that Purdy trusts him. Purdy made that throw before Ronnie Bell even made his break, and Ronnie Bell went up there and was physical and made a contested catch for his first touchdown. So, I think that the 49ers have Ronnie Bell under contract for 4 years. I think that he's going to be a significant player for them over the course of those 4 years, and we'll see what happens with Brandon Ayuk. I would expect that the team will do everything in their power to keep him around long term. But regardless, Bell has a spot on this team for a long time.
What about Ayuk for this week?
I think he'll play.
Okay.
So he was out there at practice today, and he was asked about his physical condition. He was like, "Well, I was out there at practice." And one of the things that Kyle Shanahan said after the game was he felt like if there was a Sunday game and not a Thursday game, that there was a very good chance that Ayuk could be able to play. So I would be very surprised, if both Ayuk and Samuel are not out there against the Cardinals.
Got it.
And no issue with Greenlaw. I know he got knocked around a little bit too.
Yeah, he was rehabbing on the side. He has an ankle issue. Again, I think that he was kind of listed as day-to-day. I think a very good chance that the 49ers are full strength for this as far as everybody on the active. Well, the one guy I wouldn't know for sure about is Ambry Thomas.
Yeah.
He would be probably the most iffy, but I think everybody else, my thought here, as we're 6 days away from the game, would be that everybody who would be on the 53 would be available, with the one exception being perhaps Ambry Thomas. And now it kind of looks like Isaiah Oliver has taken over that nickelback spot. So see how that turns out. But no, I think 49ers are about as healthy as you can hope to be 3 weeks into the season.
Matt, have a good rest of the day.
I appreciate that, Tom. Yeah. You guys are on the patio?
Yep.
Anybody bringing beers for you?
Yeah.
Have you had to open your wallet yet today?
Not yet.
All right.
Hopefully we'll keep it that way.
I forgot mine. You got me, right, Tom?
I got you.
Yeah, okay.
Don't worry about it.
That sounds like my kind of crowd there.
Yeah,
I'm always good for buying beers.
Nice. Nice.
Matt, have a good day. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, Matt.
Sounds good. Okay, take care.
All right, good deal from Matt Mayoka. Good updates there on Brandon Ayuk. Says he looks like he is going to play this week. Same with Deebo Samuel. Says he would be shocked, would be surprised if they are not out there. So good news for the Niners against the Cardinals. We got some stuff to talk about here at the patio of the Public House at Oracle Park. And Dave Fleming is here, getting ready for the final homestand of the season for the Giants. Giants and the Padres coming your way. Pregame at 5:45, first pitch 6:45. Dave Fleming joins us here on the patio next on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Mac this morning to break down the 49ers win from last Thursday over the New York Giants. Check out that podcast. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay.
We're live from the patio of the Public House. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert, and our guest right now, Dave Fleming. What's up, Dave?
I timed this poorly because as I was coming over to see you guys, not that I don't love seeing our fans, but the gates literally opened right as I was walking across the big entryway.
Yeah.
It was like Frogger times 100. It was hard to get over to you guys.
Boing, boing, boing.
I'm good.
Man.
Nice to see you both.
Good to see you, too. So, not quite the ending everybody was hoping for. I don't know what I'm most surprised with. The offense just running into the face of a wall for 2 months, or the road wins. I don't know what they are now. It was 5-25, I think, at some point. I mean, it's gotten worse.
6-28. Is how they finished on the road.
That's age-like. I mean, that's so bad, and they were so good on the road early. It's just hard to figure out, like, okay, what happened? Offense was good, then it was terrible. Road, they were solid, better than solid. You expected level out at some point, but I don't know what to make of it. I mean, what's the explanation?
I think they're tied together. I think the offense cratering. I mean, I don't know if you can undersell it. Like, the offense just drove off a cliff.
Yes.
So I think that when you leave this place. Now, tonight, the ball's going to carry. It's a nice, warm night. But most of the time, you can lean into your pitching, your defense, which the defense kind of fell apart at the end of the year, too, for the Giants. But for the most part, the defense has been improved from last year to this year. When you leave this place and you can't lean on those all the way, you're just in a bind. And the offense I think they go hand in hand. Now, the pitching numbers don't look very good down the stretch, but I still think the story of the year is the offense disappearing. I do.
I think the story of the year for me is the pitching that we came into the season with, thinking that it was maybe a strength and a depth. And I think Tom and I went through this last year, too, thinking that pitching in the bullpen, based on 2021, we're going to be one of these strong suits. And I still do believe that Farhan and this baseball operations team do a better job than a lot of teams at identifying talented pitchers that are out there that maybe, I think saying scrap heap is unfair, but guys that haven't had success but have a track record in the big leagues. We've seen that year after year. I just think coming into this year, I anticipated that they had 6 or 7 or 8 starters, and for a lot of the year it turned out they had 2 or 3, if that. And so I wonder, and I think now what we've seen from Tristan Beck, what we've seen from Kyle Harrison, I think we go in with a better foundation of that next year. But I wonder what took so long to go back to allowing guys like Sean Manaea to start rather than sticking with the opener. I think that's where I and some fans are frustrated.
Well, I understand that frustration. Yeah. I do. Now, in fairness,
it worked for a long time.
It did work. It worked. And I think overall the pitching numbers, even though I understand why you're saying what you're saying, overall the pitching numbers have been solid for this team.
Agreed.
They have been. And so the way they went about it was probably not how you anticipated, how I anticipated. I think the starting rotation just on paper did not play out the way that I thought it would. But the overall pitching's been pretty darn good, I think. So I still think the results were good. Maybe not spectacular. They were good. And, in the case of Manaea, just to use a specific example.
It's just the one example I've used. Right?
I know, and I think you watch him pitch here like he did at Dodger Stadium, and you think, man, that looks the way it's supposed to. Like, that's a starter just from pitch 1 to pitch 100. But they made him that at the beginning of the year, and he was pitching to like an 80 ERA. So the fact that they pulled the plug on that early and used him at a different role, I think when you look back on how it was going, it's very understandable they did that. Now, did it take him a longer time than it could have to get him back to his usual role? Maybe. I also think, look, Sean, this is what you do when you have had a tailspin. You start thinking about everything. Sean threw the ball great in spring training. And then I don't think the Giants used him until, like, game 11.
Yeah.
It was weird how the beginning of the year there were all those off days, and for whatever reason they lined it up a certain way. I really think, like, Manaea specifically, he needed to get the ball right away, build on what was going on. And I do look back on that and wonder, like, did that throw him off kilter? And maybe if he just sort of been the day 2 or 3 starter, he hits the ground running, because he was throwing the ball great in spring. Look, that's all really nitpicky. I still think the offense is the story of the year.
I'm with you. And it's a baseball fan gripe because I think the counter to what I just said is exactly what you said. Maybe if they had gone with that, it's even worse than what they ended up with. Maybe they got the most out of the staff by going with the system that they went with, and for a long time it was successful. I just think that because you're probably right, because the offense didn't carry it all the pitching in the world doesn't help you if your team can't put up runs.
It's obvious these guys, like you've talked to some of them, you hear them through the writers after games. Some of these guys are cranky about the way that the season went and, frankly, the way that they were used, like they are. Some of them are unhappy about it. But in almost every one of those cases, the counter is you got to pitch better to start demanding a certain role, and whether if it's a chicken and egg thing, like did they not pitch well because they weren't used the way they wanted to, or is it the other way around? You could have a long debate about that, but the solution to most of those issues probably was just pitch your normal, to your normal standard, and some of those guys did not do that. I'm not saying they didn't. It's not like they tried not to pitch well, but for a bunch of those guys, the season didn't go the way we thought it would.
See if you guys will give you a little mini trivia question here from this year. We'll see who gets it first. Name the Giants pitcher who had the third most games started.
It's probably Ryan Walker.
That would be my guess. Him or Brebbia, but probably Walker because Brebbia was hurt.
How about Anthony DeSclafani?
Huh, is that right?
18.
Wow.
He started 18 games.
18
wow.
games.
I would have guessed it was closer to like 10 or 12.
Wow.
When I saw that, I was like, huh. I checked it twice. I go, am I reading this right? Do you have 18?
and I mean, look, Anthony's in that group, too, of what went wrong this year. They were really counting on him coming back to full health and pitching well.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, moving forward to next year. I think they need to recalibrate a little bit, like how they go about things and the way they do it. I think they sacrifice too much on defense for the offense they're getting. And I think they wanted to do this during the offseason, didn't work out. They have to get more athletic. With the way the game's being played today, and maybe the youth takes care of some of that. Maybe Schmidt plays, he's starting. Maybe Luciano's starting. Meckler, Matos, those type of guys. I think Bailey's probably as athletic as it gets for a catcher in the league, but it was very apparent watching this team out there. I mentioned it to you when they were playing in Arizona, and that made them maybe the most athletic team in the league. Certainly their outfield. But you watch their outfield track down these balls, and you watch the Giants, it's like, it just outs into doubles. It's like, that to me, they got a lot of stuff, but that is number one. They have to get more athletic. They do. They were left behind on the stolen base thing. Yes.
I mean, totally left in the rearview mirror. Tyro Estrada has however many steals he has. Did you see that note the other day? I think it's like
22
in the
53.
last 60 games. Besides Tyro, they have 3 steals as a team.
Yeah.
I think that's true.
He really does look like 23 of 55 or 56 or something.
And
that's unbelievable.
So nobody, now part of that, okay, Slater can't run because he's got his hamstring. Yastrzemski can't run because he's got his hamstring. But that's not a good enough explanation for that. The steal shouldn't be the bedrock. That shouldn't be the basis of everything you're doing, but it is a symptom of a bigger issue. And it's true. And it really translates to defense. And the Giants defense, at the beginning of the year when we were talking right here, we were saying, man, look how much improved they are on defense. It really, they said they're going to do it, and they did it. And something happened halfway through the year now. Part of that is, okay, Haniger's not there. He's banged up. Conforto's banged up. So then you're chasing offense. Like, can Jock run out there for a month and play left field so Wilmer can be in the lineup? Then you start to get back in that mode where you're chasing the offense. And if you don't really get the offense, then you're just torpedoing your chances.
Oh, you're killing yourself because you're taking a hit on both ends.
You could lean hard. One argument to be made for this franchise is to lean hard into pitching and defense, and just
that's the ballpark.
And you have a ballpark that suits that. You still have to have capable offensive players, but if there's ever a doubt, lean into that side of it and see where it takes you.
So Bags wrote an interesting article in the Athletic. We're going to have Bags on in about 15 minutes or so about this year, maybe more than any other year, may cause free agents to kind of look at the Giants and go, man, I don't know if I want to be a part of that. I don't know that that's the case because I think every free agent is different. My thought initially was, some guys might say I don't want to be there. But they might have said that 2 years ago. And then some guys may say, I'm good with that. I can go there and play. I just want to win. And I feel like they have the right people there. So I don't know that I can't take the temperature of all the free agents. But as a hitter, I would here's what I think, Dave. I think from a pitching standpoint and hitting standpoint, I think players would like a little more rope. Like, give me a little more time to do something instead of like, okay, we're going to do the platoon, or we're gonna piggyback you as a starter instead of letting you go out there like 3 starts in a row or 4 starts in a row, to give you a little rope. Like, look, go ahead, try to go 5 innings, 4 starts in a row. I don't know how it plays out, but do you think there is a sentiment that could be a hindrance of signing guys, or do you just think it's each individual free agent, probably what it's always been?
Yeah, I guess I mean, I'm hedging a little bit here. I don't know what was promised guys like Minaya and Stripling, just to take 2 examples. Like, were they told when they signed lucrative deals?
Yes,
the Giants
they did.
paying them a lot of money.
Right.
This isn't like a $2 million bounce-back contract. Each of those guys signed a $25 million deal, right?
Yep.
2-year, $25 million deal. So that's not like shopping in the total bargain bin.
No.
So were those guys told, you're coming here, we're paying you that money, and you are a starting pitcher? Or was there a different understanding? I think that's an important question that
you're right.
we can't answer because we weren't there.
Yep.
Is that a problem perception-wise? I still think I still think the Giants, Kevin Gausman made $100 million coming here and getting his career turned around. Carlos Rodon made $150 million coming here and having a great year. I think there are lots of examples of players coming here, getting better, and making a ton of money.
Yeah.
So I think those examples trump the guys who maybe weren't as happy with their role. I think the better question for me is, and this is a really hard question, and I'm not trying to be overly critical, but are the Giants willing to be in free agency a different animal? Are the Giants willing to go out there and say, we're not looking for the absolute best value, and if this is a slight overpay, we're not doing it, be totally risk averse? I'm not saying that's how they've been, because Aaron Judge, the contract offer they made Aaron Judge was full of plenty of risk.
Yes.
Carlos Correa, same deal.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I'm not saying that's necessarily the case, but I think that's the more important question. Is this franchise willing to go out there with a really aggressive? If you want to win in free agency, you got to be ultra aggressive, because there are teams like the Phillies and the Dodgers and the Padres and the Texas Rangers who are going out there saying, we're getting our guy. And they get their guy. And that's how, if you don't take that attitude, you lose in free agency. Sometimes you're going to get burned by that. That, to me, is the more pointed and harder question for this team.
Well, my guess would be 100% of top-tier free agents are overpaid. They just
100%,
are.
yeah.
They just are, whether it's going to be years, AAV at the end of those years. And you got to suck it up and say, we're willing to bite the bullet the last 3 years. We're willing to pay $4 more million per year than maybe he is worth, because somebody else is. And if you want that, like, if you're going to come in and try to pay Ohtani exactly what you think he's worth, forget it.
Correct.
Forget it. It's just not going to happen.
You lose.
No, because you got to look at everything else. It just. So we will see. I don't know if they'll go that route, but
I think, and not to interrupt you, but I think they should be confident in their ability to overpay and make up for it. There's nothing the Giants do better than finding valuable guys for not a lot of either money or risk or whatever. Like they've done an incredible job of that over the last 3 years. That's the thing they've done the very best. Yeah. And so if you overpay a little bit on a couple bigger name guys, they will be able to field a deep roster still. I'm confident of that.
Right, you've created that margin.
The problem is you can get a great value on a flank steak. It's still a flank steak.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes I want filet mignon.
You know, and
I'm going to pay extra for it.
Let me throw 2 more questions at you that are hard to answer. But now that everybody in the game, there's no more real advantages in info and technology. Everybody's spending the money now on development and analytics and technology to help players, everybody. So if that's the case, now are we back in an era where it's just sort of even playing field, best players win?
That's a great question.
I think we are. Yeah. I think the days of finding the value, not in individual players, but like we're doing things better than everybody else, are virtually over.
My answer to that would be,
we've normalized it. Right.
I would think this. I would think that things we think of as value, they're trying to find different things that people aren't thinking about and trying. Now, the question is this. Does that help you 2%, a half of a 0.5%? Like, how much are you actually getting out of that? And I said this today, Dave, that I think the problem, one of the bigger problems, the biggest problem I have with analytics is it doesn't factor in the human element. It can't. It's a computer. It can't factor in those things. But I think the other thing is teams get so tied to it, whether it's coaching just making just decisions that are stupefying, to teams that rely on it so much, it kind of retards the growth of thinking. Like, I'm going to think about, I'm going to make this decision. I'm not going to let this make the decision. And I think that has consequences as well, where you're always trying to find that edge instead of saying, let's just get that guy. He's a good baseball player. He can play defense. He can do multiple things. But I think you bring up a great point. Like, how much of an edge are you really getting when everyone's in on it now?
I think it's a lot less of an edge than it was even 5 years ago. I think we're back at a point where talent is the overwhelming deciding factor of whether teams are winning versus losing. And I think you're onto something there. I mean, Bags, you'll talk to Bags, the example he keeps bringing up, and I don't blame him, is, Mark Mathias pinch hit for Brandon Crawford in the 9th inning of a close game. And I think he's right to bring that up. Like, it does send a certain message that might not be the message that you want to send to your team.
Totally agree.
And I think that's a decision, just one tiny specific example in a season where you can look at it and say, what were we gaining versus what were we losing? I think that is a fair discussion to have. The other thing I want to ask you guys, that I think if I were sitting in the big chair here, I'd be thinking long and hard about, why is it that a team that was built for the last 3 years to stay fresh with all these platoons is almost the wrong platoons is almost the wrong word. Like, hey, we're going to have a roster where everybody gets in every game. We're not going to overload anybody.
A situational team.
We're going to share the workload. And that part of the whole theory of that is that you're going to stay over 162. You're staying healthier, stronger, more energetic, better. The exact opposite for 2 years in a row has happened. Yeah. The Giants have fallen off considerably in the second half with their position player group, that the theory is that you're keeping them fresher by not running them out there every day and managing that workload. Why is that happening? Why is that continuing to happen here? Is it possible that playing players more often conditions them better at the end of the year to be fresher? Yes. It sounds counterintuitive. Is it possible that that's the case?
I absolutely believe
I buy into that.
You got to build the calluses.
Yeah.
Football, we say it all the time. Yeah. Football shape, right?
Basketball is the worst. Yeah. Because basketball, soft tissue. Body's not prepared for the rigors of maybe the end of the season or the playoffs, when they need more of you, because they haven't asked your body to go through that. So you don't have those calluses built up. Yeah, I mean, the playing games, that's really kind of killed Acuna, Riley, and Olsen, who play every damn game.
I mean,
and they're still getting after it. I mean, that's the thing I talk about, and I've talked about this with
Mookie
Steve
Betts,
Kerr.
Freddie Freeman, all those guys.
I talked about this
every
with
day.
Steve Kerr. It's like, okay, who's making the decisions there? Is it the analytics? Or is it your medical staff? Who, of course, they don't want to get fired, so they want to keep everyone healthy, so they want to make sure everyone's as healthy as possible. I think the players, more times than not, want to play, but they're willing to say, okay, you know what you're doing. I just don't know if they do know what the hell they're doing, because they give us stats like, well, if you're playing it back-to-back, you're 60% more likely to get hurt, or 80. I don't know what this – but what? I mean, you're just throwing stuff out there that we can't look up and say, well, that's not right. So I think you need those calluses. I think for – 100 years in baseball, guys have played. Mostly in basketball, guys have played. In the NBA now, if a game's on ESPN on Friday night, you got to look and say, Bucks Warriors. No Giannis, no Steph. Fantastic. I'm moving on. It's just, and it's in every sport. Football's the exception because it's 17 games. You got to get after it for 17. But in baseball, hockey, basketball, maybe baseball and basketball are the best examples. We're so concerned with keeping people fresh instead of just letting them go out there and play, which they've been doing for years and years and years, because they have this, I don't know what they have. They have this info that I don't know how they process it. Now you're getting me going. Now I'm upset. Dave.
No, but I think it's an important issue to think about if you're running a franchise.
Well, especially when it goes wrong two seasons
in a row.
Exactly what you're trying to avoid happens.
Correct.
Yes.
Exactly what you're trying to avoid has happened 2 years. I mean, Patrick Bailey said it himself the other day. Patrick said, "I'm exhausted. I'm out of gas." And you watch him play, he is.
Yeah, he looks like it.
Now he's played 100 games this year.
Yep.
So. In the minor leagues, they're not pushing these guys. They're really trying to keep them healthy when they're young. Is that helping them once they get here? I don't know. Those are all, to me, those are all important questions to ask.
I agree with you. Dave, thank you so much for the last time this year.
Yeah. See, I'm glad you got your beverage. You give me a beverage, and then you ask me the hard questions. That's a bad combination.
No, it's a fantastic combination. It's a great combination. That's okay. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry we're not going to have these patio chats.
Yeah, it's fun.
It is fun.
And it's fun to talk about, like, big picture stuff. Like, when I look at stuff, we were talking about the NFL yesterday and all the decisions the coaches were making and how maybe if you take your face out of a chart, you'd be able to actually think about stuff and think whether it makes sense or not. Now it's kind of part of my position on coaches losing that feel because they're always looking for help, and the computer helps them out and the analytics help them out. And I've never said math is wrong. Math isn't wrong. Math is going to be right. But again, that doesn't take into account the human element. How does it affect your team? Is this the right thing to do? Oh, there's so many different factors, and I think coaches lose touch with having to quickly process all that when they got a piece of paper that tells them what to do. And I think that's been a detriment. And people say you're anti-analytics. I'm like, no, I'm not. I go, I would use it, but I'm not going to let it guide. I'm not going to let it dictate to me. I just want it. I need analytics like I need everything else. It's info. I want more info. The more info I have, the better decisions I can make. But yesterday, man, Staley, McDaniels, even Harbaugh to a certain extent, I'm just sitting there watching the games going, what has happened to these?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, you can look at a chart that says this percentage, that percentage. It often just does not fit the scenario.
How about Freeman? Freeman's chart said play 10 guys, 2 last plays. That was crazy.
That's a bad chart. I'd take that chart and just throw that one away.
That chart's awesome.
That's a bad chart.
I was like, what? Yeah. 10? We gotta go.
We gotta run. We are up against it. Dave's got to get into the
Thank you
booth,
so
too.
much
Dave,
for coming out and talking with us all year.
We'll carry our conversation in the offseason.
Yes, we will.
Or in the talkback in about 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah, true. I'm going to go look at the schedule. Could be John, though.
We could talk to you soon, Dave. Save some of this good stuff for the talkback. All right, Andy Baggerly joins us next year from the patio of the Public House on the Sports Leader. Michael Lombardi joined Papa and Marcus today to react to all the games and the insanity from Week 3 in the NFL. That podcast and more are trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Summer's about running out. Weather is great though. It is phenomenal down here at the ballpark today. Take advantage of it. A little road trip? You want to get away quickly, easily, affordably? Well, you can't beat a road trip in a Honda. The fuel efficiency means you're not going to spend a ton of money getting out on the road. You don't want to spend your whole vacation budget on gas, and it could happen. Trust me, it could happen. With the Pilot, I get regular gas and get tons of MPGs to go along with it. So I can go a long way, and I'm going to be safe. I got the Honda Lane Watch, the Honda Sensing, the multi-angle rear view cameras, all there to keep me safe. Now, it's not about me. I'm not Precious Cargo, but I have a granddaughter. She is, and I want to make sure she's safe when she's with me. You all know about Did I just say y'all? I think I did. I think I'm okay with that, though. My dad's from Alabama. Although people that are from California, lived in California their whole lives, say y'all. Y'all bother me. Anyway, moving on. Honda's reliability is legendary. You know about that. I've had a Honda for 10 years. Hasn't been in the shop one time. And they're fun to drive. I know you don't think of Honda and fun to drive, but trust me, it's a lot more fun to drive than you think. All the technology, listen to what you want. People in the back can be able to watch what they want. And let's not forget about the room. Your road trip, and you want to be comfortable. You want to have some room. They definitely have room. I'm 6'8", 270, plenty of room for me, the family, friends, heading up to Tahoe, the clubs, the gear. No worries whatsoever. So before you hit the road one last time this summer, hit up your NorCal Honda dealer. There are great lease and financing deals happening now on every new model. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Tolbert and Copes. Now, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We do it every week. Talk to Andy Baggerly. He covers the Giants for The Athletic as we enter the final week of Giants baseball for 2023, barring, as Tom said, like nukes going off at some point around the country. But I said I think that's kind of baked into the elimination number. Giants technically still not eliminated from playoff contention entering play today against the Padres, but they are in 4th place. Bags joined us on the patio of the Public House. What's up, dude? How are you?
Do you want to know what has to happen?
What, dude? Yeah, give us the out. You're the guy to talk to.
So insane.
What would have to happen for the Giants to get into the playoffs at this point?
Okay, first the Giants have to win all 6 of the remaining games.
Okay, win all 6.
Okay, all right. Now the Reds need to lose at least 2 games out of the remaining, I think it's 6. The Marlins need to lose at least 4 of their remaining 6, I believe. And either the Cubs or the Diamondbacks have to lose all their remaining games. I think for the Cubs, they'd have to go 0-6. Or only one of these things has to happen. The Diamondbacks have to lose all 7 because of tiebreakers and some such nonsense. That's it. And I think even if you're Jim Carrey with a bowl cut, you don't really.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah, you don't really.
No, I don't think we're going there.
No,
I don't think
not
so.
on this.
So you're telling me there's really no chance?
Ain't happening.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay,
happening.
well-
No, I really enjoyed your article,
So did I.
kind of asking the question, has this year affected free agents who may think about coming here and the way Giants do their business? I mean, I read it and I thought, well, my answer would be free agents are so different that it's hard to even answer that question. But this year has been so different with the stacking, and even Hannegru is getting paid, significant money, getting, I wouldn't say bench, but being brought in off the bench and then being platooned for. And I don't know. That's a really good question, because Dave Fleming were talking about, we get the analytics. I get the analytics. I get the math of it. Math isn't wrong. You put the numbers in and math is going to tell you what's right. But there's a human cost to that. And there's a human element to that. And you got to factor in, okay, how is this going to affect our clubhouse? How's this going to affect the players? How does this affect us as humans, like as ball players? And I'm not sure they've mastered that part yet, but what'd you come up with? I mean, I don't know if you've talked to anybody about that, but it's a really interesting question.
Yeah, I mean, agents are talking about it.
Yep.
Officials from other teams are talking about it, and they really do feel like that the Giants maybe have damaged their reputation with free agents a little bit. Now, if you pay a free agent enough money,
Sure.
it's not going to matter.
Yes.
I mean, that is always going to be the deciding factor. No matter how much Mike Hampton still might think the Denver school system is fantastic.
They were good. They
Fantastic.
were damn good.
I've been there. It's great.
It
man.
is. It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're Mitch Haniger, right, he said all the right things the other day. He said, I haven't produced, and when I produce, I'll be in the lineup.
Yeah.
Now, that's something a rookie should say.
Yeah.
That's not something a guy who's being paid $43.5 million to be here as an everyday player should say. And you could say, well, that's the way it should be. If you're not producing, you shouldn't be in the lineup. But you could go back to shortly after he came back from the injured list with his fractured forearm, which is a freaky injury. Nobody could do anything about that. He hits his first home run in San Francisco as a Giant. No one thought it was going to come on September 3rd or 4th or whenever it was, but he hit it. And his very next at-bat in the very next inning, he was pinch hit for. And that to me is okay. That's taking it too far.
Yeah.
Another free agent's going to look at that thinking, I don't want that to happen to me.
Yeah.
Another pitcher who maybe is not a frontline starting pitcher, but maybe a mid-tier, low-tier guy, might say, well, if they tell me I'm going to start, do I really trust them? When we saw what happened with Minaya, with Stripling, and do I have to think, if I have 3 bad starts out of my first 4, I'm going to end up in the bullpen? If you're a free agent, you have choices.
Yep.
You've gotten your 6 years of service time to get to that point. You have other teams that want to sign you. You deserve not to think of yourself as someone who has to earn your spot. You've kind of earned your spot already.
Yeah.
So that's what agents talking to me about this. That's the point they're trying to make. Now, if you talk to, and I talked to Farhan about this as well, just to get his sort of rebuttal or take on it. And his take is, look, we don't think we're going to be in the market for those kinds of pitchers because we've got a lot of young pitching depth that we feel really good about.
Yeah.
So if they shop for pitching, it's going to be top of the market, a Yamamoto from Japan, or maybe a Sonny Gray, and those guys are not really in this category. So that was sort of his point.
Got it.
Is Yamamoto coming now, or is he still a couple of years away?
No, he's going to be posted.
He's coming this year.
He is.
Those who don't know, this guy is an absolute monster. He's won the Cy for the last few years. He threw a no-hitter a couple of weeks ago. So he's won an MVP or 2 there. I mean, this kid is, and he's, 25?
25, and his curveball is a thing.
Is he a lefty?
He throws a split or 2. No,
is he a righty? Okay.
I thought he was a righty.
He maybe. I was just.
Tops out 98, 99 for Oryx Buffaloes, and he's a very exciting pitcher, and he has that curveball is just as big a rainbow curve as Barry Zito's at its finest.
Nice.
And he doesn't necessarily need to get strikeouts on that pitch. It can be a steal a strike type of pitch because his splitter's so good. But when he's been scouted by everybody, and in front of I think 20 teams scouting him, major league teams, he threw a no-hitter a couple weeks ago, so that always helps too. But yeah, he's very, very exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
Andrew Baggerly here with us on the patio of the Public House. In terms of what happens with potential extensions for Farhan and for Gabe Kapler, will the decision, do you think, to extend Gabe come from Farhan if and when he's extended?
I mean, we think of them as being a package deal. Obviously, Farhan had to expend quite a bit of personal capital after he was hired to sell Gabe Kapler to a very, very skeptical marketplace, very skeptical media marketplace, given the fact it didn't end well for him in Philadelphia. I mean, they hired a manager who had just been fired.
Yeah.
And then he had those things in the background from farm director with the Dodgers, which some people had a problem with, but he had to definitely talk about and so regardless of whether that really was a big deal or not, it was something that was going to be on people's minds, and it was something they were going to have to get through. And Farhan's already decided this guy is worth it to go through these steps and expend this kind of personal capital to make this hire. So, and he said he's been behind him the whole time. So I do think if the news after the season is that Farhan is back for next year, and the club already has an option on him, that I guess the time has passed to get out of that option.
Right. And
we find out that the manager has been relieved of duties and they're going to have a new manager, then we're going to know that didn't come from Farhan, that came from ownership. And that means that Farhan maybe has a little less autonomy. That's the way that you'd have to read that. And I don't think that they'd necessarily be afraid to do that, but we do have Greg Johnson on record saying that both of them will be back. Not we plan on them being back, but they will be back. So doesn't mean you can't backtrack, doesn't mean the other board members won't say, whoa, wait a second, let's meet and vote on this again. Especially if they have a really bad homestand, they end up 4 or 5 games under 500, losing 27 of their last 34 road games, whatever it is.
A lot.
So yeah, it hasn't been pretty, and that could change minds. But we know what everyone's on record saying. So for now, that's what we have.
How much of this is moving forward is going to be, because I've said this for 2 years now, I'm getting tired of saying it, but I feel like I need to say it again, because it could address their problems this year. Defense and athleticism, there were huge negatives for this team. Look, the offense ran into a wall. I can't explain that. I said the wall hit back and it hit hard because they were just brutal offensively. But getting the young guys up here this year and getting them exposed to the big leagues and then letting them go next year could certainly help the athleticism of the squad. They're going to need more than that. But, what do you see for next year? Like, what is the... Because it's not just about getting better. They're in a division with the Dodgers. And the Dodgers don't look like they're going anywhere for a while. So they got to jump that. And maybe not jump that, but at least be able to compete with that. And they have the damn money. I hate when people compare them to the Tampa Bay Rays. I'm like, they're similar in the way they do stuff, but Tampa Bay doesn't have the money. This team has the money if they want to go out there and spend it. So what are maybe the 1 or 2 biggest things in the offseason that you would like to see them address, or maybe they need to address?
Well, sometimes you watch them against the Dodgers, and it's stark the difference between, what a team with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman looks like versus a team that doesn't have anywhere near those players. I think the second biggest WAR generator on this team is Lamont Wade Jr. at like 2.3, 2.4.
Wow.
The first is Logan Webb at over 5. And he's had 32 chances to impact this team this year, and they're 14 and 18 in his starts. Their most valuable player by double anybody else on the roster. And so that tells you they just need more guys who can be 5+ WAR players, and not just the mix and match.
By the way, let me stop you there real quick, because is that about average? Like 5+?
Oh, 5's a superstar player.
Okay, 5's superstar. Yeah. So what's about average? Would it be 0?
2.5?
Well, it'd be wins above replacement, so I guess
it'd be 0, so the replacement, but
yeah.
So that's average, right?
Yeah.
An everyday player, would you know that? Like, is it 2.5, 3? Like, is that a decent player?
I think
3?
A good team will have maybe 7 to 8 players that are 2 WARs or better.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
And the Giants have done it. They did it in 2021 by raising the floor and not having anybody on their roster who was a minus WAR player, and just sort of stacking it up by making sure everybody contributes. And it worked. It worked flawlessly that year. But Crawford also had a huge war season. Posey was a big contributor. Belt had a career year. So they did have star-level performances that year. And when you don't have them, then everything else, it's supposed to be a compliment to your roster core instead of build the whole roster out of it.
What have I been saying?
And
Give me some ice cream. I don't need sprinkles for the whole roster.
To get back to your original point about athleticism, though, for me, it's not when they play the Dodgers that it's stark. It's when they play the
Arizona.
Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. I mean, you got two teams. One is catching everything in the outfield. The other team is, it's a 20% hit percentage. So Haniger really, can't expect him to catch it. Well, the Diamondbacks left fielder would have caught it.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear.
20% hit percentage. Get the hell out of here, man. Trying to win some ball games.
They need to be more athletic. And I'll tell you what. We always know not to count anything for spring training statistics.
Yep.
Well, now I 100% believe it, because do you know who led the Cactus League in stolen bases?
The Giants? No, they didn't.
Bryce Johnson was like 11 for 11, though.
Oh, my God.
Johnson was like on fire in his game.
That's amazing.
Do not believe spring training statistics.
It's unreal. Casey Schmidt at like 380.
It should be lies, damn lies, and spring training statistics.
There you go.
I don't know. Brian Dallimore won that batting title. He was pretty legit to me, dude.
He did.
Bags, been fun all season, man. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bags.
Time all year
let's
long.
do it again.
We'll do it again soon, man.
I look forward to it.
All right. We got to get
Appreciate
to
it.
Giants pregame coming up in about 10 minutes here, 5:45. We got a 6:45 first pitch. We are live from the patio of the Public House. Final homestand here for the Giants of 2023. We'll get going in pregame when we come on back here. Tolbert and Copes only on the Sports Leader.
All right, we're about to get on out of here and get ready for the Padres and the Giants. Should we thank everybody?
We should.
Is that what we should do?
Yeah, go ahead and say your thank yous.
Okay.
We got till 5:45.
Oh, everybody's like freaking out over here.
Yeah.
Like, oh, dude, we got a minute. We gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go.
Yeah, everybody's hurrying.
We got 6. Is Dougie Fresh on? 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh. You're on.
Well, do you know what? Since we have some time, Tom, why don't we have some time to say hi to somebody we haven't said hi to today?
Who?
That's Harmony.
Oh,
Normally,
no.
actually, Harmony's
Here we
back.
go.
Harmony's back in the studio. Harmony's back in the studio. We're here on the patio.
We're 2-2, by the way.
Harmony, better be careful. We're here. There's mixed company here. You know, what I mean, we're at the ball game here. We got
Easy,
families.
Harmony.
We got kids. Harmony, settle down in there. So on Friday, we talked to Harmony. She's our sophisticated sex robot who's here to help bang the book. She. There she is. So Tom and Harmony went head to head. Interestingly enough, in their picks over the weekend, Tom took,
so to speak.
Tom took Oregon to cover by 21 points, and he won. Harmony then picked Washington State to win, and she was correct there. Harmony also took the Bills to cover by 6 over the Commandos. That came in, and Tom took the Chiefs to lay the 12.5 against the Chicago Bears, and that worked for Tom.
Yeah,
so
I laid it.
We figure with one game tonight, and it's already underway. So
Yes.
We actually, by the way, got these picks in from Harmony earlier. She's laid the Bengals. Well, we'll get her pick here. It's the Bengals minus 3.5. I don't know exactly where she's going, to be honest with you. We'll see what Harmony thinks. Actually, let's get Tom's pick first. Tom, what side are you on?
Well, it doesn't matter because I got to take
we're
opposite. Tied, so let Harmony pick.
Okay.
And then I'll just take the opposite side, and we'll go from there. I'll tell you who I would have taken after she picked. But
the score's already
for
happened.
the sake of this, I'm taking whoever Harmony doesn't take.
By the way, Rams are up 3-0 right now. So
Okay.
we'll see where Harmony's going to go. Harmony, who do you have in Monday Night Football's tiebreaker?
You know I love a good ramming. Oh wait, you guys are at the public house? Never mind, I'll clean it up for the kids. Just give me the Rams to win. I'll be more dirty on Friday.
Yes, you will.
Yeah, you will,
little
Harmony,
minx.
you saucy minx.
Oh, damn.
All right, dude.
I was
Harmony.
going to take the Rams, but yeah, I'll take the Bengals. What the hell?
Nice of you to take the Rams. They're up she took them. They're up 3 already.
She
dude.
did.
She kind of hosed you.
Cheater. Damn cheating hooker. Unbelievable. I mean, come on.
Oh, Harmony.
Minus, she took them +3, and they're already up 3-0. So, yeah,
Yeah,
Whammy,
okay, whammy whammies.
Rammy whammies. Every time I think of the Rammy whammies, I think of our
You got
good
B.
friend
Smith?
Brian Smith with the helmet painted on his head.
I think he'll be here tonight. Thank you.
Which
Thank you,
was
Harmony.
still one of the greatest things ever. And the chin strap that went all the way across the bottom of the not only across the bottom of the chin, but all the way up.
Yeah, it was like a full chin strap.
It was a full helmet that he wore on his face, and then went on Bart with that thing on
for like a week.
God,
Multiple days.
Those were the days. Those were the fun days, right there.
You can't do that stuff anymore. You can't haze anymore. Okay, we'll see him tonight. We'll ask him.
I would definitely.
Harmony, go get back in the box, Harmony. All right, shut it down, Harmony. Okay. Unplug those batteries.
Thanks
okay?
for keeping it clean, Harmony.
Yeah, we need
I
that. We need that logged in for Friday. Games are underway though right now. Monday Night Football as it stands right now. Philadelphia up 10-3 on Tampa. Tampa forced a fourth down turnover of the Eagles early in the game, and then came down and scored anyway. 10-3 there. The Rams got into the end zone with a TJ. Is that his name? Oh no, Tutu Atwell, not TJ Atwell. Tutu Atwell. He ran deep up the sideline, was uncovered, and then jumped into the end zone. And when he jumped, they reviewed it. He jumped, and his toe went out of bounds.
No.
Got called back to the 4. Rams couldn't get in, and then had to kick a field goal. So instead of 6 or 7-0,
no.
it is 3-0 in favor of the Rams. And we are about 5 minutes left in the first quarter. So that's where we are right now.
There you go. What do we got? Polynesian night tonight?
Looks
at the
like
ballpark?
Looks like it. We got Logan Webb and Blake Snell. How about what?
Both very Polynesian looking
Very
pitchers,
Polynesian
by
looking
the
pitchers.
way.
How about what Andy Baggerly told us about what
Where's
the Giants
Mania?
do?
Why isn't he pitching
Dude, yeah,
tonight?
the one opportunity. Well, dude, that's one of the reasons Bag's worth that piece. It's like Mark Mathias getting pinch hit
man.
for Crawford. Yeah, Polynesian night.
That is beautiful.
Everybody to celebrate. We got the opportunity for the Giants to get in. Bag says is they got to win all 6. Reds have to lose at least 2 of their final games.
We did stop.
Florida's got to lose.
You're just wasting your breath.
Florida's got to lose at least 5. And then you need either the Cubs to lose all 6 or the D-backs to win all 7.
I mean, literally, could you imagine if you died right now? That'd be the last thing you'd be talking about.
They'd be like,
Giants
how did Cubs
tiebreakers.
How did Cubs
when
go?
They have no chance whatsoever.
And D-backs would have to lose all 7.
R.I.P. Giving Giants tiebreakers when it was over a week ago.
How did it go?
But well done.
He said they were playing meaningful games.
Way to hang in. Way to hang in there.
Meaningful ball, Tom. All I want is meaningful ball in September.
Hang in there.
Not without a fight, boys. Not without a fight, boys.
All right, let's start thanking everybody.
On
the patio, we had Dave Fleming and Bags. I mean, they were right there last hour. Can't forget them. And then we had Brent Jones
And
My guys.
Matt Mayoko. And then fried rice and marinara himself.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Mikey M.
It's like ages ago.
Yeah. I'm going to go home and have some kraut and fish and chips. I think I'm part German and English.
I'll do
like
I said,
I'm not positive.
I'll do cabbage and like soul food.
Nice.
Like
very
black-eyed
nice.
peas or something and cabbage. Irish and soul food.
Thanks to everybody out here. Appreciate it. Hammer. What's the young lady's name over there, by the way? I want to give her a shout out.
Michelle.
Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Hang in there.
Derek, thank you for coming out here for the last time. And Tim, thank you for manning the show back in the studio. And thank you, Harmony, for cleaning it up. We always appreciate that. Time to get you ready for the Fathers. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it, Harmony. And the Giants. Next. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.